Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 67, A Familiar Face. Adam C. POV. My chest heaved with each ragged breath I drew, my heart pounded against my ribcage as if it was trying to break free, as if it was on the verge of exploding. I smiled. Sweat poured down my face as I tried to steady myself, my gaze locked on Artemis, who stood a few yards away, her own eyes fixed on me with a mixture of anger as she aimed her bow at me. The energy within me roiled and churned, growing more and more unstable with each passing moment. I could feel it tearing at the fabric of my very being, threatening to rip me apart from the inside out. It was a searing, excruciating pain that left me barely able to stand, let alone fight. I clenched my fists, my knuckles turning white from the pressure. It was as if my very soul was fragmenting, the pieces of me threatening to disintegrate like the ashes of a burnt-out fire. I had to end this now. I couldn't keep this power for much longer, I had to end this in one blow, or I wouldn't make it out of this alive. I tried to move forward, but even that felt like an agonizing task. I glanced down at my hands, which trembled uncontrollably. It felt as if I was losing control of my own body, my limbs rebelling against my mind's commands. I could feel my muscles breaking and tearing apart with each passing second. I hacked and wheezed, until my throat was raw, coughing up a thick spray of blood that poured into the ground, feeling the searing pain that felt like burning knives with every breath tearing through my lungs. I could feel blood coming out of my ears, and even my eyes. Seeing this, Artemis advanced slowly, her eyes narrowing as she studied me. I could see the uncertainty in her movements, the hesitation as she tried to decide whether to press her advantage or not, whether or not to shoot her arrow. It seemed that she was having trouble grasping the situation. I sighed, and gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus, pushing through the pain that threatened to consume every fiber of my being. I had to end this. Now. Taking a step forward, I raised my blade high, as the world around me seemed to blur and fade, while I channeled every last ounce of my strength into this final attack. And with that, I brought my blade down, and drove into the ground, with all my might, with every ounce of power I could muster, releasing a massive arc of energy toward the goddess. At first, Artemis didn't move. She stood there, watching, as the energy behind my attack intensified, filling the air with a burning, searing heat. However, before my attack could reach her, she raised her bow and fired her arrow at the energy. Two blasts of energy collided, clashing with a loud boom until my attack surged and swallowed hers, shattering her arrow into tiny fragments before landing on her chest, pushing her back before slicing past her. Unable to hold myself any longer, I watched in pain as Artemis remained standing after my attack, appearing seemingly unharmed. "My hunt ends," Artemis muttered, bowing her head to take a painful breath as a river of crimson spilled onto the earth from the gaping wound in her chest that was starting to appear. Giving one final glare, she gave one last gasp before she fell forward, breaking into two pieces on the ground. I did it. Allowing myself to enjoy my victory, I fell to my knees, as the last of my energy dissipated and died with a loud crackling sound. Unable to control my pain, I let out a choked cough, spitting out another mouthful of blood, feeling myself collapse onto the ground. I lay on my back, struggling to breathe, my vision swimming as the world around me seemed to spin in circles. I could see Artemis, lying in the distance, in a pool of her own blood, pieces of her armor shattered and scattered onto the ground around her. I smiled weakly. My whole body was trembling uncontrollably, my hands felt like they were on fire, my very bones felt like they were rotting away, and the muscles within me felt like they were being ripped apart. It felt as if I was being crushed from the inside out. Now even more than before when I was actually using more power. Unable to move, I watched as the sky was filled with swirling black clouds, feeling how the ground beneath me began to shake violently. Right. Without Artemis, there was nothing keeping this realm, was there? With that realization in mind, I struggled to catch my breath as I watched through half-opened eyes, the body of the goddess that kept this realm together began to fade away, her entire being turned into dust. Knowing I didn't have much time, I tried to push myself up, but my body wouldn't respond. So, unable to act, I watched as the world around me began to disappear with Artemis' grip on this reality being no longer present. Trees and rocks vanished into thin air, leaving only a black void that seemed to stretch on forever. Within moments, I found myself falling through the void, into a new area, hurtling towards the forest I was in before all of this began. Panic seized me as I realized that I was plummeting towards certain death, being fully aware I was in no state to take any more damage. I refused to go out like this. Through sheer determination, I screamed and forced myself to use the last of my strength to shoot a pulse of pure energy at the ground, catching myself inches away from the ground, stopping my descent from becoming my cause of death. I did it. Struggling to breathe, I witnessed as my vision started to fade slowly but surely, leaving me in a world of black, in a world of nothingness, my body aching with every part of my being screaming out in agony. Well, Zanryuzuki wasn't lying when she said my body wasn't ready for more power. I felt like if I closed my eyes, I would die. I don't think I have ever felt this beaten. Heck, the injuries I took with my fight with Deliura felt like love taps compared to this. The old man will probably scold me. Gildarts will probably do the same. Laxus will probably laugh at me. Oh God. I can't let Lilia know this. She will never stay in Magnolia ever again, she will go all protective on me. Mavis Vermilion POV. I floated aimlessly through the forest, my form drifting among the trees. For the last few hours I had been searching for Adam, but there was no sign of him. I knew the goddess had taken him away, but I also knew he would come back. As I pondered on that thought, I felt a sudden pull towards a nearby clearing. Rushing to that location, I saw him lying on the ground, his body above a pool of his own blood. Adam. I shouted, rushing to him. My heart sank as I realized the gravity of the situation. I could barely feel his magic power. I floated closer to him, hating myself because I knew that I couldn't help him. As this projection, I was powerless to heal his wounds or protect him from harm. If his injuries didn't kill him, anything else could. And I would be powerless to do anything but watch. I watched helplessly as he struggled to breathe, his eyes darting back and forth under his eyelids. I wanted to reach out and comfort him, to tell him that everything would be all right, but I knew that it would be a lie. Tears formed in my eyes as I looked down at him, wishing that there was something, anything, that I could do to help. Never before have I hated my condition as much as I did now. Never before had I been forced to see that I was a mere shadow of my former self, unable to touch the living world or interact with it in any meaningful way. No. There was still something I could do. Fairy Sphere. It would keep him, as he was, until I could get someone to come and heal him. The spell was designed to work best under our sacred grounds, but I didn't need it to work perfectly, just for long enough to heal him. As I stood in the clearing, readying myself to use the spell to put Adam in stasis, the sound of footsteps drew my attention to the edge of the forest. Feeling the sudden change of atmosphere, the sudden twist of energy that now crept throughout the forest, I turned to see a figure emerging from the trees, and my heart skipped a beat as I recognized him. What is he doing here? Chapter 68, The Offer. Adam C. POV. I gasped, my lungs seizing as I awoke. My mind swam in a foggy haze of misdirection, unable to recall for the briefest of moments where I was or why I felt so much pain. My body hurts. A lot. It was a dull ache, throbbing throughout my entire body, but despite how terrible it felt, it was nothing compared to the searing pain I remembered experiencing before. That's good. That means I'm healing. Taking a deep breath, I tried to open my eyes, but only one seemed to respond. Had I lost an eye? Or was I too injured to fully function? Panic washed over me, and I forced myself to remain calm as I slowly took in my surroundings. Within my limited mobility, I managed to scan what I could of my body. Noticing the layers of bandages that swaddled me like a mummy. Working through the pain, I gingerly touched my face, only to find it also wrapped in the same gauzy material. I guess that explains why only one eye works. I tried to move my legs, but they barely reacted to my commands, leaving me feeling like a prisoner in my own body. I sighed. I guess it was to be expected. I survived, and that's what it matters. Turning my attention to the room, I noticed I found myself in a humble, quaint space. It seemed to be a bedroom of some sort, with a small window letting in the warm sunlight that danced across the wooden floor. The air was filled with the delicate scent of flowers, and I couldn't help but feel soothed by their presence. Taking in the various bouquets of flowers and roses that seemed to occupy every corner, I started to wonder who had brought me here. A million questions swirled through my head, but no answers presented themselves. But despite the pain and confusion, I couldn't help but feel a sense of serenity in this room. I smiled. I really needed to train more. I can't do this again, using more power than my body can handle. I might not survive next time. I don't remember the last time I felt as weak as I do right now. I could hardly move. Breathing seemed to take most of my energy. Taking a deep breath, my gaze drifted to one corner of the room, and I blinked in surprise. Standing in a corner, there was an old man wearing green robes decorated with golden laces around the edges, tending to the plants around the room with a gentle, kind touch, watering each one slowly. I couldn't believe I hadn't seen him before, especially with the absurd amount of magic power I could feel within him. It was strange, he seemed to blend in with the foliage as if he were a part of the natural landscape. I had trouble making out who he was, though that was mostly because it seemed my one working eye was determined not to cooperate with me. As if sensing my gaze, the old man looked up and caught my eye. A mischievous twinkle appeared in his eyes as he chuckled. "Ah, I see you've caught me in the act. I must apologize, but I was peeing in the plants, it's good for them." Now that I think about it, his watering tool was suspiciously low in terms of position. Gross. For a brief moment, considering all of the facts, I believed him, my expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, but not really caring seeing he had treated my wounds. However, his laughter quickly dispelled that idea, as he turned around, holding up a small watering can with a sheepish grin. "Just a joke, my friend," he said, his voice warm and full of life. "I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing to these beauties, while there are people watching." I couldn't help but chuckle at this, despite the pain it caused. The old man's humor brought a spark of light to my otherwise dim situation. He approached my bedside, setting the watering can down on a small table. "Well, jokes out of the way, let's start with the introductions. My name is Warred Sequin," he said, extending a gnarled hand for me to shake. "I've been taking care of you while you've been out of commission, shall we say." Warred. I know that name. One of Fairy Tale's founders, and one of the 4 gods of Ishgard, Warred. I can't believe I didn't recognize him right away. Granted, I'm not in the best state of mind, and I can barely see, but still. The pea joke should have given it up. I hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand, my grip weak but appreciative. "Thank you for everything, Warred," I murmured, unsure of what else to say. I never imagined I would meet him so soon. "You're welcome," Warred replied, his eyes softening. "Besides, as your senior it was my duty to help you, for like the trees I nurture, it is my job to nurture the next generation." I smiled. I don't know why, but I felt a unique sense of comfort in his presence. It was odd, but welcoming. "Not to sound ungrateful, but how did you find me?" I asked, feeling curious about the circumstances that led to me being in Warred's care. Warred's expression became serious as he paused, taking a deep breath before speaking. "I was in the area investigating reports of a mysterious forest with unique fauna and flora, when I decided to take a piss. While I was doing that, I stumbled across you, unconscious and badly injured. I have a feeling his material is mostly piss-related jokes. That aside, I'm lucky he found me. Perhaps he was the one to eliminate Artemis in the original timeline, seeing he was investigating the forest where she lived, and the fact he was stronger than me. But then again, I don't want to jump to conclusions. Canon as I know it is no longer something relevant, at least not entirely." "I see," I said, my mind wandering. "And did you notify the guild?" "You know, so that they could come and get me." Despite how grateful I was for Warred treating me, and how much I wanted to talk with him about a few theories of mine, he was no poor Yusuka, and I needed that old cranky Tsundere to heal me up. Warred smiled. "So you know about me?" I expected a bigger reaction. At this, his smile turned mischievous. "I am one of the founders of Fairy Tale, after all." I knew that. And he was right. Normally, I would have had another reaction. But the pain made it difficult to express anything. "Well, to be fair, I am numbed by the pain," I replied, trying to sit up despite the searing pain that shot through my body. "But you're right, it's an honor to be in the presence of one of the founders of my guild." Warred chuckled. "So formal, ho-ho. If I hadn't seen the destruction you caused, I wouldn't have believed you were part of the Fairy Tale family." I blinked, slightly embarrassed. Well, to be fair, it was a difficult fight. I had forgotten I had destroyed a great part of the forest before Artemis teleported me to her realm, and who knows what I did after I defeated her. Warred shook his head, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "I know, it's not every day one gets to kill a god. I wonder how he knows that." "I guess," I sighed, turning my gaze back on him before adding. "So, might I ask why you haven't called the guild?" Warred's expression turned serious. "Because I hired you." "You hired me?" I repeated, my eyebrows furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" Warred leaned forward, his voice low as he whispered close to my ear. "I need help peeing my plants." I pulled away from him, disbelief and disgust evident on my face. "Funny, but what's the real reason?" I was right, his material is based around that one joke. "Great." Warred sat back, chuckling. "Just kidding. Although, it is true that I hired you." I raised an eyebrow. "Again, not to sound ungrateful, but unless you're hiring me to be paperweight, I can't do anything right now." Warred chuckled again. "Oh, that's a good one, let me write that joke." At this, he summoned a notebook, writing what I had just said. "I guess Mavis is the most normal one out of the founders, and that's saying something. So, what do you need me for?" Warred smiled, his expression turning soft. "Well, it's not so much about what I need you for, but more about what you need me for." I blinked. "You're strong, very strong," Warred said, his eyes turning serious. "But that very strength that makes you formidable will kill you if you don't learn how to control it." "Ah. I see." He must have felt when Zanryuzuki let out more power from my reserves to fight Artemis. The thing was, this level of self-injury wasn't a normal occurrence to me. "Oh, I see," I smiled at him. Don't worry though, I won't use that again. The reason I got this hurt was because I let out more power than I could handle. It won't happen again. Warred sighed, shaking his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. While it is true that you seem to have a way to contain your power within yourself, the magnitude behind your power is immense, and if left unchecked, it's only a matter of time before it consumes you from within. I furrowed my brows. And you think you can help me with that? I didn't doubt his capabilities. After all, those who reach their old age in this career are worthy of respect, especially when so high in the rankings, but the thing was, I wasn't one to take on a master. All I have ever needed was Zanryuzuki. Warred nodded. Yes, I can. Look, I might be wrong, and you might be okay without my help, but I might be right, and that chance is more than enough for me to know I have to help. I considered his words for a moment. The thought of having a mentor was daunting. But then again, it couldn't hurt to learn from someone else. And you hired me, for that, to train me? I asked, tilting my head slightly to the side, feeling nothing but pain. Note to self, limit your body language and expressions to Vin Diesel levels, aka 0. Warred chuckled, giving me a small nod. If you're wondering about whether or not there is a monetary reward, there is 15 million. Jewels. Holy fuck, that's a lot of money. That's too much, especially considering I would be doing nothing really, just training with you, I said, wondering if he was joking or not. I mean, I didn't mind getting some easy money, but this felt like I was scamming him. If anything, I should be paying him for training me, not the other way around. Warred shrugged, rolling his eyes. Ah, relax. I have the funds, and I think your potential is worth the investment. But it's up to you, of course. You can walk away from this offer if you want. I really want to say no. But I muttered, talking mostly about the money, not the offer to train me. Excellent. I knew you would say yes. Warred grinned, not even letting me finish my sentence. Fine, if he wants to give his retirement fund, I won't complain. God knows I need the money with the destructive family I was gifted with. Guild arts alone represents a black hole in my pocket. I still think it's too much money though, I sighed, smiling at the old man. Not really, Warred replied, grinning at me. As one of the wizard saints, I get a sizable monthly stipend from the kingdom. Wait. They get paid. That explains how the old man pays for half of the destruction the guild causes. Very well then, I replied, taking a deep breath. I accept your offer, though I would still like to visit the guild, or, to be precise, Porliusica. Oh, about that dash, Warred began, however before he could finish, the door to the room burst open with a resounding thud as a woman with a fierce expression stormed in, her glare fixed on me. Porliusica. I gulped, my heart pounding in my chest as she approached the bed. I have no idea why she scared me so much. Her eyes narrowed as she began inspecting my bandaged body, her touch clinical and efficient. You absolute moron, she muttered under her breath, her tone a mixture of exasperation and concern. How could you possibly manage to get yourself this injured? Are you suicidal? You know what? Forget I asked that, of course, you are, like every moron in the guild. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. Instead, I winced as she prodded a particularly tender spot. Warred, who had been watching the exchange with a bemused expression, cleared his throat. Young lady, give the poor lad a break, Warred chided gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. He's only just woken up. The woman, Porliusica, huffed and stepped back, her gaze never leaving mine. Get lost before I make a nightstand out of you, she growled, crossing her arms. Founder or not, this moron of a kid deserves an earful, especially because he made me travel 2 weeks to get here to treat him. So I won't tolerate any nonsense, either from him or from you. I made the reclusive nomad travel, 2 weeks to get here, oh God, she will brew me to death. I swallowed hard, my eye wide. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Porliusica's expression softened ever so slightly. Not even Makarov would believe that, she murmured, her voice almost tender. Considering the alternative was death, I suppose you did well. Just don't make a habit of this, or I will finish what the other party didn't, okay? I nodded, my throat dry. I will start preparing my lab, don't move, Porliusica gave me one last stern look before turning on her heel, and walking out of the room, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. Warred chuckled softly, shaking his head. She may be rough around the edges, but she has a good heart. Rough around the edges was an understatement, but yeah, he was right. Yeah, I replied with a smile. Chapter 69, Warred. Y'all won double release for this week, it will be for Friday. But fear not. Y'all can get double release today if we reach top 3. Adam C. POV. As the days turned into weeks, my condition began to improve. To the point, I began to harness my own healing abilities, aka healing ketos, to aid in my recovery, with Porliusica's guidance and expertise leading the way, of course. The thing was, I wasn't particularly good at healing, which wasn't a secret to anyone, but thanks to Porliusica, I started to understand how better to channel these techniques I had been learning with Sanryusuke in order to accelerate my own healing process. Despite our lack of communication and her less-than-ideal character for teaching, she was helping me a lot, to the point that the techniques which had once seemed so foreign to me, now coursed through my body with a newfound sense of purpose. I was far from truly grasping this part of my power, but I could say that I knew more now than before. I truly appreciated that old woman. Despite of how scary she could be at times. Each day, at the same time, at the start of the morning, and by the end of the day, Porliusica would administer her carefully crafted treatments, which ranged from herbal remedies to enchantments that helped mend my bones and restore my strength. As she did so, she would never hesitate to scold, or threaten to kill me herself if she thought I was pushing myself too hard, but beneath her stern, very stern exterior, I could sense her satisfaction as my condition gradually improved. Warred, ever the nurturing presence, continued to fill the place with his laughter and an endless supply of flowers and plants. With his calm demeanor, he would encourage me to take things one day at a time, and despite how anxious I was wanting to get out of the bed, however, more than not, his words would usually hit their mark, calming me. This continued for a while, until finally, by the end of the month, I was back on my feet, though not without lingering pain. My movements were still somewhat stiff and labored, but the fact that I could walk unaided filled me with a sense of accomplishment. I knew that from this point forward, it was only a matter of time before I was able to go back to my former self. Sure, more than not, this felt like a slow and sometimes frustrating ordeal, but that was the price for my weakness during that fight. I suffered as I did because I wasn't strong enough to defeat Artemis without hurting myself. Next time I faced a strong enemy, I would be strong enough. Kicking the door of my room open, Porliusica approached me, a look of annoyance etched onto her face. She thrust a bag into my hands, most likely filled with the medicines I needed to take to continue my healing process. Having done that, she began to scold me about my condition without missing a beat, her voice sharp and stern. I'll be straightforward with you. It's a miracle that your body has sustained so much damage and stress, Porliusica snapped, clearly irritated by my condition. You brought your body very close to the breaking point, and you almost paid the ultimate price. I was starting to wonder when she would scold me for this, not to say she didn't scold me during this past month, because she did. But not about this in particular. That being said, despite her harsh tone, I could sense a genuine concern behind her words. She crossed her arms, her gaze never leaving mine. That being said, despite your stupidity will make a full recovery, eventually, she conceded, but you'll be left with a few scars here and there as a reminder of your recklessness. Thanks, I smiled fondly at her. Porliusica sighed, her expression softening slightly. Don't thank me, just don't get injured again. Especially not like that. And remember, you still need to take care of yourself and follow my instructions. And don't you dare think about getting into any fights until you're fully healed. Or I will kill you. I nodded. And next time you make me travel halfway across the country, you better be dead when I arrive. Porliusica growled. I take it you're leaving now, I replied, looking at the bag in her right hand. Yes, I don't want to waste any more time here, Porliusica replied, grabbing her bag tight. Take care, brat. I will, I replied, my smile widening. With a final nod and a huff, Porliusica turned around and walked out of the door, closing it behind her, her footsteps echoing down the hall before another figure appeared in the doorway. Warred, the kind-eyed, old man, who had taken me into his home. Smiling, he stepped into the room holding 2 cups of steaming tea. It seems the young lady is leaving, Warred chuckled, his voice soft and comforting. So, I thought you might need a good cup of tea to take the edge off things. He walked over and handed me one of the cups. The aroma of the tea was odd, but seeing I didn't know much about tea, I shrugged and took a cautious sip. And it tasted like crap. What kind of tea is this? I asked, trying my best not to sound rude. Warred hummed for a moment. Oh my, it seems that instead of tea, I gave you a cup of my urine. Clumsy me, it must be the age, ho ho ho. Don't panic, Adam, he's just joking. That's his one joke, his only material, don't believe a word he says. I'm just kidding, Warred chuckled mischievously, patting my shoulder. I take it you don't like it. I could make you something else instead, that type of tea I made, it's kind of an acquired taste. Though I don't recommend lime juice as it did not agree with me. Why would he say anything about the lime juice? I didn't even know he had that until he mentioned it. No, that's fine, I replied, taking another sip of the tea to more or less just be polite. I'm glad, Warred chuckled. Let's enjoy the tea while it's not too hot. I think it will taste much better. I took another sip, and it still tasted like crap. It's a bit bitter for my taste, I answered, putting the cup back on the table. Not to me, Warred answered with a laugh. I like bitter stuff, but then again, I'm an old man and I'm allowed to be a little strange. I suppose, I chuckled, turning my gaze to the men. So, when does our training start? Warren slowly closed his eyes, furrowing his brows in concentration as he pursed his old lips, tapping a finger against them. In about 2 weeks. I will let you recover for 2 more weeks before we begin. 2 weeks. Not as soon as I would have liked it. But I'll take it. Besides, I could really use the time to rest. After all, I still felt exhausted on some level. Urza Scarlet POV. I stood in the middle of the training ground, surrounded by the magical training golems. The sun beat down on my skin, beads of sweat forming on my brow as I gripped my sword tightly, feeling as the air was filled with the distinctive crackle of magic that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. My heart raced as I tried to steady my breathing, focusing on the task at hand. I couldn't allow my thoughts to drift toward Adam, who was away on a dangerous mission. Who, according to the master, had been hurt terribly, but had survived. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the worry deep inside, knowing that despite everything he would return stronger than ever. And because of that, I needed to be stronger than ever too. Without a word, the first golem lunged at me, its wooden limbs creaking with each movement. Taking a step forward, I swung my sword, feeling the weight of the blade slice through the air. The wooden figure shattered into splinters, its magic dissipating as I moved to face the next opponent. One by one, the golems attacked me from all directions, their enchanted forms twisting and turning to challenge my every move. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in sharp gasps as I moved like a dancer on a stage, weaving through their attacks, each step calculated and precise. I couldn't afford to be anything less. As I cut down another golem, jumping above the rest, my mind began to wander. I remembered the first time I met Adam, the kindness in his eyes, and the confidence in his voice. The way he challenged me to push beyond my limits and to believe in my own strength. In my mind, the thought of him being injured felt impossible. He was stronger than anyone, so the mere idea he had been heavily injured felt surreal, even ridiculous. In my mind, he couldn't be hurt, not for real. So this situation worried me. It worried everyone. I shook my head, trying to push the thoughts away, but they lingered like a stubborn fog. I gritted my teeth and tightened my grip on my sword, feeling the calluses on my hands protest. I would not let my worry be my downfall. I had to keep fighting, keep pushing, keep growing stronger. He might have been injured, and he might have been too close to, not returning, but against all odds he had won. Meaning that through sheer skill and determination, he had overcome yet again another seemingly impossible challenge. Worrying about him would only be an insult to his victory, and I would not sully that. I would instead show him how strong I could become. The training golems were strong and relentless, but so was I. My swords were an extension of my body. Like Adam, like my mentor, each time a challenge came my way, each time an obstacle tried to slow me down, I would rise to meet it, fueled by the fire of determination that burned within my chest. Pushing forward, I moved faster than ever before, shattering the final golem, the fragments of wood and magic swirling around me like a whirlwind. I could feel my muscles aching and my lungs burning. But there was a fierce satisfaction in my eyes as I looked around the now empty training ground. I had conquered this challenge. Now, I had to conquer the next. I knew that my mentor, that Adam, would return, and when he did, he would find me stronger than ever. To prove myself worthy of crossing blades with him, I would become a force to be reckoned with, a warrior worthy of his teachings, until I was strong enough to face whatever challenges the world threw at us, side by side. I knew I had a long way to go before that. But every journey starts somewhere, and mine starts here. Chapter 70, Steps Forward. Y'all, one double release for this week, it will be for Friday. But fear not. Y'all can get double release today if we reach top 3. Adam C. POV. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows across the field as I stood before Warren, the old man who hired me to train me. His wrinkled face held a knowing smile as he observed me, sizing me up, and in his eyes, I could almost feel like he could see straight into my very soul. It was uncanny sometimes. All right, young man, let's see what you can do, Warren said, with a chuckle. I nodded, then slowly drew my blade from its scabbard. The air around it seemed to crackle with energy, before a brilliant white light shot out from the edge of the sword in an arc, making its way toward him. Warren murmured, blocking the attack with a tree he created without even moving. Powerful, yes. But as I thought, your control is lacking. You have so much power that you basically skipped over the first few hundred steps most mages have to learn. He looked at me, his eyes piercing. That being said, you have quite scary potential, but you've only just scratched the surface of what you're capable of. I knew that. Having said that, Warren led me through a series of exercises, beginning with simple visualization techniques. He told me to imagine my power as a raging river, wild and untamed. My task was to picture myself standing in the midst of the torrent, learning to bend the water to my will, guiding it without being swept away. A bizarre exercise if you asked me, but I trusted his method. So, taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused on the image he wanted me to paint. At first, I felt nothing, but as the hours went by, things started to change. And before I knew it, I felt the energy within me begin to respond. It was like trying to hold onto a wild animal, so much raw power and chaos. I had meditated with Zanryozuki before. But, never alone. I had never felt the depths of my power without Zanryozuki being there to serve as a filter. No wonder I had almost killed myself. I had basically asked my Zanpakuto to release a stream of bombs into my body, expecting things to go right. It seems you already managed to visualize what I told you, Warad said, a hint of surprise in his voice. You're a natural, I must say. I have to admit that I kind of expected this phase of the training to last a few more days, maybe even more. Thanks, I replied, keeping my eyes closed, but smiling at him. Well, now that you can grasp that image, it's time for the next step on the list, Warad chuckled, walking toward me, his steps echoing across the place. Meditation through visualization. The next part of his training was more complicated than I thought based on his words. The thing was, I had assumed the next part was simple meditation, which I was pretty good at if I do say so myself. But alas, it wasn't. In Warad's words, in order to set myself on the right path, I needed to learn how to let go of the thoughts and emotions that clouded my judgment and fed the chaos within me. In this world, and most magic-based worlds, magic is often portrayed as a force that is directly connected to the deeper corners of one's soul, for better or for worse. Some would like to think that all a wizard needs is a strong magic type, and an even stronger magic power to back that up, and for the most part, they would be right. However, the use of magic is not simply a matter of power, reciting a formula, or waving a wand. Emotions also play a crucial role in how effectively a magic user can wield their power. Some of the books I have read about this in the Library of Magnolia say that the emotions of a mage are an integral part of their being and the results they seek when using their magic, as they can either enhance or hinder their abilities. The strength and intensity of one's emotions can apparently affect the potency and accuracy of their spells, as well as their overall control over their magic. For instance, if a magic user is feeling angry, frustrated, or perhaps filled with hate, their spells may be more powerful but also more difficult to control. This can result in unintended consequences, such as misfiring spells or spells that have unintended or harmful effects. On the other hand, if a magic user is feeling calm and focused, their spells may be less potent but also more precise and controlled. Furthermore, emotions can also influence the type of magic a user can perform. For example, a magic user who is feeling particularly joyful or creative may find it easier to cast spells that involve illusions, while a magic user who is feeling fearful or anxious may be better suited for defensive spells. Overall, the point is, emotions are a fundamental aspect of magic, and something mages must learn to manage and control in order to effectively wield their powers. Through practice and discipline in order to enhance the capabilities of their own magic, rather than allowing their emotions to overpower or disrupt their abilities. I had never given this much thought. Because I had never faced a problem before when it came to this, but that perhaps was thanks to Zanryozuki, who seemed to shoulder a big part of our weight without saying a word. I didn't deserve to learn her Bankai, not yet, not when it had taken me almost dying to realize how much of a burden I was putting my partner through. I know this part of our training is difficult, Warad said, his voice like a gentle breeze. Your power as well as your thoughts, feelings, and desires are an integral part of you, but you must learn to separate yourself from each of them when necessary, while at the same time, you must also learn how to be one with them. Be one with my power and emotions. But be separated from them. That's a paradox if I have ever seen one. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it, but I trusted Warad's guidance. I owe it to my blade. To my partner to overcome this. Warad chuckled as if he read my thoughts. It may seem like a contradictory train of thought, but it's a delicate balance that you must master to become the best version of yourself, as a mage, and as a man. It doesn't matter, contradictory or not, I will do what I must, I replied, my voice carrying nothing but determination. Warad nodded, sitting on the ground in front of me. That's all I can ask for. Remember, magic is a reflection of your inner self, never forget that, and talking about things to never forget, I need to take a piss. I wonder what will happen first. Will I grasp what he's trying to teach me? Or will I get tired of his one joke? I guess time would tell. Jokes aside, I would not let this opportunity go to waste. Hades Gaybald POV. As I walked through the dark, musty corridors of my ship, my mind was filled with the reports I had just read, reports that I found most interesting. Fairy Tale's up-and-coming star. A kid, barely beginning his adolescence, had managed to take down a god, at least according to the reports. I would still need to confirm things, but until proven otherwise. I had to admit. That was most impressive. I smiled darkly to myself as I imagined the potential this young boy held. Perhaps I could use him in my organization, perhaps there was a place for him in the world I wanted to create. It was still too soon to tell. From what I could tell, he was still under the protection of an old friend, Warad, and although I knew that I could easily deal with him, it seemed best to leave things as they were, at least for now. Lost in thought, I eventually made my way to a dimly lit room where I found young Altair sitting cross-legged on the floor, her nose buried in the book I had given her. Good. As I entered, the room fell silent, and Altair looked up at me with wide eyes. I could sense the fear in her, but I paid it no mind. Fear was a natural response to power, and I had plenty of that to go around. The fact she felt fear meant that she wasn't stupid, and that would prove useful in the future. "Ah, Altair," I said in a deep voice, breaking the silence. "How is your reading progressing?" She jumped at the sound of my voice and quickly stood up, clutching the book to her chest. "It's going well, Master Hades," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I chuckled to myself at her nervousness. "Excellent. I trust you are learning all that you need to know about the Arc of Time." Altair nodded her head fervently. "Yes, Master Hades. I still have a long way to go, but without a doubt the knowledge in this book is incredible." I walked over to her, towering over her small frame, and gently took the book from her hands. Flipping through the pages, I could see the intricate diagrams and ancient symbols that I had spent years studying, thinking that behind them I would find a solution to Mavis' situation. I can't believe how naive I was. I find my past unbearable. "It is indeed," I said, nodding my head in approval. "But remember, nothing is ever as good as advertised, so you would do well to expand your horizons, not now, but in time." Altair nodded again, her eyes fixed on the book. "I will, Master Hades. I promise." "Good," I replied, handing the book back to her. "Now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Carry on with your studies, Altair, I expect great things from you." As I turned to leave the room, I could feel Altair's eyes following me. Despite all the time she had been here, she was still scared of me, despite the lack of reason. Needless to say, I didn't care. Fear was a necessary tool in my line of work, after all. With a dark smile on my face, I continued down the corridor, my mind already moving on to my next plan of action. Soon, I would wake Zerif up from his slumber, and with it, I would finally learn the root of all magic, and rule the world. Chapter 71, Mavis. "Well, I haven't checked the top, but if we are top 3 Imma make double release Thursday, why the day? Well, I'm moving to a new apartment. It's in a nicer area and it's cheaper surprisingly, so all I'm happy. Mavis Vermilion POV. I sat alone, moving my legs back and forth, overlooking the training grounds in Warred's house, lost in thought. My mind kept drifting back to the memory of Adam, lying in the forest broken and battered, clinging to life. It had been a close call, and I hadn't been able to do anything to help him. I needed to do something to help him, I wasn't sure what, but I had to do something to help him in his path. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm, golden light over the training grounds where Adam and Warred were practicing the art of meditation. He was focused, his eyes closed in concentration as he breathed deeply. I watched them from afar, my heart aching with the uncertainty of what I should do next. Though despite the turmoil within me, I couldn't help but smile at the sight. To see one of my first friends in the world, helping the youngest generation of our family, it really warmed my heart. At least Warred was being proactively useful, unlike me, who when push comes to shove, can't do a thing. I shook my head, feeling conflicted. Leaning against the old oak tree, its branches providing me with a comforting shade, I couldn't help but lose myself in my thoughts about this entire situation. No matter how much I tried to avoid those thoughts. The images of his battered and bruised body replayed in my mind like a broken record, a constant reminder of how close to death he had been. Perhaps I could teach one of the 3 great magics of our guild, that way he would have another weapon in his arsenal. The problem with this was that power that these spells held came at a significant price, draining the user's life force in exchange for their immense strength. I had seen too many wizards succumb to this fate and couldn't bear the thought of Adam suffering the same, that is why only a select few ever learn this. But at the same time, despite the risks, I couldn't shake the feeling that he would be safer if he knew one of these spells. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves above me, momentarily breaking my reverie. I took a deep breath, allowing the crisp air to fill my lungs and calm the storm of emotions that raged within me. As I exhaled, I refocused my attention on Adam, who sat in quiet concentration under Warred's watchful eye. His posture was perfect, his breathing steady, and his face serene. It was hard to imagine that almost 2 months ago, he had been fighting for his life. I had no doubt Adam would learn a lot under Warred, or at the very least, he would learn enough to make his path easier. I trusted Warred's judgment just as I always have. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the world in the twilight, I came to a decision. I would talk to Adam about the 3 great magics and the costs that accompanied them. He had proven his resilience time and time again, and I believed in his ability to make the right choice for himself. It was only fair. As I stood up and walked towards them, the last rays of sunlight shimmered across the training grounds, creating a sense of hope and determination that seemed to resonate with my decision. I knew it wouldn't be an easy conversation, especially because I hadn't talked to him in quite a while, and because I felt bad for not being able to help him. but at the very least, I owed him an explanation. Whether or not he would decide to learn one of the 3 great magics of our guild, that was entirely up to him. Warred Sequin POV. I sat on a weathered old stump, observing Adam as he meditated under the shade of a massive oak tree. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle, dappled pattern on his serene face, seeming to dance around his aura in a mesmerizing way. A gentle breeze rustled through the tree branches, carrying the fresh scent of spring with it. As I watched, I could feel the raw power emanating from the young man. It was like a massive wave, threatening to burst forth and flood everything around it. It was honestly terrifying how much power he had for his age. A smile tugged at the corners of my lips, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride watching him. The power he possessed was immense, far beyond anything I had ever encountered before. But that was part of the problem. The bigger the power, the harder it was to control. It was like trying to tame a wild, raging storm. I wasn't even sure I could fully help Adam control what he needed to control, but I was determined to give it my all. It was my duty as Fairy Tale's oldest living member. As Adam continued to meditate, my mind wandered back to my own youth, where my days were filled with adventure alongside my dear friends Mavis, Precht, and Yuri. I smiled. Those were the days. We were inseparable, exploring the world together, facing both danger and excitement with our heads held high. Life was simpler back then, I mused, but I wouldn't change the experiences we had for anything. The past, however, was not where I needed to be right now. Shaking off the nostalgia, I focused back on Adam, the young man who needed my guidance. I observed his meditation more intently, watching the flow of his power, trying to discern what was the best path for him. As I continued to watch him, I noticed a slight furrow in his brow and tension in his shoulders. It was subtle, but it revealed a struggle within him. Younglings nowadays, it seems they live with nothing but stress in their hearts, they have barely begun their lives, and they don't let themselves enjoy it. Adam, I called out gently, not wanting to startle him out of his meditative state. His eyes fluttered open, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yes. Adam asked, tilting his head. You're doing well, I reassured him, but I noticed some tension in your body. It's important to stay relaxed as you meditate, even when it's a matter of energy. Remember, controlling your power is as much about letting go as it is about holding on, like peeing. Ha ha ha, good one Warred, another excellent joke. Adam chuckled dryly. I see. I offered him a warm, encouraging smile. Breathe deeply, and like I told you before, visualize your power as a river. It's vast and powerful, but it's also fluid and ever-changing. Let it flow through you, without trying to force it or hold it back. Adam nodded, his expression thoughtful as he took in my words. He closed his eyes once more and resumed his meditation, this time with a newfound sense of calm. As I watched him, I couldn't help but feel a swell of hope for the next generation. I knew the path ahead of him, ahead of Fairy Tale, would be fraught with challenges, but he wasn't alone in this journey. If the letters I had been receiving for him were anything to go by, he would have many friends at his side on this adventure, friends ready to overcome any challenge with him. With that in mind, I knew that he would overcome anything. Just as I had with my own friend so many years ago. Kana Alberona POV. Today was the big day, the day I had been waiting for, the day I had practiced countless hours for, day and night. It was the day I had finally mastered my very first spell using card magic. I couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness and pride as I watched my cards dance in the air, following my every command. My heart swelled with excitement as I imagined all the amazing things I could do with this. But as my cards shimmered and twirled before me, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. My big brother, Adam, wasn't here to celebrate with me. He was away on a mission, and while Mom and Dad wouldn't admit it, I knew he had been hurt. I wasn't dumb. I worried about him. He was always so strong, and I wanted nothing more than to show him how much I had grown, to show him that I could be strong like him. I pouted, biting my lip as I tried to fight back the tears that threatened to spill. Why couldn't I be as strong as Urza? She was only a year older than me. And yet, she was already an incredible mage, feared and respected by all in the guild. Sometimes, I wished with all my heart that I could be like her, that I could protect my family and my guild with the same fierce determination. With a sigh, I dropped into my bed, clenching my fists as the cards in the air fluttered back into my hands. Well, if it doesn't matter. I'll just train twice as hard. I would ask Daddy to train me, to teach me how to be strong. I refused to be the only weak mage in our family. I would train harder than ever before, harder than anyone has ever trained. Pushing myself to the limit, making my mom, dad, and big brother proud. I closed my eyes, envisioning the look of surprise and admiration on Big Brother's face when he saw how much I had improved. I could almost hear his voice, filled with pride, telling me that I had finally become the strong, powerful mage he always knew I could be. I could almost hear him. And with that thought fueling my determination, I knew that nothing could stop me from achieving my goal. As I stood there, a fire of resolve burning in my heart, I knew that the path ahead would be challenging. I wasn't stupid, obviously. But no matter how hard the path ahead of me was, I was ready to face it head-on, to prove to myself and to everyone else that Kana Alberona was a force to be reckoned with. And when the day came that I could stand beside my big brother, besides my dad, side by side in battle, I would be able to say with confidence that I was strong enough to protect those I loved. With a final, determined smile, I picked up my cards and began to practice my magic once more, each flick of my wrist bringing me one step closer to my dream. And though my heart ached for my brother's presence, knowing that he had been hurt, I knew that our reunion would be all the sweeter when I could show him just how far I'd come. Chapter 72, I'm here for you. Suffering from acid reflux, any tips? It's been terrible today. Corn be feeling bad today. Adam C. POV. I stirred from my slumber, still nestled in the embrace of my bed. A gentle warmth spread across my face, signaling the arrival of a new day. Yawning, my eyes fluttered open, only to be greeted by Mavis floating inches above me. Her face was a canvas of pure excitement, her eyes shining with anticipation. Today was going to be a long day, it seems. Good morning, she exclaimed, her voice a melodious trill that seemed to harmonize with the birdsong around us. I couldn't wait to share the news with you. As I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I couldn't help but smile at her infectious enthusiasm. Despite the fact I didn't enjoy some of her antics, I could admit, at least to myself, that she was a bright presence in my life. Her buoyant spirit was quite literally capable of lifting the heaviest of hearts. What's got you so excited this early in the morning? I asked, my curiosity piqued. And talking about that, where were you? I haven't seen you in a long time. It wasn't unusual for her to disappear, but she never did so for so long without a reason. Mavis bounced in the air, her excitement seemingly unable to be contained. I was, exploring, yes, exploring, but that's irrelevant because today I'm going to teach you a spell. I raised an eyebrow. Knowing her, it's probably one of fairy tales magics, can't remember their name. Now that I think about it, I've never actually considered learning any of them, maybe fairy law, but not because I wanted to use it, but because I don't want others using it against me. Those spells were too expensive for their use, especially fairy law, which according to what I remembered used life force as part of its formula. Strong or not, I didn't like the idea of using something like that. Not only that, but the spell didn't work with people stronger than you, and if that was the case, and whoever knew the spell was already stronger than their opponent, why use a spell that uses life force to defeat it? That's like shooting your leg to kill a roach. One of fairy tales. 3 great fairy magics. It seems I was right. That being said, despite all the cons this proposition had, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest at her words. The 3 great magics were infamous throughout the original series, and to have the chance to learn one of them was a rare opportunity indeed. Why? I asked, wondering why she wanted to teach me that, especially now. Mavis' eyes glittered with excitement as she answered, her voice bubbling over with enthusiasm, though despite all of this, I could see a hint of guilt washing over her entire body. Because I think it's time you learned how to protect yourself properly. I frowned, realizing a moment later why she was doing this. She felt guilty she couldn't help me during my fight, and this was her way of trying to fix the error she thinks she made. Protect myself. I repeated, letting out a sigh. Mavis, you are not to blame for my weakness. I almost died because I was weak, not because you couldn't help me. Mavis' face fell, and I could tell my words had hit home. Perhaps, she said softly, that being said, it's never a bad thing to have more than one triumph card, especially in our line of work. I couldn't argue with that. But, I would not let it be her guilt for something out of her hands to be the reason that dictates her actions in teaching me. Look, I appreciate the gesture, but I have to decline, I said firmly. Mavis' expression turned into one of confusion. Why? We both know why, I replied, smiling at her. If later on, when the guilt that you shouldn't have disappears, you still feel like teaching me, I might say yes. Mavis looked at me for a long moment, her eyes searching mine as if trying to determine if I was truly okay with this decision. Finally, she seemed to come to a decision of her own, nodding slowly before speaking. Very well. Besides, did you consider how hard it would have been to explain? I chuckled, tilting my head to the side. Like, how the fuck would I learn one of the 3 big magics without the master teaching me? Mavis blinked, in surprise before bursting into laughter, her entire body shaking with mirth. You have a point there, she gasped out, wiping away tears from her eyes. That would have been quite the conundrum to explain. 2 months later. I perched myself on a sturdy branch near the top of an oak tree Ward had created with his magic, my legs crossed and hands resting gently on my knees. I inhaled deeply, feeling the energy around me flowing through me, my aura pulsating with tranquility, as much as I could have, that is. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm golden light across the landscape. From my vantage point, I could see the world stretched out before me, unending and full of possibilities. My mind wandered to the past, to the times I had suffered as a child, to the time I had been set free. The laughter of my friends and family at the guild echoed in my ears, their smiles etched into my memory. Smiling, I contemplated the future, the challenges that awaited me, and the darkness I would inevitably have to face. Demons. Dragons. Acnologia. Gods. It was all so complicated. So stressful. But I wouldn't give an inch, no matter what. A wave of determination washed over me, solidifying my resolve to protect the world that had given me so much. Below, I saw Warred tending to his beloved plants with the utmost care. The sight of him brought a hint of a smile to my lips. The wisdom he had shared with me over the past few months had really given me perspective. More than not, he was a bother, but he had a lot to offer and was smart enough to allow me some solitude, understanding my need for these moments of reflection. I turned my gaze back to the horizon, the sun now barely peeking over the edge of the world. The colors shifted from warm gold to vibrant oranges and deep purples. As the last rays of sunlight stretched out to touch the earth, I closed my eyes once more, returning to the depths of my meditation. The energy deep within swirled awake, enveloping me in its calm yet ever-dangerous embrace. I still wasn't able to control my power, not that I expected to do that in just a few months of basic energy training, but I was starting to understand more, and understanding. True understanding leads to power. Around me, the air was filled with the songs of the birds, the rustling of the leaves, and the gentle whispers of the wind. In these rare moments of silence, I felt connected to everything, to the tree that supported me, to the people I cherished, and to the world that I would soon defend. Mavis materialized out of the corner of my eye, her long dress swirling around her as she slowly descended, taking a seat beside me, before turning her gaze toward the horizon, and with a mix of awe and sadness muttered, "What a sight." "You could show yourself to him," I replied, looking at Warred, who was still tending to his plants. Mavis shook her head. "No, it's better this way. He's happy in his own little world, and I'm happy I was able to see him again." There was a sadness in her voice that I couldn't quite place, and for a moment, we sat in silence, watching the sun dip below the horizon. "I envy you sometimes," Mavis said softly, breaking the silence. "You have so much ahead of you, so much purpose. Sometimes I feel like I've already fulfilled mine." I turned to look at her, surprised. "You still have a lot to look forward to, don't say that." Mavis gave me a wistful smile. "I suppose you're right. But sometimes, I feel like I'm just waiting." "For what?" I asked. "Who knows?" I didn't know what to say, but I reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, even though I couldn't touch her, hoping the gesture would offer some comfort. We sat in silence for a few more moments, watching the stars begin to twinkle in the sky. "Thank you," Mavis said suddenly, breaking the silence. "For being my friend. As you can see, I don't have many, and it means a lot to me." I smiled, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. "Of course, but still, you could have more if you showed yourself to others." Mavis shook her head. "It's not that simple. My situation is a complicated one that is best to drag more people into it. If I could have it my way, you wouldn't have seen me all those years ago, but your powers allow you to. I know it's a lonely existence, but I've come to accept it. I couldn't imagine living an existence like that, unable to touch, to feel, to interact with the world around me. It has to be a constant struggle for her." Eventually, I nodded, understanding her concerns. Her curse, her real state, I could understand why she was against others knowing, though. I couldn't help but wonder. What pushed her to reveal herself to the guild in the original timeline? "Well, my annoying little friend, you'll always have me," I replied, making it sound as if her presence was nothing but a thorn in my side. A joke between friends. Mavis smiled, and I felt a sense of happiness knowing that I could bring her even a small amount of comfort, and as the night sky enveloped us in its embrace, we continued to sit in comfortable silence, watching the stars together. Chapter 73, Going Home. If we reach top 2 I will post another today. I might as well if we reach top 3, so stone me like a witch. Adam C. POV. 4 months later. December. Year X 776. The sun cast a warm glow on the training grounds as I stood, poised and ready to spar with Warred, like every morning after breakfast, and our daily meditation. As one of the wizard saints, his magic was unparalleled, and I could sense that much. Around me, the air was thick with the scent of foliage, and I could feel the life and magic of Warred pulsating within every leaf and branch. It seems he would give me quite a workout today. Smiling, I gripped my blade tightly, preparing myself for the inevitable clash. Seeing me ready, Warred wasted no time, and with a flick of his wrist, towering trees erupted from the ground in a bid to trap me. I moved swiftly, using Shuanpa to blur in and out of sight, slicing through the timber with ease. And unsurprisingly, despite the speed I was showing, Warred's keen eyes followed my movements with ease, sending plants and trees to obstruct my path and counter any possible attacks, both actions a testament to his wisdom and experience. I really had no chance of winning this. I didn't care though. I was learning. Fighting one of the strongest mages this continent had to offer, that alone was worth more than I could express. A smile crept onto his face as I cut down one of his trees. Excellent form, my young student, he complimented, clearly amused. I can see you've been practicing. I grinned back, before pointing my index finger at him, releasing a thin beam of pure concentrated magic power, aimed straight at him. Unfazed, Warred quickly conjured a shield made of a beautiful, blooming rose, its petals shimmering with magical energy. The beam of mana struck the rose, dissipating harmlessly. His spell had absorbed mine. Fitting for this type of magic if you think about it. Your control has improved a lot, Warred noted, a twinkle in his eyes, before snapping his fingers, summoning thousands of vines that erupted from the ground, twisting and writhing as they sought to ensnare me. I leaped backward, using my blade to dance around the battlefield, cutting through the vines as they approached. But in the heat of battle, as I focused on the vines and Warred, I failed to notice the ground beneath me crack and shudder, giving way to a massive wooden dragon that burst forth with a deafening roar, before lunging forward, its jaws wide open, swallowing me whole. You could say that, what quite a bite. Warred chuckled at his own pun, watching as his draconic creation roared triumphantly. That one was on me. Taking a deep breath, I mustered all the strength I could in a short moment, before slicing through the wooden dragon, shattering the beast into thousands of splinters, emerging at the other side, panting and covered in sweat. It seemed. The dragon had absorbed some of my power while I was inside. Warred's eyes widened in surprise, but his smile never wavered. Impressive. What I find impressive is that you used a different joke, instead of the usual one, I chuckled, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite the exhaustion that was creeping in. Warred laughed heartily, the sound echoing throughout the vast training grounds. Well, you said I have just the one joke, and I have to keep you on your toes somehow, he said, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I chuckled. Well, time to get serious. I had no hopes of actually defeating him, but I would not waste this opportunity to go all out. That won't be necessary, you completed your quest, Warred said, his smile faltering for a moment. The reality of things is, I have nothing more to teach you. Surprise washed over me, halting the release of my shuriken as I almost tripped over. What? Warred chuckled, finding my confusion apparently amusing. You have surpassed all of my expectations. You have learned everything I wanted to teach you. From this point forward, there's nothing I can teach you, especially seeing how different our magic types are. In short, it's time for you to move on and continue to forge your own path. But I thought we were just getting started. You said that yesterday. I protested, feeling a sense of loss. I mean, I remembered very well his words while we were making dinner last night, and he said we were just beginning. There's no way I changed his perspective of how far I was in my training in the span of 10 hours. Oh that was a joke, hee, Warred said, scratching the back of his tree-looking head. Adam, the main reason why I wanted to teach you was not to train so to speak, because I can't train you, not as you should be trained, but to have you improve your control over your own magic power. And you have. A few months ago you wouldn't have been able to escape my wooden dragon cage, a few months ago that spell would have defeated you. I frowned. I didn't feel that much stronger. Taking a deep breath, I looked at Warred in his foggy gray eyes, creased with age, and asked, my voice tinged with confusion. What do you mean? As you already know, my magic is mostly supportive in its type, Warred replied, his voice calm and patient as he looked at me. I don't excel in combat, I can manage just fine if I have to fight, but I don't excel at it. I knew that. That didn't stop him from beating me, in every single spar. I am aware of that, yes, I nodded, wondering where he was going with this. Well, because of that very reason I had to get creative with my spells, Warred continued, his voice trailing off as he looked away. When I couldn't win my fights in a straightforward manner, I had to find a way to weaken my opponents, to drain their magic power bit by bit, and disrupt their power flow until they couldn't fight anymore. I knew that as well. I had felt firsthand how his spells operated. I had felt how his dragon had absorbed some of my power, a lot of my power. During this spar in particular, I tried to disrupt your power flow as much as I could, Warred said, his voice low and serious, as he smiled knowingly at me. But I couldn't. Your control over your magic power has improved significantly. You were able to keep your power flowing smoothly even when I tried to disrupt it, even when my spells were weakening you bit by bit. At this, my eyes widened in realization. His entire training from start up to this point had revolved around controlling my magic power as much as I humanly could. And thanks to him I had improved a lot in that regard, of that there was no doubt in my mind. But as much as I had grown in that area, I didn't think I had improved this much. Warred's smile turned into a grin as he reached over, and patted me on the back, his eyes sparkling with pride. You've come a long way, young man. You've surpassed my expectations in more ways than one. I felt a warmth spread through my chest at his words, and I couldn't help but smile back. Thanks, I replied, wondering where his teachings would take me. He had given me the bases, but it was up to me to make something above that, something worthy of admiration. Don't let it get to your head though, you still have a long way to go, remember, practice makes perfect, Ward continued, his tone serious once again. But I have no doubt that you'll be able to handle anything that comes your way, at least better than before. I nodded, taking his words to heart. Will do. I expect to see you amongst our ranks soon, Ward said, his eyes glinting with pride. By the time that happens, I have no doubt, you'll be a force to be reckoned with. Well, that's quite a compliment, if I have ever seen one. He believes without a doubt that I will make it into the ranks of the wizard saints in the nearby future. Not that I didn't believe I could. But it wasn't something that excited me in particular. Sure, the title was nice, but I had a strong feeling that it was nothing more than nice way to bind the strongest mages in the continent to the kingdom in a contractual manner. I mean, Ward was getting paid a monthly stipend for being one of them, and like everything in life, I was sure that money wasn't a gift out of the goodness of the kingdom. I don't know, maybe it was the lawyer I had inside of me, but I would have to see on paper what being a wizard saint meant as far as responsibilities went before even considering the title. Now that I think about it, I might just go ahead and ask Ward. And what would that entitle? You know, being a wizard saint, I asked, tilting my head. I'm not one for long-term contracts, you see. Ward chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Most in our guild aren't. Well, being a wizard saint comes with its own set of benefits, but as you have probably guessed already, it has a few contractual obligations as well. Well, 2 actually. 1, if the country is ever attacked, you'll be required to fight on behalf of the kingdom, and 2, if someone from the royal family, magic council, and the noble families require some extra protection for diplomatic missions outside the kingdom, you might be requested to go and protect them, if you are free of course. That was all. That couldn't be all. No contract could be so simple, especially considering the amount of money they paid the wizard saints. Though to be fair, I had no idea how much they paid them, all I knew was that Ward had more than enough money to pay me an absurd amount of money just to train me. If I might ask, how much does the kingdom pay you guys? I asked, feeling curious about the financial aspect of being a wizard saint. Ward smiled, his smile telling me he knew this question was coming sooner or later. It varies, depending on the skill level, rank, and reputation of the wizard saint. But I can assure you that it's a very generous amount. I nodded, letting the information sink in. Well, if everything Ward is saying is true, then I might accept the rank if it was ever offered to me. Getting a monthly paycheck for doing nothing sounds very good. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy taking jobs, but I also enjoy having money, and having 2 sources of income sounded awesome. Well, in that case, I will have it in mind, I replied with a smile. Thank you for explaining everything to me, and helping me, Ward. Ward nodded, his smile widening. Of course. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to pee, so feel free to leave whenever you feel like it. I chuckled. Same old joke. I nodded and smiled as Ward's shoulders slumped slightly as he spun around, shuffling his feet slowly toward his house without looking back. Ward out of sight, Mavis flipped through the air, her blonde hair bouncing with each movement. She stopped in front of me and hung upside down, her eyes shining mischievously as she flashed a grin. Ready to go back to our neck of the woods, she asked, her face inches away from mine. I smiled at her. I am. Then follow me, my dear friend, for I. Mavis shall be your guide. Mavis exclaimed, pumping one of her petite fists into the air. I chuckled at Mavis's energy and without a word followed her out of Ward's estate, feeling eager to go back home, and see how everyone was doing. I had much to do. Friends to see. Family to return to. I wanted to see Kana. Gildarts. Cordelia. The old man Laxus. Urza. Lilia. And everyone else, even the annoying ice-making gal, you are. I sighed, the memory of her name bringing a bad taste to my mouth, not because I didn't like her, but because I had been keeping a big secret from her. Altair. I had kept things as they were for this long for multiple reasons, one of them being that I wasn't nearly strong enough to rescue her daughter from the hands of Hades, no one in the guild was for that matter, at least right now. On that note, I also wasn't sure Altair was even alive, to begin with. It is said that the flap of a butterfly's wings can change everything in a world already written, so for all I knew, she could be dead, but if she wasn't, and I hoped she wasn't, she was in the best possible hands when it came to dark guilds. Hades was evil, but not unnecessarily cruel. He was evil and strict, which compared to the alternatives was a day in the spa. That being said, the main reason remained, Fairy Tail wasn't strong enough to deal with Grimoire Heart. If we waged war as we were right now, we would lose. Telling you about what I knew could very well ignite a chain of events that none of us was ready to face, at all. Tartaros. Grimoire Heart. And, if we weren't lucky, Acnologia. We still needed time to grow, I needed time to grow. Perhaps it was selfish of me to keep this information to myself, but there was far too much on the table for me to risk, and I wasn't even talking about my life. I would not risk Kana's life, or her chance of having a normal, loving upbringing for a war I knew we weren't ready to face. I would face the consequences of this decision later, I knew that. I would tell you what I knew about her daughter, eventually, when the time was right, and if she hated me for it, I would accept it. That was my cross to bear. I can't wait to get back to the guild, Mavis said, breaking the silence that had settled between us. I nodded, pushing my thoughts aside for the moment. Yeah, me too. Mavis tilted her head, studying me closely. Is everything okay, Adam? Yep, I lied. I don't even know why I lied. I knew Mavis could tell when I did so, perhaps it was because she wasn't one to push me to talk when I didn't want to. I liked that about her. Despite how nosy she could be at times, she respected my boundaries when I needed her to. Chapter 74, Family. Adam C. POV. 2 weeks of travel later. The sun shone brightly in the azure sky as I stepped off the train at Magnolia Station. The bustling energy of the town immediately greeted me with a warm sense, filling my senses with the familiar mix of excitement and nostalgia. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from a nearby bakery, while the laughter of children filled the air. Smiling, I took a deep breath, my heart swelling with the warmth of finally having returned home. Finally! Mavis exclaimed, letting out a sigh. Could you please carry my bags? I am exhausted. I raised an eyebrow. Your make-believe bags? Mavis pouted, crossing her arms. You're no fun sometimes. Chuckling at her antics, as usual, I made my way toward the guild, as Mavis talked about the town in the background. I couldn't wait to see everyone again after being away for so long. My boots clicked on the cobblestone path, the rhythm of my steps echoing my eagerness. Rounding the corner, the guild's wooden doors came into view, adorned with the emblem that represented unity and strength. As I approached, I caught sight of a familiar figure rushing toward me, Kana, my little sister. Her hair danced in the gentle breeze, her eyes sparkling with mischief and joy at the sight of me. Big brother, she shouted, her voice filled with delight. In an instant, increasing her speed, now darting towards me with the speed of a comet. Taken by surprise, I barely had time to brace myself before she tackled me into a hug. Her arms wrapped tightly around my waist, trapping my legs in an adorable and inescapable ensnare. I teetered back for a moment, nearly losing my balance, but managed to stay upright. Ah, she's adorable, Mavis gushed, watching how Kana hugged me with the fierceness of 300 adorable lions. I chuckled, the sound bubbling up from deep within my chest. Hey there, Squirt. It's good to see you too, I said, reaching down to pat her adorable little head. Her hair felt like silk beneath my fingers, and I couldn't help but marvel at how much she had grown since I last saw her. Kana beamed up at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I missed you so much, big brother, she exclaimed, her grip around me tightening. And now that I have you trapped. Promise me you won't go away for that long ever again. Or I won't let you go. I smiled, warmth filling my chest as I looked into her almighty pleading eyes. I promise, I said, my voice soft but firm. I promise to always try my best to finish my jobs as soon as possible. At this, Kana squeezed me tighter before finally releasing me, bouncing on her feet with excitement. You better keep your word. I ruffled her hair affectionately, the warmth from her hug still lingering on my heart, right where it hurts. I will, I said, chuckling. Now, let's go inside. I bet everyone is eager to see us. Kana nodded eagerly, bouncing up and down like a rubber ball as she took my hand and dragged me toward the guild hall. I followed, chuckling softly at her enthusiasm, feeling a sense of warmth and belonging wash over me. This was home, and there was nowhere else I'd rather be. As we entered the guild hall, the familiar sounds and scents filled my senses. The clinking of mugs and bottles, the laughter and chatter of guild members, and the sounds of a brawl happening in the back, all blended together in a comforting symphony. Finally back, brat. Gildarts called out from across the room, a grin spreading across his weathered face. We were starting to think you forgot about us. I grinned back. I wish I could, about you at least. So mean with your dear old dad, Gildarts teased, before walking over to ruffle my hair. But seriously, it's good to have you back. Missed your face around here, nobody else has the balls to mess with me here. I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help the warmth that spread through me at his words. You too, old man, I said, punching him playfully in the arm before turning to take in the rest of the guild. At this, the room erupted into a chorus of cheers and greetings as I made my way over to the bar, with some of the guild members clapping me on the back, as Gildarts handed me a drink. As I neared the bar to take a seat, I noticed Laxus, leaning in a dark corner, so with a grin I waved at him. Laxus nodded in greeting, his usual stoic expression softened by an ever-so-small smile. So tell me, did you meet any girls on your trip? Gildarts asked with a sly grin, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. I rolled my eyes, taking a sip of my drink. One, but she tried to kill me, I replied, with a chuckle. Kana, who had been eagerly listening in on our conversation, piped up with a giggle. Did you bring me back any presents, big brother? I grinned, reaching into my bag to pull out a small trinket that I had picked up before coming here. Of course I did, I said, handing her the trinket. It wasn't anything big. Just a set of empty magic cards for her to make her own spells. Knowing what I did about her, it was easy enough to pick a gift that suited her well. You're the best big brother ever. Kana exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she examined her gift. How did you know? Forget that, I can't wait to show you what I can do with them already. But first, everyone look what my brother got me. So she already started learning her magic, that's good. I chuckled, feeling content as I watched her excitedly show off her new gift to some of the other guild members. No gift for your old dad? Gildarts teased, holding out his hand expectantly. I rolled my eyes, reaching back into my bag and pulling out a small bottle of his favorite whiskey. Don't say I never gave you anything, I said, passing the bottle over to him. Gildarts laughed, clapping me on the back. Now that's what I'm talking about, son. You really know how to make your old man happy. I guess he really took the joke I made all those years ago to heart. It's the least I can do, seeing that with the amount of child support you owe me you won't see another good drink in a while. Gildarts' eyebrow ticked up. I will have my revenge for that, brat, mark my words. Just remember, my revenge to your revenge will be twice as big, I replied, grinning at him. Well, my revenge on your revenge on my revenge on your revenge will be thrice as big. Gildarts shot back, slamming his fist on the bar, breaking the poor thing in two. Adam. Urza's voice called out from across the room, interrupting our friendly banter. Smiling, I turned slowly, the rustling of my chainmail echoing softly in the chaos of the guild. Wasting no time, she strode toward me, her armor gleaming in the candlelight of the guild, glinting like diamonds set in silver, her broad smile threatening to overtake her face, as she neared. I knew you would come back victorious, I expected nothing less from my teacher. Urza exclaimed for everyone to hear, her voice full of admiration and pride. Of course I did, I couldn't let one of my students down, and by that I mean my only student down, could I? I replied with a light chuckle. Urza nodded her head with the fierceness of an army, her long red hair falling in waves around her shoulders. Indeed. Have you practiced what I taught you? I asked, quirking an eyebrow. Urza's eyes lit up with excitement. I have. I trained with Lilia during your absence, mastering your teachings as much as I could. And I can't wait to show you during our next spar. Talking about Lilia, I didn't have time to finish my thought before I heard a loud crash and felt a gust of air, as the window behind me exploded outward, showering the room with shards of glass that glinted in the sun, as whoever had broken the window landed in front of me, in a kneeling position. Adam-sama. It's good to have you back. I should have seen it coming. You will pay for that window, brat. Makarov's voice boomed from the other side of his office. You will pay for that, I said, looking at Lilia. Lilia stood up, brushing glass off her hands and knees. Sorry about that, Adam-sama. I just wanted to make a dramatic entrance, to show you just how much you mean to me. I shook my head with a sigh. You know you could have just walked through the door like a normal person, you can be dramatic without breaking stuff. Indeed, Urza nodded. Indeed, Gildarts nodded. You two have no grounds to talk about this, I replied, giving them a blank stare. You have a town-level protocol, and you break my doors on a daily basis, instead of, opening them, Urza. Urza laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. Good point. For your information, I have only destroyed 3 houses today, Gildarts nodded proudly, puffing his chest out. That's not something to be proud of. I rolled my eyes. Well, at least you're keeping it to a minimum, I think. Despite how crazy everyone in this guild of mine was, I was happy to be here. Fairy Tail really had a way of leaving a mark in your heart, a way of making you feel like family, even if that family was a little dysfunctional. And as I looked around the guild hall, at the rowdy and eccentric members that made up Fairy Tail, I knew without a doubt that I wouldn't have it any other way. Next round is on me, I declared loudly, gesturing to the barkeep. At this, the guild erupted in cheers, drinks were clinked together, and the party started anew. A few months later. The first light of dawn pierced through the windows of my apartment, jolting me awake. As I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, I could feel the subtle hum of magic in the air, a constant reminder of the time I'd spent training under Warad. Despite the simplicity of his teachings, I felt they had helped me grow immensely, not only in my abilities but in my learning rate as well. My ability to sense energy had improved a lot. I still had a lot to learn in that area, but I was leaps and bounds of what I used to be. The familiar aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air as I stepped into the kitchen, pouring myself a cup to start the day. Gotta love magic coffee makers, they do 90% of the job themselves. Taking a sip of my coffee, I couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency lingering at the edge of my consciousness, with the knowledge that with each passing day, Canon, and the threats this one represented grew ever so near. Pushing those thoughts aside, my gaze wandered to the plans for my future home, sprawled out on the dining table. I'd spent countless hours designing every detail, making sure everything would be to my liking. The large plot of land I'd acquired on the outskirts of Magnolia would soon become my permanent home, my safe haven so to speak. I smiled at that thought. Times of peace. The calm before the storm, right? Missions had been plentiful during this time, allowing me to hone my skills and strengthen my resolve, as well as giving me enough money to improve upon my home plans, little by little. Beyond that, I was getting better at Keto, a lot better, thanks to my constant training, seeing I was trying to get any possible advantage I could for the upcoming events that I knew I would have to face. Perhaps my presence had altered some of them, or stopped some, like I imagined I had stopped the entire arc where Laxus had decided to go full evil but not really evil, because deep down he loved everyone but was misguided because he never considered option B, therapy. But that was neither here nor there. My time to prepare was running out, and every moment had become precious in that very sense. As the sun rose higher in the sky, I stepped outside, feeling the warmth on my skin. I drew a deep breath, the crisp morning air invigorating me before moving to the training grounds. The town bustled around me, the people of Magnolia going about their daily lives, blissfully unaware of the danger that loomed on the horizon. With a single step, I moved to the training grounds and began my daily training regimen, my body moving with precision as I practiced my spells and sword techniques, one after the other. The words of Zanryuzuki echoed in my head, guiding my movements and sharpening my focus. I still had a long way to go before being worthy of her Bankai. I had made an effort to become a better partner for her during this time, knowing very well that it was unfair to let her shoulder everything, even when I hadn't asked. 5 hours later, I moved to the guild once I had completed my training, in order to have a nice lunch with Kana, Urza, Lilia, and Laxus, who I was trying as a personal mission of mine to make more social, sharing stories and laughter over meals. The camaraderie was a balm for my soul, a strong reminder of what I was fighting for. Every time I looked into their eyes, I just knew I could not let them down. They had survived without me in the original timeline, but that wasn't enough of a guarantee they would now. Enemies could be stronger, things could be different, this was the real world, not a show, as much as the events between the two connected them. Lunch over, I walked out of the guild leaving my friends and family in order to continue with my personal affairs. Moving to the outskirts of Magnolia with a single step, I stood over the edge of my land, the moon casting a pale glow over the empty plot where my home would one day stand. And as I looked out over the town, I couldn't help but sigh. 1 month, I muttered. In 1 month the dragon slayers would arrive, if everything went according to canon, signaling the start of everything I knew. From that point forward, my time to prepare would enter finite terms, at least more so than it already was. Every second mattered, every action would be vital. I would need to gather as much power as I could, to defend my family, my guild, and the people I cared about. Chapter 75, The Dragons, the Spirits, and the Shinigami. Adam C. POV. July 7th, X777. Today, I had successfully completed a mission in the deserts of Wraithel, a small place in the corner of the country, bordering the Alvarez Empire. The mission had been, despite the high pay, rather easy, an S-ranked mission in which I had to recover a book a large group of thieves had stolen from a noble family in the capital. For this mission, I had decided to take Urza, Kana, and Lilia with me. I had known beforehand that the mission was going to be easy, so this seemed like the best opportunity to take Kana with me in order for her to get some experience in the field. I smiled. Despite this being her first official mission taking an active role, she had performed admirably well. Lilia, who I had brought in on this mission for the sole reason of looking after the girls should anything go wrong, wasn't forced to intervene at all. I was proud of their progress. Especially Kana's. I knew who Urza was, or would be, and beyond that I had trained her, pushing her further. But Kana had grown this much alone, relatively speaking. She had guild arts, but everyone knew he wasn't too keen on training her for real, so the level of strength I had seen today was the result of her hard work alone. Adam-sama, after we return the book, could we stay in the capital? I wish to buy some supplies before leaving, Lilia asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. I nodded in agreement, of course, Lilia. We can take a few days to rest before we have to return to the guild. Kana grinned beside me, obviously excited at the prospect of spending some time in the capital. Maybe I could buy some cake there, Urza added, her mouth watering at the thought, earning a chuckle from me. I hate sand, Kana muttered under her breath. I could relate to that. The scorching sun beat down on us as we trekked across the endless expanse of sand, our boots sinking slightly with each step. The hot air shimmered and danced around us, distorting the horizon as if it was a mirage. Kana and Urza, despite their petite frames, were doing their best to keep up with my pace, their faces flushed from the heat. Lilia, on the other hand, seemed in her element, unfazed by the heat. The date weighed heavily on my mind, July 7th, the day when everything would change, the start of an era. I tried to push the impending sense of unease to the back of my mind, focusing instead on the steady rhythm of our footsteps on the sand. After all, this was meant to happen. Urza, with her natural exuberance and a smile that could brighten even the darkest day, tugged on my arm, her brown eyes sparkling with excitement. "Talking about sand, do you think we can have a spar when we get home?" Her enthusiasm was contagious, and I couldn't help but smile back, ruffling her crimson hair playfully. "Sure." Not sure what sand had to do with sparring, but I guess that's her way of asking for something. Kana, wasting no time, tugged on my other arm, a fierce determination in her eyes as a pout formed on her face. "I want to spar as well, big brother." I scratched the back of my head, chuckling. "Sure, we can have one as well." I wasn't sure when or why Kana had started to feel jealous of Urza, but she was determined to have whatever Urza had, in terms of spending time with me. Perhaps it was her age, seeing they were both about to reach their adolescence, I don't know. I wasn't particularly good at understanding kids, or teenagers. As I thought about this, I was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sensation. The atmosphere seemed to shift, the air around us growing heavy and electric, both hot and cold, both alive and dead. It started as a faint hum, barely perceptible at first, but it rapidly grew in intensity, until it felt as though the world itself was tearing apart. The ether nano in the air felt strange. As if there was too much of it, and too little of it at the same time. Kana, Urza, and Lilia, inexperienced as they were, couldn't sense the change, but I could. The magic that bound our world together was fracturing, splitting apart like a pane of glass struck by a hammer. The ground beneath my feet seemed to tremble, the sky darkening overhead as storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed, forming and breaking apart, creating a twisted image in the sky, as the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I could see in the faces of my group, I was the only one feeling this. Perhaps it was for the best. As the seconds ticked by, the feeling only grew stronger and stronger, making it easier to understand what was happening, to the magic and everything that entailed. The magic was breaking in two, or rather, was breaking a door open. A door that was never meant to be opened. I could feel this door tearing open, breaking apart at the distance, thousands of miles away from where we were. It happened, I muttered under my breath, staring in shock in the general direction I was feeling things were happening. I knew this would happen. I had been expecting this for a long time. But despite being prepared, despite being in the know, it was still shocking. Urza and Kana looked at me with wide eyes, a mix of confusion and fear etched on their faces. It seemed my expression had startled them. "What happened?" Urza asked, pushing through her confusion and fear, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of danger, her hand ready on her sword. "Nothing," I replied, giving her a warm smile that I hoped would mask the unease I felt inside. Just felt like being ominous. "Oh, I see," Urza nodded, her body relaxing. "That's a strange training exercise, but an effective one. Wise as always, keeping us on our toes at all times." "Training, what?" Sometimes I don't really understand what goes around her little scarlet head, more than not it feels like there's a different world up there. Kana wasn't convinced, her forehead furrowing as she looked at me skeptically. "Are you lying, big brother?" I chuckled. "Of course not, sweet pea." Kana was more insightful than I had given her credit for. She had a keen intuition when it came to me that sometimes bordered on clairvoyance. "Adam-sama never lies," Lilia declared with burning passion and unwavering trust, placing a hand on Kana's shoulder as if to reassure her. "He only avoids sharing the truth, and keeps all the information to himself. But he doesn't lie. He never lies." Not entirely wrong there. She has a point. Leaving Lilia with the girls, I turned my attention back to the sky, the storm clouds growing thicker and darker by the second. The feeling of unease continued to grow, spreading like poison through the air. Something was coming. Something big. After all these years, the dragons and their children were finally coming. The gates of eclipse were being opened, giving birth to a new era. Would that era be the same as the one I knew? Only time would tell. "Let's move, it would be best if we are out of the desert before night falls," I said, breaking the tension in the air. "We have a long journey ahead of us." The girls nodded in agreement, and we quickly resumed our path, making our way towards the edge of the desert, where the desert port was. In there I would pay a desert rider to take us out of the desert and towards the nearest town. I had much to do. And one of those things was finally meeting the pink-haired brat. The story of this world I knew seemed to revolve around Layla Hartfilia POV. The cold stone floor beneath me provided little comfort as I clenched the 11 celestial keys tightly. My breaths came in short gasps, each one feeling more labored than the last. The dimly lit grounds were eerily silent, save for my own ragged breaths and the distant echoes of my ancestors, telling me I had to do this. Gritting my teeth, I focused my will and channeled my life force into the eclipse gate. The sensation was indescribable, as if 1,000 tiny needles were burrowing into my very soul, draining me of everything I had. I could feel the cold embrace of darkness slowly creeping into the corners of my vision. The pain was unbearable. But I couldn't falter. Not now. Not when I was so close to finally completing my task, the task left behind by my ancestors, not when the fate of my daughter rested upon my shoulders. Summoning the last reserves of my strength, I let out a guttural scream, pouring my entire being, everything I had to offer, my life, my soul, and my body into the task at hand. The gate groaned and creaked, its ancient mechanisms protesting against my desperate efforts. With one final scream of pain and determination, the gate opened wide. The empty grounds where the gate was were filled with a brilliant, blinding light, forcing me to shield my eyes. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the ground, my vision a chaotic blur of colors and shapes. As the light receded, I saw a figure emerge from the gate. A woman, her eyes filled with both sadness and a flicker of admiration. She walked towards me, her voice tinged with pity. I couldn't see her very well, but felt familiar. "You opened the gate without the 12 keys, the mysterious woman said, her words echoing in my ears. "I'm sorry, I truly am, just know that your sacrifice won't be in vain, you did this world a great favor." I wanted to respond, to ask her who she was and what her intentions were. But my body betrayed me, my strength gone, and my vision fading rapidly to black. The edges of consciousness were slipping away, leaving me with nothing but the happiness in knowing that my actions today had saved my beloved Lucy from this terrible burden that had haunted our family for generations. Our mission, no, my mission was finally over. Chapter 76, Fire King. I decided to make something interesting, more than just posting 2 chapters today, and here's the kicker, if we reach top 3 and we remain there this week, the next week will be double release, like the entire week. That being said, I will still post the double release I promised for today on Tuesday, but there you have it, let the games begin. Adam C. POV. As I walked into the guild, the wooden floor creaked beneath my boots, as Urza and Kana trailed behind me, their eyes wide with pride and excitement. The lively atmosphere greeted us, as did the smell of ale and the sound of laughter, and people fighting. In the corner of the room, I spotted the old man, Makarov, sitting at a table with a pink-haired kid who couldn't be more than 7 by the looks of his body. Natsu Dragneel. The kid had a strange aura of warmth that was in tune with the ether nano around that emanated dimly from afar, giving a welcoming vibe to his entire magical presence. Makarov, noticing me, turned his head up, before greeting me with a warm welcoming smile. "Brat. How was the mission?" I waved back, brushing off the question with a smirk. "You know how. We completed the mission, and we had time to spare." Kana replied, crossing her little arms with a proud grin. I smiled at that, patting Kana on the head. Urza nodded in agreement, her scarlet hair framing her determined face. Nothing was strong enough to stand in our way. I chuckled, turning to watch the little Natsu curiously. His innocent gaze darted around the room, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling guild. I could see that he was afraid, sad, and, maybe, just maybe excited. It was an odd mix. I took a step forward, eager to introduce myself, but was suddenly stopped in my tracks by an overwhelming sensation that almost knocked me off my feet. Heat. Scorching hot and fiery, it radiated from Natsu like an invisible force, sending shivers down my spine, making me feel as if my body was being burned alive down to the bone. I couldn't move. The feeling coming from Natsu was nothing but overwhelming power, forcing upon me nothing but a visceral and all-consuming sensation that engulfed my entire being in shock. It began as a small spark, powerful but calm, igniting deep within him, like the birth of a flame. But, as the intensity grew, this aura of heat, of power radiated outward, invading my every sense, until it was coursing through my veins like molten lava, pulsating and demanding my attention. It was unbelievable. This power, this pure and unadulterated power, belonged to Igneel Dragneel, the Fire of Dragon King. I had no doubts about that. It seemed my powers were allowing me to feel the dragon within the young slayer. Taking a small step back, I coughed, feeling as my breath became labored, each inhalation feeling as though I was inhaling the smoke from 1,000 burning embers. I knew very well that Igneel was sealed within Natsu, well before meeting the kid today, but I never imagined I would feel this. The power didn't feel dormant as I imagined it would be, it felt alive, like a living entity that danced and crackled within the soul of Natsu, daring me to try and test its might. This was a warning, a threat, it seemed. But it didn't feel like this warning was meant for me. It was for somebody else, but who? I grinned, feeling sweat drip down my forehead. This overwhelming power I was feeling deep within Natsu had stirred a primal instinct deep within, a mix of excitement, awe, and terror. The sensation was intoxicating. I thought I was strong, but the sheer magnitude of the Igneel's power, that even in this heavily weakened state was threatening to consume me whole, had left me feeling humbled and rather insignificant in its presence. To think this kind of power level was my end goal. I had a long way to go, it seemed. Are you okay, brat? Makarov asked, concern etched on his wrinkled face. I tore my gaze away from Natsu, taking a deep breath to regain my composure. Yeah, I'm fine. Just travel sickness, you know. Unexpected, got a little lightheaded. Kana frowned, eyeing me skeptically. But we didn't even travel that far today. I shrugged, trying to make it seem like nothing. Just tired, that's all. Motion sickness mayhap. Urza offered, crossing her arms as she looked at me. I chuckled. I suppose, but don't worry, it will be fine soon. Makarov eyed me with suspicion for a moment but said nothing as he motioned for us to join them at the table. Hello there, I said gently, extending my hand to the young boy. Natsu looked at me with wide, curious eyes before breaking into a wide grin, gripping my hand with a strength that belied his age. Hi. I'm Natsu Dragneel. Who are you? I smiled back, knowing that one day, this young boy would grow up to be a legend in this world, just like those around me. Just a fellow guild member, Natsu. It's nice to meet you. Urza smiled warmly, extending her arm. The name is Urza Scarlet. It is a pleasure to meet you, Natsu Dragneel. Kana Clive Alberona, the daughter of Fairy Tale's strongest wizard Gildarts, and the sister of the third strongest. Adam Clive. Kana said, pointing at me. Third strongest. But. No, wait, she's right. I can't be second when the old men and Gildarts are still stronger than me. Natsu, taking what Kana had said as a challenge, beamed with pride, puffing out his chest. Well, I'm the son of the strongest dragon there is. Igneel. Kana deadpanned. Yeah, and my mom is a cat. Oh Kana, I don't think he can understand sarcasm yet. She is. Natsu asked, gasping in shock. Yep, just as I thought. Master, are you sure he doesn't need a doctor? He seems a bit too dumb to be normal, Kana said, glancing at Natsu with concern. Makarov let out a hearty laugh, patting Kana's shoulder. Ha ha ha, Natsu may not be the brightest crayon in the box, but he has a heart of gold and the potential to become one of the strongest wizards in our guild. Yeah, what the old man said. Natsu nodded, before slamming his little fist on the table. Now tell me who your brother and father are, so that I can kick their asses. I raised an eyebrow at that. Kana puffed her chest out, pointing at me. He's my brother. Hello a guy dash, I couldn't finish my sentence when I felt Natsu's little fist connect with my face. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu shouted, his fist engulfed in tiny flames, trying to burn my face, but alas they did nothing, not even warm my face. I wonder what would have happened if he could use the power of Igneel's decaying soul. I probably would have died, I think. Now, let's calm down and eat something before dash, I began, only to be stopped once again by Natsu, attacking me again. Fire Dragon's claw. This time, his feet connected with the top of my head, doing like before no damage at all. I sighed. He was more annoying in person than I expected him to be. As I said before dash, I began, but once again, I was interrupted. I gritted my teeth, repeating a mantra within my head. He was a kid, a scared little child who had lost everything in the blink of an eye. Let's. Fire Dragon's iron fist. That's fucking it. I turned to him, grabbing his little fist, as a mischievous grin spread across my face. Taking a deep breath, I raised a single finger, aimed directly at his forehead. Finding himself unable to move or escape, he looked at me and said. Ready to give up. A hint of nervousness in his voice as his eyes widened, darting from my finger to my face. Give up. I replied, feigning innocence. No. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean by? Before he could finish his question, I flicked him on the forehead with my finger, my strength and precision amplified by the slightest touch of magic. The unexpected force sent him hurtling backward, his eyes were wide with shock and disbelief as he flew through the roof of the guild like a rocket. For a moment, time seemed to slow down as he soared through the air, his little limbs flailing helplessly. His expression shifted from shock to pure indignation as he registered what had just happened. Ah. It was a priceless sight, one that had me doubling over with laughter. As he reached the apex of his involuntary flight, his voice echoed through the air, filled with outrage and a touch of fear. I demand a rematch. With the elegance and grace of a sack of potatoes, he plummeted towards the ground, probably around the train station. Adam. Makarov sighed, before bursting into a fit of laughter along with the rest of the guild members. I was wondering when he would reach your breaking point. Like father like son, Gildarts only tolerated him for 2 minutes before kicking him through the roof. I wiped tears of laughter from my eyes as I gazed at the ceiling, catching my breath, just now noticing there were 2 holes, one for me, and one for Gildarts. Well, that was cathartic, I sighed, my voice still shaking with laughter. Serves him right, Kana nodded in agreement, a mischievous smile on her face showing she was happy I had done that. He was asking for it. How long do you reckon it will take him to get back? I asked Makarov. I knew the answer, but it felt like something I should ask. Makarov chuckled. Knowing him, he'll probably be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Yep, I knew the answer. Well, that's my cue. As fun as that was, I need a shower, and maybe a piece of cake from the bakery down my apartment, I said, rising to my feet. Want some, girls? Kana squealed excitedly, flinging her arms around my neck. Yes. She giggled, her eyes alight with happiness. Urza beamed at my proposal, her eyes shining as if I had offered her life itself. Strawberry cake. 4, free. It can't be, are angels truly real? And if so, are you one? It's just cake, I replied, scratching the back of my head. The point is, I have a tab there, so it's on me. I accept your invitation. Urza shouted, showing she was unable to contain her excitement. I feel like I shouldn't have said that, but I don't know why. Oh well, that's a problem for future Adam. Chapter 77, Shadows. I decided to make something interesting, more than just posting 2 chapters today, and here's the kicker, if we reach top 3 and we remain there this week, the next week will be double release, like the entire week. Adam C. POV. My boots whispered against the damp undergrowth as I trudged forward, my heart pounding in time with the quiet symphony of the night. I smiled, letting out a breath of relief. The forest, typically teeming with the sounds of wildlife, had fallen eerily silent, as though it was holding its breath along with me. The darkness was thick and relentless, broken only by the intermittent slivers of moonlight that filtered through the dense canopy overhead. The moon, swollen and radiant, hung like a silver orb in the endless inkwell of the sky. It cast an ethereal glow over the forest, turning the mossy greens into hues of blue and the stark tree trunks into monolithic specters. The stars appeared to wink at me from their lofty perches, their light twinkling in the glassy surface of my eyes. Each twinkle, each flicker of celestial light, seemed to guide my path, becoming my silent companions in this solitary journey. Mavis had stayed home to finish a book she had started reading, and for this mission, I had decided to come alone, for multiple reasons. I needed a brief time to think, so to speak. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes. The scent of damp earth and pine filled my nostrils, a raw, invigorating aroma that was unique to this forest. My senses heightened, I could taste the sweet, crisp air on my tongue and feel the velvety darkness pressing against my closed eyelids. My heartbeat was a steady drumbeat in my ears, resonating with the gentle rustle of the unseen leaves. I had a lot of things to do. A lot of goals to accomplish before time became my enemy. Perhaps I was letting what I knew about the future to affect me too much, but I couldn't help it. It was stressful feeling like you were the only one capable of doing something if push came to shove. Behind my closed eyes, I envisioned the path ahead, a trail unseen but not unfelt. I envisioned the future I wanted to live. The twigs snapped under my boots, the uneven terrain pushing against my soles, guiding me along. The thought of the future hung heavy in my mind, an invisible thread pulling me forward, but keeping me caged. Pushing those thoughts aside, I shook my head, focusing on finishing the job I had taken. I had already finished the job, now all I had to do was reach the town, to complete the task that had been entrusted to me before I could return to the familiarity and comfort of Magnolia. The quest had been easy, too easy, to the point it had almost felt like a chore, seeing all I had to do was keep someone safe from one point to the other, which I had done, without encountering any enemies in the way. I wonder how long it will take me to get back home using Shuinpa, I muttered, gazing at the sky with a sigh. I really needed a drink. Maybe a whiskey, or a couple hundred beers. I stopped, my head snapping out of thought as I glared ahead, sensing a presence lurking around. Feeling the absurd amount of bloodlust this unknown was giving off, I stepped forward and spoke in an icy tone. Show yourself or else you'll regret it. Emerging from the inky umbra of the forest, a strange entity of otherworldly malevolence manifested itself. Tall and menacing, towering over the dense undergrowth, its silhouette a nightmare against the backdrop of the moonlit trees. And what do you want? I asked, tilting my head. Its body seemed to be composed of the very essence of darkness itself, shimmering with a light obsidian hue that was woven from the shadows around it. The entity carried an unnatural sense of fluidity, flowing and shifting with a hypnotic grace that belied the wickedness that seemed to embody. Harsh, grotesque features gave the entity a monstrous visage, prominent horns that arched from its forehead, resembling twisted and gnarled branches, pointing towards the now starless sky in a grotesque mockery of a crown. Its eyes were twin embers, gleaming with a hellish red glow, filled with an insatiable hunger and unending cruelty, 2 orbs of hellfire, abysses of despair, smoldering with the torment of lost souls. A wicked grin splits its face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that glint like daggers in the faint, spectral light. A sinuous tail, tipped with a vicious barb, whipped restlessly behind it, carving dark grooves into the forest floor. A palpable aura of malevolence radiated from the entity, causing the very air to curdle with dread. The ground beneath it appeared scarred, the flora, and everything around withering in its presence, as if nature itself was recoiling from its blight. What do I want? I want you. The entity replied, its voice, a whisper that echoed through the trees, a grating cacophony that sounded like the grinding of stone on stone. I chuckled. I really have a strange kind of luck to get these kinds of encounters on a monthly basis. At this point I'm pretty sure I am desensitized to anything horror-related. You want me, oh my, I gasped, pretending to blush. I never knew I had such an effect on creatures of the dark. I'm flattered, but I'm afraid I'm not interested in a one-night stand with a shadow creature. The entity's grin twisted into a snarl, its eyes blazing with fury, and it lunged at me with lightning speed, at least twice as fast as Urza's current max. Not bad, if this was a spar that is. I sidestepped its attack with ease, the ground shaking under the entity's weight as it crashed into the ground, splintering it in half. I shook my head with a sigh. I really don't have time for this, I muttered, unsheathing the sword at my waist. The entity roared, and I charged toward it, my sword flashing in the moonlight as it clashed with the entity's barbed tail. The clash produced a deafening noise that echoed throughout the forest, causing the trees to sway and the leaves to fall as the earth around us cracked open. It seemed the creature was more durable than I expected. No. That wasn't it. It was something different going on right now. I hummed, dodging another attack from the entity, before delivering another strike, this time realizing what was happening. It wasn't that the demon was durable, it was the shadows his body seemed to be made out of were bending around my blade, avoiding most if not all damage. What an interesting technique. I wonder if that's how Logia powers work in One Piece. Never mind that, questions for later. So, let's be real here, who sent you? I asked, parrying the entity's attack with ease. While being attacked wasn't something out of the ordinary, being attacked without reason was, and while I didn't care much for whatever vendetta some had against me, I was curious about why a demon of all things was attacking me. I think it was a demon at least, I'm not sure, I don't have much of a reference to compare, seeing Delura was an artificial one, so I'm basing my opinion on his looks. Wait, am I being racist? Before I could ponder on that thought for much luck, the entity hissed in response, its eyes narrowing in anger. No one sent me, it spat. I come for my own purpose. I raised an eyebrow, skeptical of its answer. And what purpose might that be? I inquired, twirling my sword in anticipation. The entity chuckled, a sound that seemed to grate on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. You are an interesting one, mortal, it said, circling around me like a predator stalking its prey. You possess a power that I rarely come across. A power that could be of great use to me. I frowned, not liking where this was going. Don't tell me you're one of those demons that want to possess others and stuff. The entity grinned wickedly, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Oh, I do more than just possess, mortal, it hissed. I consume the very essence of those I enter. And with your power, I could become stronger than ever before, strong enough to rival the gods. Great, an Orochimaru type of demon that, like his name gives out, wants to wear my skin and shit, hooray. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not interested in getting the Orochimaru treatment, I'm not that edgy, I retorted, my eyes locked onto the demons. Now, if you don't mind, I have better things to do than chat with the demon. With that, I lunged forward, blurring out of sight with a single step, my sword slicing through the air towards the demon's midsection, cutting the demon in half. However, instead of dying, the demon's body shattered into thousands of pieces before reforming itself again. You can't kill me, little human, you'd have to destroy my entire being in order to do so. Huh. Well, thanks for telling me. Honestly, sometimes I get the best kind of bad guys, the incredibly stupid ones. Taking a step forward, I brought my blade down, releasing a massive arc of energy that cut through the demon's body, causing it to scream in agony as it dissipated into nothingness. I sighed, wiping the non-existent sweat off my forehead. Note to self, stop taking enthusiastic walks through the dark magical forests with warning signs at night, demons now want to wear your skin. There's another magical presence ahead. 20, no. 50 miles to the north. Another demonic presence. Could it, a coincidence? Or... It wasn't in the direction I was heading towards, meaning that if I went that way I would have to take a detour. I sighed. Fuck it, I will go ahead and investigate, it wasn't like I had much to do, besides, I wouldn't feel good about myself if I knew I left a demon running rampant just because I felt lazy. Chapter 78, Demons or Heroes. I decided to make something interesting, more than just posting 2 chapters today, and here's the kicker, if we reach top 3 and we remain there this week, the next week will be double release, like the entire week. Adam C. POV. When I had felt another demonic presence, I had expected a lot of things. Another demon wanting to possess me. Sure, been there, done that. Maybe one of Zerif's failed creations. Why not? What I didn't expect was to find myself in a normal town, watching humanity's greatest weakness, the fear of many, also known as mob mentality. Perched precariously atop the neighboring building, I crouched low, my fingers curled around the cool, rough edges of the weathered bricks. The sight that unfolded below filled me with a sense of disgust that coiled itself around my heart. From this vantage point, I had a bird's-eye view of the mob that had congregated outside a modest house across the street. Their faces, illuminated by the harsh glow of flaming torches, twisted into grotesque masks of hatred and fear. Each rock they hurled crashed against the house, shattering the quiet night with a chilling echo. Within the house, hiding in a corner, I could feel three presences, one vastly stronger than the others. That presence felt demonic, but not completely. It was weird to explain. The three presences felt afraid. I leaned forward to get a better look, my eyes widening in shock at the silhouette that moved behind one window. It was small, too small, and fragile-looking. Children. I couldn't see them, but I had no doubts that this mob was targeting children. I couldn't feel a lick of evil intent within the house. Nothing. Just three small presences, afraid of what awaited them outside. Monster. Demon. They shouted, their words melding into a horrifying chant that filled the air. The accusations ricocheted off the silent walls of the surrounding buildings, amplifying their intensity. I swallowed hard, trying to suppress the knot of anger that threatened to choke me. Inside that besieged house were three innocent children who were caught in this nightmare through no fault of their own. I could almost picture them, huddled together in fear, their wide, terrified eyes darting towards each new crash, each fresh wave of hateful slurs. My hands clenched into fists, and I took a deep breath to calm myself before I did something I might come to regret. This was not the time for anger. It was the time for action. Wasting no time, I leaped off the rooftop. The wind whistled past my ears as I descended towards them, my eyes locked onto the ringleader. He was a burly man with a wild look in his eyes, brandishing a flaming torch like a weapon. As I landed gracefully on the ground in front of the house, he turned to face me, his mouth gaping open in shock. "Who the hell are you?" he snarled, his grip tightening on the torch. "A decent human being," I replied coolly, my voice echoing against the night. He lunged forward with a primal scream. I didn't move. Instead, I released a bit of my power, cracking the earth beneath me, pushing the man back with a force he couldn't even comprehend, dropping him on his back. The mob fell silent, all eyes on me as I turned to face them with a cold, hard stare. "I don't know why you are doing this, nor I care, but this ends now," I said, my voice cutting through the air like a blade. "Am I clear?" The ringleader staggered to his feet, his eyes blazing with anger and fear as he looked at me. "You don't understand," he spat, his voice thick with venom. "Those things in there aren't children anymore. They're demons. Trying to trick us." I raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Is that so? And how did you come to that conclusion?" This felt familiar somehow. Three presences. One demonic in a way. Could it be the Strauss siblings? They're not human. "Go inside and look at the oldest girl," he exclaimed, gesturing wildly towards the house. "Please, sir, help us." I turned to see a small figure in the doorway of the house I was protecting, their face hidden within the shadows. As they stepped forward, I was able to confirm my early suspicions. Lysana. Taking a deep breath, I turned to the men, and with a low, cold tone, said, "Leave, and don't come back." The ringleader opened his mouth to protest, but I didn't give him the chance, this time releasing enough power to send a gust of wind that extinguished their torches, knocking every single of them back with enough force to hurt them. The sudden display of overwhelming strength seemed to snap the mob out of their trance, and they began to scatter in all directions, tripping over each other in their haste to escape. I watched them go, my eyes narrowing in disgust, before turning back to the house. Lysana was still standing in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock, relief, and awe. Without a word, I stepped forward into the house, scooping the little Lysana up into my arms as I made my way inside the house. The funny thing here was that I didn't even realize I had scooped her into my arms at first. It wasn't until she eeped that I realized I had done it. It was almost as if I had acted out of instinct. I guess all that time carrying Kana around left some muscle memory behind. Inside, I found the remaining Strauss family, a boy and a girl, huddled together in a corner, their small bodies shaking, one with fear, and the other with self-deprecation. Mira Jane. And Elfman. "Who are you? Release my sister this instant or else." Mira Jane threatened, her voice shaking with fear. I didn't blame her for being scared. After all, I was a stranger who had just burst into their home and was now carrying her baby sister like it was my own. In fact, she had every right to threaten me, all things considered. "Just a guy that was passing by," I replied, slowly lowering Lysana to the ground, watching as she ran over to her siblings, wrapping her small arms around them in a tight embrace. It really broke my heart to see such young souls being victims of the reality of the world. No one should have to deal with this shit before adulthood. The ignorance of some is the damnation of others. He's a friend, big sis, he helped us. Lysana said, her voice soft and shaking as she looked up at me with wide, grateful eyes. Helped us. I only scared the mob. That barely qualifies as helping. Taking a deep breath, I smiled reassuringly at them. That I am, I said, my voice gentle. At least to you guys, not to the morons, outside. Elfman and Mira Jane looked at me with cautious curiosity, but they didn't seem to be as scared or shocked as before, which was good. You scared them away, Elfman said, his voice cracking with emotion. I nodded, leaning against the wall as I gazed out the broken window in their room. Yes, I did, for now at least. So tell me, why was that mob after you all? Mira Jane hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering between me and her siblings. It's complicated, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. I could see the fear in her eyes, the fear of rejection. I didn't remember Mira Jane's backstory too well, but I knew that it had something to do with her power. Does it have something to do with the hand you are hiding away? I asked, as kind and soft as humanly possible. Mira Jane's eyes widened in shock as she slowly revealed her right hand from beneath the folds of her dress. Her hand was twisted and gnarled, with sharp claws protruding where her fingers should have been, and multiple purple gems that vibrated with demonic power. How did you? She trailed off, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm a licensed mage, I replied, taking a seat on the ground. It helps to know things. Mira Jane's eyes filled with tears as she looked at me, her demonic hand trembling with fear. I don't know what happened, all I can say is that this is the result of me helping the village. I was cursed, and now I'm a monster. You're not a monster, I replied, my heart aching for her. Nor you are cursed. Mira Jane looked up at me, her eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean? This world is filled with magic, and well, the magic you were given is known as takeover magic, I said, smiling at her as gently as possible. Takeover magic is, rather vast, there's animal soul, beast soul, machina soul, and yours. Well, it's demon soul. Mira Jane's eyes widened with surprise, her hand trembling even more violently. Demon soul. I nodded, reaching out to place a comforting hand on her shoulder. Yes, demon soul. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. Your power is a gift, a powerful one at that. It allows you to subjugate the power of demons to make it your own as you did with whatever demon you encountered. A gift. Mira Jane echoed, still visibly stunned. I nodded again. Yes, a gift. A gift that you can use to protect yourself and those you care about. Mira Jane looked down at her hand, and then back at me with tears in her eyes. This curse, a gift, I never thought of it that way before, she said softly. It seemed my words weren't reaching her as much as I wanted them to. Perhaps the old man would have a better time helping her. I took a deep breath before continuing. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I want you to know that there are people in this world who can help you, who understand what you're going through, better than anyone. Mira Jane looked up at her siblings, her eyes filled with hope for the first time. Really? I nodded, smiling at her. Really? In fact, I know a guild that specializes in being a big, somewhat annoying but loving family. What guild? Lysana asked, her voice filled with curiosity. I grinned, standing up from the ground. Fairy Tale. It's a guild filled with the rowdiest, craziest, and most powerful mages in the kingdom. But they're also the most loyal, loving, and protective family you'll ever have. Elfman and Lysana looked at each other, their eyes shining with hope that perhaps they didn't have to be alone. Mira Jane looked at me, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Would that guild take us in? I think I suck at recruiting members. The old man makes it seem so easy. I nodded, smiling at her. They would be honored to have you. But I won't force you, it's up to you to decide. Mira Jane looked at me for a long moment, her gaze resting on her siblings, seeming to be considering my words. Finally, she nodded, a small, almost sad smile forming on her face. I would like to go to Fairy Tale. Could you please take us there? I could see hope in her eyes, but at the same time, resignation. I sighed, it seemed this kind of emotional support was really out of my league. Hopefully, the old man would have better luck at easing the darkness of her heart. It would be my pleasure, I replied. Chapter 79, One Step Forward. Adam C. POV. As we made our way through the streets of the bustling town, making our way to the train station, I guided the three children whose lives I was familiar with, despite only recently becoming entwined with them. The noise of the market, the rattle of carts, the chatter of vendors, the cries of livestock, echoed off the cobblestones, enveloping us in a living, breathing symphony of human activity. Lysana, the youngest of the trio, clung to the hem of my cloak, her small face barely peeking out from a curtain of mousy white hair. Her wide eyes were taking in the world around her, teetering between fear and fascination. After a few moments of silence, she shuffled closer to me, a question clearly burning at the edge of her tongue. It wasn't until her older brother, Elfman, nudged her gently that she finally spoke. What's your name?" she asked, her voice barely audible over the chaos of the street. I glanced down at her, a warm smile spreading across my face. It had just occurred to me then that I had indeed neglected a basic courtesy of introducing myself in the heat of the moment. I might need to work on that. "I'm Adam," I replied gently, and despite already knowing their names, I asked for them in return, if only to reassure the children that we were on equal terms. Their responses were quiet but clear. Mira Jane, the oldest, spoke with a strength that belied her age, her voice carrying an unfathomable sense of self-deprecation that was almost impossible to believe. Elfman, the middle kid of the family, responded in a timid yet firm voice, a hint of protectiveness creeping into his tone. And Lysana, her words were soft, like a whisper carried on a summer breeze, full of confidence and shyness in equal measure, a most odd combination. As we continued our journey through the town, arriving at the train station, Mira Jane moved to walk beside me. Her eyes, a deep blue that mirrored the midday sky, studied me, revealing a well of sadness lingering within their depths. "Why did you help us?" she asked, her voice steady yet filled with a raw vulnerability. The question hung in the air, a poignant reminder of the distrust that too often tainted the innocence of childhood. Had I forgotten to tell them why I had helped them? Perhaps I had been too focused on what was happening. For a moment, I was silent, taking the time to consider my answer. The hustle and bustle of the town faded into the background as I turned to face her, meeting her gaze with a sincerity I hoped she could see. If you had asked me years before the events of the tower, I wouldn't have been able to give you an answer. But time had allowed me to grow, in ways I was just starting to see, or fully grasp. Perhaps I had always been this way, perhaps not, it didn't matter. I had saved them because it was the right thing to do. But that response seemed too simple, too devoid of the human emotion that had driven my actions. I had saved them because, in their faces, I saw hope, resilience, and a spark of life that deserved to be protected. I had saved them because, in that moment of crisis, they had needed someone, and I had been there, so why not? But how could I convey all of that to a broken child? "I helped you," I finally said, "because everyone deserves a helping hand every now and then. And when I saw you three in trouble, I knew I had to do something." Mira Jane stared at me, her gaze searching. I smiled, hoping that my words had reached her, and had offered her some modicum of reassurance. I wasn't good at this, at least I didn't feel like I was. After a moment, she nodded, a small but meaningful gesture that told me she understood, at least enough to ease her heart a little bit. As we boarded the train, I took a moment to reflect on the events that had led me to this point. I knew, even though I didn't remember very well that their story had been marked with pain, I knew that before meeting them, but something about seeing them in person, instead of my TV, had stirred a strong sense of empathy within me. This wasn't the first time this had happened. First Kana. Laxus. Then Urza. It was surprising, really. I smiled, it seemed that little by little the amount of people I wanted to protect was growing. Despite just having met them, at least in person, I found myself drawn to them, committed in a way to ensure their safety and well-being. I wonder if this is how the old man feels about everyone in the guild. Perhaps this is the reason he adopts so many children into the guild. As the train began to move, I settled into a seat, and much to my surprise, the children huddled close around me, at least Lysana and Elfman. Mira Jane was simply staring out the window, with a sense of longing that I couldn't quite grasp. I knew they were scared, despite how happy they seemed, and I didn't blame them. They had just lost everything they had ever known, and now they were on a train headed to a new life in a new place, with a stranger who had inexplicably come to their aid in their time of need. Taking a deep breath, I watched as the scenery outside the window transformed from the bustling town to the quiet countryside, and the children's breathing gradually grew slower and deeper, their bodies finally relaxing into a peaceful slumber. Despite the exhaustion tugging at my own body, I couldn't bring myself to join them in sleep, my thoughts instead drifting to the events that had led us here. I had never taken the time to ponder how bizarre was to deal with what once you considered fiction as a reality. I had just taken the bull by the horns, as they said. But, isn't it wonderful and daunting how the reality of some can be the fantasy of others? I had never given that much thought. I had always known that was the case, but I hadn't given this line of thinking much air to breathe. This world was more than just a story to tell. These were real people, with real struggles and real emotions. And I was a part of them. I wonder if my story will be considered fiction to others in distant worlds, like the story I once considered fiction, and now is my reality. I chuckled. Knowing what I know, there was a big possibility that was the case. Isekai was a genre, after all. Oh well. That's neither here nor there. Third person, POV. A door creaked open, its mournful wails echoing through the cavernous room as a small, shivering figure sidled in. The room was gloomily lit, the scattered candles flickering, casting monstrous shadows against the cold, stone walls. The air was heavy with a sense of dread, the taste of fear palpable. The man, known only as Jowl, a lowly servant, was trembling, his face as white as the ghostly pallor of the moon. His heart pounded in his chest like a war drum, the rhythm fast and irregular, echoing the fearful anticipation in his veins. His hands clung to a bundle of parchment, the ink barely dried. In the center of the room, a grand, imposing throne sat in the shadows. Its high back, embroidered with obsidian and onyx, seemed to consume the flickering candlelight, making the occupant of the throne an ominous silhouette. "Lord Zeref," Jowl stuttered, bowing low before the enigmatic figure, "I bring you the reports you asked for." From the abyss of the throne, a figure emerged, a man draped in darkness, his presence unnerving and strangely captivating. The dim, flickering light danced across his face, illuminating his sharp features, and casting deep, haunting shadows under his eyes. His ebony hair, as dark as the night itself, framed his pale face, a stark contrast to his crimson eyes that glowed with a menacing light. Zeref's lips curled into a smile, one that seemed kind on the surface, but underneath lay a chilling malevolence. It was a smile that belonged to the face of a monster rather than a man. His very existence seemed to radiate a dark, unholy aura that made the temperature in the room drop, making every breath feel like a gulp of icy winter air. "Good work, Jowl," Zeref commended, his voice as cold and haunting as a winter's breeze, sending shivers down Jowl's spine. Jowl could only nod, unable to meet his lord's gaze, before retreating, his footsteps echoing like a lonely heartbeat in the silence of the room. Once alone, Zeref picked up the report, his eyes scanning the words. The mention of Adam's unique magic intrigued him, a power that perhaps held the potential to release him from his accursed immortality. Zeref's laughter filled the room, a sound as chilling as the wind howling through a graveyard. The thought of finally escaping his eternal curse, by the hand of a mere kid, was amusing. And yet, there was an odd appeal to it. "Adam," Zeref mused, his eyes twinkling with a dangerous curiosity. "Could your blade truly kill me, freeing me from this cursed existence?" He decided it was time to see firsthand what this magic was capable of, that it was time to meet this Adam and see what the newest fairy had to offer. And with that decision taken, for the first time in a long time, Zeref felt something akin to anticipation stirring within him. Chapter 80, Zeref. Adam C. POV. After leaving the Strauss siblings in Makarov's hands, I retired to my apartment, having the peace of mind that the old man would do a far better job than me helping them. He was the heart and soul of our guild. The father of everyone. Maybe I should get some food before going home, I mused out loud. Maybe a nice steak. Or some sandwiches, maybe a sub. That settles it, I'm going to get something to eat. Smiling at the thought, I changed my path towards the open market to get something for dinner. However, once I did, something in the air changed, something cold, something dark, to the point I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease prickling at my skin. This feeling of unease continued to grow until darkness around the streets of Magnolia seemed to swallow everything whole, creating an eerie atmosphere that made me want to quicken my pace. I scanned the area, feeling nothing worthy of notice. The town looked normal, just as always at this time of night. The sun had set hours ago, leaving the city illuminated only by the dim glow of street lamps and the occasional window. But, this feeling wasn't normal, was it? As I turned the corner onto my street, I noticed a figure lurking in the shadows. At first, I assumed it was just a passerby, but something about their posture sent chills down my spine. They seemed to be waiting for me, lurking in the shadows like a predator. I considered turning back. Something inside me wanted to avoid this feeling as much as possible, but I knew that if I turned back now, and something happened to those I loved, I would never forgive myself. Pushing through without hesitation, I approached slowly, trying to make out who it was in the darkness. As I got closer, I could see the approaching glint of a knife making its way toward my face. Calmly, I reached for my blade, which was concealed under my coat, before slicing through the attacker's arm in one smooth and precise movement. The blade shone in the dim light of the night sky, cutting through their flesh, separating their wrist from their arm with one swift motion. The attacker let out a scream of pain and stumbled back, clutching their injured arm, as blood slowly dripped from the wound down their arm and onto the ground, creating a small pool of crimson at their feet. "Who are you?" I asked, not really paying this unknown attacker much attention. Whoever this unknown was, he wasn't the one behind this feeling of unease, not by a long shot. No one this week should be able to make me feel this way. "You will pay for this." The attacker growled, a soft animalistic hiss escaping his lips that echoed off the cold, damp walls of the alley we were in. However, before he could say anything else, something happened. Suddenly a grimace contorted his hidden face as an indescribable pain gripped him, his body convulsing against the cobblestones beneath his worn-out shoes. He screamed. A soft, blue glow radiated from him, making the shadows of the alley dance erratically on the wet pavement. His silhouette began to distort, the boundaries of his physical form blurring and then fragmenting. It was as if he was being pulled apart, each piece of him disintegrating into a fine cloud dust before my very eyes. His arms, once poised to gesture, splintered into countless fragments, shimmering in the spectral light before evaporating into nothingness. His legs followed suit, the solid mass of his body crumbling away in a cascade of glowing particles, each one dissipating into the night air like motes of dust caught in a beam of moonlight. The man's torso collapsed inwards, the last remnants of his form surrendering to the inexplicable transformation. Yet his face remained intact, a fleeting expression of resignation and peace gracing his features before they too succumbed, fracturing into the same mysterious, luminescent dust. With a final, silent gasp, the man's form was no more. His essence had transformed, leaving nothing more than a fine, glistening cloud hovering above the dank cobblestones. Then, just as inexplicably as it began, the cloud solidified, coalescing into a tangible form that gently fell to the ground. There, lying amidst the detritus of the alley, was a book. Bound in worn, dark leather, its edges gilded with a touch of gold. A book. A million possibilities rushed into my mind as I stared at the book, but only one came above the rest. Zirif. I must apologize, it seems I have underestimated your skill, and sent an unqualified individual to test you. I froze, a chill running through my body. He was behind me. Jumping to my feet, I turned around to face the man, to find that he had been standing a few feet away from me, his expression empty of emotion. There was no doubt. This man was Zirif. What was he doing here? Is still too early. I haven't prepared enough. Trying to rein my emotions in, I stared into the eyes of the man standing in front of me. His appearance was nothing short of kind-looking, dressed in a fine set of robes, his black hair neatly combed. His hands, clad in perfectly clean gloves, were folded together in a peaceful manner. Nothing about him, at least from a first glance, would make anyone think he was dangerous. But his aura would. His aura was the antithesis of his seemingly harmless appearance. It felt as though I was standing at the mouth of a cavernous abyss, chilling winds of an icy void wrapping around my soul, trying to draw me into its darkness. It was a paradox, the stark contrast between his appearance and the wickedness that seeped from him. The air around him seemed to ripple with a corrupted, unholy energy that felt like poison. A sinister darkness that I could feel pressing against my very being, filling me with a nameless feeling of absolute dread. Without realizing it, my feet shuffled back a step, my eyes never leaving his as I reached for the hilt of my blade at my waist. But as my fingers brushed against the cold metal, I noticed a tremor in them. I was afraid. For the first time in years, fear gripped me tighter than I had ever known. I gritted my teeth in a futile attempt to curb the terror that was gnawing at me. Fear or not, I had to protect everyone. I clasped the hilt of my blade, the familiar ridges pressing against my palm for a brief moment. Yet, trying to collect my bearings to the best of my ability, I could feel the hold on my blade was unsteady, my hand shaking visibly. Pushing through, I unsheathed my blade and positioned myself, no matter what, I would protect them. But as much as I repeated this inside my head, my body refused to obey, my knees buckling, my blade wavering in my trembling hand under the pressure of Zirif's aura. I can't move. I can't even breathe. I will die. They will die. No. Fuck that. I refuse to accept that. Biting the tip of my tongue off, I used the pain to move forward, quickly releasing my shurkai, before attacking Zirif with all I had, with every ounce of power I could muster, all in a single attack, bringing my blade down on him. But as my sword came within inches of his body, he smiled, raising one finger, stopping my blade. I had put more than enough power into that attack to destroy the town several times over, but he had blocked the attack with a single finger, while also managing to push me back with just enough power to cancel out whatever destruction my attack could have brought. He didn't dispel my attack. He simply nullified it with raw power. A soft smile formed on Zirif's lips, a gentle yet eerie curve that made my blood run cold. His voice was a gentle murmur, the calm before the storm. Your magic is fascinating. I don't think I have ever seen something like that before. That being said, you're still not ready to face me. His words were not a mockery, but rather a statement of fact. I won't let you hurt anyone here, I replied, blood coming out of my mouth, finding some trouble speaking thanks to my self-inflicted injury. That's your goal? To avoid that I hurt anyone? Then allow me to give you some peace of mind. I don't intend to hurt anyone here, Zirif replied, his smile growing ever wider, his eyes twinkling with amusement and sadness. I was merely testing you, and you passed. I am interested in you, your power, and your magic, so I will leave you to your own devices for now, but mark my words, young fairy, I shall see you again. Test me. He had come here, just for that. To test me. With another chilling smile, Zirif's form started to shimmer and shift. His body fragmented, breaking apart into 1,000 shards of darkness like a painting being washed away by a torrent of black ink. Each piece fluttered and swirled like loose feathers caught in a gust of wind, before starting to vanish, dissipating into the surrounding gloom, and before I knew it, he was gone. No trace remained of his presence, not even the haunting chill that had lingered in the air moments before. The alleyway was left in an oppressive silence, the only sound of my own ragged breath echoing off the cold, unfeeling stone walls. His haunting words echoed in my mind, a reminder, a promise that he would return someday and that when he did, I would need to be ready to face him. Chapter 81, Resolution. The time skip starts here. After this there will be a few chapters giving a general overview of the events of each year and the POV of someone important, but yeah, time skip starting now. Adam C. POV. It had been a week and a half since my unexpected encounter with Zeref. The air was stale in the confines of my room, the only light coming from the cold empty glow of the moon outside my window. Without a word, without a sound, I stood there, fists clenched so tightly I could feel my nails digging into my palms, and something warm dripping into the wooden floor of my apartment. My tongue still hurts, despite poor Lyusica's treatments of the former. That being said, the ache of my body paled in comparison to the throbbing pain in my chest. The memory of Zeref was fresh in my mind, its chilling presence still lingering like an unwanted echo. I had been powerless. Weak. Nothing more than a defenseless child in the face of certain doom. I was so weak, he had given me time, and even though I was grateful for that opportunity, it made me feel like I was some kind of insignificant bug not even worth squashing. That sting of insignificance, alongside the realization of my own impotence that I wouldn't have been able to save anyone, was a pain far worse than any physical wound. My gaze fixated on the serene night sky, studded with stars, an ironic contrast to the turmoil within me. Each star, each celestial body was a testament to how far I needed to go, of how weak I was in the face of the great, dark abyss that lay out there. And yet, they also held a promise, a distant glimmer of hope. My family. My friends. My guild. My world. I had to be strong for them. This went beyond me. The thought of them, of those I held dear, steeled my resolve. The fear, the anger, and the disgust, being pushed aside by a burgeoning determination, a desperate need to grow stronger. I had always known I had to get stronger. And how could I not? I knew more than anyone should know about this world, about the threats lurking in the shadows. Since the moment I realized where I was, I knew I had to get stronger, no matter the cost. But after this encounter, things had become far clearer. I had gained a hard, but eye-opening perspective of things. Taking a deep breath, I unclenched my fist, the pressure releasing with a soft throb. I could feel the residual spiritual energy coursing through my veins, the untapped power that lay dormant within me. I had to take control of my power, every aspect of it. I had to harness it, to master it. But more than that, I needed to learn the ultimate expression of the power of my Zanpakuto. I needed to learn my Bankai. The word echoed in my mind, reverberating with the weight of its meaning. I knew that as I was now, I was far from ready to do everything I wanted to do. It was a daunting task, a path fraught with uncertainty and danger. But I would walk it, I had to. For them. For myself. There was simply no other choice. No more rest. No more wasting time. I had to focus every waking moment of my life to become someone strong enough to protect them, someone strong enough to fight back, someone strong enough to shed away their fear. My hand reached out, pressing against the cool glass of the window, my reflection a ghostly figure in the moonlight. I will grow stronger, I muttered to the silent night, the words solidifying my resolve. They didn't know what awaited us in the future. I was the only one that knew, the only one that could actually prepare. I would become their protector, their shield against these threats. I wouldn't let them threaten this world. Next time, I would face these threats, not as someone trembling in fear out of his own weakness, but as the one whose sword means their end. Next time, I would thank Zeref for being kind enough to give me time to prepare, by slaying him, freeing him of his curse. In the morning. As soon as the sun came out, I made my way to the guild. The clamorous sounds of the guild washed over me like a wave as I stepped inside. Drunken laughter, shouts, and the cacophony of a brawl in full swing filled the air. But my mind was elsewhere, my thoughts shrouded by the oppressive weight of the responsibility in my shoulders. One step at a time, I moved through the chaos that always took place in the guild, my senses alert despite my preoccupied mind. Chairs, tables, beer mugs, and other objects were flying across the room in a wild, uncontrolled fashion. My body weaved, ducked, and sidestepped each item with ease, my body reacting without my input. It was simply an afterthought. Finally, after a few moments, I reached Makarov's office, a small haven of peace in the middle of the pandemonium, as he liked to call it. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the door, the hollow sound reverberating in the hallway. A gruff voice called out, granting me entry. "Come in, brat." Closing my eyes for a brief moment, I pushed the door open, stepping into the quiet office. "Good morning, old man," I smiled, waving at him. Makarov was seated behind his desk, his diminutive form dwarfed by the large wooden structure. He looked up as I entered, his sharp gaze instantly softening with concern. He could read me like an open book, always had been able to. "Is everything okay, son?" Makarov asked, his voice carrying a note of worry. I forced a smile, one that felt as hollow as the knock on the door moments before. Everything's fine, master, I replied, the lie tasting sour on my tongue. I wasn't sure if it was for his sake or mine that I tried to reassure him. I didn't want to burden him with my struggles, not when there was nothing he could do to help. I could see him studying me, his eyes narrowing slightly. But he didn't push further. Instead, he nodded, waiting for me to continue. I came to announce I will be out for the foreseeable future, I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite everything. I have some personal matters to take care of. Makarov frowned at that, his bushy eyebrows knitting together. It was rare for anyone at the guild to say this, to request time away from the guild, from our family. I knew he wanted to know what was pushing me to do this, I could see it in his eyes, but as much as he wanted that, he didn't question me, didn't ask me to explain. He simply nodded, his gaze solemn. Perhaps in a way, he understood this wasn't a decision I had taken lightly. That this was a path I was taking because I felt there was no better way. Take all the time you need, Makarov said quietly. We'll be here when you're ready to come back. I nodded, grateful for his unspoken understanding. Thank you, master. Just remember, son, Makarov said, his voice soft, but at the same time firm and serious. We are here for you, no matter what. I know, old man, I know, I nodded, a faint smile gracing my face. I have a request, or rather an accommodation, to ask before leaving, if that's okay. Makarov looked up, his eyes curious. What is it? I intend to buy a lacrima phone before leaving, to keep in touch with Kana, Urza, Laxus, Gildarts, and everybody else, and I would like to know if it would be possible to get missions while I'm away, I replied, letting out a sigh. I understand if that's not possible, but I would like to keep helping the guild out, even if I'm far away. Makarov considered my request for a moment before nodding. I see no problem with that. You are the one and only responsible child I have in this circus I lovingly call a family, so you are free to take on any job you wish, don't worry about that, I'll just send you requests via lacrima. I smiled. Thanks. Now off with you, son, Makarov said, waving his hand in dismissal. Take care of yourself, and remember, you're always welcome back here. With a final glance at the old man who had been more of a father to me than anyone else, I turned and left the room, steeling myself for the journey ahead. I had much to do, a power to master, techniques to perfect, and a family to protect. And this time, I wouldn't rest until I was ready. But first, I had some goodbyes to give, at least for the time being. After all, I honestly had no idea how long this journey of mine would take, hopefully not too long, but that was just wishful thinking, so. Who knows? Chapter 82, Urza Scarlet. Well, I'm a corn on my word, so seeing y'all meet the requirements this entire week, it will be double release. On that note, the higher we mark in the top 3 this week, the more chapters you guys will get. I feel this is both an incentive for me to write more and for you to get more chapters. Third person. POV. Year X779. Urza Scarlet. S-Class Trials. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows on the lush forest floor. Birds sang, unaware of the battle that was about to take place to decide whether or not Urza was worthy of the S-rank title. Urza Scarlet and Gildarts Clive stood facing each other, their eyes locked. Urza was clad in what would one day become her signature armor of choice, the Heaven's Will armor. Her eyes were steady, as she prepared herself for the fight of her life. Gildarts, the guild's ace, the legendary mage who had taken down beasts that even tenacious wizards dared not approach, stood confidently, grinning as he looked at the young girl in front of him, the air around him crackling with magic. The two wizards had come to a remote clearing in the forest behind Magnolia, far from the prying eyes of the civilians, all in order to test the power behind a young woman's conviction. Since her teacher and friend had left on a journey of self-discovery and self-improvement, Urza had been tirelessly honing her skills, seeking to prove that she was not only worthy of the S-Class title but of the teachings Adam had imparted to her. Gildarts, being the proud self-appointed father of Adam, had willingly taken upon himself to test the young girl, eager to witness her progress firsthand. The tension between them was palpable. Urza knew, despite how stubborn she was, that she had no chance against Gildarts, yet despite this, there was a glint of excitement in her eyes. Ready? Gildarts asked, his voice booming across the clearing. Urza took a deep breath, steeling herself for the battle that lay ahead. I am, the question is, are you? She replied, her voice steady despite the nervous flutter in her stomach. Gildarts chuckled, clearly amused by her response. It seems my brat rubbed off on you more than anyone would have imagined. The question now is, will you put on a better fight than him? With a fierce cry, Urza launched herself at Gildarts, a flurry of swords appearing around her like a deadly whirlwind. Gildarts, smiling at this, raised his left fist, his aura glowing as he braced for the assault. The swords around Urza's armor flew at Gildarts at full speed, however, with a flick of his wrist, Gildarts disassembled the attack, the air around him shuddering as it tore the swords apart. Next one, Gildarts said, as metal shards rained down around him. Urza, having already anticipated this outcome, was already in motion swapping her Heaven's Will armor for the Blackwing armor, the dark, feathered wings granting her incredible speed. "Oh, that one looks cool," Gildarts commented, as she closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, her blade slashing through the air as she aimed at Gildart's seemingly exposed side. Gildart, seeing this, and being mildly impressed by Urza's speed, flared up his magic, disassembling the ground beneath him to propel himself out of harm's way, before launching a counterattack aiming a finger at Urza, sending a wave of destructive magic hurtling towards her. Urza, realizing she had no way of dodging this attack, stood her ground, changing her armor into the adamantine armor, the impenetrable suit, absorbing most of the brunt of the attack with a massive explosion that shook the very foundation of the forest around them. Gildarts chuckled. "Not bad, but not nearly enough if my brat trained you." Having said that, the Ace of Fairy Tale decided to up the ante to test Urza further, his magic surging as he prepared a powerful spell, one that would decide the outcome of this test. "I haven't even started." Urza declared, her eyes on Gildarts like two fiery orbs of determination. "Good, otherwise this would be pretty disappointing." Gildarts replied as a shimmering, hexagonal barrier surrounded him, gathering a large amount of energy in a singular point. "This spell was inspired by my brat, your mentor. I call it Chaotic Rumble." Urza, sensing the danger, swapped her armor again, this time choosing her purgatory armor. The dark, flame-like patterns on the armor seemed to come alive as she tapped into the fiery power it contained. She didn't know why or how, but she knew instinctively that Gildart's spell would be devastating, and that she needed to act quickly if she wanted to do something about it. "Show me my brat didn't waste his time with you." Gildarts shouted to the heavens, unleashing his spell in the most Gildarts-like way possible, with a simple punch, unleashing a cascade of destruction that rippled outwards like an all-consuming tsunami. The ground trembled, trees splintered, and the very air seemed to shatter under the sheer force of his attack, seeming to bend the very fabric of space around the magical force that pushed forward, threatening to consume everything in its path. Urza, however, was not deterred. On the contrary, she was now more than ever, determined to prove her worth no matter the cost. So, letting out one last battle cry fueled by her emotions, she charged forward, her purgatory armor amplifying her speed and strength many times fold. The ground beneath her feet cracked and melted, unable to withstand the heat radiating from her armor, as she slashed at the incoming wave of destruction, her blade blazing with fiery energy. The two forces collided with a loud boom, creating a maelstrom of magic and fire that roared like a hurricane. Gildart smiled, pouring more energy into his spell, pushing the young woman back. However, Urza refused to be outdone. Despite knowing very well she would not win this battle, she refused to let this battle end like this, so her own power surged, the fire around her growing wilder and more ferocious in order to match Gildart's power. Not bad at all, brat," Gildarts complimented, his tone showing he had already made a decision. Then before Urza could say a word, or do anything, Gildarts pushed forward, and with a final burst of power that Urza had no hope of countering, he broke through, shattering her defenses and sending her hurtling through the air like a fiery comet. She crashed into the ground, her purgatory armor cracked and scorched, pain searing through her body. Gildarts beamed with a small sense of happiness, his barrier dissipating as he gazed at Urza, feeling a swell of pride for what he had seen today. For him it was rather impressive, her growth and determination were out of this world, both being an undeniable testament to her indomitable spirit. Slowly, painfully, Urza climbed to her feet. Her armor was shattered, her body bruised, but her eyes shone with determination and acceptance, knowing she had given her all in this fight, and that was what mattered. Panting, she met Gildart's gaze, her head held high. "It was a good fight, thanks." Gildarts walked over to her, a smile breaking across his face. He offered her a hand, which she gratefully accepted, pulling herself upright. "Well, credit where it is due, you did better than the brat," Gildarts said, his voice filled with a sense of respect. "You've got some serious potential there, no wonder the brat never stopped talking about you, and how strong you would become." Urza smiled, feeling a sense of pride wash over her. "I can see that your training with Adam has really paid off. Heck, if you keep this up, you might even surpass me one day, that day being the day I'm no longer alive, but still." Gildarts chuckled. "That being said, I feel you have what it takes to be an S-class wizard, so you passed." Urza's eyes widened in surprise, the pain momentarily forgotten. "You mean it?" she asked, hope and disbelief warring in her voice. Gildarts nodded, still smiling. "Of course. Urza, in but a few years, you've grown so much, and you've proven that you have the strength and skill to stand among the best of us. I couldn't be prouder of the warrior you've become, and I can't wait as the father of your mentor, and your senior in the guild to see how high you reach." At this, Urza felt a rush of emotions wash over her, her vision blurring with tears as she smiled back at the men in front of her. "Thank you, Gildarts, I won't fail you, or anyone," she whispered, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude. Then as they stood together in the wreckage of their battle, the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the forest in a warm, golden glow, painting an image of destruction and growth for everyone around. Urza Scarlet, the young woman that would in time be known throughout the world as Titania of Fairy Tale, had achieved her goal today, her journey of growth under Fairy Tail, and Adam, culminating in this moment of triumph. That being said, despite this victory, Urza knew this was but the first step in her journey. She still had a long way to go, perhaps too long, but she would not give an inch. She would become the sword that protects everyone in her guild, her family, no matter the cost. Chapter 83, Laxus Dreyer. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Korn. Important events. Year X 778. February, Adam, deeply concerned about the imminent threats looming over the horizon and acutely aware of his own weakness, decided to leave Fiori. His objective being clear, to train relentlessly, honing his skills to become as formidable as possible before the impending storm reached his home. March, the fierce rivalry between Mira Jane and Urza was ignited, setting the stage for a contentious relationship filled with competition and strife. May, Laxus becomes an S-class mage. For his trial, he was tasked with solving a series of intricate puzzles, culminating in a grueling battle against his own grandfather. Despite ultimately succumbing to defeat, Laxus managed to damage his grandfather's robes, which in the eyes of his old man was deemed sufficient to warrant his promotion. June, Mira Jane's formidable skills, immense magic power, and volatile temperament earned her the fearsome epithet, the Demon. Her reputation became so notorious that even long-standing guild members like Macau and Wakaba began to regard her with trepidation. July, Fried Justice, Evergreen, and Bixlow became the newest members of Fairy Tail, further bolstering its roster of talented mages. Fried and Lilia become friends, they don't know why, but they feel something unites them. August, Mira Jane's rivalry with Urza intensified due to constant fights between the two, ending in Mira Jane challenging Urza to a duel, and although Mira Jane possessed immense magical power and notable skill, she ultimately lost the fight, causing the animosity and rivalry between them to grow even stronger. November, Lion made the decision to leave the guild, despite never having been an official member. He felt that it was time for him to carve out his own unique path in the world. December, UR embarked on a personal mission, vowing to return once her mysterious objectives were complete. This departure marked the end of a tumultuous year, full of growth and change for the guild members involved. Year X 779. January, Natsu boldly challenged Guildarts to a duel. However, without even looking, Guildarts effortlessly flicked Natsu out of the guild like a comet with a single finger, bringing the fight to an abrupt but very comical end. February, at the young age of 14, Urza achieved the distinguished rank of S-class mage. Her trial involved a duel against Guildarts, which she ultimately lost. Nevertheless, her performance managed to impress Guildarts enough to earn her promotion. March, Mira Jane, seeing Urza had been promoted, requested Makarov to promote her to S-class rank. However, Makarov declined her request, stating that she had not yet reached the necessary level of readiness. July, Adam contacted the guild and informed them that he had sent a collection of gifts, primarily intended for Kana, Urza, Makarov, Lilia, Guildarts, and Cordelia, but mostly Kana. August, Urza challenged Laxus to a duel in order to test her might, and the Dragon Slayer accepted. The intense battle lasted for several hours, with Laxus emerging as the victor. Urza suspected that Laxus had held back during the fight but expressed her gratitude for the thrilling experience nonetheless, promising that next time she would be strong enough to have him use his full power. October, Adam suffered a near-fatal accident while practicing Jisei Heido, also known as the sacrificial path of destruction, almost losing half of his body in the process. November, Adam delved deeper into understanding his Zanpakuto, discovering during this process that the power of his shuriken was more than what he imagined, extending beyond mere spatial cutting. He found that his blade had the ability to manipulate the space around him in a multitude of ways. That being said, he soon discovered this was easier said than done. December, after months of arduous training where he pushed his body to the breaking point, Laxus unlocked the ability known as Dragon Force, soon reaching with it a level of control where he was able to enter said state at will. That being said, he soon learned after a few uses that the transformation had a few glaring weaknesses, one being that it needed a significant amount of energy to be sustained, making it for the time being impractical in combat. Third-person POV. Laxus Dreyer. Year X 280. Thule Village. The sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow over the small town of Thule. Its streets bustled with townsfolk, merchants, and wizards alike, all going about their daily routines. Alas, this peaceful atmosphere was shattered without any regard, when a dark figure emerged from the shadows, confronting the young wizard, who was in town for a mission, Laxus Dreyer. This mysterious figure was no other than Ivan Dreyer, the excommunicated wizard of Fairy Tail and the father of Laxus Dreyer. For months, he had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to talk with his son. It didn't take a genius to know that Ivan sought to corrupt his estranged son and turn him against his friends and allies within the Fairy Tail Guild, now more than ever, seeing now Laxus was known throughout the kingdom as a powerful mage. "What do you want?" Laxus asked in a cold and unwelcoming tone, his body crackling with electricity. And how could blame him for such behavior? After years of learning who his father truly was, he knew better than to trust him, or his motives. Ivan's face twisted into a cruel smirk as he took a step forward, his eyes glinting with malice. I just want to talk, son, nothing more, nothing less. Then talk, Laxus spat, his magic power flaring. But know that I won't be swayed by your manipulations, not anymore. Ivan chuckled, his voice low and dangerous. Oh, I know that better than anyone, Laxus. But hear me out, won't you? Laxus remained silent, if anything he was curious about what Ivan had to say. Aren't you tired of being second to Adam, to that worm? When you rightfully deserve to be the first. Ivan's face twisted into a sinister grin as he began talking. The old bastard is giving everything to him, but us, his family, are being left and forgotten. At this, Laxus chuckled before breaking out into a full-fledged laugh. You really are delusional, aren't you? I honestly had my doubts, but it seems you are as crazy as everyone told me you were. Listen to me, and listen well, because I won't repeat myself. Every bit of strength Adam has was earned through hard work, sweat, and blood. Ivan's expression darkened. You're blind, son. Can't you see that they are holding you back? You could have so much more if you just let go of your loyalty to that guild and those so-called friends of yours. Join me, Laxus. Together, we can rule the guild and show them all what true power really is. You're pathetic, nothing but a worm with delusions of greatness, Laxus hissed, his eyes blazing with fury as his entire body crackled with electricity. You think joining you and becoming a pawn in your twisted game is what I want? You really want me to believe that, by joining you I would become stronger? Joining you would only make me weaker. I have everything I need right here in Fairy Tale. Insolent brat. You dare to speak to your father in such a manner? You are nothing without me. I made you who you are. Ivan bellowed, his voice echoing through the town. Without me, you would still be the weak pathetic little child without a future. And this is how you repay me. Do everyone a favor, and go find a hole to wither away in, Laxus retorted, his eyes narrowing as he took a step closer to his father. I don't owe you anything, Ivan. I am my own person, and I have my own destiny to fulfill. You may have given me my magic, but everything I have accomplished is because of my own hard work and determination. I don't need you, and I never have. You will regret those words, you worthless pup. Ivan roared, as he launched himself at Laxus, unleashing several torrents of paper dolls. Laxus skillfully dodged each one, his movements fluid and graceful as he weaved around them with remarkable ease, sparks of lightning dancing across the air. No wonder Adam defeated you all those years ago. Ivan snarled at this, growing more and more frustrated by the second as he realized that none of his attacks were even close to hitting home. If you won't join me, I will take back what I gave you. Having said that, Ivan increased the intensity of his magic, summoning massive sheets of paper that transformed into various weapons and monstrous creatures, all aimed at Laxus. Turning around while dodging one of Ivan's attacks, Laxus opened his mouth slightly, the air around him crackling with energy that seemed to concentrate on his mouth. Lightning Dragon's Roar. At this, the Dragon Slayer unleashed his roar, in the form of a devastating wave of lightning that tore through the air, illuminating the battlefield in a blinding flash of brilliant light. The powerful blast struck Ivan's paper creations, instantly incinerating them, and causing the older wizard to stagger backward in shock and pain, despite the attack never hitting him. I will have what its rightful dash, Ivan began, roaring to the heavens in blind anger, but Laxus paid him no mind. Instead, he seized the moment, and charged forward, his body turning into a lightning bolt, quickly closing the distance between the two as he prepared to deliver the first and final blow of this fight. Shocked by Laxus' speed, and the imminent danger the former represented, Ivan's eyes widened in fear as he realized deep inside his own delusion that he had underestimated how powerful Laxus truly was. So, in a last desperate attempt to win a fight, he never had a chance to win. To begin with, he summoned more paper dolls to defend himself, but despite putting every bit of magic into them, the destiny of this fight was already sealed. Laxus slammed his fist through Ivan's paper defenses, tearing through them in an instant, before hitting the former in the chest, sending a massive surge of electric energy coursing through the older wizard's body. Blood coming out of his mouth, Ivan let out a pained scream as he was sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby wall with a deafening thud, his body painfully spasming as the paralyzing effect of Laxus' attack continued to ravage his body. Then as the dust settled, and Ivan slumped to the ground, defeated and broken, Laxus spoke. Don't come near me, or the guild again, because if you do, I won't show you mercy, Laxus declared, his voice carrying a warning, no, a promise that was not to be taken lightly. With that said, the Dragon Slayer turned around and walked away, not bothering to look back at the fallen Ivan, leaving Ivan to wallow in his defeat. One thing was certain for Laxus after this encounter, and that was that it was time to move on and leave this chapter of his life behind, for good. Chapter 84, You Are Milkovich. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Korn. Important events. Year X780. January, Adam made significant progress in learning to control his Zanpakuto more effectively, discovering in the process that by manipulating the space around him, he could enhance his own speed. However, he soon discovered how difficult mastering this ability was through trial and error. That being said, Adam remained determined and persistent in his training. February, Fried Justine, along with Evergreen and Bixlow, started idolizing Laxus, impressed by his prowess and determination. Laxus didn't seem to find this fun. Lilia approved of this, supporting the trio in their quest to adore the Dragon Slayer. March, charm magic was officially declared illegal. Some mages attempted to protest and riot against this decision but were quickly subdued and apprehended. April, Adam successfully managed to cast Kurohitsuji without using the needed incantation, and although the spell was considerably weaker to the point it would be a waste of time using in combat, this achievement demonstrated a remarkable improvement in Adam's control over his own energy. July, Kana developed her first unique spell in card magic, one that would enable her to seal spells for later use in empty cards. For the moment, she can only seal relatively weak spells, but her ultimate goal was to improve her spell to the point she's able to incorporate her father's and brother's powerful attacks into her arsenal, sealing their attacks in her cards. August, Jose Porla, the guild master of Phantom Lord, began plotting the downfall of Fairy Tail, having had enough of people talking about them, considering any comparison between his guild and Fairy Tail to be an unforgivable insult that demanded retribution. October, Adam reached a new milestone in his training, with his Shuanpa technique achieving unprecedented levels of speed, as well as barely consuming any energy to use. November, Laxus encountered his father, Ivan, leading to a confrontation between the two. Laxus effortlessly defeated Ivan, making it clear he didn't want anything to do with him, showcasing his growth as a mage and a person. December, Natsu challenged Gray to a duel. Gray emerged victorious with little to no difficulty, leaving Natsu traumatized. Unable to accept the reality of his defeat at the hands of Gray, Natsu's mind distorted the events, causing him to remember the fight as a loss against a monstrous creature rather than Gray. Third-person POV. UR Milkovich. Unknown location. Year X781. In the heart of the dark market, tucked away in a narrow alleyway between buildings that loomed high overhead, was a bar that reeked of mystery and danger. It was here that UR, a woman hardened by the circumstances of her life, like the loss of her daughter, Altair, hoped to find answers about her possible whereabouts. Since her fight with Adam, and how he had uttered her name, UR had begun to think that maybe her little snowflake was alive, just maybe, which is why she was here at the bar. The bar was called the Black Omen, and it was no place for the faint-hearted. It was a den of thieves, mercenaries, and criminals of all kinds, but for UR, it was nothing but an extra in her desperate search for answers. As UR entered the dimly lit establishment, the creaky wooden door groaned in protest, and the din of voices and laughter momentarily ceased. UR could feel the suspicious glances of the patrons cutting through the smoky air as she strode to the bar counter. That being said, she didn't pay any of them any mind. Instead, she ignored their glances, giving an air of confidence that seemed to put the other patrons at ease, as the conversations gradually resumed, and the tension in the room dissipated. The bartender, a burly man with a thick beard, eyed her cautiously before speaking. "What can I get you?" he asked gruffly. "A shot of whiskey, and some information," she replied, her voice as cold and hard as ice. He poured her a shot and slid it across the counter to her. "You'll have to be more specific, a lot more," he said, his voice barely audible above the noise. UR took a deep breath, knowing that what she was about to ask could change everything. "I'm looking for someone named Altair. She supposedly died years ago due to a disease, but I've reason to believe she might still be alive. I will pay for any information you have." The words hung heavily in the air, and UR's heart pounded in her chest as she awaited the bartender's response. This place was supposed to be a nest of information, even if that information meant the end of those who were seeking said information. The bartender remained silent, his face betraying no emotion, but the slight twitch in his left eye told UR that at the very least, he was intrigued. "I can't say I have heard that name a lot, but I have," he admitted hesitantly. "Before you get excited though, I have to tell you that they're just rumors, very vague ones, so I wouldn't put much stock in them if I were you." "I don't care, where did you hear these rumors?" UR pressed, her eyes boring into the bartender's, unyielding and determined. He sighed, his shoulders sagging in defeat. "The only place I've heard anything about that name is in the underground fighting ring in Kortok," he said, lowering his voice. "But you must understand, people disappear down there all the time. So even if it's true, there's no guarantee you'll find her or come out of there alive." UR downed her shot of whiskey, the burning liquid providing a brief respite from her aching heart. "Thanks." Having said that, she tossed a handful of coins onto the counter, before walking back toward the door. "Good luck," the bartender replied, as she crossed the threshold of the Black Omen without looking back, the cold night air greeting her like an old friend. Outside, the alley was dark, and without a warning a steady rain began to fall, casting a bleak and melancholic tone over the entire dark market. But, despite all of that, for the first time in years, a glimmer of hope stirred in UR's heart. Her thoughts raced as she walked through the rain-soaked streets. She knew the chances of finding Altair were slim, very slim. For all she knew, she could be wasting her time, but no matter how slim these chances felt, she had to try. The weight of the past had been too heavy to bear, and the thought of her daughter, lost and alone without her, haunted her every waking moment. At this, Yuar's heart ached as she recalled the last time she had seen Altair, a mere child sick, and promised by others to be healed. She had been so innocent, so full of life. But Yuar had failed to protect her, failed to save her from that cruel fate. And now, all she could do was to seek answers, to find any trace of her daughter, whether she was alive or not, she would find out the truth. Taking a deep breath, Yuar quickened her pace, feeling the rain soaking through her clothes, not that she cared. She had a new lead now, and she couldn't afford to waste any time. She had to find the underground fighting ring in Kortok, no matter the cost. As she walked, her mind wandered back to her fight with Adam for a brief moment. Adam had known Altair's name, despite there being no possible way for him to know. According to Makarov, the reason Adam had acted like he had at that time was because of those who had enslaved him. Were you taken by them too, my little snowflake? And if so, are you still within their grasp, waiting for me? Yuar shook her head to clear her mind, pushing the memories of Adam and his possible connection to Altair aside for now. She had to focus on reaching Kortok. She would question those things later, not now. Love, regret, hope. These are the only things I know. They are the only things I have ever known for a long time. The smoke inside me that keeps me going is made of these three things. Without them, I am nothing, a vacuum in the shape of a woman. Chapter 85, Gildarts Clive. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Korn. Important events. Year X781. January, Mistogan joined Fairy Tail, quickly establishing himself as one of the guild's most formidable members despite his clear lack of magical power. February, Loke, the celestial spirit of the lion, disobeys Karen Lilica, and the latter is killed by Angel. Because of this, Loke is punished by the celestial king, being unable to return to the celestial world to recover his magical power, leaving him to die whenever his reserves run out. March, Adam successfully mastered Hakuta, the martial art style practiced by the Shinigami, further enhancing his fighting prowess and versatility. April, Mira Jane attained the rank of S-class wizard. During her test, she was pitted against Laxus as her last trial, who effortlessly outmatched her at every turn, eventually being forced to surrender, admitting her own weakness. Laxus, seeing this, granted her the rank in recognition of her determination, humility, and potential. July, Macau's personal life took a devastating turn when he cheated on his wife. Hurt and angry at his actions, she subsequently filed for divorce, taking most of his possessions, their home, and a significant portion of his money. August, while training, Adam is confronted by a mysterious woman with silver blonde hair who, without giving his reasons, attacks him, forcing him into a fight. Alas, despite his best efforts, Adam was soundly defeated, his chest getting a large scar. Happy with Adam's performance, the enigmatic woman introduced herself, revealing her name to be Celine before cryptically offering Adam an escape from everything if he ever required one. October, the Alvarez Empire launched an invasion of Ishgar, seeking to capture Lumen Histoire. However, their advance was halted by the powerful Etherian weapon. November, Urza and Mira Jane engaged in another intense duel, and while Urza ultimately claimed the victory, the closely matched battle demonstrated Mira Jane's remarkable latent combat abilities, which had grown significantly since their previous encounter. December, Adam reflects on his encounter with Celine. The scars adorning his body that the woman had left serving as a constant reminder of how she had toyed with him during their battle. He chuckled to himself, considering the experience yet another testament to the importance of his decision to train. Gildarts Clive POV. Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale. Year X782. I yawned, watching the sun rise over Magnolia as I lounged on a bench outside of the guild hall. It was another peaceful morning, one that could easily pass as unremarkable save for the fact today I was going on a mission with my sweet little princess. Gildarts, Makarov called out, interrupting my thoughts. Ready to go. I stood up, stretching my arms. Yeah, let's do this, I said, smiling at him. Makarov nodded and gestured towards the door. Hurry up then, the client is waiting for you, or rather has been waiting for you, 10 hours. Well, he could wait, I was the best of the best. Besides, it's not every day you get to hire Gildarts Clive for a mission that is not S-class or above, so they can wait. As we made our way inside, I spotted Kana sitting at the bar, sipping on a glass of juice. She looked over and grinned when she saw me, waving excitedly. I couldn't help but smile back at her, already feeling myself becoming overwhelmed with happiness just at the sight of her. She was just too darn cute. Morning, Daddy. She called out, hopping off the bar stool and bouncing over to me. Morning, Princess, I said, bending down to give her a quick hug. Are you ready for our father-daughter super ultra fun mission? Kana nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. Of course, I am, Dad. I can't wait to see what kind of adventure we'll have today. We will crush our enemies under our might. I chuckled at her enthusiasm, ruffling her hair affectionately. You're just like your old men, always eager to crush some skulls, I said, grinning. We made our way over to the client, who was waiting for us in the waiting room, sleeping in one of the chairs. Waking the client up, the old man introduced us and we exchanged pleasantries before heading out to begin our task. Nothing too complicated, just a simple escort mission. As we walked out of the guild, I couldn't help but reflect on the past year, and how things in my life had changed. Not too long ago, I had been offered one of the only 100-year quests that had ever graced our guild. Seeing I was the only one possibly qualified for said mission, alas, without hesitation I declined. In the past, I would have taken the mission, eager to face another challenge head-on. But I wasn't the man anymore. I had changed, more than I ever imagined I would. My wife, daughter, and even that annoying brat were everything to me. They needed me, and I couldn't risk leaving them behind by going on a mission I had no guarantee I could complete. The reality of things was, my life was no longer mine alone to do as I pleased, it belonged to them, and for them, I would live and fight. You took a long time to come. The client grumbled, interrupting my thoughts. I shrugged, not bothering to apologize. He was paying pennies for the best of the best. He was lucky we were even taking the quest. My sweet little cinnamon bun and I were overqualified for this. I'm here now, let's get this show on the road, I said, flashing him a smile. You should make a point of being on time. The client snapped, clearly unhappy with my response. I rolled my eyes, clearly annoyed with his attitude. You can always hire someone else, besides we'll make up for lost time. We're professionals, the best of the best. Still, I think. The client continued, scolding. However, his expression and demeanor quickly softened when he realized who he was talking to, that or he saw me glaring at him. But everyone makes mistakes, right? In fact, my apologies, sir. I didn't mean to offend you. I waved off his apology, not really caring about the matter enough to pay much attention. Yeah, let's just focus on the mission, shall we? The client led us to a small village on the outskirts of Magnolia, where he wanted us to escort him to the next town, in order to deliver some important documents to the mayor, which he worked for. The journey was uneventful at first, with nothing but the beautiful scenery around us to keep us company. Kana chattered away beside me, pointing out different flowers and birds she recognized. But as we drew closer to the meeting point, I couldn't help but feel like something was off. Maybe it was the dinner I had, but the air felt heavier, as if something that wasn't by any means able to hurt us was lurking in the shadows. Yawning, I signaled the client and my baby girl to stop, and without a word, we all slowed down our pace. I could feel multiple presences, multiple incredibly weak presences. Perhaps it was some animals. Grasshoppers. I think I read once they can grow almost a foot long in these parts. Suddenly, as I pondered what could be hunting us, a group of bandits appeared out of nowhere, surrounding us. They were dirty and unkempt, brandishing broken weapons and glaring at us with ill intent. Well, what do we have here? The leader sneered, his eyes lingering on Kana. Looks like we hit the jackpot today, boys. A pretty little lady to have some fun with. Robert Gallon, client POV. Well, what do we have here? The leader of the bandits sneered, his eyes lingering on Kana with something that could only be described as lust. Looks like we hit the jackpot today, boys. A pretty little lady to have some fun with. Kana, hearing his words, recoils in horror, and Gildarts, who had been walking a few paces behind us, sees red. The atmosphere changed, making it difficult to breathe, to move, to do anything. Kana, close your eyes, Gildarts growled, his voice low and dangerous. As for you, little worm, you'll regret having said those words for the rest of your miserable short life. The bandit, sensing the danger in Gildarts' voice, takes a step back. But he quickly recovers, drawing his broken sword and pointing it at Gildarts. I don't know who you are, old man, but you're about to regret picking a fight with me. Let's get him, boys. The day is young, and I want to have some fun with the lady before the night arrives. Are they suicidal? Even if they didn't know about Gildarts, which on its own was pretty hard not to unless you lived under a rock, they had to sense how dangerous this man was. He didn't want to kill me. I was afraid to even look in his general direction, or that of his daughter. Get behind me, Kana ordered me, throwing a card into the ground to create a dome around us. This should protect us from what is about to happen. I did as I was told, moving behind Kana, as I continued to watch. Without a word, a powerful aura of magic surrounds Gildarts, bursting forth like a raging volcano. His hair and clothing begin to ripple in a gust of wind, and the ground beneath his feet cracks and shudders. Close your eyes, unless you want to see a pretty gory image, Kana warned me, her voice low and serious. That was a piece of good advice. However, I was frozen. I couldn't do anything. It felt as if I blinked I would die. The leader of the bandit group opened his mouth to shout, "Get him, boys, let's have some dash," but before the next words could even exit his lips, a deafening crack filled the air and his body was ripped apart in an instant as blood and bits of flesh flew everywhere. Nobody threatens my daughter and gets away with it, Gildarts said, his voice cold and deadly. The bandits looked at Gildarts, their eyes wide in surprise, shock. And then slowly, finding themselves unable to move or make a sound as a sense of realization seemed to sink in. Maybe this wasn't a fight they could win. We surrender. Before they could say another word, before they would surrender in the hopes of avoiding certain death, the ground under their feet erupted with a deafening boom, sending them flying into the air, before they descended back to the ground, where they were cut open by a terrible invisible force, meeting their end as their blood painted the ground of red. Over 20 men, all dead. It was over in the blink of an eye, they weren't even able to move or to fight back. Kana patted me on the back, "Are you all right?" I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. I had seen death many times, but this gave a new meaning to the word. This would haunt me for the rest of my life. "Are you sure?" Kana in turn asked. "Yes, I'm all right, I'm sorry, I think I'm just in shock," I replied, trying to calm myself. "Dad, you traumatized our client," Kana exclaimed in exasperation, placing her hands on her waist. That was a pretty accurate statement of what he had done. Gildarts blinked, shuffling his feet as he looked at Kana with a sheepish smile, as if he hadn't just massacred over 20 humans. "Ah, sorry about that." Kana rolled her eyes at him. "Come on, big guy, we have a long way to go, our destination is a good distance away, and we should get moving." I nodded because that was all I could do. Chapter 86, Jalal Fernandez. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Korn. Important events. Year X 782. January, Lion joined the guild known as Lamia Scale, quickly forming strong friendships with some of his new fellow members, Sherry Blendy, Jura Nikis, and Toby Horhorda being some of them. February, Mira Jane, Elfman, and Lysana undertook an S-ranked mission to hunt a dangerous beast that was lurking in the mountains. However, Mira Jane's overconfidence in her abilities led to dire consequences, forcing Elfman to use his magic to absorb the beast, and in the process becoming possessed by the creature's intent. After a brief fight, Lysana was presumed dead by all after the possessed Elfman struck her. That being said, the reality of things was she was transported to the parallel world of Idolas by a crack on the gate. March, Mistogan effortlessly completed the S-Class Mage trial, further solidifying his status as one of Fairy Tail's most powerful members. April, Adam encountered an elderly man during a mission who after some drinks taught Adam Dispel Magic, a type of magic capable of erasing most spells from existence. That being said, Adam soon learned that the effectiveness of this ability depended on the strength of the targeted spell, with particularly powerful magic proving difficult or even impossible to dispel. July, Gajiel and Juvia joined the Phantom Lord Guild, beginning a new chapter in their lives. August, Adam sensed the overwhelming power of Acnologia as the dragon migrated north. The magnitude of its strength was unlike anything he had ever experienced, instilling both awe and trepidation within him. October, Loke, the celestial spirit banished for betraying his master, joined Fairy Tail hiding his real identity, hoping to make amends for his sins in the guild. November, Adam managed to materialize his Zanpakuto spirit in the real world but failed to subdue Zanryuzuki, missing the opportunity to learn his Bankai, this time. December, undeterred by his latest failure, Adam continued his training, this time delving into the realms of seals and healing techniques, experimenting with them. Third-person POV. Jalal Fernandez. Crocus, Fiori, Magic Council. Year X 783. The grand hallway of the Magic Council headquarters buzzed with excitement. Wizards and council members scurry around, busy with their tasks as they would be every day, paying little attention to the calm figure making his way toward the council chamber. Jalal Fernandez, a young man with striking blue hair and a strange tattoo adorning his right eye, strolled confidently down the hallway, wearing a sinister cold calculative smile, one that would have sent chills down anyone's spine if they were to notice, that is. Alas, they were blind to the snake in their den, unable to see what was right in front of them. They were simply all too preoccupied with their own affairs, or perhaps too ignorant to see beyond the veil, beyond the mask Jalal showed. As Jalal walked down the hall, he recalled his journey up to this point and the sacrifices he had to make for this very moment to happen. For Zeref. He inwardly chuckled at the thought, finding it rather amusing, and sad in a peculiar way how things had developed for him, and how could he not? It had been ludicrously easy for him to infiltrate within the highest ranks of the political magical world. It was almost as if they were begging to be tricked, to be backstabbed, seeing all it took to rise amongst the ranks and gain political power was a few smiles here and there, and a small demonstration of power for everyone to trust him. They've all fallen for his act, believing him to be a loyal and dedicated member of the council. The fools, their ignorant minds, had no idea of the chaos and destruction that awaits them once the tower is complete, once Zeref is back to rule it all. Ready for the big day. One of the rune knights that had worked alongside Jalal in a few missions for the council, asked. I am, Jalal replied, his smile widening. You can almost say, I've been waiting for this moment for quite some time now. The knight nodded, looking excited himself. The youngest wizard saint in history, and it's you. Ha. That's going to be a spectacle, that's for sure. Jalal chuckled again, though this time it was laced with a hint of malice. Oh, it will be. Today, he was taking one more step towards his goal. Today, he would officially join the 10 Wizard Saints, an elite group of wizards who have been recognized for their immense magical power and contributions to the magical community, giving him even more political power to control the country from the shadows in order to better prepare for Zeref's revival. Silently, Jalal's footsteps echo throughout the hall as he thought about the Tower of Heaven, his ultimate goal, and how despite its destruction at the hands of Adam, it was now nearing its completion. It had taken some adjustments and sacrifices to make sure things were right on schedule, but now, with his position within the Magic Council, and as one of the Wizard Saints, he would have all the resources and influence he needed to see things through without any delays. Good luck. The knight said, as he reached out and pushed open the heavy, ornate doors, leading to the council's chamber. Jalal smiled and entered the room, his eyes scanning the room and taking in the grandeur of the chamber. The council members were already seated, and they all turned to look at him as he made his way toward them. The chamber was a large, circular room with high, vaulted ceilings adorned with intricate murals depicting the history of magic in Fiori. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. Greetings, esteemed council members, he said, his voice smooth and respectful. I am honored to be standing before you today. As idiotic as they were, Jalal knew he had to put up an act and show respect for the council and its members, and so he bowed before them. The council members nodded in approval, and one of them, an old, hunched man with a pair of big ears, hammer-shaped eyebrows, and a scar on the left side of his face, wearing a dark cap that covered most of his forehead, spoke. Seagrain, as you probably already know, we have gathered here today to recognize your immense contribution to the magical community, to the kingdom, and to the world as a whole, formally inducting you into the ranks of the 10 Wizard Saints, the old man said, his voice deep and gravelly. Your words are far too kind, Lord Darton, all I did was my duty, nevertheless, I am humbled and honored to accept this great responsibility, Jalal said, bowing again. The council members nodded in agreement, some even smiling fondly at Jalal, and his display of dedication. As a member of the council, and now one of the Wizard Saints, we have decided you are the best possible candidate to oversee the Department of Magical Development, Darton continued with a smile. We trust that your intelligence and magical prowess will allow you to lead this department to new heights and that you will continue to uphold the standards of magic and justice that this council represents. Jalal smiled inwardly, thinking things were going better than he expected. This position would give him the right amount of tools to work undetected, allowing him to steer the council and the magical community towards his ultimate goal. I am grateful for the council's trust in me, and I will do my utmost best to serve and protect everyone in this country, Jalal replied, his voice steady and confident. The ceremony continued, with Jalal taking an oath to uphold the laws and principles of magic and such. Once the ceremony was over, Jalal stepped outside and breathed in the fresh air, his mind racing with thoughts of what he needed to do next. There were so many things he needed to accomplish before the big day. But that was neither here nor there, at least not now. Right now, the only thing that was still certain was that he needed to continue gaining the trust of the council in order to work his way up more and more until there was no possible opposition. Ready to act, ready to take control of the world, they will all suffer under his power, under the one that rules all darkness, the true king of the new world. Without warning, without delay, they will all be at his mercy when that day comes. They are but sheep wandering aimlessly, waiting for his rule, for he is the only one capable of leading them. In their ignorance, they have been misled. In their ignorance some will even try to stop him, but no matter what they try, they will fail, and he will punish them for their blindness. He knows who they are, he always has, his eyes see everything from the darkness that envelopes this world, and because of that, there's nothing that escapes his view of sight. And, I, his faithful servant can't wait to watch their demise, lying in wait for their end days to arrive, as the slumbering king finally arrives. Chapter 87, Adam. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. On another note, canon starts here. Adam C. POV. Year X. As the tendrils of wakefulness stirred within me, I opened my eyes to a vast expanse of emptiness that I had called home for the past few months. The desert lay before me, an endless ocean of sand, stretching as far as the eye could see. The only punctuation in the barren landscape was the solitary tree against which my head was resting. Its gnarled trunk offered an odd comfort, a bulwark against the loneliness of the surroundings. Yawning, I shifted slightly, sand trickling off my body like tiny hourglass grains. That's going to be happening for a while, ain't it? I chuckled, dusting off my clothes a bit. With a contented sigh, I pushed myself up, my body protesting slightly at the abrupt movement. Well, time to go home. I felt the familiar crunch in my neck as I tilted my head from side to side, a series of pops echoing in the stillness. The coolness that was starting to take place was a stark contrast to the scorching sand around. The night was coming, it seemed. Can we hurry? You said we were going home today. Mavis's voice was heard from behind me, her tiny footsteps crunching against the sand. Even to this day, I was amazed at how she could make sounds where there were none. It was honestly impressive. Grinning, I turned around to see the Oompa Loompa-sized best friend of a companion I had, bounding towards me, a make-believe backpack slung over her shoulders. Maybe I should stay another year, I teased her, crouching down to be at her eye level. Mavis narrowed her eyes at me, her hands on her hips. Very funny, but if you don't keep up your promise I won't let you sleep, and believe me, I can be pretty loud. Fair enough, I replied, taking a deep breath as the world slowed down around me, the desert's vastness becoming nothing more than a mere backdrop to my focused intent. My muscles and energy coiled like a spring, and with a single, decisive step, I leaped into the air, the desert blurring around me as I was thrust into a dimension of distorted space and time, the wind rushing past me, a violent symphony in my ears, as I cut through the air. And, in the blink of an eye, the world came back into focus, the blurred canvas of my form sharpening into discernible features, as I now floated above the desert miles away from my original starting point, a solitary figure amidst the twilight, the desert sprawling beneath me like a vast, textured tapestry. So, should we go straight to the guild, or do we have time for some pancakes? I hummed, looking at Mavis as she materialized her form beside me. Oh, pancakes sound nice, Mavis said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chocolate chip pancakes for me. Well, it seems we have a unanimous decision then, I chuckled, before soaring through the air toward the direction of the nearest town. These past few years had been rough for me, in more ways than one. I had almost killed myself more than a few times, on one occasion almost losing half of my body in a massive explosion. Haha, leave it to the Shinigami to create techniques that can kill them, the literal embodiment of death. I had lost a few battles. Against my Zanpakuto. And a mysterious woman, named Celine. But as much as I had failed, or lost, I had grown. Did I have the strength to defeat all of my enemies? I wasn't sure. I had learned a lot, and I had become much, much stronger, but that didn't mean I was done improving, so that question was still up to debate, I suppose. All I knew was that I was definitely stronger and that whatever came next would be up for a big surprise. Answer this shit up. Huh, someone is calling. If I remember correctly that's Laxus' ringtone. I wonder what he wants. Laxus Dreyer. Second person POV. The dim light from the magical lacrima beeped awake, casting an unsteady glow on Laxus Dreyer. He sat idly on his couch, his gaze focused on the city's skyline through the floor-to-ceiling window. Noticing the caller ID. Mira Jane Strauss. Laxus approached the lacrima and picked up the call. Laxus, thank goodness you answered, we need your help. Mira Jane's voice was urgent, and Laxus could tell, she had a slight tremble underlying her usual calm and goofy demeanor. Laxus sighed, leaning back on the couch, an indifferent look on his face. About what? Phantom Lord, they've attacked Fairy Tail. It's a full-scale guild war, Laxus. The master is hurt, and Guildarts is not coming back until next Friday. You're our only hope. Laxus was silent for a moment, his gaze growing distant as he processed the information. Their only hope. He could almost laugh at that, it seemed little Mira was forgetting about a certain someone. As much as I would love to help, I'm not the guild's keeper, Mira, Laxus finally replied, his voice devoid of any emotion showing concern. You guys always manage. Besides, I have my own problems right now, I don't think I can leave, not right now. Mira Jane's voice faltered at his rejection. Laxus, please. You're a part of Fairy Tail. We are your family, and we need you. Laxus paused, his gaze drifting toward the Fairy Tail insignia on his body. A sigh escaped his lips. Look, I already knew about the Phantom Lord problem we have on our hands, Mira. In fact, you're not the first one to inform me, he said, his voice softer now, yet still carrying a certain aloofness. He turned his gaze back to the cityscape, a glint of something unrecognizable in his eyes. So don't worry, I've already called for backup. Mira Jane's breath hitched on the other end of the line. You did. Yeah, I did, Laxus confirmed, a rare hint of amusement lacing his tone. I called that bastard, and he answered. And based on what he told me, he'll be there soon. But, how did you know? Mistogen, he would never admit it though, but it was Mistogen who had told him. Laxus chuckled lightly, putting down the lacrima. I have my ways, Mira. Fairy Tail's my guild, after all. I might not show it, but I do care. With that, he ended the call, leaving Mira Jane at the other end, bewildered. Laxus leaned back into the couch, his gaze returning to the skyline, a sense of anticipation simmering within him. Do you think he will be enough to deal with Phantom Lord, Laxus-sama? Fried asked, breaking Laxus out of his thoughts. Laxus turned to Fried, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He's more than enough, Fried. You haven't seen the bastard, in what? Years. And you think he will be enough? Bixlow chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. Laxus rolled his eyes at him. I'm more than enough to deal with Phantom Lord, and if I am, he is. I know that bastard better than anyone, and I would be a fool to think he hasn't gotten stronger this past few years. Isn't Phantom Lord's master one of the 10 wizard saints? Evergreen interjected, her eyebrows furrowed in concern. Laxus shrugged. So what? That title can mean a lot of things depending on the wielder. I can't beat the old man, but I'm pretty sure I can kick Jose's ass. Fried nodded in agreement. I can't wait to see how strong has Adam become, Laxus mused, a glint of excitement in his eyes. It's been too long since I had a good fight with him. The rest of the Thunder God tribe exchanged glances, feeling unsure about Laxus' words, but keeping their thoughts to themselves. After all, in their heads, it didn't seem feasible that Adam, the man they hadn't even met, was as strong as their leader made him out to be. But in time, they would learn. Chapter 88, Jose Porla. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Adam C. POV. I had gotten a call from Laxus telling me the guild was under attack, facing Phantom Lord. It seemed I had miscalculated how far in the timeline I was, by a few months give it or take, not that it mattered anyways. You seem pretty calm, all things considered. Mavis commented, studying my expression. I shrugged nonchalantly, blurring out of sight with each step I took, making haste toward Magnolia. You know better than I do that the guild won't fall to this, so there isn't much to worry about. It wasn't like I didn't care. I did. I was actually angry, surprisingly, even though I already knew this would happen, but while I was angry, I wasn't worried. I knew my family had the power to fight back. Mavis let out a soft chuckle, her eyes scanning the horizon. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she nodded in agreement. No matter what, Fairy Tail will always find its way to prevail. Exactly. That being said, Phantom Lord would pay dearly for their mistake, canon or not. There was a price to pay for bearing their fangs at my family. An eye for an eye. Third-person POV. Magnolia Town. In the streets of Magnolia, the setting was as chaotic as a battlefield could possibly be. The Fairy Tail Guild was under heavy assault from another guild, Phantom Lord. Buildings were on fire, magic attacks were flying in every direction, and every guild member from each side was locked in fierce combat, giving their all. In the midst of the turmoil, stood Jose Porla, the master of Phantom Lord, a man whose face was etched with malice and twisted joy at the sight of this image. At last, his time to bring Fairy Tail to an end was here. Jose was preparing to activate a weapon of devastating power, one with more than enough power to destroy the thorn in his side that Fairy Tail represented. The Jupiter Convergent Cannon. So far, this dangerous weapon had already been used once against Fairy Tail, leaving a deep, ugly scar across the guild's compound, despite Urza blocking the attack. Alas, this wasn't something she could do twice. And Jose knew this, so he simply smiled, praising her efforts for delaying the inevitable as he readied his weapon once again, enjoying with twisted delight, as the Fairy Tail members could only watch in horror and anticipation. Urza Scarlet stood tall despite her injuries, her fiery gaze fixed on the cannon, empowering her adamantine armor with all her power, a dazzling blue light enveloping her as she readied herself to block the attack. Determination written all over her face, she knew she had to block the cannon to protect her friends and her family. Taking a deep breath, her fists clenched tight, as the ground beneath her feet cracked from the sheer force of her resolve. However, as the Jupiter cannon's charge reached its peak, a sudden, sharp noise rang out, bringing the entire battlefield to a silent halt. Shocked, all eyes turned toward the source of the sound, and what they saw was unexpected. A figure was racing toward the cannon, moving so fast that he was practically a blur, and before anyone realized it, the cannon's charging hum abruptly died out, replaced by a sound of metal grating against metal, as the cannon broke into two pieces right down the middle, its threatening glow dissipating, leaving the battlefield in an eerie semi-darkness as smoke filled the air. The figure landed in front of the cannon, a hood covering most of his face. His long black coat flowed behind him, revealing a sword that he had used to slice the cannon in two. Who the hell are you? Jose spat, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the hooded figure. The figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of piercing eyes that shone like hateful stars in the night sky. Ah, the Phantom Lord Guild. Always in the shadows, always second best. But don't worry, I'm here now to bring you into the light of total annihilation, he said, his voice low and steady. Urza could feel a strange energy emanating from him, one that she knew very well. Adam. Adam C. POV. It seemed I had managed to arrive just on time. Adam. Jose cackled, what a surprise. One of Fairy Tail Dog's running to the rescue, not that it matters, now your demise will simply last longer. I ignored him, my gaze fixed on Urza. Are you okay? I asked. I'm fine, Urza nodded, a smile on her face, her eyes never leaving mine. I smiled back, turning my attention back to Jose. Oh, Jose, Jose, Jose. Have you considered a change of scene? I don't know. A career in children's party entertainment perhaps. Your shadow puppet show would be a hit. You have no idea who you're dealing with, child, Jose's face contorted with rage, as he glared at me. Oh, I know exactly who I'm dealing with, I replied, unsheathing my sword. A washed-up old man who can't keep up with the times. Jose growled, his body starting to emit a dark aura. It seems that old bastard didn't teach any of his mutts how to behave in the face of his superior. No matter, you'll pay for your insolence. Urza, I'll deal with him, I leave the rest to you guys. I gave Urza a curt nod and then disappeared in an instant, slamming my hand against Porla's face, dragging him outside the town before he could fully react. Did you just slapped me? Jose Porla shouted, his face twisted with anger as blood dripped down his nose. I replied, twirling my sword around. Someone had to. Very well, child, if you wish to suffer so badly at my hands, I will oblige, Jose snarled before he was engulfed in a dark sinister aura, growing larger and more imposing. So, who's first? I asked, glancing behind me, sensing someone trying to sneak on me. Metsu. As if answering my question, the one that had been sneaking up behind me revealed himself, before immediately placing his hands forward, enveloping me in a vacuum, which from what I could feel, was meant to completely drain my magic from me in an instant, or, in other words, makes me void. However, unbeknownst to Arya, his little spell hadn't worked. Perhaps it had been a bit irresponsible to test a spell against his spell, but it wasn't like he could actually drain my magic, seeing mine operated much differently than others. It is done, Master Jose, Arya announced, bowing to Jose with a smirk on his face. Ah, a volunteer, I said, my lips curved up in a smile as I moved my right hand quickly towards Arya, grabbing him by the neck before he had a chance to react. Arya, Master of Air, was it? Blowing hot air doesn't make you powerful, it just makes you, well, full of it. At this, Arya tried to turn invisible, summoning multiple vacuums of air around me in order to create multiple explosions. Ah, the power of invisibility, how delightful. It must be comforting to know that when you inevitably fail, no one will see it happen, I said, before slamming Arya into the ground with enough force to create a small earthquake, knocking the air mage out. Not bad, Jose clapped slowly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But I hope you don't think that by defeating Arya you stand a chance against me. Tell me, how does it feel to be the master of a second-rate guild? In fact, do you guys have a motto? Always the runner-up, never the winner, perhaps. I chuckled, cracking my neck from side to side. Always trying to make a name for yourselves, always coming second. I have to say, I do admire your spirit, you guys just don't know when to quit. But don't worry, your prayers have been answered, old man. When I'm finished, you'll all be famous as the guild that couldn't stand against me. Time to test the fruits of my training, and what better target to do so than one of the wizard saints. Chapter 89, Cutting the Darkness. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Third person. POV. Adam versus Jose Porla. Without a word, the battle between the two began, the raw power of Jose Porla's rippling across the desolate landscape as Adam released his shuriken, the very fabric of space distorting around its blade as he did so. Jose studied the warrior, his dark eyes flickering with an inscrutable interest. So that's your magic, impressive, he sneered, a grin cutting across his face. Alas, I've defeated countless swordsmen, and sadly for you, you won't be any different. Adam merely inclined his head, his gaze calm, but stern. His grip tightened around his Zanpakuto, a subtle shift in the air signaling the activation of his power. Do your best, or should I say do your worst? I'll be honest, I can't tell the difference between them in this situation. Having had enough of Adam, Jose roared, conjuring a multitude of ghostly apparitions, each one pulsating with a dark sinister energy. Phantom explosion. He commanded, sending the phantoms charging toward Adam. However, just as the phantoms were about to reach Adam, he moved his blade, manipulating the space around him, teleporting in a blink of an eye. The phantoms passed through the spot he had just vacated, colliding with nothing but thin air, giving birth to a massive explosion, as Adam appeared behind Jose, swinging his Zanpakuto down at him, releasing a crescent arc of translucent energy that tore its way through space towards the wizard saint. Shocked, Jose was forced to defend, conjuring a barrier of dark phantoms to absorb the blow. The collision between the two shattered the space around them, the impact echoing like thunder. It seems the little mutt has a few tricks up his paw, Jose snarled as he staggered back, his barrier barely holding after the attack. Is that the best you've got, Jose? I've had more painful paper cuts. Come on, show me the real darkness, Adam replied, taunting him with a smirk. Jose's eyes narrowed at the insult. You'll regret that, he hissed, summoning a swarm of shadowy tendrils that whipped through the air, each one seeking out its target. Adam, however, was already on the move, dodging and weaving through the tendrils, as if he was merely going through the motions. It almost seemed as if he was not using his full power. It seems you throw attacks like you lead your guild, ineffectively and without any real impact, Adam taunted once again, before blurring out of sight, landing a hit on Jose's chest with enough force to push the wizard into the ground gasping for air. Wasting no time, Jose jumped to his feet, glaring at Adam who simply remained floating high above the old wizard, smiling at him. You might make this interesting if you take me seriously, you know. I mean, you can't possibly be this weak, Adam mocked, twirling his blade playfully. You want to see my full power? Very well, mutt. With a growl, Jose raised his arms, calling forth a torrent of dark energy from the depths of his being, causing the skies to darken and the very earth to shake. Darkness awakens. Jose shouted, unleashing a powerful blast of dark energy. Adam seeing this raised his Zanpakuto, the blade shimmering with an ethereal light as he manipulated space around him once more, creating a spatial rift to absorb the blast. The dark energy Jose had unleashed roared and crackled for a brief moment as if trying to avoid its fate before disappearing into the void created by his Adam. What? Jose shouted, taken aback by what just had happened. How did you? But before Jose could finish his sentence, Adam appeared right in front of him, his Zanpakuto poised at his neck. That was an incredible attack, in fact, now I feel bad for taking it, so allow me to give it back. Before anyone could question what Adam meant by that, a rift cracked open in front of Jose from the tip of Adam's blade, unleashing the attack the wizard saint had just used, but on him at point blank. Jose had no time to react as the blast hit him square in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a comet with a deafening boom. That had to hurt, Adam whistled, twirling his blade around as he watched Jose hit the ground with a loud thud, leaving a gaping hole on the ground. That's it. No more playing around. Jose shouted, his eyes blazing with fury as he pulled himself out of the hole he had created, his magic power reaching its absolute limit. You'll regret ever messing with me. Will I? Adam hummed, tilting his head to the side. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to underperform to such a degree, but I can try if that makes you happy. With a thunderous roar filled with rage and hate, Jose called upon his most devastating spell, in his mind only one goal remained, killing the men in front of him. Deadly shade, he shouted, his voice resonating through the area like a demonic entity. The sky darkened, as if night had fallen in an instant, and a chilling, ghostly aura spread out from him, engulfing the entire area, as the world around them seemed to warp and twist, turning into a nightmarish landscape of shadows and phantoms. Adam watched, undaunted as the darkness swallowed everything around him. His body and blade glowing with an ethereal light, being the only source of illumination within the world of darkness Jose had summoned forth. Not to be a party pooper, but I can still see you, Adam shouted, waving at Jose. I know, that way you will see my face before you die. Jose shouted, pointing both of his hands toward Adam. Phantom Brigade, he commanded, his voice echoing ominously. Summoning thousands upon thousands of phantoms, each one more menacing than the last, all rushing towards Adam, their ghostly wails filling the air. Taking a deep breath, Adam took a step forward, and with a swift motion, he swung his blade, slicing through the fabric of Jose's reality, cutting it in half as a shimmering rift appeared in front of him, swallowing the incoming phantoms, their wails silenced as they disappeared into the void. Very powerful attack, but it kind of falls into my domain, Adam declared, as the space around him began to distort, pushing back the darkness, slowly restoring the battlefield back to its original state. Jose could only watch in disbelief as his most powerful spell, his world of darkness, was repelled with almost no effort. It was here that Jose started to realize that, perhaps Adam's strength was far beyond what he had anticipated. Alas, despite this sense of understanding there was a glimmer of stubborn defiance in his eyes. I'm not done, yet, brat. Well, Jose, I've indulged your theatrics long enough. I won't lie, it has been educational, but it's time we bring our little get-together to an end, Adam said, his voice low and dangerous. You think that, Jose began, but before he could continue he felt something change in the air, something dangerous. Heido number 90. Kuro Hitsuji, with those words, purple and black energy swirled around the two, growing in intensity with each passing moment before being directed the energy towards Jose, unleashing a torrent of gravity upon them. What? Jose shouted as his body was forced to the ground, and it was only natural, the force Adam had unleashed was overwhelming, pressing down upon their very being as if the weight of the world was crushing them. As this gravitational pull reached its peak, the energy around transformed, taking the shape of a menacing box that closed around Jose before crumbling to pieces, revealing a now heavily injured Jose. Adam regarded Jose with a measured expression, assessing the damage he had inflicted upon his opponent. It seems like I won. Please, have mercy. Jose begged, his voice hoarse and barely audible. Phantom Lord, you pride yourselves on your strength and ruthlessness. But when faced with a real challenge, you fold quicker than a cheap suit, Adam sighed, shaking his head. I guess not all wizard saints are made the same. I won't attack anyone, this war is over, I promise. Jose pleaded, his face twisted in agony. Seeing no point in continuing the fight, as there was no fun in kicking an already defeated man, Adam lowered his Zanpakuto, returning his blade to its sealed state. Sure, he said, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Keep in mind though, if I ever see you again, I will kill you. Having said that, Adam turned around and started to walk away. Leaving Jose on the ground, his body battered and his magic drained, watching how he walked away in silence, seeing this a rush of fury and humiliation washed over him. He was the master of the strongest guild, one of the wizard saints. He refused to be defeated, refused to be pitted, especially by a child. With a sudden burst of energy, Jose forced himself to his feet, his magic flaring up as he conjured a dark spectral phantom, and with a roar, he launched it towards Adam's seemingly unsuspecting back. Phantom Spear. God, so fucking predictable it borders on the cliché, Adam sighed. But just as the phantom was about to reach Adam, a powerful figure appeared between them. Makarov Dreyer, the guild master of Fairy Tail, stepped in, his immense magical power forming a barrier that repelled Jose's attack. Good to see you old man, Adam said, not turning around. After all, he had sensed the guild master's arrival before anyone else. Enough, Jose, Makarov spoke sternly, his gaze fixed on the Phantom Lord Master. You've lost. Accept your defeat. Jose looked at Makarov, then at Adam, his body trembling with exhaustion and frustration. His magic was nearly depleted, and he knew he stood no chance against either of them. So, with a bitter snarl, he let his magic die down, his power dissipating in the air. You know I didn't need help, right? Adam asked, tilting his head with a smile. I know, but if I hadn't intervened you would have killed him, Makarov said, gazing at my blade. And as much as he deserves it, killing a wizard saint could have the council on your back. Also, what kind of way is that to greet your old man, huh? Adam chuckled, sheathing his sword. Fair enough. Thanks for the save, Pops. Makarov smiled, his wrinkles deepening. Anytime, brat. But let's not waste any more time here. We have a guild to rebuild, and more importantly, we have a celebration to throw. We fucking won. Adam gasped. Language. Ah, you're an adult now, deal with it, Makarov waved at him dismissively. Chapter 90, Home. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Adam C. POV. I had arrived just in time to steal the old man's thunder and fight with Jose myself. And needless to say, I had won, but it felt like a shallow victory, at least for me it did. I expected a formidable adversary, seeing he was part of the Wizard Saints. Instead, I found a man playing to be strong like a child. How underwhelming. I honestly thought that he would offer a bit of a challenge, at least. But it seemed Jose was very low in the power scale. That on itself brought a lot of questions. For one, the show made it seem like Jose and Makarov were evenly matched, at least during the first half of the fight, but now that I had fought Jose, I knew very well how much weaker than the old man he was. It was honestly baffling. I wonder if the old man originally held back to avoid destroying the town. That would explain why Jose in his initial efforts to deal with Fairy Tail used tactics that could only be described as spineless by choosing to seal off the old man's magical power. Shrugging, I sat on the ground, amidst the wreckage of Phantom Lord's base. The evening sky stretches above me, its hues of orange and pink painting a picture of tranquility. Quite a stark contrast compared to the chaos that had unfolded here, quite a funny thought. Lost in my thoughts, I suddenly become aware of Mavis' presence as she approaches me with a gentle step, her eyes filled with concern. Welcome to my lair, I smiled, my voice soft as I acknowledged her arrival. What brings you here? Rolling her eyes, she takes a seat next to me, her gaze shifting from the remnants of the guild to meet mine. For some reason, there was a sadness in her eyes, an underlying worry that was failing to conceal. I wanted to talk to you about your Bankai, she begins cautiously. I turn to face her fully, giving her my undivided attention. What about it? When you rushed to fight Jose, I was afraid you would be forced to use it. I know what your Bankai is capable of, and the consequences of using it, Mavis continued, her voice filled with genuine concern. I see, she was worried Jose would force me to use my Bankai. He wished he was that strong. But, no. Even if he was that strong, I wouldn't have resorted to using my Bankai against him. I would have asked Urza, or the old man to help me if that had been the case. My Bankai was, sadly, a one-use trump card for me, one that would have to be saved for a special individual. That being said, Jose didn't even come close to reaching that point. In fact, I was pretty certain I could have defeated him without using my Shurkai. I smiled gently, hoping to alleviate some of her worries. Promise me, you will never use it, Mavis pleaded, her gaze unwavering as she looked at me with a slight tremble in her voice. Mavis, you misunderstand, I sighed, my voice calm yet tinged with determination. I don't intend on using my Bankai, unless there isn't another option, and even if there wasn't another option, there is a certain someone that might win this prize. Mavis's eyes widened slightly, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she ponders for a moment, contemplating the possible targets of my unrevealed Bankai. And it didn't take a genius to know her mind would probably gravitate towards the likes of Zeref, a formidable foe and a persistent threat to our world. Nevertheless, he wasn't the one I was thinking about. You mean, him? Mavis replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her concern deepening. I chuckle softly, shaking my head. No, and don't take me wrong, he is a formidable adversary, quite possibly still stronger than me, but we both know there's someone even more dangerous lurking out there, don't we? Acnologia, the Dragon King, the one possessing a power so unfathomably big that surpasses all others in this earth. Mavis's eyes widened further, a mix of fear and determination crossing her features. We will find another way. Maybe, I nodded thoughtfully, but until then, I will keep my options clear. It's not like I wanted to die, in fact, if I ever found another viable option that could help me avoid such a terrible fate, I would take it without hesitation. But until such an option came, I would not lie to myself. We'll talk about this later. But until then, take some time to reconnect with your friends, Mavis said, pretending to be her usual happy self, however her voice was still laced with worry she couldn't hide. As Mavis's presence faded, and I was left alone with my thoughts, another familiar face emerged from the wreckage, breaking her way through the place in a straight line toward my direction. Urza Scarlet. She was clad in her battle-worn armor, a mix of exhaustion and relief etched on her face. Her body was covered in cuts, bruises and other wounds, each one being evidence of the fierce battle she had endured to defend the guild. Yet, despite her injuries, a radiant smile was gracing her lips. Finally, you're back. Urza exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine joy. We've missed you so much. I stand up, smiling at her. It was honestly impressive how positive she was. Our guild had been destroyed, some of our members were hurt, but she was still smiling. She truly was a pillar of strength, unwavering in the face of any adversity. That was a trait I wholeheartedly admired and respected about her. Not everyone can keep their spirits up no matter the odds. I would say, long time no see, but we saw each other like 2 hours ago. When I arrived, I chuckled, my voice filled with warmth as I pulled her in, embracing her in a tight hug. But, I will say that I've missed you too. It's good to be back. Without a word, she returned the embrace with equal fervor, her battered body pressing against mine so tight that I was made aware of how much her adolescence had changed her, at least physically speaking while I was away. Are you trying to break my spine? I joked, feeling the weight of her armor pressing against me. Despite her wounds, her grip was strong as ever, almost defiant. It's as if she was determined to show me that no matter what challenges we might face, we'll always find the strength to stand together. Then again, perhaps I was overthinking things. As we pulled away from the embrace, Urza's smile turned into a more serious expression. We have a lot to catch up on, Urza sighed, her voice carrying a tired undertone. Things have changed a lot since you left. If it was any other person, I would have assumed something wrong had happened while I was away. But this was Urza we were talking about, someone with social skills so terribly bad that bordered on insanity. Have they? Urza nodded, her gaze meeting mine as she shed a single tear. The master took the strawberry cake out of the guild's menu. I deadpanned. That's it? I asked, unable to hide my amusement. You do know that we can just get that cake from anywhere else, right? Urza pouted, her arms crossed over her chest. It's a big deal to me, okay? That cake was the only thing that made me happy on my bad days. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. Besides, it is not just about the cake. It's about the tradition. The guild has always had the strawberry cake in its menu, ever since we were kids. The strawberry cake has been a staple item in our guild menu for years. A symbol of our unity and camaraderie. And now, it's gone. I'll talk to the master, and see what I can do, I promised, trying to hide my amusement behind a serious expression. Urza's expression softened, and she gave me a small smile. You will. It is indeed very good to have you back. Only you understand the importance of traditions. On that subject, I wonder why the master removed that item from the menu. So, any other updates besides that? I asked, hoping to steer the conversation away from the strawberry cake crisis. Urza nodded, and she took a deep breath before speaking. A lot of people have joined the guild since you left. There's Levi, Fried, Bixlow, Evergreen, Jet, Droy, Loke, Happy, and of course, one of my best friends and companions, Lucy. Lucy had finally joined. That's right, the entire reason Jose Porla had supposedly started the guild war was to recover Lucy under the orders of her father. That however was all a ruse, seeing as Jose intended to dry Lucy's family dry in terms of economic power, using Lucy as a leverage. Can't wait to meet them, I said with a smile. As Urza continued to update me on the current state of the guild. Lucy Hartfilia, POV. A few hours ago. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to process the overwhelming surge of magic power I had just felt. It was unlike anything I had ever encountered before, a raw force that seemed to shake the very foundations of my being. The sheer magnitude behind this power. It was almost unreal, and I couldn't help but wonder who. No, what kind of monster could possess such an incredible level of strength? Lost in my thoughts, I was jolted back to reality as a sudden impact sent a sharp pain coursing through the back of my head. I let out a quiet yelp of surprise and stumbled forward, turning to face the culprit. Finding Kana, with a mischievous grin on her face, chuckling as she watched my reaction. "What was that for, Kana?" I exclaimed, rubbing the sore spot on my head. This guild was full of crazy people. Every single one of them was completely crazy. Kana shrugged nonchalantly, her eyes gleaming with a playful glint. "Just had to snap you out of that daze, Goldie," she replied, her voice laced with amusement. "You were lost in your own little world there." I narrowed my eyes at her, still reeling from the sudden jolt. "Well, thanks for the wake-up call, but next time say something, don't hit me," I muttered, my annoyance dissipating as I shifted my attention back to the matter at hand. "On another note, Kana, did you feel that magic power just now? Shouldn't we be, I don't know, worried?" At this, Kana's grin widened, and she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Oh, I see, you want to know who's behind that power, Lucy. Well, don't worry, the one behind that power is my big brother, Adam." My eyes widened in disbelief, and I struggled to comprehend the revelation. He was Kana's brother. That Adam. How come I hadn't read about that in any magazine? Then again, it's no wonder I hadn't read a thing about that. Adam had always been a mysterious figure to me and everyone outside the guild. He was rarely mentioned and rarely seen. In fact, his mysterious demeanor had earned him 2 years in a row the title of the most wanted bachelor in Fiore. Bachelor title out of the way, the guy was a walking enigma, almost as much as Mistogen. All I knew was that he was strong. Urza had said so herself, declaring that if they fought she had absolutely no hopes of defeating him. And Urza was pretty much the strongest wizard I knew. The thought that he possessed such immense magic power was mind-boggling. "Your brother," I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you sure it's him, Kana? I mean, no offense, but that level of strength. It's unbelievable." Kana nodded, a mix of pride and fondness crossing her features. "Yeah, he's something else, isn't he? Adam's always been strong, but it seems that while he was away, he's been pushing his limits even further, not that I expected any less, mind you." As I absorbed Kana's words, a surge of excitement mingled with a touch of apprehension coursed through me. Nobody knew a thing about him. I could be the first one to interview him. And, perhaps, just perhaps, he could be the one. At this I blushed. "Yeah, that ain't gonna happen," Kana snorted, reading my thoughts as easily as if I had spoken them aloud. "I might not know what my brother's type is, but you sure aren't." I deflated at Kana's words, realizing that my fantasies of a romantic fairy tale-style relationship with Adam were just that, fantasies. "He hasn't even met me," I pouted, feeling a little hurt by Kana's dismissal. Kana chuckled, shaking her head. "Feel free to try if you don't believe me, but do tell me, because I want to record your rejection." Chapter 91, oh, hell no. Not on my watch. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Adam C. POV. The heavy wooden door of the guild creaked open, and I was met with the familiar hustle and bustle of the guild, not that the door kept this energy locked. I mean, after the events of Phantom Lord, the guild didn't even have a roof. That being said, the energy was as always incredibly infectious. Laughter echoed from every corner, and the clinking of ale mugs punctuated the hum of conversation. But today was different. Today, the buzz was not just from the usual camaraderie and competition. Today, the guild was celebrating our victory. That and the fact I was back, which according to Makarov, had the members of the guild that hadn't met me excited. It seemed that for some reason my introduction was eagerly anticipated. The first to approach me was Jet. He was a tall, lean-figured guy, his wild hair a striking shade of orange. After shaking my hand, he talked a bit with me, praising Levi every 10 words, in a very animated manner, his hands gesturing wildly in the air. I have to say, Jet chuckled, trying to come off as confident, or perhaps he was just trying to hide his anxiety, I couldn't really tell. "I've heard a lot about you." I returned his handshake and gave him a nod, "All good things I hope." "Only the best," Jet replied, his grin wide and genuine. Next to him was Droy, a lean man with black hair. He was slightly shorter than Jet, and slightly leaner as well. His eyes twinkled with good humor as he clapped me on the shoulder. "Adam, the man, the myth, the legend." Droy boomed. "I've been looking forward to meeting you. Urza, Kana, and Lilia never stopped talking about you." Hell, even Laxus talks about you. Talking about Lilia, where is she? Perhaps she's on a mission, otherwise she would be here, breaking a window with an over-the-top unnecessary entrance. Likewise, Droy, I replied, smiling at the guy. Then there was Happy, a small, blue, adorable cat-like creature with wings. He hovered in the air, his tail swishing back and forth. His big eyes were full of wonder and admiration. Happy squeaked, fluttering down to land on my shoulder. There's no way Natsu or Ruffy can beat you. I chuckled, reaching up to give him a gentle pat. You're damn right, a fish for you, on me. Happy cheered, his wings flapping excitedly. You're now one of my favorite people. As Happy left to find his fish, despite the fact I hadn't given him any money for it yet, someone else approached me. Levy McGarden. Out of everyone, Levy was the smallest of the group, but it was easy to see that her spirit despite her size was also one of the largest in the guild. Her blue hair was tied up in a bandana. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and determination. You defeated Phantom Lord's master, right? Levy greeted with a respectful nod. If so, your reputation precedes you. I look forward to learning from you. And I from you, Levy, I replied. Last but not least, there was Lucy, the poor blonde destined to suffer under Natsu's shenanigans. Her brown eyes met mine with a sense of awe that made me feel like I should pepper spray her. Adam Clive, the god of the sword, the Shinigami, the one without property damage, also known as Oberon, the king of fairies, Lucy said, almost breathless. I'm Lucy Hartfilia, it's an honor to meet you. Oberon. Well, that's a new one. But forget about that one, who in the fuck is calling me the one without property damage? Weird way to start a conversation, but yeah, a pleasure to meet you, I replied. Lucy seemed to be in a trance, still staring at me in awe. Hello. I waved my hand in front of her face, trying to snap her out of it. You okay? Oh. I'm so sorry. It's just that, I've heard so much about you, well, read, in Sorcerer Weekly, Lucy said, snapping out of her trance. And at the same time, I haven't read anything about you. Your entire life it's mostly a mystery. I raised an eyebrow. Really? They still write about me? Yes, of course, and why wouldn't they? Lucy exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. You single-handedly defeated the Wake of the Abyss, and that was before even reaching puberty. The Wake of what now? I'm sorry, I defeated who now? I asked, genuinely confused. The Wake of the Abyss, Lucy repeated as if that alone was meant to clarify what the heck she was saying, her voice filled with awe. She means Deliora, Gray interjected, rolling his eyes at Lucy's fangirl behavior. For some reason, someone thought of giving that bastard a flashy moniker. Oh. She was talking about Deliora, okay. Don't call Deliora that, it's very confusing and honestly doesn't fit the bastard anyways, I said, shaking my head. But yeah, I did defeat him. It wasn't that big of a deal, really. Lucy gasped at this. But, how could that not be a big deal? Deliora is one of the most powerful demons ever known to exist. And despite his terrible reputation, he was nothing but a failed project. Well, that's a matter of opinion, I said with a shrug. Anyways, a pleasure to meet you, Lucy. Wait. Lucy said, reaching out to grab my arm before I could turn away. I have so many questions for you. So, if possible, could I, perhaps, if possible, if you don't mind, interview you? I smiled. No. Lucy's face fell, looking crestfallen at my response. But why not, she asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Just don't feel like it, I said, putting a hand on her shoulder. But I could cook something. It could be a fun thing, like a date/interview. Lucy suggested with a hopeful smile. Wait. She likes me. Well, that explains her fangirl-like behavior. Nevertheless, she wasn't my type. Sure, she had a nice body, with the right proportions, curves, and a pretty face, but I wasn't interested. I chuckled. I'm flattered. I really wasn't. But I have other things to do. I really didn't. So, I'm sorry to say, no. I wasn't sorry. Lucy looked at me with a mix of disappointment and embarrassment. Oh. I understand, I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha. Told you so. Kana burst out laughing from behind me. I turned around to see my little sister, Kana, not so little anymore, she was now a woman in her own right. She was dressed in a skimpy outfit that showed off her ample cleavage and toned midriff, and had a bottle of beer in her hand. Oh hell no. Hell to the damn no. I rushed to her, and hugged her, but this was but a trap, as I used the opportunity to put my coat over her, covering her up. Who told you, you can dress like that? I asked, turning Kana into a living conservative burrito with my coat. Hey, what gives? Kana protested, pouting slightly as I continued to turn her into a Bible-approved burrito. I already have enough about this with Dad, not you too. Well, he's right. You shouldn't dress like that in public. I scolded her, as the rest of the guild blinked in silence. Why not? I'm an adult now. Kana retorted. The hell you aren't, I snapped back. You'll always be my little sister, and therefore, you will never be older than 12 years old. Kana rolled her eyes, but I could see the hint of a smile on her face. Fine, I guess if you and Dad are on the same page, it means you guys are onto something. I give up, you guys win, I promise to dress in a more conservative manner, Happy. Now unburrito me, please. Happy the cat chimed in, thinking someone had called him. I wasn't calling you, I was just using the expression, Kana explained to the blue cat, who looked a bit disappointed at not being included in the conversation. Fine, I will unburrito you, I replied, unwrapping my coat from around Kana. And sorry for overreacting, but I will not have the perverts in this guild ogle you like a piece of meat. Kana rolled her eyes once again, but this time, with a hint of amusement. Fair enough, but just so you know, I can take care of myself, I'm a big girl now. I know you are, but that doesn't mean I won't try to protect you, I said, ruffling her hair. As a father, I feel you should let Kana dress in such an empowering way, Macau interjected, trying to hide the horny grin on his face. I shot him a dark look. Fucking try me. On second thought, I take back my previous statement, Macau quickly backtracked, sweating bullets as he backed away. In fact, I don't even know why I was talking. I mean, my child is a boy, what do I know about having a girl? Ha. Clearly nothing. I feel like I've been talking too much, does anyone want a drink? I sure do. Bye. I watched Macau scuttle away, glaring daggers on his back. You know the poor guy will have night terrors for the next following weeks, right? Kana chuckled, giving me a kiss on the cheek. He's lucky Gildarts wasn't here, I replied, imagining how Gildarts would have reacted to Macau's attitude. He is, Kana nodded, shaking her head. After all, Dad is the reason. Wakaba is no longer with us. Serves him fucking right. Wait. Gildarts killed Wakaba for ogling at Kana. Good. Wait, what am I saying? While I approve of that attitude, killing him is a bit over the top. Break his legs and arms, and leave him bedridden, but kill him. There isn't a reason for that, at least not one they're brave enough to fucking try. Well, that's neither here nor there. Rest in peace Wakaba, or should I say pieces considering who he had to deal with. So. Wakaba is dead. I sighed. What? No. You think Dad killed him? Kana asked, breaking into a fit of laughter. He's alive, just hospitalized, that's all. Oh. Well, that makes more sense. Really, what happened? I asked, curious about the whole situation. Kana took a deep breath, composing herself before speaking. Wakaba said I had a nice ass, and well. Dad didn't take too kindly to that, he literally slapped him into the hospital, and I'm not being dramatic, Dad slapped Wakaba, from the guild, into the hospital, one slap. He. I expected nothing less from the man that forcibly adopted me, because I had stolen millions from him. He recovered from that a few days ago, but now he calls me sir, and insists that I maintain a 12-foot distance from him, Kana continued, with an evilly amused smile. I think he's a bit scared of interacting with me, after, well, you know. I chuckled in complete delight at the thought of Wakaba cowering in fear at the mere sight of Kana. That's what he gets for catcalling someone young enough to be his child. What if a guy? I don't know. Her age, tries to flirt with Kana? Lucy asked, interjecting. He would have to meet my standards, after meeting Gildarts, and he would have to be strong enough to defeat me, and Gildarts, separately and at the same time, I replied with a thoughtful nod. I wasn't asking for much. But if the guy couldn't meet those overly basic requirements, then he wasn't worthy. It was that simple. Adam, I don't think those are simple requirements. I felt the familiar sensation of my blade vibrating gently in my hand as Zanryuzuki's voice echoed inside my head. They were. Oh God, I will die alone, Kana muttered. Oh, princess, don't say that, you will have plenty of sisters in whatever church you choose, I reassured her, patting her on the back. Trust me, as a man, you can trust me when I say, all men suck. Oh God, I sounded like a bad feminist. Or that lesbian friend who is secretly trying to woo her friend. Nevertheless, I stand by my point. My sister either marries the embodiment of perfection or no one at all. Chapter 92, Cake and Revenge, but mostly cake. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Also just one chapter today because I'm preparing for next week. Seeing y'all exceeded my expectations, I need time to write and increase them chapters for next week. And it's all your fault, sexy bastards. Adam C. POV. As I exited the guild, and the sun began to sink below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow across the town of Magnolia. The excitement of the day's events had settled, and a sense of tranquility washed over me as I made my way to my house on the outskirts of town. According to Makarov, they had finished the apartment per my instructions while I was away, so this would be my first time sleeping in the house I had envisioned. It had been a long day for me. I wasn't tired, physically speaking, but mentally, I sure as fuck was. I'm finally back, I muttered. The familiar streets of Magnolia greeted me as I walked, passing by familiar shops and bustling cafes. It was honestly surprising how fast these people recovered. Just a few hours again the town was being destroyed, but now, they were back on business like nothing had happened. I guess the spirit of fairy tale was truly woven into the very fabric of this place, in more ways than one. As I walked through the town, reaching the outskirts, I found my apartment, standing there in one piece in all its glory, a quaint three-story structure nestled amidst a row of trees. I had to admit, I was honestly surprised it was in one piece, considering Gildarts apparently had a key, which reminds me, I need to change the locks. Who am I kidding, like he uses the door, huh? Laughing at the thought of Gildarts using a door for once, I stepped inside my house, eager to explore it. The apartment exuded a cozy atmosphere, with soft lighting and a warm color palette. Needless to say, I was more than happy with the result. I mean, this place was a reflection of my own tastes and preferences, a place where I could truly feel at home. "Welcome to my humble abode, traveler," Mavis greeted me, floating at the top of the staircase with a playful smirk on her lips. Smiling at her, I made my way to the living room, sinking into the plush comfort of one of the armchairs in there. Yes. I suddenly feel like doing nothing. "Well, seeing you trained basically non-stop these past few years, that would be a nice change of pace," Mavis giggled, jumping off the stairs, landing gracefully on the armrest of the chair. I chuckled, stretching my arms above my head. You know why I was training so much, but, yeah, I guess you're right. Letting the silence of the house wash over me, I closed my eyes, and yawned, melting into the chair for a few moments, until the ringing of my Lacrima phone broke the serene silence of the place, causing me to startle slightly. Who the fuck is calling me? Snapping my head out of trance, I reached for the device, picking it up to reveal the caller's name on the screen, Gildarts Clive. Why is Gildarts calling me? I wonder why. "Hello, old man," I greeted, putting the Lacrima on my ear. "To what do I owe the displeasure of your call?" Gildart's deep, hearty chuckle resonated through the phone, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Displeasure? You break your old man's heart. Anyway, I heard from Cordelia that you're back and stronger than ever. They say you kicked Porla's ass. Not bad, kiddo, not bad." "Well, fuck. News sure travels fast around these parts." "Honestly, it wasn't that much of a fight, if anything it was underwhelming," I replied, shrugging my shoulders even though Gildarts couldn't see me. He was weaker than I imagined. "Most of those fuckers get lazy after getting the title," Gildarts replied with a chuckle. "Porla is one of them. I remember when he got the title, and according to the old man, he was a bit weaker than he was back then." "That makes sense. Some people were simply too compliant, and the moment you gave them an ounce of recognition, of validation, they simply started to see themselves as untouchable beings. From that, it's nothing but a slippery slope into becoming a weak piece of shit." "So, when are you coming back?" I asked. Before Kana he would leave for months, even years at the time, but since Kana, well, he rarely ever left. If it wasn't for Kana pushing him to take jobs that actually paid, he would probably be broke. "In a few weeks hopefully, but I think it will be in around 3 months, it all depends, you know how it is," Gildarts replied, his tone suddenly taking on a serious note. "On another note, there is a reason I called you, and that is that I have a mission for you. As the head of the family while I'm away, I need to instill fear in the hearts of any men daring to look in Kana's direction." "I see. No wonder he called me. That's a very important subject to discuss." "I'm one step ahead of you, old man. I already traumatized Macau." He scurried away in utter fright. He scurried away. "So he still walks," Gildarts muttered darkly, sounding like a mafioso. "He does, but don't you worry, old man. I'll make sure anyone who even looks at Kana funny will regret it," I assured him, my hand subconsciously clenching into a fist. "Poor girl," Mavis sighed. Good, Gildarts replied, sounding satisfied. "I knew I could count on you, my boy." "In fact, I even made Kana agree to make her wardrobe more conservative," I replied, feeling rather proud of that. In her own words, no more short skirts, low-cut tops, cleavages and such. Gildarts hiccuped, and for a moment, I could almost swear I had heard him cry on the other end of the call. "I've never been more proud of having you as a son as I am today. As for Macau, tell him I will visit him when I get back. That should give him enough time to make arrangements so that his kid doesn't have to see his father pissing himself." Harsh, but fair. "It shall be done," I replied, hanging up the Lacrima phone. I honestly pity Kana, Mavis sighed, shaking her head. I see your point, but I don't care, I replied, giving her 2 thumbs up. Mavis chuckled, rolling her eyes. Well, seeing you're in a good mood, there's a letter addressed for you under your chair, and I feel like you should give it a read. A letter under the chair. What an odd place to store mail. Pausing for a bit, I raised my eyebrow in interest as I reached down and retrieved the envelope. It was sealed with a wax emblem that I didn't recognize, but it seemed like it belonged to a collection agency. I don't recall having anything kind of debt worth contacting a collection agency. Perhaps something I forgot to pay before leaving. Tearing the envelope open, I pulled out the letter and unfolded it, scanning the words quickly. My heart sank as I read the contents, my eyes widening in disbelief. It was a notice of debt collection for a substantial amount, with a deadline for payment in just a few days, and it came from the very famous MCF, the Magnolia Cake Factory. Apparently I owed them millions in cakes, but how? How is this even possible? I exclaimed, standing up from my chair. I don't, ERZA. It seems she took advantage of your open account with them too, let's see. Mavis hummed, looking at the bill. That plus that, minus that, we take taxes away, calculate inflation, and estimate special offers and discounts, and that gives us a total of 218,791 strawberry premium cakes, more or less. I could be wrong. I could feel my eyes twitching. Urza always had a sweet tooth, but fucking god, this was taking it to a whole new level. This shit was beyond ridiculous. 218,791 strawberry premium cakes. That was enough to feed an entire kingdom for a year. I am going to kill her, I muttered under my breath, staring into the bill. Mavis chuckled. Well, before you do that, why don't you try talking to her first? Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Like what? Her confusing my account with the cake factory with hers. Sure, like Urza and Adam are names that you would fucking mix up. Oh, I will talk. Talk there will be, indeed. I replied, planning my revenge as I laughed in the most evil manner. I don't feel safe, Mavis replied in a totally calm demeanor. I would have my revenge. Oh, Urza, sweet summer child, you have no idea how severe of a mistake you have made. For years my conduct has been largely benign, always friendly. And yet, without provocation, you have decided to sever our détente, forcing me to unleash upon you the vengeful flames of 1,000 suns. You shall curse your love of cakes. For the looming sword of Damocles will crash down upon you, cleaving you in twain, and as you gaze upon the smoking wreckage that was once your life, you will regret the day you crossed the wrong guild member. And honestly, eating that much cake can't be good for anyone's health. So, in a way, I am helping her. Where was I? Oh yes. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Mwah ha 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 ha. Mew ha 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 ha. Revenge shall be mine. Chapter 93, Double Release. Tomorrow the double release starts again. Been writing all day yesterday and today, to give you what your stones bully me into. Same deal this week. Stones equals author bullied into writing more in order to post more chapters. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, The Regret of a Lion. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Adam C. POV. As I sat at my desk, contemplating my plan for revenge against Urza, the mischievous grin on my face was a clear indication that I was up to something. Urza had crossed the line, a sacred line, by using my open account on the cake factory, resulting in me now having millions of jewels in debt. It wasn't like I couldn't pay that, I had more than enough money saved up. And even if I didn't, all I needed to do was take a mission and everything would be settled. But that wasn't the point. This wasn't about the money, it was about the principle, about respect. In short, it was payback time. Just as I was deep in thought, a voice interrupted my delightful scheming. Hey there, Oberon. I'm the one and only Loke. Also known as the most handsome guy in fairy tale. I glanced up to see a blonde-haired, overly confident fellow standing before me, doing a pose straight out of JoJo. I deadpanned and looked at him. That's quite an introduction, I replied in a dry tone, raising an eyebrow. On that note, how the fuck had he entered my house? Now that I think about it, his magic power feels unnaturally weak, almost bordering on dangerous territory, as in, how the fuck is he alive dangerous kind of way. Loke seemed taken aback by my lackluster response. Well, it's the truth. After all, the ladies can't resist this face, this body, this hair, this riz, he said, striking another pose. I couldn't help but suppress a chuckle. Cool, 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 good to know. Now please answer the following questions in order before I leave you bald. Why are you in my house? Why are you posing? And last but not least, how long do you reckon you have left? I asked, a knowing smile spreading across my face. I came to greet you, seeing you didn't have the pleasure of meeting me yesterday, Loke replied, answering the first question while doing another JoJo pose, this time, taking a step back. Next question, I replied, tilting my head ever so slightly. Why do I pose, you ask? Well, Loke said, taking a dramatic pause. It's because I owe it to the ladies. I blinked. What ladies? We are the only ones here. Loke blinked and looked around, as if just now realizing we were alone. Ah, fuck. I guess I wasted all that riz in nothing. Riz. Oh shit, I just realized he was saying that word all along. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought such an expression would come to existence in this world as well? Ah, I love these little bits of familiarity that appear here and there. I sighed internally, feeling a headache coming on. Alright, last question. How long do you think you have left? How much time left do I have to be this handsome? Loke chuckled, striking another pose. However much I still have ahead of me. As funny as this was, there was no freaking way he acted this way in front of any woman, because if that was the case, and he still got some, the standards of this world were concerningly questionable. That's not what I mean, I replied, shaking my head. Loke looked confused at this. Oh, then what do you mean by that? Wait. Are you threatening me? I promise I haven't even looked in Kana's direction, I know the rules. I'm glad you know the rules, good, but no, it's not that, I stifled a laugh. You know what? Let me get straight to the point, how long do you have before you can't sustain your physical form anymore, little lion? Loke's face fell at this as his confusion turned into realization, his eyes widened in a mix of shock and terror. You know I'm a celestial spirit. Yes, I nodded, taking a deep breath. I might be one of the only people in this world capable of noticing with nothing but a glance. His magic power felt, in essence, pretty much like anyone else's. What made him different from the rest though, was how his soul felt. His soul felt malleable, but ageless at the time. No human felt like this. Not even Zeref. Not even Acnologia. Even they retained some of their mortality deep within their souls. Loke. He didn't have that. Loke's soul had more in common with the gods than with the rest of the mortals. Don't tell anyone, Loke pleaded, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't want Lucy or anyone else to know. Right, he didn't want Lucy to know who he was at first. I won't, I replied, placing a hand on his shoulder. This is not my burden to share. However, if you feel like taking some advice, trust in the guild to have your back. You might know what I am, Loke muttered darkly, his eyes downcast. But you don't know what I've done. By all means, feel free to enlighten me, I said, already knowing what he had done. Loke took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As a celestial spirit, I exist to serve my master, no matter what, no matter the order, I must obey. And I broke that rule. Trying to teach my master a lesson, I refused her summons, and because of that, I ended up killing her. I know, I replied, walking to the kitchen to grab a soda. Karen, was it? Look, I know you feel bad about that, like you should pay for what you did, and... Well, I might not be the best person to give you an opinion, but in my eyes, Karen deserved what she got. Loke's eyes snapped open at that. How can you say that? I took a long sip of my soda before turning back to him. Karen was a terrible person, Loke. If what I heard about her was right, she treated you and the other spirits in her possession like common tools, objects to be used and then discarded. Loke turned his gaze to the floor. Perhaps. But still, I was her spirit, it wasn't my call to teach her anything. Perhaps, I replied, taking a sip of my soda. But I stand my point. Just because the rules support her, it doesn't mean she gets to be a bitch with those that work for her. In my opinion, what she got was a long time coming. Loke stared at me for a long moment, before turning around, and leaving my house without a word. I could tell he wanted to punch me, but had decided against that course of action. I didn't blame him. Don't you think you were a bit harsh with him? Mavis said, taking a seat above my kitchen counter, her green eyes searching mine as she waited for an answer. Well, you can't sugarcoat the truth, I replied, deciding not to intervene any further with this. Karen was an entitled monster, and he needs to come to terms with that and realize that he's not at fault for her death, she is. You reap what you sow, as simple as that. Loke, the lion, POV. I ran out of Adam's house as fast as I possibly could the moment exited the door. I don't know for how long I ran, but by the time I stopped, the sun was already starting to set. As I stood there, watching the sun set, my mind consumed by the conflicting emotions today had stirred within me, I couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at Adam. How could he think that Karen deserved that? How could he approve of my sin? I had almost punched him. Not that it would have done anything. As I was right now, I think I would probably hurt myself hitting him. The worst part was that deep down, a part of me that I didn't want to acknowledge was glad that someone, anyone, approved of what I had done. A bitter chuckle escaped my lips as I contemplated the hypocrisy of my own thoughts. How messed up was I to find solace in my unforgivable sin thanks to someone else's approval? I, Loke, the celestial spirit who was supposed to embody pride and self-assurance, found myself craving validation from others, despite knowing I deserved this punishment. It was a cruel irony. As my thoughts spiraled down a darker path, my self-deprecating whispers grew louder. I didn't deserve any salvation, I had abandoned my pride, my duty, and everything I should have stood for. What kind of celestial spirit was I? Just as I was drowning in the abyss of my own thoughts, a familiar voice broke through the haze. It was someone talking about Team Natsu as they made their way home, mentioning that they had taken on a new mission, something about taking care of some bandits. Lucy. The sound of that snapped me out of my headspace, and a faint glimmer of determination ignited within me. Without wasting another moment, I made up my mind. I might not deserve a second chance, but with what little I have left, I might make something worthwhile by supporting those who still had a path ahead of them. My time was running out. I didn't have much left. A few days at most, a month if I didn't overexert. That being said, I would use the last bits of life I had left, every second I had, to support Lucy. That would be my last task as a celestial spirit. My last action as Leo, the celestial spirit of the lion. I closed my eyes, the warmth of the fading sun still lingering on my skin, and with renewed vigor, I took off, heading towards the location of Team Natsu. And despite my past, and the lies of my present, I felt a sense of purpose that I had not experienced in a very long time. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Vacations. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Korn. Jalal Fernandez. POV. The cold stone floor of the Magic Council hummed under my boots as I strode through the grandiose halls. Tall, imposing statues of past leaders loomed overhead, their stony gazes stern and indifferent. In their shadows, I feel an ironic sense of comfort. Their oppressive air suited my purpose, my mission. It reflected my own spirit, my own intentions. Altair is at my side, her expression one of contained excitement. The glint in her eye says it all: anticipation, determination, a shared yearning for completing our task. Finally, after so long, the time was coming. It was exhilarating, sharing this path with someone who understands. Altair, I said, my voice echoing in the cavernous empty hallway. The tower is almost complete, so it's time we start making the preparations. A slow grin spreads across her face at my words, her red eyes gleaming under the dimly lit chandeliers. If everything goes according to schedule, we should be ready to activate the tower in less than 2 months. The very mention of the tower sends a pleasant chill down my spine. The tower was the symbol of our devotion to Zeref, as well as our weapon against those who were too blind to see the truth. A monument of Zeref's might. At this, my aura darkened as the air around me grew heavy with my power, as my magic pulsated, eager to burst forth. Smiling, I let out a short laugh, a hollow sound that reverberates off the cold, gray walls. Good, see to it that nothing slows us down. The time to make Adam pay was coming. He who had denied this world of meeting Zeref once, would pay for his actions at my hands. I smiled, gritting my teeth. The mere thought of acquiring my vengeance, of dealing upon him the retribution that was long overdue, filling me with nothing but utter delight. I will, Altair replied with a wicked grin. Rest assured, Jalal, our victory is simply inevitable. It was. After so long. It was. Now that all the pieces were in place, it was simply a matter of crushing everyone else. Adam C. POV. 1 month later. The steam from the bubbling pasta sauce I was making had just begun to fog up my windows when a crash echoed through the house as the sturdy wooden door that kept the outside world, well, outside, splintered into 1,000 pieces and fell inwards, revealing a motley crew of familiar figures. Urza. Lucy. Happy. Gray. And Kana. God damn it. What do they have against doors, my doors specifically? It had been a little bit over a month, and they had to start with their shit. This, poor, sweet door was about to break the longevity record. I'm very close to beating you all, save for Kana, with my kitchen utensils. Are you guys aware of that? I asked in a low tone, setting down my wooden spoon as I glared at them. That being said, feel free to give me a good reason not to. Though unless that reason includes a door, and someone to install it, I might not take it. Natsu, with his spiky pink hair, grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Hee, well, it was a life or death situation. Gray sighed, rubbing his temple, stripping down to his waist in the blink of an eye, despite the cool evening air. I told them to knock. Get dressed, or at the very least, be naked outside my house. I smiled without emotion, my patience wearing thin. You know what? Forget about that, why are you all here? Don't get grumpy big bro, Kana grinned, her hands on her waist, seemingly unfazed by the wreckage, or my reaction. Urza, the red-haired knight who would taste the steel of my revenge, was standing there in her full-plate armor, a mischievously innocent grin on her face. "We are here for you." Happy beamed at that as he hovered a few feet above the air, his small wings flapping rapidly. "Elaborate, 50 words or less," I replied, crossing my arms over my chest. "We're here to take you on vacation," Urza declared, her grin growing wider. "A vacation?" They broke my door over that. "That's it, I'm gonna start experimenting with barriers, next time they will bounce off the door." I sighed, shaking my head. "I appreciate the gesture, but no. All the possible vacation I could possibly need is right here," I replied, gesturing to my cozy kitchen, the pot of sauce, and the open cookbook. The comforting hum of the refrigerator, the familiar scent of herbs, and the warmth of the stovetop were all the relaxation I needed. Especially after years of traveling around, training, and such. So what I needed right now was a healthy dose of home. Urza's grin didn't falter. Instead, she reached into her bag and slowly pulled out something, or rather someone small from it. It can't be. It was Master Makarov, the diminutive guild master of Fairy Tale. He had his usual stern expression, his bushy white eyebrows furrowed. "Master Makarov?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "What are you doing in Urza's bag?" Makarov ignored my question, and instead he pointed a tiny finger at me, his expression unchanging. "Refusing to spend time with your family?" "I don't think so." "You are going?" I had so many questions right now. Most of them revolve around the fact that Urza had packed the master into her bag. I feel like I should not ask. But I want to though. I sighed. I didn't want to leave my cozy home, not after finally being here. That being said, if I said no, an argument would break out, and arguing with Makarov was like arguing with a wall. A very, very stubborn, but very wise wall. Besides, it wasn't like going on a trip with them was that bad. I mean, it's been a while since I took some time to enjoy with my little sister. Well, it's settled then. All right, I grumbled, turning off the stove and setting my wooden spoon down. You guys are lucky I didn't have much planned. As the group cheered, I couldn't help but smile at their reactions. Maybe a vacation wouldn't be so bad, after all. Especially if it was one with this crazy crew. "So, why were you in her bag?" I asked Makarov, finding myself unable not to. "Why not?" Makarov responded with a shrug. "Why not?" That was his answer. Ha ha ha. Fair enough. I couldn't help but chuckle at his response. Leave it to Makarov to pull something like this. "Adam," Lucy approached me, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Yes?" I asked, turning to her. She gave me a small smile. "Thank you for talking with Loke, he needed that, he might not say it, but I will. I guess that means everything went according to canon for the little lion. Good, he didn't deserve to die for a shit like his previous master." I returned her smile. "It wasn't much, in fact, I'm pretty sure he didn't like what I had to say, but nevertheless, you're welcome." "Yeah, he didn't seem happy with your opinion on the matter," Lucy acknowledged with a chuckle. "Still, you helped him, and for that, I am forever grateful." I felt a sense of warmth spread through me at her words. She truly was a nice girl, wasn't she? She might not be strong, but she's the partner the celestial spirits deserve, because she's someone who cares. "Very well, let me get my wallet and we can leave," I said, grabbing my wallet from the counter. "Just your wallet?" Lucy asked with a raised eyebrow. "Shouldn't you pack for the trip?" "Pack for the trip? Ha! Amateur, and poor. Peak travel performance is taking nothing with you but your money, that way shit doesn't get in your way. Need clothes? Buy some. I mean, that's a part of going on vacation, spending some of your money, ideally money that is in Northwest way close to driving you broke." "Whatever I need, I will buy," I replied, holding my wallet high before putting it in my pocket. "Besides, I don't need much, I'm a very lightweight traveler." "Like me?" Urza nodded with a beaming smile. "No Urza, you're not, in fact, your backpack is legally considered a real estate property in some towns. I'm pretty sure that in the capital there are apartments smaller than her backpack." "You're not," Lucy and I said in unison, causing Urza to huff indignantly. "This is me traveling light. After all, I need to be prepared for any situation." Urza protested, crossing her arms. "Sure, like the time you brought a portable 2-story kitchen to our camping trip," I retorted with a grin. Urza rolled her eyes. "You guys just don't appreciate my foresight." Lucy giggled. "A 2-story kitchen, how is that possible?" "I'm not sure," I muttered thoughtfully, which was honestly very concerning seeing my powers revolved around space manipulation, and still, I couldn't figure out how that worked. "Don't question it," Makarov interrupted my train of thought. "Just leave at. Urza has her ways." Urza nodded proudly, seemingly happy that someone acknowledged her unique talent. Hey Adam, now that you're coming, let's fight. Natsu exclaimed, flames igniting around him. If anything in this house burns, I will shove my foot so far up your ass your flames will taste like my boot, I said, giving Natsu a warning glance that left no room for argument. Natsu chuckled nervously, quickly extinguishing his flames. Okay. Good, I said, turning to face the rest of the group. So, where are we headed? Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Casino. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Adam C. POV. The dazzling neon lights washed over us as we approached the grand entrance of the casino at the Akane Resort. I wasn't one to like casinos, in fact, I disliked them. I didn't have anything against betting, just betting when the house was modifying the odds to make it more likely you lose. Who's ready for some reckless spending? Kana shouted, her voice barely audible over the booming music coming from inside the casino. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her excitement. I'm just here for the drinks, Kana. Kana chuckled and looped her arm around my neck. Ah, don't be like that, play some games, it's fun. Not sure how losing money can be fun. But to each their own. I guess Kana's addictive personality was bound to exist no matter what. At least she doesn't drink as much as she did in the anime. No thanks, casinos are nothing but black holes waiting to be opened in your wallet, I replied, my eyes scanning the crowd. The scent of expensive perfume, money, and a hint of desperation filled my nostrils. That's why I set a tight budget for us. Don't go blowing it all in the first hour, Urza reminded us with a beaming grin, as we walked past a row of glittering slot machines. Ah, yes, the famous Scarlet budget. In order to avoid anyone spending too much, or spending more than they could, in the case of Lucy who was as broke as anyone could be, Urza had allocated the sum of 100,000 jewels per person, out of her own money. I almost felt bad about my revenge for the cake betrayal. Almost. I will use my part of the money to eat, I replied, already looking at a place in the casino that seemed to be serving some of my favorite appetizers. So, have fun in my name. You'll regret not having played when I hit the jackpot, Kana winked at me, before heading towards the slot machines. Standing in place, I watched as Urza, Lucy, Gray, Natsu and Happy followed her, their faces filled with excitement. Once the entire group was out of sight, I walked away from that side of the casino. My objective? Simple, delicious food, and a good drink. Pushing through the desperate crowd, I made my way towards the bar located at the end corner of the casino. It was a circular bar, with a towering display of every possible drink one could imagine. The barman, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black vest, was busy shaking and stirring, his hands a blur of motion. What do you recommend me? I asked, taking a seat on one of the high stools. The bartender looked me up and down, sizing me up before he spoke. Depends on what you're in the mood for. Something sweet. Sour. Strong. Something strong, I replied, flashing him a smile. Ah, good, a man after my own heart, I've got just the thing. The bartender reached for a bottle on the top shelf, pouring a rich amber liquid into a glass. He slid it over to me, the drink's aroma instantly hitting my nose. I took a sip, the warmth of the alcohol spreading through my body. Holy crap, this is amazing, I said, taking another sip. The bartender grinned, clearly pleased with himself. It's a special blend I created for the casino myself. It's got a bit of everything, whiskey, rum, gin, and a touch of absinthe. Impressive. I wasn't one to know about drinks, but this tasted amazing, way better than anything I had the pleasure of drinking so far. Is the food here any good? I asked, looking around for the menu. The bartender nodded. Absolutely. We've got some of the best chefs in town working in our kitchen. Any meat cut you would recommend? I said, taking another sip of the drink. The bartender's eyes lit up. If you're looking for something hearty, I recommend the ribeye steak. It's cooked to perfection and served with a side of truffle mashed potatoes. My mouth watered at the thought of it. Nothing like a good steak to go with an equally good drink. Sounds amazing, I'll take it, I said, handing the bartender the menu. Coming right up, the bartender said, disappearing behind the bar to place my order. As I waited for my food to arrive, I took another sip of my drink, feeling the buzz intensify with each passing moment. My thoughts started to drift, and I couldn't help but notice a stunning woman with pink hair in a white kimono sitting at a nearby table. She looked familiar. I tried to place her, but my mind was too clouded to remember. The woman was accompanied by two burly bodyguards, who sat close by but tried to remain inconspicuous. She noticed me staring at her and tilted her head, giving me a coy smile. If you're going to stare, you might as well buy me a drink, she said, her voice sultry and seductive. I chuckled. There was something about forward woman that had me going. Only if you sit with me. The woman stood up, her kimono flowing elegantly around her. That sounds wonderful, she said, walking over the bar to take a seat beside me. The name's Adam, a pleasure to meet you, I said, extending my hand. She took my hand and placed a kiss on it. I'm Ikaruga. And the pleasure it's all mine, Adam. Ikaruga. That name also feels familiar. Shouldn't I be the one kissing your hand? I joked, grinning at her. Ikaruga chuckled at this. True, but I think we can skip formalities, don't you think? She leaned in closer to me, her pink hair brushing against my cheek. So, what brings you here tonight, Adam? Fun, I replied, feeling a shift in the air. Killing intent. Coming from my companion. Ikaruga smiled, her eyes glinting with something dangerous. Well, you've definitely come to the right place for that. I grinned. I remember now. I guess she had been so unimportant to the general plot that I had forgotten about her, but I was almost certain she's the one Urza fought in the Tower of Heaven. Honestly, I was surprised she's this good at hiding her power. I guess being an assassin had taught her a thing or two. Either way, this means that Jalal is finally making his move. I guess it's time to play the role of the damsel in distress in order to learn the location of the new tower. So, any recommendations? I asked, tilting my head with a beaming smile. Ikaruga smirked, her eyes glinting with excitement. I have a proposition for you, Adam. How about we leave this place and I show you a different kind of fun? Really, that was all it took. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And what kind of fun would that be? Ikaruga leaned in, her lips brushing against my ear. The kind that involves a lot of pleasure, and a few surprises. Using her sexuality to separate me from the rest. Not a bad approach. I wonder how far she's willing to play her role. You had me at the, I replied, standing up and offering her my hand. Lead the way. Ikaruga's hand slipped into mine, and we made our way out of the bar. As we walked down the dimly lit street, I could feel her eyes on me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I wasn't worried though. I knew what I was getting into and I was ready to play along. The only thing I regret is leaving my stake behind, and the fact my friends will worry about me. We arrived at a dark alley, and Ikaruga turned to face me, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She took a step closer to me, her body pressed against mine so close that I could feel her breasts on my chest. Are you ready for this? She whispered, her lips just inches away from mine. I smiled. Not the place I would have picked, but I am. I guess as far as places go, a dark alley it's as good as any to strike at your unsuspecting enemies. A bit too cliché for my tastes though. I guess she picked this place because there's someone waiting for her here. Cutting my thoughts short, Ikaruga's lips crashed onto mine, and I felt a jolt of electricity shoot through me. Her kiss was wild and untamed, filled with a hunger that I had never experienced. Playing my part, I responded in kind, kissing her back with the same level of fierceness, exploring every inch of her mouth with my tongue. My hands found their way to her hips, pulling her even closer to me. As we broke the kiss, Ikaruga's eyes sparkled with laughter and mischief. You know, Adam, she said, stepping back and beckoning me to follow her deeper into the alley. I think we might have underestimated you. You're more than just a pretty face, aren't you? Oh, so she noticed I knew what she was doing. Then again, I could be reaching conclusions far too early. What do you mean? I asked, following her into the darkness. Don't play dumb, you know who I am, don't you? She replied, her voice low and husky. And yet, you followed me outside. I guess I was right, she knows. Oh well, I won't feel bad for losing in a game she has been playing longer than me. I smirked. I do, kind of. And on that note, I wasn't expecting that kiss. You caught me off guard. Ikaruga laughed, the sound echoing off the walls of the alley. That's the idea, stud. Keep you on your toes. I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, you definitely succeeded in that. She had. As we walked further into the alley, I could feel the tension building up between us. Ikaruga's movements were graceful and fluid, like a predator stalking its prey. So, what's next, dear assassin? I asked, stopping on my tracks. Ikaruga turned to face me, her eyes smoldering with an intensity that was rarely ever seen. Next, she repeated, her voice low and sultry. Next, we have some real fun. Oh. I hummed. Time to play my part. Let's channel my inner Peach, or any other princess persona in a game, and be captured. Ikaruga stepped forward and with a steady hand, tugged at the ornate brocade of her kimono. The fabric hung heavy as she drew out a long-bladed curved katana. Oh, a nodachi. Bring it on, I replied, unsheathing my own sword and taking a defensive stance. With a faint smile in place, Ikaruga lunged forward, her katana glinting in the dim light as it came down on me. Taking a step forward, I parried her attack, before countering with a swift thrust of my own. Our swords clashed together with a resounding sound. Despite the clear difference in power between us, I had to admit, she was good, her movements were fluid and precise. As fun as this is, I'm done playing games with you, Ikaruga smiled, her voice echoing in the deserted alleyway as the cold steel of her sword glinted ominously under the dim streetlights. Empty flash. Empty flash. I had read about that sword magic style. A technique that allows the user to slash whatever they are attacking without touching it with their blade, shattering even most forms of attack and defense with one attack. I jumped back, narrowly avoiding the invisible attack that came my way. I mean, sure, I had to play my part, but I couldn't make it that obvious, she had to work for it to make it believable. That's quite a dangerous attack, I stated, my eyes on her. But I'm afraid it won't be enough to defeat me. Ikaruga's eyes narrowed at this as she readied herself for another attack. This time, she charged forward with incredible speed, her blade slicing through the air as she aimed for my neck. I swiftly dodged her attack and countered, my sword piercing through the fabric of her kimono and grazing her arm. Blood dripped down her arm, staining the pearly white fabric of crimson red. Ikaruga's eyes widened in surprise. You're quite skilled. Thanks for noticing, I replied, taking on a defensive stance. But this battle was over before it even began, Ikaruga stated, her voice cold and hard. I guess she's getting serious. Empty flash, soundless death. Ikaruga muttered, turning around, swinging her blade in an arc multiple times, in a flurry of movement. Invisible slashes coming at me from every direction. Not bad. Let's block only half of them, and wrap this up. That should make my defeat at her hands believable. Taking a step forward, I moved my blade, blocking some of the slashes, before pretending I was being forced to dodge the rest at the last second, allowing them as I did, to slice through my clothes, leaving shallow cuts on my skin. Hopefully this amount of damage, and struggle would make it look real. It seems this is your limit, Ikaruga said, her eyes buckling down in satisfaction as she pointed her sword at me. You're good, very good, but not nearly good enough to defeat me. And the Oscar goes to me. I would like to thank me, and only me, for this honor. Cockiness isn't attractive, sweetheart, I said, trying to put as much defeat into my voice as I could muster. Do your worst. I saw the glint of satisfaction in her eyes as she registered my words. If you insist. Having said that, she lunged at me then, swift as a panther, her sword slicing through the air towards me. I stumbled back, purposely tripping over a loose cobblestone and falling to the ground, my own weapon clattering from my grasp as her blade grazed my arms, legs and chest, warmth spreading out from the shallow cuts. I clutched at the wound in my chest, hissing through my teeth as I made a show of being more injured than I actually was. Ikaruga stood over me, a victorious grin spreading across her face. It's over, she said, her voice full of smug satisfaction as she sheathed her sword and reached down to grab me by the neck. Fuck you, I cursed. Show, your turn, Ikaruga ignored me, calling out her ally. Oh, so the one hiding in the alley was Sho. I guess it makes sense, seeing he can seal people in his cards with his magic, which makes it easy for transportation. I looked up to find a small, blonde-haired guy, who looked like he was about 12 from height alone, standing next to Ikaruga. So much for the legend, Sho said, an almost bored expression on his face as he reached forward, his palm outstretched towards me. Fuck you too, pal, I replied between ragged breaths. Goodbye, Adam, Sho spat as his hand burst into bluish flames, engulfing my body in a flash of light, until there was nothing. One moment I was watching them from the ground, and the next I was floating in a void of nothingness. It was strange. Being sealed felt weird. Oh well, time to destroy the tower, once again. This time, permanently. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, welcome back. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Korn. Adam C. POV. Silence engulfed me in the abyss of the void within Sho's card. Time was an enigma here, without any outside stimuli, or magic around beyond the one keeping me in a cage. It could have been seconds, minutes, or hours since I'd been willingly plunged into this vast emptiness. Card magic was quite creepy, if you think about it. Sure, I had allowed myself to be captured in order to infiltrate the tower, seeing that path was easier than trying to find it. That being said, the void within the card was quite chilling from an average point of view. An expanse of black, an infinite canvas of nothingness. It didn't have a ground or a ceiling, no walls or corners. It was just emptiness, a vacuum devoid of color, light, and sound. Now that I think about it, this feels like the perfect place to sleep. I might have to talk with Kana to see if she can replicate this, but without using cards. But enough about that, I had to concentrate. I was playing the role of a Trojan horse, waiting to be delivered into the hands of the enemy, only to rise when they least expected it. As such, I had to keep myself alert, ready for anything, and while that anything happens, well, I had to endure the solitude, the silence, and the overall boredom behind playing an idle role. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, taking in the cool tranquility of the nothingness, focusing on the rhythm of my heartbeat to pass the time. Jalal Fernandez. POV. The Tower of Heaven loomed high above, its ominously beautiful silhouette stark against the clear blue sky as I made sure that the last few preparations were ready. Inside, in one of the many halls of the tower, the flickering path torchlights casted ghostly shadows that danced and contorted along the walls. The air was thick with the scent of old stone, damp and earthy, with just a hint of blood. Smiling, I reached to one of the walls with my hand, my fingers brushing over the cool, weathered surface, tracing the patterns of time etched into it in silent admiration. The silence pressed in around me, punctuated only by the occasional drip of water in the distance. The echo of footsteps broke the stillness. "You're back earlier than I expected," I commented, turning around. As I did, a figure emerged from the gloom, her silhouette outlined in the dim light of the hall. Ikaruga, her pink hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames around us. As she walked towards me, she held herself with an air of calm certainty that I had come to respect, as much as I could anyways. "I take it you succeeded?" I asked, my voice low and controlled. She didn't reply immediately, choosing to hold my gaze, her smile widening. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, she reached into the folds of her robe and brought out a poker card from Show's magic deck. Ikaruga nodded, a small smile curling her lips. "Yes, I did." I reached out, taking the poker card from her and holding it up to the light. "Excellent work," I said, nodding my head in approval. "He was better than I expected, but not nearly strong enough as the rumors suggested," Ikaruga said, her voice laced with amusement. "I guess this settles whether or not he defeated Jose Porla himself." If he had, Ikaruga would have lost. She was strong, but not nearly strong enough to take on someone with the caliber to take down a wizard saint. A smile slowly unfurled on my lips. "That will be all, for now." Ikaruga gave me a small bow before turning on her heels and disappearing into the shadows once more. As I watched her go, my gaze turned to the card in my hands. "I've been waiting to meet you, Adam." Adam C. POV. "I've been waiting to meet you, Adam." The ephemeral void around me shattered like glass, reality fracturing into thousands of shards that spun away into nothingness. The sensation was like being dropped from a great height, as the nothingness that once held me captive rapidly faded away, replaced by the sharp scent of ozone and the prickling sensation of magic in the air. In the blink of an eye, I was back in the physical realm again, my senses filled with the raw tangibility of it all. The first thing I registered was the oppressive feel of the chair beneath me. Cold, hard, unyielding. Calmly, I tried to shift, to stand, but found myself restrained. My wrists were bound by glowing bands of energy that pulsated with a chilling hum, sending tendrils of numbing energy up my arms. Not a bad approach. These were no ordinary bindings, they were magical in nature, crafted with the sole purpose of siphoning off my power. I could feel the steady drain, like a slow leak in my reservoir. I coiled my energy a bit, testing the limits of my newfound state. I was bound, but not without escape. It seemed Jalal, who I assumed had set this up, hadn't accounted for sudden bursts of power, meaning the way to break out of this was by releasing my shirkai. Deciding to let things play out, I moved my gaze to inspect the chair, finding intricate runes etched into the metallic surface, arcane symbols that glowed with an ominous blue light. Each pull seemed in sync with the bindings, a malignant symphony designed to strip wizards of their powers. A prison tailored specifically for magic users. "So we finally meet, Adam," Jalal said with a smirk, stepping out from the shadows into my cell, stopping right in front of me, his blue hair, an eye tattoo giving away his identity quite fast. "I've heard much about you. Your reputation precedes you." That felt like a backhanded compliment. "Jalal, I take it," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. "Not that I'm not flattered, but what's the occasion?" "You could say I've been interested in meeting you for some time now," Jalal said, his voice smooth and confident. "That said, I must admit, I never expected you to fall for my little trap." "You rebuilt the tower," I replied, my eyes scanning the room. "I figured it was only a matter of time before someone tried to take things back from where Brain left them. Still, I never imagined it would be a fellow slave the one to do so." It was almost poetic, a former slave, bringing back the place that took their freedom. Jalal chuckled darkly, his eyes glinting with malice. "You destroyed Brain's work, denying this world the power of Zerif. Since that day, it has been my life's work to fix the consequences of your selfish actions, no matter the cost. And in order to do that, you destroyed the life of others, slaving those you once swore to help. How kind of you," I shot back. "If you were half the man Ursa described you were, you would see how much of a puppet you truly are." Jalal waved his hand dismissively. "It was necessary evil. Zerif will make this world right, only he can lead this wretched world into the right path." It was almost sad to see how little of the original Jalal was left inside his head. The man standing in front of me was nothing but a husk, a hollow puppet dancing under someone else's control. I take it you didn't capture me for nothing, didn't you? I asked, cutting straight to the chase. Jalal smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement. Aren't you a clever one? But to answer your question, yes, your presence here has a purpose. I raised an eyebrow in response, waiting for him to continue, even though I already had an idea of what he would say. Not that this was an accomplishment, I mean, it wasn't hard to decipher. You are here to make sure Urza comes, and to atone for your sin, Jalal said, his voice low and dangerous. Can I ask you a question? I replied, meeting his gaze. I might as well humor you, Jalal replied, his expression neutral. After all, you don't have much time left, so ask away. What happened with Brain? I asked, seeing that was one of the main reasons I had come here. Jalal chuckled, his face twisting into a scowl. I should have expected that question, you two have quite a history together after all. That was the understatement of the century. Taking a deep breath, Jalal's eyes darkened, and for a moment, he looked lost in thought. To answer that question, I wouldn't know. The last time I saw him was over 8 years ago, when he completed my training. I guess I was hoping for too much by thinking I could get the tower and Brain in one swoop. Another day. I had waited this long already, I could wait a little more. I guess I will kill him another day, I sighed in disappointment. As those words left my mouth, I felt a sudden jolt of pain shot my entire being, as Jalal stood before me, his right hand outstretched, a dark aura pulsating around him. It seems you are misreading your situation, Jalal sneered, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Your life ends today, there is no tomorrow for you, no hope, no goals, nothing but the cold embrace of nothingness. Am I? At this, I let a slow, defiant grin spread across my face, as I reached for the steady trickle of my power, gathering it, before realizing it all at once, like a dammed river bursting its banks. The bands around my wrists and ankles trembled, the glow behind the runes keeping them in place flickering wildly as if uncertain. Jalal's eyes widened, the first crack in his composed facade, as without realizing it, he found himself taking a step back, obviously not expecting this development, at all. The pulsating glow of the bands grew erratic, the bindings struggling to contain the sudden rush of my magic. Then, with a resonating crack, the seals shattered, releasing me from their grip. The echo of their destruction filled the room, a sweet symphony to my ears. As the echoes of shattering magic subsided, I stretched out my now free hands and legs, flexing my fingers. The chair beneath me, the one that was supposed to be unyielding prison in Jalal's eyes, now felt like any other piece of furniture, one quite comfy at that. So, you were saying? I smiled, feeling the magic within me, surging and eager to make up for the time it had been suppressed. You let Ikaruga capture you, Jalal snarled, his eyes still wide with shock. Well, it was easier than interrogating an assassin for the location of this place, I replied, cracking my neck, as I activated a dim aura of Kaido around my body, focusing said aura on my wounds. The warmth of this aura spread through my body like a soothing balm, before slowly mending the damage I had taken during my fight with Ikaruga, as Jalal stared at me, like a deer under the headlights of a car. So you actually defeated Jose Porla, Jalal laughed, recovering from his previous shock, as his body began to radiate with power, the air around him distorting from the sheer force of it. I smiled. He was stronger than Jose Porla. Good, this time I might actually get the chance to enjoy the fight. Hopefully, you'll be more of a challenge than he was, I replied, my eyes locking onto Jalal's, my own power rising to match his. The ground beneath us trembled, dust falling from the ceiling as the very fabric of the room strained to contain the combined might of our magic power being released, despite the fact we were far from releasing our full power. I'm glad Ikaruga failed, Jalal replied, his eyes gleaming with savage delight, as his lips pulled back in a cruel grin, his magic power surging like a tidal wave. Because it means I get to destroy you with my very own hands. Oh, Jalal, with all this animosity you're showing, one might start to think it's a twisted form of affection, I replied, unsheathing my Zanpakuto. I'm flattered, but I don't swing that way. Chapter 98, Author Offer. If we reach 1.4k stones I will post another chapter today. With love. Corn the Merchant. Chapter 99, Holy Cannoli. You guys won the offer. Just let me get home, and I'll post the chapter. In like 30 tops an hour. Honestly, like, fuck, I didn't expect to get the 1.4k in 5 minutes. Anyway. Chapter coming, just give me a chance to get home. Chapter 100, Chapter 97, Cheap Tactics. Part 1. Remember, the higher we rank in the top 3, the more chaps you next week. With love, Corn. Urza Scarlet. POV. Outside the casino at Resort Akane, the sky was split with the last remnants of the setting sun, painting the clearing in hues of red and orange as some of my childhood friends stood before me, but as my enemies. Sho. Simon. Miliana. Wally. And Simon. Their eyes were filled with hatred, a smirk playing on their lips as they looked at me, their emotions and thoughts about me, clear as the day. They hated me. I didn't know what had happened since the last time I saw them, but somehow, they had become the living symbol of everything I had come to loathe. You can't defeat us, surrender, I said, with a firm voice, trying to mask the pain behind those words. Or don't, Gray growled, cracking his knuckles. Please don't, I have a lot of things to work through, and beating your guys is therapy. Gray-sama. Juvia squealed, making Gray flinch. Oh, Urza, we never intended to defeat you, Miliana replied, her voice dripping with venom. We just wanted your attention. My heart skipped a beat. Just why did they hate me? I couldn't remember doing anything that would warrant such hatred. Enough talk, Kana said, stepping forward, glaring at them. I don't know who you are, or what you want, but I won't forgive anyone who dares to interrupt my vacations. Yeah. Enough talk, more punching. Natsu shouted in approval, cracking his fists and sending embers of fire around, making Lucy groan. You have my attention, now what? I asked, narrowing my eyes at the ones before me. Sho stepped forward, his eyes darkening, his voice cold and detached. Your friend, Adam. Adam. Where's Adam? I hadn't even realized he wasn't here until just now. I had just assumed he was letting us fight, finding no necessity to intervene. I stiffened. There was no way they had captured him or done anything to him. He was much too strong for them, who couldn't even defeat me. Taking a deep breath, I glared at them as the grip on my sword tightened. He's been captured, Sho continued nonchalantly, a cruel twist to his lips. My heart pounded in my chest like a war drum, each beat echoing the dread that wrapped around me like a shroud. There's no way Adam had lost. Where is he? Kana demanded with a low growl, her magic power pulsating in anger. Where you ask? Urza knows where, it was after all, a place we once called home. The Tower of Heaven, Simon replied, the name of the dreaded place rolling off his tongue with a disturbing ease. The Tower of Heaven. A place filled with nothing but despair and desolation. A tower built on the tears and screams of countless slaves, innocents. An accursed place that I was all too familiar with, the place I almost lost it all. He put up a fight, but in the end, he came up short, Sho snickered. His words hung in the air, a toxic miasma that seemed to suck away the warmth of the sun. Don't keep him waiting, he might suffer more than necessary if you do, Wally, who had been silent until now, added with a twisted smirk. See you there, Urza, and don't forget to bring the blue kitty with you, Miliana chirped, her voice dripping with sickening sweetness as Sho activated one of his cards, teleporting them away. Silence. The world seemed to hold its breath, the resort around us falling into a hush that was painfully deafening. I felt the cool hilt of my sword against my skin, the familiar sensation grounding me. Silently, I gripped it tighter, my knuckles turning white as my magic roared inside me, like tempest waiting to be unleashed. I turned to my friends. Their faces were a reflection of my own, etched with worry and anger. Natsu, his fists clenched, fire dancing in his eyes, mirroring the rage in his heart. Lucy, her celestial keys clutched tightly in her hand. Gray, his usually calm demeanor replaced with a hardened expression, his ice magic crackling around him. Kana, her usual jovial face now stern and focused, filled with rage, more so than anyone here. Natsu was the first to break the silence, a growl ripping from his throat. We're getting Adam back, he declared, fire erupting around him. I don't care who those guys are, or how they know you, Urza, but they messed with the wrong guild. I nodded, determination coursing through my veins. We'll bring him back, no matter what. I don't know how they managed to capture Adam, but Natsu was right, they had decided to wage war on the wrong guild, for now, we would stop at nothing to bring them down. Juvia Loxer. POV. I had come to the resort to make sure my sweet Gray didn't fall in love with anyone else, and if he did, to make sure I killed whoever he fell in love with. To make sure the last thing those harlots saw was my face, as I drowned them. However, it wasn't long before my sweet mission had turned into a fight, as some worms had tried to hurt my Gray, and his companions. Needless to say, I jumped to the rescue, ready to aid my beautiful love. And the fight came to an end, these evildoers revealed their intentions. They wanted Urza to come to the Tower of Heaven, and in order to ensure that happened, they had captured Adam, the one who had defeated Master Jose in single combat. That didn't make sense in Juvia's mind, not at all. If Adam had defeated Master Jose, there was no way they had the power to defeat Adam. Perhaps they used dirty tactics to catch him off guard. Even then, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to Juvia. How are we going to find this tower? Kana asked, her eyes hard. I don't know, but we'll search the entire world if necessary, Urza declared, her face set in a hard expression. Locating the tower. Juvia could help with that. Perhaps if she did, Gray-sama would give Juvia all of his love. The enemies, they smelled like seawater, I spoke up, interrupting the conversation. Everyone turned to look at me, surprise etched on their faces. Seawater. Lucy repeated, eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Yes, Juvia smelled it on them during the fight, I explained. Though, it was a very accurate explanation, it was more like Juvia felt the water in their clothes, tiny bits of salt, and other minerals only found in the sea. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they did smell like seawater, Natsu agreed, scratching his head. That only narrows our search to more than half of the world, Kana commented, clearly frustrated. In the sea, nothing can escape Juvia's senses, I offered, a small smile forming on my face as I gazed at Gray. Juvia is confident she can track them. Being in a large body of water extended Juvia's reach, allowing Juvia to see, feel, and do more than she could normally do. That, and what everyone already knew about these enemies would make locating the tower quite easy. Urza nodded her head, then it settled. Juvia, you'll lead the way. Gray's face twisted into a scowl, or, we could brainstorm a little bit more. Juvia's heart sank, why did Gray-sama not trust her? Was Juvia not good enough? No. Juvia would show Gray she was the one he had been waiting for. Gray, you will come, and that's the end of it, am I clear? Urza said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument, making Gray flinch. I ma'am, Gray muttered, looking away. Altair Milkovich. POV. The chill of the marble floor seeped through my boots as I strode through the grand halls of the Magic Council. It seemed we had underestimated our target, a lot. His capture had been nothing but a farce, a game of chess in which he'd gleefully danced around our pieces. The realization that he'd played us all stirred a pool of anger deep within me, yet it was an anger layered with grudging respect. He had outwitted us all, turned the tables on our plans for him. I had underestimated him, that much was clear, but that would not happen again. His escape had not shaken me, though. Within the walls of the council, there were centuries of magical knowledge, tools, resources that could tip the balance back in our favor. Adam had proved to be cunning, yes, but he was not the first adversary in this style I had to deal with. I had options to dispose of him, I had power to see it through, and I had a plan. As I passed the grand doors leading to the council chambers, a familiar voice broke the silence. Laria, it called, a tone of concern lacing each syllable. Laria, the name I was using to avoid Dear Mom, finding where I was. Smiling, I turned to see one of the old bastards running the council, his face etched with worry, his glassy eyes gleaming in the dim light. How can I be of service? I replied, watching as the worry in his eyes deepened. Seagrain has just informed us about a terrible situation. I see, so Jalal was planning to use Etherian to deal with Adam, not a bad approach. No matter how strong he is, even he can't face the full might of Etherian. A flicker of a smile touched my lips. Allow me to be of service, whatever it is that we are dealing with, will be dealt with accordingly. Chapter 101, Chapter 98, Cheap Tactics. Part. Having problems with my PC, it's not letting me access my files for unknown reasons. So, I will post the other chapter later today, or Saturday, the day I normally don't post. It all depends on what the technician says. So far all I know is a file in my Windows update got corrupted. That being said, please have some patience. I will compensate as soon as I can. Third person. POV. Adam vs. Jalal. The sun had dipped below the horizon in the Tower of Heaven, casting a dim, eerie twilight over the entire structure. The once calm, blue sea, now churned with violent waves that crashed against the walls of the tower, as the wind howled outside the tower, rattling the entire place as Adam and Jalal clashed. Bearing witness to the violent struggle that had been unfolding between two powerful wizards. Right now, both fighters stood several meters apart, hovering above the sea, one of them smiling, the other not, their eyes locked in a fierce, unwavering stare. You can't stop me, Adam, Jalal said with a wicked grin, his magical aura pulsing around him. Nothing can stop the coming of Zeref. Oh, Jalal, so much angst. You're like a walking, talking teen drama, except less entertaining, Adam replied with a smirk as he tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto. Jalal smirked, his blue hair fluttering in the wind, the waves crashing behind him as he chuckled dryly. You're quite tenacious, I'll give you that, quite possibly the strongest wizard I have ever faced. But you can't win, no matter what you do, your resistance is futile. Having said that, Jalal raised his hands and began to summon a torrent of celestial energy, swirling and crackling around him, growing in intensity with every passing moment. Do you ever stop talking? It's almost as if you're trying to drown out your own thoughts, perhaps that is why you can't see how bad of an idea this is, Adam replied, blurring out of sight with a single step, closing the distance between him and Jalal in an instant. Jalal, caught off guard by Adam's sudden increase in speed, barely managed to react as the latter slashed at him, creating a small rip in the fabric of space itself. Narrowly avoiding the strike, Jalal stumbled backward, dropping into the sea as the force of the attack tore through the very air around him, blasting him out of control. You think this will be enough? Jalal roared as he regained his composure, his celestial energy flaring up once again. You think you can defeat me with such a paltry display of power? Adam simply stood there, a faint smile on his lips as Jalal's energy washed over him harmlessly. If words were a weapon, Jalal, you'd certainly be a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, they're just noise. Jalal growled in frustration, his eyes blazing with fury. Then let's see if you can handle this. With a wave of his hand, Jalal summoned several constellations above him, their light intensifying as they converged into a single point, releasing a beam of pure celestial energy that shot directly at Adam. Seeing this, Adam remained unmoved, his Zanpakuto glowing with a deep ethereal light as he stood his ground, his power humming in preparation. And as the beam of energy approached him, he calmly raised his blade, meeting the attack before it could reach him, slicing right through it, causing it to explode into a million shimmering fragments that rained down upon them both. My turn, Adam said, his voice low and dangerous as he raised his left hand. Bakudo number 61. Rikujakoro. As soon as those words left Adam's mouth, 6 glowing beams of light shot out from his fingers, quickly wrapping themselves around Jalal's arms and legs, locking his midsection, pinning him down in place. Jalal struggled against the bindings, but they held him firmly in place. Heido number 91. Senjukoten Taiho, Adam said calmly, his right hand outstretched towards Jalal, generating multiple energy orbs of pink glowing energy around himself, before quickly firing them all at once at Jalal, resulting in an exceedingly devastating explosion upon impact. An explosion that was so intense that the very ground beneath the sea shook violently, as the water around them turned into vapor. Unable to do anything, Jalal was thrown back by the blast, his body slamming into the rocky shore, creating a small crater where he lay. You're strong, Jalal admitted as he struggled to get back up, his body battered and bruised from the attack. Stronger than we could have imagined, thankfully, we prepared for such an event, just in case. Adam tilted his head, a curious glint in his eyes as he observed Jalal's form. Oh really? And what have you prepared? Jalal smirked despite the pain, pointing at the sky. Adam's eyes widened, watching as the magic circles behind Etherean's workings began to form in the sky, aiming down at them. Etherean. Yes, Jalal confirmed, chuckling through the pain. A weapon of mass destruction, capable of wiping out an entire country in an instant. You're crazier than I gave you credit for. That aside, it seems you haven't learned a thing about my power during our little exchange, Adam said calmly, holding his blade at the ready. Space bends to my will. Raw power alone won't work unless you are somehow able to completely outclass me, and I'm not that good of an actor to pretend that's the case. I know, Jalal admitted with a grin. Which is why you won't dodge, block, or avoid the attack at all. Adam raised an eyebrow, curious as to what Jalal was planning. Oh really? And why is that? In the rare event something like this were to happen, I made some arrangements, creating a second Etherean cannon right under the Council's nose, linking the activation of both, under the very same key, Jalal replied, grinning as he did so. One aimed at you, the other at a place you would die to protect, but can't right now. Magnolia, Adam whispered, realization dawning on him as he glared at Jalal. You wouldn't dare. Jalal's grin widened as he raised his arm. You have a choice to make, Adam, you either stop me, and have your precious family die, or you let Etherean hit you, your call. After all, who knows, I just might be lying, then again, maybe I'm not. Adam gritted his teeth, as he contemplated his options. He didn't know if Jalal was telling the truth or not, and even if by some chance Jalal was indeed lying, and this was nothing but an elaborate ruse to gain the upper hand, he couldn't risk it without being absolutely sure that was the case. Fine. Jalal's smile widened at Adam's reply. An excellent choice, one that I'm afraid you won't live long enough to regret. I already have enough with the cannon, stop with the monologue, honestly, have you ever considered the virtue of silence for a change? Adam replied, waiting as the Etherean cannon charged. Adam C. POV. It seemed I had to let him make his move, all thanks to a tactical advantage, one that I wasn't even sure was real. For all I knew, he could be lying. And as much as I wanted it, I couldn't take the risk of calling his bluff. And so, I stood there, waiting for the inevitable, as the Etherean cannon charged. I was pretty sure I could survive the blast, even without using my power to shield myself from it, but just as I knew that, I knew I would not come unscathed if this was the case. I was durable. Very durable. Not impervious to damage. The worst part was, that nothing I could have done before this dead end, could have changed this possible outcome. Jalal had people in the council, and those old farts were as easily manipulated as one could expect, meaning that, even if I had defeated Jalal right away, I still would have faced the same outcome, but at the hands of Altair, or someone else. And just like now, I wouldn't have a reliable way to know if they were lying or not. I sighed. After this, I would have a heart-to-heart with the king of the country to have the council members re-elected, or at the very least, to have the system changed. This kind of shit is only happening because of them. Oh well. It doesn't matter. This won't kill me. So all I need to know is pretend it will, and confirm his words by calling the old man in Magnolia. He's only buying a few minutes at best. Altair Milkovich. POV. I stood in a secluded corner of the council's room, using my orb to see the fight between Adam and Jalal. Adam had proved to be stronger than Jalal, but he lacked something Jalal didn't, the will to do anything in order to win, anything at all. The scene unfolding before me painted a vivid picture of Jalal's cunning as he spun a web of lies around Adam, ensnaring him in a trap there was no clear escape from. He had made Adam believe we had 2 Etherian cannons, ready for use. One of them, aimed at his precious town. I couldn't help but smile with wicked delight at this. Under my guidance Jalal had truly become a master manipulator. There was no such thing as 2 Etherian cannons, there was only one Etherian cannon, the other was nothing but a clever fabrication designed to force Adam into an impossible decision. It was a lie as convincing as any truth, and Adam's face betrayed his doubt and fear. I could almost hear his thoughts. Was he lying? If so, how can I be sure that's the case? Would Adam be able to see through our deception? Or would he fall prey to Jalal's words, dooming himself in the process? I couldn't help but feel a thrill at the prospect of him losing in such a way. Checkmate, I muttered, smiling under my breath. Chapter 102, Author Note. This note won't be as long as the first one I had written, that got deleted in my typing rage, so I'll be brief. Corn, why is Adam believing in what Jalal said? Allow me to be as clear as possible, he fucking doesn't. But as any decent person, he has to make sure. If you as a person wouldn't try to at least confirm the words of a terrorist with a weapon capable of destroying a country, then please do everyone a favor and don't work in any law enforcement job. Shouldn't Adam know Makarov can block the blast? He doesn't. He knows Makarov is strong, but he's not sure he has anything in his arsenal to block the attack. Unlike MC who has a vast array of options, like moving, creating a portal, or bending space to deal with the attack, so just to be safe, he's making sure shit goes smooth. 1. He's playing it safe, just in case. 2. He's making sure that if Jalal is actually telling the truth, that Makarov makes the necessary preparations to deal with the situation. Corn, why didn't the MC kill Jalal? Well, you psychopaths, the answer is simple. Unlike most of you seem to think, he doesn't hate Jalal, he pities him. He knows Jalal is a puppet, a husk of what he could be, someone whose free will was taken from him when he was but a child. Beyond that, the MC also wanted to see how strong Jalal was, to his fullest before defeating him. He knows he could have won the moment the fight started, when he's confident of that, he taunts his opponent. The reason why he didn't is because he was testing things out. Honestly, I'm this close of just giving up. Every time I try to improve my writing, and make my MCs more human, all I get is this. Y'all don't want a MC, all you guys want is a fucking Mary Sue, a perfect being, perfect in everything, a being unable of making mistakes, or judgment errors, a being that transcends all, and who also fucks everything with female genitalia. The moment the MC stops being perfect in your eyes, the moment things stop going according to your perceived nothing of perfection, you start insulting me, or saying I will quit reading this novel as shit or something. Like, you don't even wait for the next chapter, you just go straight to the part where you try to shit on me. The worst part is, I made impossibly clear that Adam is confident in what he can do, and that this won't change the outcome in the end, but still, you see his human side, the part that cares, as a weakness. Don't worry, the next MC I write will be the perfect being you all say you don't want, but we all know you want, someone that excels at everything, someone with an IQ so big that there hasn't been a number invented to quantified. Anyway, do as you please. I'm done for the day, had a rough fucking day, and thought the chapter had been clear enough for the eggshells of this site, but I guess I was wrong. I need to improve my writing to deal with that, even more. Maybe a 500-word disclaimer before any chapter would do the trick, I don't know, I'm brainstorm this shit later. Well. Have a great day, one better than mine. I will try to calm down, maybe watch a movie or something. Take care everyone. Updates will restart tomorrow, hopefully. Chapter 103, Update. Updates restart next week. Corn out. I need some time for myself. Chapter 104, I'm back. Hello sexy bastards. After taking a much-needed time to clear my mind and recharge, I'm thrilled to announce that I'm back, feeling more focused and inspired than ever. What can I say? The break I took truly provided a wonderful opportunity to breathe outside the weight of my own expectations and such. I mostly played New World with my GF, so it was fun. Anywho, in order to thank you all for your patience and sexy behavior, I've set some exciting new targets for next week based on this week's ratings. So here's the deal. If we reach first place, and maintain it, expect a minimum of 14 to 17 chapters next week. Gold medal. Should we land in second place, there'll be at least 11, and up to 14 chapters coming your way. Silver medal. If we secure the third place spot, I'll be writing a minimum of 9, with a possibility of up to 11 chapters. Bronze medal. Remember, these numbers are just the starting points. Depending on how much I write, the total number of chapters might increase even more. Your support is the driving force behind this endeavor. It goes without saying I will restart updates again. Regardless of the result, I will continue uploading. With love, Korn. Chapter 105, Chapter 99, Pretending to Lose. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. The amount of chapters can increase depending on how much I write, so consider the numbers above the minimum. Adam C. POV. The sea glimmered beneath me, an expansive sheet of glass reflecting the dim light of the setting sun. High above it all, I floated, calmly waiting for the inevitable. I had proven to be stronger than my opponent, but in the end, that hadn't proved to be enough. I had been defeated, not by his power, but by his careful preparation, or by his quick thinking in making a lie believable enough to corner me. Regardless of what the reality of things was, Jalal had given me an ultimatum. Take the hit or Magnolia will do it in your stead. The choice had been a simple one. A calmness had settled over me, as still and serene as the sea beneath. It was the tranquility that came from having made a choice I knew I wouldn't regret. But underneath that calm, a fierce determination smoldered. This would hurt. A lot, quite possibly. But it would not be the end of me. Are you ready, Adam? Jalal asked, his voice smooth and mocking. Could you kindly go fuck yourself? I replied, as the hairs on my arm stood up, reacting to the familiar hum of multiple magic signatures filling the air. 7 energy signatures, most of them familiar. Urza, Natsu, Gray, Happy, Lucy, Kana, and someone else I didn't quite know. I could sense each and every one of them nearing my location. At the rate they were moving, they would arrive within a few minutes. Good. If I played my cards well, their arrival would give me the time to confirm whether or not Jalal was telling the truth, in order to make the call whether or not I have to leave to defend Magnolia. Smiling at thought, I closed my eyes, listening to the distant rush of the ocean, the wind whispering past me, feeling with each passing second how my companions neared. It was almost peaceful. Almost. Then, the calm shattered. The hum of the Etherean cannon filled the air, a noise that seemed to vibrate through the very marrow of my bones. It was a sound of pure, raw power, a death knell that echoed across the sky. The light of Etherean as it reached its peak, was a blinding, searing white that illuminated the world in a harsh, unforgiving glow. Then, with a silent shriek that teared through the air, the spell blasted towards me, breaking the sea below me in two as it neared me. I could feel the heat of it before it even reached me, the air around me sizzling and crackling with energy, culminating in a blinding explosion that left nothing untouched, as pain flooded my senses. The world spun as I was thrown back, smoke and flames wreathing my body. And without even realizing it, I was falling, the air rushing past me as I plummeted towards the sea. The impact was like hitting concrete, a crushing blow that forced the air from my lungs and plunged me into the icy depths. I sank, the world a blurry, distorted mess around me. Not that I was fighting against this, on the contrary, I was letting the sea claim me, pulling me deeper into its inky depths. The water was cold, numbing my skin and soothing the worst of the burning pain. Above me, the surface seemed to shimmer and distort, the light from the Etherean cannon fading. Now, all I had to do was wait. Let's see for how long you can keep me out of this, Jalal. Kana Alberona Clive. POV. The ocean parted around us, a path carved under the sea, breaking the currents of the sea, thanks to Juvia's magic, who kept us safe. That being said, safety was the farthest thing from my mind. I could feel it even here, deep beneath the surface of the sea. The charge was immense, a force of power that made my heart pound with fear. It hadn't taken me long to figure out this power was aimed at my brother, and for some reason, he wasn't moving, or even trying to block it, if how his energy felt was anything to go by. I begged in my head. Begging him to dodge, to move, to do anything but let that spell hit him. I knew he couldn't hear me. But I still begged. Then, the sea shuddered, sending waves of rippling energy through the currents, forcing Juvia to shield us with her magic. He hadn't dodged. My breath hitched, and for a moment, everything seemed to slow down. Fear, anger, and sadness washing over me all at once. The intensity behind each feeling being nothing short of staggering. My fists clenched at my sides, nails biting into my palms as I fought to keep my composure. I had to trust my brother, I had to trust him to have a reason behind this. I had to. Because if I didn't, then I wasn't sure my heart could take the alternative. As I turned my gaze to the side, I noticed Urza. Her face was a mirror of my own, etched with worry and a deep, simmering anger. Her eyes, usually so calm and composed, were stormy. Wordlessly, we exchanged a look. A vow. A promise to make those responsible pay for what they had done. Sensing the change in the air, Juvia's magic propelled us forward, this time faster than before, each passing second bringing us closer to the tower. There's no way that took him out, you know that better than anyone, Kana, Gray said, his voice low and tense, cutting through the silence that had settled over us like a heavy blanket. Urza nodded silently. I did too. I knew Gray was right. Adam was a Clive. And we were too stubborn to die. Still, my heart felt heavy in my chest, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. I simply couldn't help it, no matter how much I knew Gray's words to be true. One thing was certain though. We would reach the tower. We would find my brother. And we would make sure these bastards regretted the day they ever crossed our paths. We were coming for them. And we wouldn't stop until we had our justice. That was Fairy Tale's way. Jalal Fernandez. POV. Leaning against the cold wall of the tower, I closed my eyes, summoning what remained of my strength to remain conscious. I was battered, bruised, and my magic reserves were nearly depleted. Adam's power had surpassed our wildest expectations for him. It pained me to admit it, but I had been outclassed at every turn. The only reason I had won was because he had no way of confirming my words, making my lies a bigger weapon than any spell I had used against him. It was honestly infuriating that I had been forced to resort to such tactics to win. But I can't argue with the results. The timing couldn't be worse, I muttered to myself, gritting my teeth. In the eerie silence of the tower, I could feel multiple magic signatures, approaching very fast. One of these signatures being Urza. Straightening up, I pushed away from the wall, my body protesting to the movement, as pain flared up in my side, a sharp reminder of Adam's last attack. It was pain like no other, pain that made my days in the tower, my days under Brain, pale in comparison. Regardless of that, I had to compose myself. There was no room for weakness. Not now. Not when I'm this close to completing my life's purpose. Jalal. Miliana's voice echoed through the halls, snapping me out of my thoughts. Are you all right? Do you need anything? I'll manage, I replied, forcing a calm tone as I turned to see Miliana and the rest of my associates walk towards me. That bastard tricked us, Sho hissed, his fists clenched tightly as he inspected my wounds with a gaze. We should have known he would have something up his sleeve. We can't possibly prepare for every possibility, Simon said, his voice calm and collected. What now, Jalal? Wally asked, his expression uncertain as he tipped his hat forward, hiding his eyes in the shadow of its brim. Nothing has changed, so be ready, I commanded, my voice echoing through the empty chamber. I will need some time to recover. Your mission in the meantime remains the same, eliminating the intruders, no matter the cost. A moment of silence passed before Ikaruga stepped forward, a thin, chilling smile spreading across her face. You said you wanted to deal with Urza on your own, but considering your current condition, might I take your place in the matter? Do as you please, just don't let anyone reach me, I replied, suppressing a wince as I straightened up. Keep her alive, she still has a role to play in this. As you wish, Jalal, Ikaruga said, her voice a smooth, confident purr. They might not be enough to stop them, Jalal, Altair's voice echoed in my head. It doesn't matter whether or not they succeed in their task, they just need to buy enough time for me to recover in the healing chamber. Once I had recovered my strength, I would deal with any opposition left. Chapter 106, Chapter 100, Cards and Games. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. The amount of chapters can increase depending on how much I write, so consider the numbers above the minimum. On another note, I'm sorry for the delay, I didn't have electricity until now. Kana Alberona Clive. POV. The sea crashed against the rocky shores of the Tower of Heaven as we surfaced from the secret passage below, one that Juvia had found. The imposing structure loomed above us, casting long, ominous shadows in the moonlight. We were here, at the heart of the enemy's lair. Let's bring this place down. Natsu roared, flames erupting around him. Nodding at Natsu, Urza issued her orders in a voice that brooked no argument. Split up, she commanded, her eyes hard and focused. We need to cover as much ground as possible and remember to take everyone you see down. I nodded, a grim determination settling over me, before I headed south, navigating the labyrinthine corridors of the tower with a heightened sense of awareness. My heart pounded in my chest, in a mixture of anger, concern, and something else. Eventually, after a few turns, I found myself face to face with a large hall that led to the upper levels. If Dad was right, and he usually was about these things, the leader of a villain group is almost always in the highest level available to their base. Meaning I was getting closer to making the leader of these bastards pay. That in mind, I pressed on. However, I had barely made it a few steps through the corridor before a flurry of cards whizzed past my face, narrowly missing me as I ducked under them. They exploded against the stone wall of the tower, leaving a charred imprint on the otherwise pristine surface. And just where do you think you're going, pretty face? If the cards hadn't given him away, his voice had. Sho, the one that wielded the same type of magic I did. Card magic. Me. To kill your boss, I replied, turning around to face him. Sho chuckled, his lips curling into a wicked smile as he twirled a few cards under his hands. Bold words for a weakling like you. We'll see, I replied, my magic flaring in preparation. We killed the best you had to offer, Sho taunted, his voice echoing through the silent corridor as his grin widened. Don't feel sad, though, it won't be long before you join him. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to get me out of my game. I had to admit, the bastard knew what he was doing. His words were 1,000 punches to the gut. Adam. My big brother. Dead. The thought was unbearable, a cold, cruel reality that I would never be ready to face. That being said, I would not let his words shake me. Besides, my brother wasn't dead. As if you guys could do that, I replied, my voice steady as I glared at him. He's not dead, but you will be soon. We might have the same type of magic, but as far as similarities went, that's where ours ended. Fellow card mage or not, I was ready to show him just how outmatched he truly was. I think we chatted long enough, Sho sneered, his hands flicking forward as he sent a barrage of cards hurtling toward me. Taking a step forward, I countered with a swift motion, my own cards splayed out in a defensive arc. The two sets collided in a flurry of light and color, the resulting explosion sending a shockwave rippling through the room. I can't wait to find out how long it takes before you break down, Sho hissed, circling around me as he sent another barrage of cards. Keeping my eyes on him, I weaved under his attacks, slowly closing the distance between us with each step I took. His attacks were relentless, a never-ending stream of cards that cut through the air with deadly precision, each one carrying their own unique spell, explosives, ice, fire, lightning. There was no pattern to them, just a chaotic mixture as he flung out card after card. It was madness. What's the matter? Is dodging all you can do? Sho sneered, his expression growing even darker. If so, this will be pretty disappointing. You love hearing yourself talk, don't you? I replied, hurling a single card at the center of his upcoming barrage, summoning multiple rows overlapping ether nano shields that flickered and rippled, absorbing the power behind his spells. I do, but not as much as I will enjoy hearing you scream, Sho snarled, flicking his wrist, casting off a handful of cards. I remained silent, meeting his attack head-on. Our cards spinning and whirling around the place like a maelstrom, generating multiple explosions that shook the foundations beneath our feet. As the battle continued, a smile crossed my lips. There was no doubt now. I felt like such a fool. To even think I would even consider for a moment, they had been able to take my brother down. I don't know what my brother was planning, but there was no way he had lost against them. Thank you for confirming what I should have known since the beginning, I said, summoning up a hand of cards as I weaved around another one of his attacks. There's simply no way in hell you bastards could have defeated my brother. He was your brother. Sho cackled with twisted delight, sending another barrage of spells at me. Now that makes things even better. I frowned. All I could feel coming from him was pure hatred, and it wasn't directed at me, but Adam. This wasn't the first time this had happened. At the resort, it had happened as well, but directed at Urza. Just why did they hate Urza and Adam so much? If I had known you two were related, I would have killed you in front of him. Sho taunted, practically cackling insanely, sending another pair of cards at me. I flicked my wrist, sending a few cards of my own, deflecting the attack. What do you have against my brother? I asked, only for Sho to laugh, shaking his head. Isn't that the million-jewel question, isn't it? Sho spat, a twisted smile dawning on his face. Those two, they took everything from us. And now, we will take everything from them. I wasn't sure what exactly he meant by that. But I knew that whatever he meant, didn't sound like something Urza or my brother would do. Whoever made you believe that's the case, was fucking lying to you, I replied, taking a deep breath as my fingers slipped into my pouch, deftly selecting a single card from my deck. Pulling the card out, it shimmered in my grasp, brimming with power as lightning coursed through it, zapping my fingers. You don't know a thing. Sho snarled, sending multiple barrages of cards at me. As his attacks rained down on me, the air around me crackled with energy, the scent of ozone filling the entire place. Card magic, lightning dragon's roar. At this, the card in my hand shattered, as a brilliant bolt of lightning leaped from within, arcing towards Sho with a deafening roar, tearing through his attack in an instant, giving him no time to react. The lightning struck him with a blinding flash, making him scream before leaving him immobile and helpless, as the corridor was bathed in an electric yellow glow, casting stark shadows on the walls as the energy surged and danced around Sho's body. Eventually the lightning subsided, leaving Sho lying on the ground, his body scorched and smoking. His eyes were glazed over, his breaths coming as shallow, ragged gasps. Perhaps using one of the prototypes was a bit overkill, I sighed. I didn't expect the card to deal this much damage to him. Still, I was happy to see that my prototype cards were working effectively, even if they could only use a tenth of the power the spell should have. Well, time to. I frowned, feeling a new presence enter the room. Yet, I couldn't see anyone around. I'm not in the mood for playing hide and seek, I called out, keeping my senses alert. At this, a towering figure emerged from the shadows in the shape of a broad, muscular man, his gaze as sharp as flint, meeting mine with an intensity that took me aback. One after the other. Very well. I don't mind, it makes things easier for me. Let's skip the chit-chat and get straight to the point where we fight. I reached my quota of small talk with Shorty over there, I said, readying myself to fight once again. The man remained silent, his gaze on me, before turning to his companion for a moment as he uncrossed his arms, raising his hands in a gesture of peace that took me by surprise. I'm not here to fight, the man replied, his voice echoing down the long corridor. On the contrary, I seek only to help you. I blinked at him, trying to process his statement. And the strangest part was, that I don't know why, but I didn't believe he was lying, or tricking me. In fact, there was a strange level of sincerity in his gaze that made this turn of events hard to ignore. Why? I asked, keeping my guard up. His gaze softened. You are wise not to trust me so fast. In fact, I advise not to trust me at all. As for why I'm doing this, well, the truth is, I never truly believed in what they had told us about Adam and Urza. It always felt too convenient, to the point I am more than certain that there's more to this than what Jalal has fed us all these years. And you decided just now that you didn't believe them? I pressed. I decided that years ago, but until today, the opportunity to change things had never presented itself, he replied, his eyes gazing at the floor. Alone, I stood no chance against Jalal, but with the help of your friends, this nightmare can finally end. I might regret this later on. I might not. But I would give this bastard the benefit of the doubt. But if he so much as blinked in the wrong direction, I would throw him into the meat grinder. Lead the way then, I replied. Chapter 107, Chapter 101, An Unsteady Blade. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. The amount of chapters can increase depending on how much I write, so consider the numbers above the minimum. Urza Scarlet. POV. My boots pounded against the cold stone floor of the tower as I dashed through the winding corridors, my heart pounding in my chest. There was a desperate urgency in my movements, an understanding that every second counted. I didn't know what Jalal was planning, and what had happened to Adam, but I knew I had to stop this, once and for all. Rushing through the motions, I continued pushing forward, until I was forced to halt in my tracks, when a pink-haired woman wearing a kimono, holding a katana, appeared before me. Urza Scarlet, a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Ikaruga, the mysterious woman introduced herself, a small, mysterious smile playing on her lips. And I'm afraid your path ends here. At this, my eyes immediately fell on the gleaming katana strapped to her waist, still within its sheath. And despite the fact that this was our first encounter, I quickly realized that this woman was not to be underestimated. However, I would not back down, not now, not ever. I suggest you step aside, or I'll be forced to go through you, I commanded, my tone leaving no room for negotiation. Her response was a chilling smile, her eyes glinting with cruel amusement. Oh, how interesting, Ikaruga smiled, her voice low and taunting. You think you can go through me? If I must, I will, I retorted, my hand instinctively moving to my own weapon. The air seemed to crackle with anticipation, the tension between us building to a fever pitch. Ikaruga's smile broadened as she drew her katana from its sheath. The polished steel glinted ominously under the tower's dim lighting. Very well then, Ikaruga purred, leveling her blade at me. Let's see what you're made of, Urza Scarlet. And with those words, our battle began. Requip, Heaven's Will Armor. I shouted, my magic enveloping me as I dashed toward her. Ikaruga, seeing this, was quick on the attack, her katana slicing through the air with deadly precision. But I was ready, moving my blade to meet hers in a clash of steel. You're pretty skilled, but not nearly enough, Ikaruga commented, and before I could question the meaning behind her words, my swords and armor shattered. I stumbled back in shock, my body exposed and vulnerable. She had destroyed my armor, in a single strike. Requip, Blackwing Armor. As my new armor materialized around me, I pressed forward once again, my sword raised high. Mujetsu Ryu, Yasha's empty flash, Ikaruga whispered, taking a step forward before slashing her blade at me, destroying my armor once again. I gasped as the force of her attack sent me flying backward, landing hard on the ground. She hadn't delivered any external damage, but her cuts had managed to reach deep within my body. My chest heaved with exertion as I struggled to catch my breath, my eyes narrowing in anger as I glared up at her. Her sword style was very dangerous. Mugetsu Ryu, Garuda Flame, Ikaruga muttered before sending a massive wave of fire rippling towards me. Requip, Flame Empress Armor. I shouted, wasting no time in calling forth a new set of armor, one that would protect me against her flames. The Flame Empress Armor, very resistant against fire, but still not enough, right? Ikaruga asked, her voice laced with amusement, as once again my armor shattered after her attack. Taking some distance, I jumped back, landing on my feet a few meters, my body still shaky from the impact of her attack. She was right. No one of my armor was enough to withstand her attacks. But the results so far weren't because she was stronger than me. It was because I had let my worry turn me into a blind foolish idiot, once unworthy of its blade. If I had kept my head cool, I would have won this already. Instead, I had let my emotions make me forget everything I had learned so far. Everything Adam had taught me. I will not make that mistake again. I apologize for my poor performance so far. There's a lot of things in my head right now. That being said, I said, my voice steady as I stood up straight, my sword at the ready. It's time for me to show you what I am truly capable of. Ikaruga raised an eyebrow. By all means, show me. Ikaruga POV. I watched as Urza advanced, her movements precise and filled with an undeniable resolve. It was almost sad. Calmly, my gaze fell to the glinting blade in her hands, aimed straight for me, another blade to break, before breaking her spirit. Taking a deep breath, I took a step forward, but as I did something in the air changed. I barely had time to register the sudden change in her movement when she was gone, leaving only the echoing sound of her battle cry. Confusion momentarily dulled my senses. That was, until a gust of wind hinted at her new location. She had in some way maneuvered behind me in the time it took me to blink. In the span of a heartbeat, I pivoted on my heels, my katana at the ready. But by the time I had turned around, Urza was no longer there. What? I muttered. A soft rustle, a faint shimmer in the air, and suddenly the battlefield was filled with images of Urza, flickering like specters in the dim light of the tower. My heart pounded in my chest as I studied the scene. Which one was real? Which was the right target? The answer was a mystery hidden within a whirl of scarlet hair and gleaming armor. Has she always been this fast? Pushing through the shock, I gathered my strength, as I surged forward, my katana raised, ready to strike. If I couldn't follow her movements, the answer was simple. I would simply strike in every direction. However, just as my blade sliced through the air, a blinding flash of steel cut through the dim light of the tower. It was as if time stood still, the scene painted in harsh contrasts of shadow and light. Urza's real form materialized before me, faster than I could have imagined. Her sword was a streak of deadly silver aimed straight at me. A silent gasp escaped my lips, my body frozen in the realization of my miscalculation. I wasn't a worthy opponent. I chuckled. Not to her, not to him. Since when have I been this weak? Then, pain exploded through me, my body reacting even while my mind still tried to comprehend the reality of the situation. I was falling, my grip on my katana slipping. And as I hit the ground, the afterimages behind Urza's movements vanished, leaving only the real one standing tall and victorious above me. Where's Adam? Urza asked, tilting her head slightly as she sheathed her sword. Jalal thinks he killed him, but between you and I sincerely doubt that, I replied through labored breaths, trying to push myself up from the ground, but failing. How pathetic, to lose in such a manner. But still, it wasn't that bad. To lose against someone of such level, it was almost an honor. Where's Jalal? Urza asked after a moment of silence. In the top of the tower, licking his wounds, I answered with a pain-filled smirk. But I doubt he'll be there for long. He's not one to give up easily. With that, Urza left, leaving me on the ground, staring at the ceiling, blood pooling around me, as I found myself lost in my thoughts. How kind. Her blade was one without ill intent. She had avoided dealing any fatal blows with her last strike, even though she easily could have. Unlike Adam's, whose blade felt as cold as the embrace of death. Now that I think about it. They were two sides of the side coin, one of darkness and light. It was almost poetic. Chapter 108, Chapter 102, Zero Chance. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. The amount of chapters can increase depending on how much I write, so consider the numbers above the minimum. Adam C. POV. I found myself submerged in the calm, enveloping darkness of the sea, sitting at the bottom of the sea inside a spiritual barrier. Inside this little box of 12 by 12, I had more than enough oxygen to last a few hours if I wanted to. So, I had time to think, and ponder on my next move. For the moment I was using Kaido to mend my wounds to an acceptable state, letting the familiar warmth of these wonderful techniques flow through my body. I could feel it, a hum in the back of my mind, the energy signatures of my friends in combat. Each pulse of magic was a reminder of the battle that was still raging above me. A spike in energy signaled the climax of one such battle, a force I recognized instantly. Urza. I felt a small smile tug at my lips. I knew she'd come out on top. That being said, something felt off about this. It had taken her longer than I would have expected to finish her fight. Ikaruga was strong, but not strong enough to give her this much trouble. It didn't make much sense. I pondered over it, the rhythmic thrumming of the ocean around me providing a soothing backdrop to my thoughts. Could it be that Ikaruga had somehow managed to counter Urza? As soon as that notion hit me, I dismissed it. No, it couldn't be that the gap between them was big enough to cover any gaps in experience. And then it hit me, the tower. Our shared past, the specters of memories it held, it was probably affecting her more than she would care to admit, shaking her usual unwavering focus. I didn't blame her. Despite my usually calm demeanor right now, even I was being affected by this. The thing was, that unlike Urza, I had some form of closure with this wretched place. With a sigh, I shifted my attention to another familiar energy. Kana. Her battle had started basically at the same time Urza's had, but unlike hers, Kana's battle had been swift and decisive, ending almost as soon as it had begun. Heck, for a moment there I almost think I felt Lax's power. The point was everyone was winning their fights. Meaning I could fully focus on figuring out if Jalal's threat had any bark to it. Fortunately for me, I had someone doing just that for me. The old man, who I had called a few moments ago to confirm whether or not I needed to change my current strategy. The sudden vibration in my pocket broke through my deep concentration, the familiar ringtone of my lacrima phone echoing softly in the underwater void. I pulled out the magical device, reading the caller ID. Gramps. Good news, old man. I said as I answered the call. After all, his next words would decide whether or not I stayed to destroy this place. Adam, he started, his deep voice rang out through the tiny speaker, an undercurrent of seriousness in his tone. Your suspicions were correct. I listened, my heart pounding a little faster, as he told me of his findings. According to him, he had Mistogen help him scour the entire town, in order to examine every trace of magic around, every potential anomaly, but as I imagined, their search yielded nothing. Meaning there was second Etherean, no imminent threat waiting to be unleashed. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong that it momentarily took my breath away. However, as Makarov's words fully sunk in, the warmth in my smile faded. And in its place, a different emotion began to stir in me, one that was cold and bitter. Anger. The coward of Jalal had resorted to the pathetic use of threats, playing on my connection with Magnolia to avoid his plans getting destroyed. But, as I had expected, it was all a bluff. One I couldn't call out without reliable sources, but a bluff nonetheless. A manipulative game played by the weak, a cowardly tactic used to put me on an edge, to make me question my every move, weighing the consequences behind them. I had to admit, it was infuriating, but more than that, it was a stark reminder of the length some were willing to go in order to gain even the slightest upper hand. Anger coursing through me, the grip tightened around the lacrima phone, my knuckles white with the intensity of my emotions. Thank you, master, I said into the phone, my voice steady despite the storm of emotions within me. I will finish this. Makarov's voice softened at this, I know you will, my boy. With those words, he hung up the phone, leaving me alone in the dark, underwater chamber I had created as a temporary base. The silence that followed was deafening, the only sound being the gentle lapping of water against the walls of spiritual energy. I closed my eyes and took a deep, steadying breath, feeling my Ryatsa simmering beneath the surface of my calm exterior. It began as a flicker, a spark that ignited in the core of my being. Slowly but surely, it swelled, growing stronger, wilder, a fire threatening to engulf everything. The raw manifestation of my spirit and power, reacting to my emotions. I could feel my anger, my power, coursing through my veins, pulsating with my heartbeat, resonating with my very soul, as I remained silent, a stark contrast to the brewing storm within me. No more games, Jalal, I muttered, releasing a low growl that echoed throughout the chamber as my power broke free. The sea around me reacted instantly, the calm, tranquil waters thrown into chaos by the sheer force of my unleashed energy. The sea shook violently, undulating waves rolling and crashing against each other in a frenzy as the surface erupted into chaotic mess, echoing my rage and turmoil. Yet, amidst the havoc, I remained silent and still. I wasn't angry that Jalal had rebuilt the tower. I knew he had been brainwashed. I wasn't angry that he wanted to kill me. 2 out of every 5 people I meet want to. I was angry at the threat he had decided to use to win. Jalal Fernandez. POV. I stepped out of the healing chamber, my body mostly revitalized, and ready for the battle to come. I hadn't expected Urza to reach me so quickly, proving Ikaruga was weaker than I had thought, but as I saw her enter the room, her sword at the ready, I couldn't help but smirk. I might not be at my full power, but I had recovered enough to take her down. Urza, I drawled, my gaze flitting to her weapon, is that a way to greet a friend? She didn't respond at first, her gaze as icy as her sword's edge. If you were my friend, you would see the error of your ways. I chuckled at that. How naive of her. Oh well, it was time for her to serve her purpose. I had already made one of my 2 objectives pay. You will die just like he did, I said, my voice dripping with venom as I raised my hand. However, before any of us could do or say anything else, a wave of power washed over us, so raw and forceful it nearly knocked me off my feet. My heart pounded in my chest as the ground seemed to shake, a primal fear gripping me. The sheer magnitude of the power was monstrous, suffocating, almost tangible. He had survived. Disbelief seared through me. I had watched him plummet into the sea, his body wrecked by the Etherean's blast. And yet, there was no doubt, this was his power, his rage, and it was all directed at me. A cold dread washed over me as I realized the implication behind this. If he had survived and had waited this long before making his presence known, it could mean one thing. He had seen through my ruse. Meaning he knew there was no second Etherean, no backup plan. That I had lied to avoid the annihilation of my goal. I gritted my teeth, my mind racing. This was bad, very bad. I had to act now, before Adam made his move. I had to activate the tower right now. As much as I wanted to fight Urza, to bask in her suffering, I knew better than to ignore the looming threat raging outside. The chances of the tower working without the sacrifice were small, but this change of events was leaving me with no choice. If that monster arrived, I simply had no hopes of winning. Making my decision, as regrettable as it was, I used my celestial magic to surge towards the activation runes of the tower with blinding speed. Urza, quick on the uptake, following after me, her intent clear. You will not get away. However, before either of us could move any further, a shift occurred in the very fabric of the air around us. A powerful silent shriek, akin to a vacuum in the emptiness of space, echoed through the chamber. For a moment, everything stood still, the ominous sound reverberating in the air. Then, as sudden as the silence that had befallen us, everything tilted, as the tower split in 2, right down the middle. The deafening sound of metal and stone shearing apart filled the air, as the room around us was torn apart, the space bisected with the frightening precision. Shock froze me in place, my mind struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. This was not part of the plan. This was not supposed to happen. Suddenly, out of the settling dust and debris as the tower crumbled down on its foundations, a figure emerged. His very presence seemed to suck the very air out of the room, his towering silhouette imposing and resolute amidst the crumbling ruins of my life's work. Jalal. That one word sent chills skittering down my spine, igniting an icy dread in my gut. It wasn't loud or angry, it was calm and steady. It was the calm that scared me, the controlled fury that seemed to underpin every syllable. His figure stepped into the light, and his eyes met mine. His gaze held a promise, a vow of retribution that made me swallow hard. I had failed. Everything I had worked so hard for, ruined in a single second. And now. There was nowhere to run, no place to hide. Jalal, are you ready for? Wait a second. Are you afraid? Adam chuckled dryly. Oh God. You are. Oh, my fucking God. This is pathetic, I can't stay angry at something so pitiful. It's demeaning for me. Adam. Urza beamed at him, an uncharacteristic warmth filling her voice. It didn't matter anymore. I had failed. My life was no longer worth a thing. I had no purpose. Chapter 109, Chapter 103, The Definition of Madness. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. On other news, I was hospitalized until now for the last 2 days. An infection in the tonsils, quite painful. I'm okay, I'm back on my house. Just wanted to let you guys know. Love ya. Enjoy the chapter. Jalal Fernandez. POV. The weight of the situation bore down on me. He had destroyed everything, once again. He had intervened in what should have happened. It was him once again. It was always him. As those thoughts echoed in my head, my frustration and anger threatening to boil over. I gritted my teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling my mouth as I bit down hard. Every nerve in my body screamed in protest, a silent testament to the storm of emotions within me. Adam stood there, smiling at my suffering, at my failure. My rage soared at the sight of him, my helplessness turning into a burning fury. He had taken everything from me, my plans, my dreams, everything. You couldn't stay away, could you? I slammed my fists onto the ground, the force of the impact sending a spiderweb of cracks racing across the floor. You ruined everything. The echo of the blow rang out in the devastated room, increasing the length of the cracks with each blow. Stay away. Are you delirious now? You tried to kidnap me, Adam replied. I knew Adam was stronger. I knew the odds were against me. I had no reason to continue fighting. No reason to exist. But the despair and the rage that filled me overrode all reason, all fear. He had taken more than he could ever know from me. I was a cornered beast, my back against the wall. And like any cornered beast, I would fight. With a roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the shattered tower, I charged. My legs propelled me forward, my every instinct screaming at me to attack. Meteor. The distance between us shrank rapidly, my body glowing, and as I hurtled towards him, the world seemed to blur around me. It was just me and him. Everything else faded into the background. You don't learn, do you? Adam taunted as he sidestepped my attack. You can't beat me, no matter how hard you try. I lunged at him again, my fists and feet flying in every direction. Adam dodged each attack with ease, his movements fluid like water. Grand Chariot. I shouted, summoning 7 seals high above the sky. Each magic seal then released a powerful light blast down on him, forming a celestial pattern on the ground before exploding. You can try, you can plot, you can rage, but it won't change the inevitable. You will never beat me, Adam said, his voice chillingly calm as he emerged unscathed from the blast. Shut up. I screamed, desperation and fury fueling my every move as I charged him once more. Pleiades. However, as I closed in, Adam's form seemed to blur, almost as if reality itself was wavering around him. Then, in a blink, he was gone. Every sense of high alert I skidded to a halt, my gaze darting around frantically for any sign of him. Then, it hit me. A force akin to a speeding freight train slammed into my abdomen. His fist, a battering ram, drove the wind out of my lungs. My breath hitched, a searing pain shooting through me, eclipsing every other sensation. I doubled over, collapsing onto my knees, gasping for air that wouldn't come. My vision began to swim, the edges darkening ominously. My body felt weightless, as if I was drifting in an endless void, and just like that, the world around me started to blur, my consciousness slipping away. Through the haze of pain and disorientation, I saw Adam. His eyes were not filled with triumph or malice. They bore a look I hadn't expected, they were filled with pity. He gazed down at me, his eyes reflecting a deep sorrow and sense of regret that took me by surprise. There was no hate in his gaze. No anger. Just pity and sorrow. He couldn't even give me that. How pathetic is that? The one I hate the most doesn't see me worthy of his hate, but of his pity. The sight burned into my memory, an indelible mark of my downfall. And with that, I succumbed to the darkness, the taste of defeat bitter on my tongue. Adam C. POV. As the dust from the ruined Tower of Heaven cleared, and Jalal dropped to the floor, my eyes sought out one person amidst the aftermath of the battle. Urza. Spotting her among the rubble, a smile tugged at my lips. Is finally over, I sighed, watching as Urza broke into a run towards me. Her usually steely eyes were filled with an intensity that was uncharacteristically raw. For a moment, I felt a glimmer of surprise. Was that relief I saw in her gaze? Was it happiness? Perhaps it was both. Smiling, my body braced for the impact of the hug I was sure she was about to give me. The tension in my muscles eased slightly, a small smile tugging at the corner of my lips in anticipation of the embrace. My senses heightened, and just as I was about to close my eyes in preparation for the inevitable hug, I saw her hand ball up into a fist. Wait, that's not a who dash, I started, but the sentence was left unfinished as her fist drove into my gut with the force of a rampaging bull. Oof. I gasped, doubling over. I clutched my aching stomach, grimacing as I looked up at her. You idiot, she snapped, her voice shaking with restrained emotion. You made me think, you made us think, you were dead. I honestly thought they would see through my plan. She stood there, chest heaving, her fiery eyes glaring at me. You complete and utter moron, she huffed out. Do you know how worried we were? I have an idea now. I straightened up slowly, biting back a groan. I have an educated guess, I managed to wheeze out between breaths. I could tell she wasn't finished yet, her eyebrows still furrowed in the telltale trademark Urza scowl. Next time you decide to play dead, she continued, wagging her finger at me, do me a favor and actually let me in on your plan. I chuckled, wincing as the motion sent another throb of pain through my body. Duly noted, Urza, I said, offering her a mock salute. Urza huffed, but the corners of her lips lifted ever so slightly. Good, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. Because I don't think I mean, we could handle another scare like that. I grinned at her, feeling warmth spread through me at the fact that she cared enough to worry. Won't happen again. No sooner had I finished that, when I spotted another familiar face rushing towards me in the horizon. My little sister. Kana, how? Wait, not again. I tried to protest, but my warning fell on deaf ears. I was going to get punched again, wasn't I? Before I had a chance to ponder on that thought, she came barreling towards me at full speed, an unmistakable gleam in her eye. Showing no mercy, she launched herself at me, and drop-kicked me, her foot colliding with my chest with a force I wouldn't have thought she was capable of. Don't you dare scare me like that again. Kana yelled furiously, her fists pounding my chest as tears streamed down her face. Do you hear me? Don't you ever do that to me again. Patting her head, I straightened up, rubbing my chest where her boot had landed. Dear sister, was that really necessary? Of course, it was, Kana retorted, crossing her arms. You deserved that, you jerk. I guess I thought wrong when I thought they would know me enough to know I wasn't going down that easily. Note taken, won't happen again. Then, as Kana grumbled something about me being a big, stupid, something, my gaze drifted to the back of the room, where another figure was stepping forward. A tall, muscular man, known as Simon. Oh yeah, that's C-. Kana began, however, before she could finish her sentence a sharp intake of breath cut through the air. Urza. She was standing frozen in place, her eyes wide as they locked onto Simon. Simon. Urza whispered, her voice barely audible but the shock in her tone clear. Silently, I watched them both, a myriad of emotions playing on their faces, shock, relief, apprehension, but most importantly, regret. I guess now it was time to deal with the aftermath of everything. Chapter 110, Chapter 104, The Council. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. The amount of chapters can increase depending on how much I write, so consider the numbers above the minimum. Adam C. POV. The wind whipped through my hair as we journeyed back towards Magnolia in the boat we had taken from the tower. The setting sun painted the sky with hues of red and orange, a stark contrast to the dark memories threatening to engulf me. I had destroyed the tower. For a second time. At this point I was starting to wonder if there would be a third. Hopefully not. Taking a deep breath, I glanced over at Urza. Even now, hours after the dust had settled, she was staring off into the distance, lost in thought. It didn't take a genius to know what she was thinking about. It was hard not to think about what we'd endured in this wretched place. The brutal work, the hopeless days, the pain, it was a life no child should experience, or anyone for that matter. The point is, I understood what she was going through. I mean, as much I had grown out of my intense hate for this place, it still affected me to some degree. My mind wandered back to my own escape, to the night when fate had given me a narrow chance, giving me an unlikely opportunity to escape that hell. I remember my heart-pounding fear, anger, hate, the desperate hope, and finally the weightless relief when I realized I was finally free. Then, as my relief died out, my hate grew, and revenge took place. Now that I look back, I know it was mostly due to the fact I had thought this was my cross to bear, as well as wanting to pretend my time there never happened. All of that made me ill-prepared to deal with the storm when it finally came. Urza, on the other hand, had managed this situation better than I had. Perhaps it was because of how her story had woven itself into. Unlike me, who had tried to avoid any connection within the tower, in order to make it easier for me to escape when the time came. Urza had made connections. Sure, at the time I had old man robbed to keep me sane, but that was mostly him approaching me. If he hadn't done so, I probably would have avoided any interaction. Urza and her friends at the tower. They'd been more fortunate than most, forming bonds amidst the adversity. Bonds that, in the particular case of Jalal, had been shattered and twisted beyond recognition. Adam, do you think the Jalal I knew is there? Urza asked me suddenly, her voice breaking through the silence. I looked at her, seeing the pain and hope in her eyes. I don't know, I admitted. In the anime, the events leading up to him returning to his former self were confusing at best, at least for me, and seeing I had changed everything, not once, but twice, I wasn't sure how that would go. Jalal. The mere thought of him evoked mixed feelings within me. I wasn't sure what to feel when it came to him. Hate. Pity. Regret. It was a complicated thought. Because in essence, Jalal was nothing more than a child stripped of his freedom, a puppet at the mercy of a cruel puppeteer, a victim, just like everybody else. At least Brain had the decency to leave my mind intact, even if it was to break me down himself. The one thing I was allowed to keep was my mind. Sighing, I stared out at the horizon. Shit like this was never easy to deal with. I'm sure once we tell the council about what we know, they will help him, I offered after a moment, hoping to ease her troubled thoughts. He would serve time, no doubt. But hopefully he would do so free off the strings of his captors. Urza gave me a small smile in response, before looking back out at the sea. I hope so, she whispered softly. We stood there in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, comforting one another in a way only we could, until the sound of footsteps brought us both back to reality. Turning around, I saw Sho, Miliana, Wally, and Simon walking towards us. Can we talk? Sho asked me, his eyes darting over to Urza for a brief moment before returning to me. Feel free to do so, I nodded, gesturing for them to join us by the railing. We wanted to apologize for how we acted and treated you, Miliana began, her voice soft and remorseful, her eyes downcast. We didn't know the truth, and we were blinded by our anger, but that's not an excuse. I looked at her, surprised by her words. It was unexpected, but I appreciated the gesture, nonetheless. It's okay, honestly, I said simply. It's not, Sho spoke up, his gaze hardening. If it hadn't been for you guys, we would have done something unforgivable. I wanted to tell them that it was truly okay. That I didn't care. Mostly because I didn't know them. I knew their names, and their past, but I didn't know them, so whatever they could have done against me, or did, wasn't really a priority in mind. I wholeheartedly didn't care they had believed I was some kind of monster. But I held my tongue and listened as they each took turns apologizing for their actions. It was clear that this was some sort of closure for them, so the least I could do was allow them to finish. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, and as I said before, don't worry about it, I said, offering them a small smile. Simon spoke up next, his voice hesitant. If I might ask, what will you do now? Urza furrowed her eyebrows at the question. You want to know if I'm going to hunt Brain, don't you? I chuckled, a small sigh escaping my lips. I won't, not actively at least. He will come to me in time, and when that happens, I will deal with it, as I always have. With that, the remainder of the trip was spent in a comfortable silence, or as much silence as there could be, seeing Natsu was groaning in pain, while we all watched the sun set over the ocean. Our first stop before Magnolia, the capital. We had a wizard saint to deliver in the hands of the council, and a few words to have with them for that matter. The next day. Crocus, Fiori. As we arrived at the capital, the scent of the salty sea mingled with the distinct aroma of wood and oil, characteristic of the bustling docks of the capital. Are you sure you want to do this? Gray asked between crossed arms. If you don't want to deal with this, I could. I'm just turning him over to the authorities, I replied, smiling at him. And, please put on your clothes. Don't ruin this for Juvia. Juvia hissed from behind me. What? When did this happen? Gray exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at himself. Rolling my eyes at the duo, I turned my attention back to the harbor. The ship groaned as it docked, the wooden planks creaking under the strain, the ropes straining as they were fastened securely to the pillars. In my hands, I held the unresisting form of Jalal, who seemed almost in a catatonic state of mind. His head was slightly bowed, his blue hair covering his face, concealing any expression that might give away his thoughts. I had tried to talk to him the moment he woke up, but since then, all my efforts had been met with silence. If the knights get too stupid, be sure to remind them what guild you belong to, Kana said with a grin, slapping my back as I started to disembark the ship. Guiding Jalal's movements, I descended the ship's ramp, and almost immediately the busy hum of the dock seemed to cease, coming to a complete halt. Not that it surprised me. I had expected this much. Jalal, or rather, Seagrain was a celebrity, at least here, so their reaction was natural. With each step I took, eyes turned towards me, widening in shock and disbelief as they recognized Jalal. Eventually, I made my way out of the docks, reaching the center, where I stepped into the Rune Knight's office. As soon as I entered the place, the noise from the outside was suddenly muffled out of existence, being in turn replaced by the low murmur of knights talking amongst themselves, the clinking of armor, and the rustle of paperwork. I'm here to turn the former wizard saint, I said, pushing Jalal forward as I approached the desk. At this, the Rune Knight stationed there looked up in surprise. Their gazes flickered between me and Jalal, shock and disbelief evident in their eyes. Do you need my statement of the events, or just delivering him will suffice? Seeing no response to my question, I handed the bindings keeping Jalal in place to them. They hesitated for a moment before they gingerly accepted what I was giving them, their movements slow and cautious as if unsure how to deal with this turn of events. Giving them time to process and ask whatever they had to, I chose to remain for a moment, before taking my leave. The moment stretched for an eternity as the knights moved in an almost mechanical manner, the silence in the room being almost deafening. I guess they don't need me. Seeing they hadn't asked anything about the events that had transcurred on the tower, I assumed they already knew everything they needed to know, so with that in mind, I turned on my heel and walked out, leaving behind a room of stunned knights with Jalal in their capable hands. Yawning, I navigated the labyrinthine streets of the capital, intending to return to the ship. I hadn't slept well, and the reason for that had been simple. I was the only one in the ship capable of handling Jalal if he tried anything. What can I say? I didn't trust his catatonic state. Broken or not, he was a threat, and my responsibility until now. Now he was the council's problem. Halt. With those words, a group of about a dozen knights made their appearance blocking my path, their faces grim and resolute as their leader stepped forward. I have to ask, was that a power move? I chuckled, tilting my head. I mean, I stayed in your office for around 20 minutes, and no one addressed me, but I leave, and suddenly it's a national emergency. Ignoring my attempt to break the ice, the man cleared his throat. Adam of Fairy Tale, the leader declared, his voice echoing in the narrow street as he unfurled a scroll to read out loud, you have been summoned by His Majesty, Toma e Fiore, to meet before the council. I raised an eyebrow, surprised at the sudden summons. To what do I owe this honor? I asked, my tone laced with sarcasm. We cannot disclose any details regarding your summons, you are simply to come, the leader replied, his face serious. I am simply to come. Well, ain't that cute? I let out a deep sigh, running a hand through my hair. As much as it annoyed me how they were wording their invitation, I really couldn't do much without bringing politics into the table for the guild. Very well, I said, gazing at the distant docks. You might want to let me tell my companions I'm going to be missing for a bit. No, the leader said firmly, you are to come with us immediately. I narrowed my eyes at the men in front of me. Look. I'm trying to be understanding here, I truly am, but I'm not a dog that will follow your every command blindly, I said, my voice sharp. Perhaps you are misinterpreting my willingness to collaborate as a sign of weakness, in which case, let's make one thing very clear, if I wanted to, none of you would be able to take me anywhere against my will. The knights tensed, their hands moving towards their weapons, but their leader raised his hand to signal them to stand down. Adam of Fairy Tale, the leader replied, his voice low and dangerous, I understand your concerns, however. We are under strict orders to bring you to the council without any detours. I raised an eyebrow. Are you completely sure you don't want to reconsider your position on the matter? Keep in mind I am not against following you guys to meet the council, I just want to avoid my group worrying about my whereabouts. Natsu would probably storm into the castle, threatening to burn everything. No, your friends will be informed once the clearance for such action is granted, the leader replied, his gaze unwavering. I let out a deep sigh. Just remember, you asked for this. Having said that, I slammed my hands together, palms flat and parallel, a blue-white light emanating from the space between them as a blue-tinted keto barrier materialized around me in an instant. Let me know once you're ready to cooperate, I said, laying my back on the ground, watching as the knight started to try and break the barrier to get me out. Perhaps I was being petty. But I had a good reason to be petty, avoiding the very probable event of Natsu going on a destructive rampage just to rescue me. It wasn't even because I cared about the possible destruction. It was mostly because I wanted to avoid the old man going bankrupt because of him, more than he already is, that is. Defying a royal summon, it's a crime. Your actions now are only adding up to any possible conviction. The leader of the knights warned me, his voice rising in anger. Come out of that barrier, now. That's enough, soldier, a new voice interrupted, its tone calm and authoritative. The knights immediately straightened up, standing at attention as a tall, regal figure approached us. The man wore a long, flowing robe made of fine silk, embroidered with intricate golden patterns that glinted in the sunlight. My apologies, Mr. Clive, I should have known they would take the orders at face value. It seems you have me at a disadvantage, so if it's not too much to ask, who are you? I asked, my eyes narrowing as I studied the men before me. There was something about his presence that didn't quite click with me. The man smiled gently, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement. My name is Crawford Marant, and you could say that I'm their boss. Well, that was vague as fuck, but I can work with that. With your introduction, am I to assume I can tell my group then? I asked, pushing my body off the ground. Indeed, Crawford replied with a curt nod, feel free to tell them about the situation, take your time, we will be here to escort you to the council once you finish dealing with your personal affairs. Taking his word as the confirmation I needed, I dropped the shield down, and started walking back to the docks without looking back, as Crawford and the knights remained back in position. Well. That was fun. Chapter 111, Get Ready. Preparing for tomorrow. Y'all won the first gold medal place offer. Chapter 112, Chapter 105, Unexpected. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. Adam C. POV. Once I was done explaining the newest situation to my group, especially to Urza and Kana, who were worried I was in some kind of trouble, I moved to meet the knights in the place I had left them. See, I told you he would come back, Crawford chuckled, as the knights straightened up, getting into position. Are you ready? I nodded. I am, I will say though. Terrible timing, it would have been nice if the council allowed me to return home, you know, after doing their job and all. That would have been grand. Alas, things do not always play in our favor, Crawford replied, smiling at me. Now, let's not waste any more time, we have a council to meet, and we are late. Giving the men a short nod, I followed his lead as he started walking. Wondering what the council wanted with me, as the knights escorted me to their base of operations. I doubted it had anything to do with Jalal, seeing that would mean they wanted to talk about their mistake, openly. And if there was a thing I had learned about old politicians, it was that their best skill was avoiding that kind of shit. Pushing those questions aside, seeing there was no point in trying to figure out something that I would learn in about 10 minutes, I continued walking, cracking my fingers one by one. As expected, the city around us hummed with activity, yet as the knights made their path towards the castle, a hush would fall over the crowd, leaving their eyes lingering curiously on the odd procession. Eventually, however, we made our way out of the city center. Ahead, the towering spires of the council building gleamed in the fading sunlight. The gates leading to the council chamber were massive and wrought with intricate designs depicting historical events in the magical history. Some of which, Mavis had talked to me about. As we neared the door, they automatically parted with a low, grinding noise, admitting us into the council's domain. Right here, I would have thought the council was behind the doors. But I was wrong. Instead I found myself staring at a courtyard, filled to the brim with soldiers. I sighed. Don't worry, we are almost there, Crawford said, sensing my disappointment. Thankfully for me. That was the case. After a few more minutes of silent marching, through various areas, most of which I considered unnecessary for the council to have, we arrived at the grand entrance of the council building, the real one this time. As we climbed the steep, stone steps, the large double doors were pushed open, revealing the grand hall beyond. The hall was silent save for our echoing footsteps, a cavernous space filled with long, wooden tables and high-backed chairs. At the far end, seated in a semicircle, the council members awaited my arrival, in the middle of them being the king. What took you so long? One of the council members asked Crawford, their voice echoing through the silent hall. Mr. Clive asked to be permitted to inform his friends about the situation, and knowing the reputation of their guild, such action was only natural, Crawford said, bowing deeply before the king and the council members. The council members nodded, acknowledging Crawford's explanation. If only the knights had understood that. Honestly, it wasn't a secret my guild was alarmingly crazy. Wasting no time, I stepped forward, my eyes darting around the room, taking in the faces of the council members before speaking. Now that I'm here, would you be able to tell me what is the reason behind my summons? Mind your place, child, you are not to speak unless spoken to. The council member who had spoken earlier barked at me, his beady eyes narrowing in displeasure. How about, instead of worrying about my manners, you worry about making it harder for Zerif cultists to infiltrate amongst your ranks? I replied, leaving the council in utter disbelief. My words hung heavy in the air as the council members shifted uncomfortably in their seats, shock clear in their faces. The king, however, remained calm and collected, his piercing black eyes studying me intently. Your reputation precedes you, young man, the king chuckled. My apologies if the summons wasn't all that informative, I had to make it, well, before you left the capital. Okay, my interest is piqued. The council and I wanted to ask you a few questions, the king continued, smiling at me in a friendly manner, even though most of the council members were just glaring at me. Ready when you are, I replied. Taking a deep breath, one council member, an older man with a stern gaze and sharp silver hair, broke the silence, his voice echoing through the grand hall. Mr. Adam, he began, his voice resonating with the weight of his office. We have here a report of a conflict involving you and Jose Porla, a former wizard saint and master of the now disbanded guild, Phantom Lord Guild. The report suggests you bested him with remarkable ease. Is this information accurate? Yes, I responded firmly, my voice reverberating in the chamber. He didn't put up much of a fight, so, easily is a good adjective for that. I could see some of them gasping in disbelief. Sadly, for them, the truth was the truth, no matter how unbelievable it might seem to them. And the master of your guild, Makarov Dreyer, didn't help you, right? No, I replied. There was a murmur of surprise and intrigue that rippled through the council members. The silver-haired man held up his hand, calling for silence before he continued. Moving on, during your vacations this past week, is it true that you encountered Seeger Jalal Fernandez? Yes, I nodded. Were you aware at the time of his plans? The questions came thick and fast now, the council members leaning forward in anticipation of my responses. Once I saw the tower, it wasn't hard to figure it out, I replied, my voice steady. I've seen the horrors of the Tower of Heaven myself. During this fight, did you encounter resistance? Did he yield? Jalal fought back, I answered honestly, but in the end, he was no match. A ripple of disbelief and murmurs filled the room. The council members exchanged glances, their faces a mix of shock and skepticism. After all, Jalal was known to be one of the most powerful mages in Fiori, a force to be reckoned with. And it seemed, his defeat painted a very clear picture of the level of power I possessed, at least in their eyes that seemed to be the case. Last question, is it true you that, after Jalal managed to convince us into using the Etherian, you managed to take the hit, and fight right after? Technically, yes, if I had wanted to, I could have done that. But I had to confirm if the bastard had another Etherian cannon or not aimed at Magnolia. Yes, and no, I replied calmly, my gaze never wavering from his. To elaborate on that, I was able to withstand the full brunt of the Etherian blast, coming relatively unscathed. However, I didn't continue the fight right away. My reason behind this is that Jalal said he had another cannon ready to blast Magnolia out of existence, so I had to play it safe and make sure he wasn't lying. The council members exchanged glances once more, before the silver-haired man nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer. Is that sufficient for everyone here? The king asked, his eyes scanning the room, looking for anyone who disagreed. Wonderful. Does that mean I'm free to go, Your Majesty? I asked, looking at the pint-sized king. Not, just yet, the king smiled. We have one more question for you, and then you are free to go. I raised an eyebrow, feeling the sudden change in the tone of the room. I'm all ears. Adam Clive, would you like to join the ranks of the Wizard Saints? Chapter 113, Chapter 106, A Simple Talk. Reward goals for next week based on this week's rating. First place gold medal equals 14 to 17 chapters next week. Second place silver medal equals 11 to 14 chapters next week. Third place bronze medal equals 9 to 11 chapters next week. Adam C. POV. I blinked. Taken aback by the sudden offer. Could you repeat that? Mr. Adam, the king began, the authority in his voice making every word echo through the large room. His gaze, solemn and unyielding, met mine and held it. Against all odds, you've demonstrated a level of magical ability far exceeding our expectations. You've managed to handle two incredibly powerful mages, both of whom at one point held the title of Wizard Saint, and also became significant threats to the magical world. A pregnant pause hung in the room, the council members looking at each other in anticipation. I could see that some wanted me to reject the offer, while others wanted me to accept. Taking this into account, alongside your record as a wizard, I have therefore, the king continued, his gaze unwavering, decided to offer you a position as one of the 10 Wizard Saints. At this, the room seemed to hold its breath, as if time itself had paused. I blinked, staring back at the king. I had to say. This was an unexpected turn of events. I mean, becoming a Wizard Saint wasn't something I thought I would do anytime soon. Not because I didn't want it. This was an offer that brought on itself an elevation in status, political power, and responsibility. It simply had more perks than negatives. And beyond that, it was an acknowledgement of my magical prowess and capabilities, a recognition that only a few mages could ever dream to receive. So I wouldn't lie saying I hadn't considered the possibility of becoming one, sure. Alas, with the council's known animosity towards Fairy Tail and the recent events, most of which were Makarov telling them to suck it off. Well, let's just say I never expected it to happen so soon. If I accept, then what? I asked, my voice echoing in the large chamber. The room remained silent for a moment before the king adjusted himself in his seat, meeting my gaze with a smile. Should you choose to accept, the king began, his voice steady. You would be assigned the rank of the 8th Wizard Saint. At this, a murmur arose among the other council members. If the alarmed murmurs were anything to go by, this kind of position between the Wizard Saints was a high one, especially for a first-time appointment, too high for their liking it seemed. The king continued, silencing the murmurs with a wave of his hand. This would place just a few spots below Makarov Dreyer, the master of your guild, who currently holds the rank of the 6th Wizard Saint. 2 spots below the old man. Haha, not a bad offer, not gonna lie. As the weight of the king's word settled in, I found myself staring at him, my mind whirling with thoughts. If I am to accept this offer, I need to know what exactly am I signing up for. I needed to know how much I would make for taking a title that was basically a big advertisement for idiots looking to get some glory. And how many responsibilities said title would bring. What would my responsibilities be? And how much would I earn? I asked, my voice cutting through the silence in the room. The moment the words left my mouth, a gasp ran through the council members. What audacity! One of the council members, sitting right beside the king's left, burst out, his face flushed red with anger. How dare you question such a generous offer? But before he could continue, the king raised a hand, effectively silencing him. The chamber fell back into a hushed silence, with all eyes now on the king. Silence, the king's voice was firm but not harsh. His questions are more than valid. The king then turned his gaze back to me, his expression calm. As a Wizard Saint, your duties will involve maintaining the balance of magical power in our realm. You'll be expected to intervene in conflicts that risk destabilizing that balance and represent the council in crucial diplomatic negotiations. I knew that. Thanks to Warred. That being said, the position does come with an appropriate stipend to match the level of responsibility and dedication required, the king continued, the brief pause lending gravity to his words. However, the exact amount is a matter we discuss privately, following the acceptance of the position. Meaning the amount is high enough to require privacy. I see, I replied with a small nod. He looked at me, his eyes probing, as if trying to gauge my reaction. In that case, I accept, I grinned, my voice steady and resolute. Sure, this meant I would have more shit to do. But I couldn't say no to a big amount of money just for that, could I? Besides, the title does have a nice ring to it. A ripple of surprise swept across the council, punctuated by a few audible gasps and groans. Even the king, who had maintained a tranquil demeanor throughout our exchange, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. I guess in some way he had expected me to reject the offer. Ha! Joke's on him, I love easy money too much for that. As for the council, well, except for a select few, most of them were unhappy. Heck, the council member who had previously reacted so vehemently to my questions, was grumbling under his breath, his eyebrows knitting together as he scrutinized me. So what now? I asked. The room held its breath, waiting for the king's response. A moment later, the king inclined his head, a pleased smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Well then, he said, his voice reverberating through the grand hall. Welcome aboard, Wizard Saint Adam. We look forward to your service to the magical community. Now let's talk about my stipend, I replied, flashing a confident grin. The room fell silent, all eyes wide with surprise at my straightforwardness. The title is nice and all. But what's the point if you can't get shit with it? With a soft chuckle, the king held up his hand and rose from his seat. Before anyone could protest, "Follow me, Adam," he commanded with a wave of his hand, turning towards the grand double doors that led outside the council chambers. This sparked an uproar amongst the council members. I could hear the hushed whispers escalating into loud protests, but the king seemed completely unfazed, ignoring their outcries as we departed from the council hall. Our footfalls echoed through the ornate hallway as we left behind the commotion of the council chamber. The small king walked with an air of tranquility that despite his unquestionable lack of strength commanded respect. I couldn't help but respect him. After all, it was rare to meet someone who could maintain such composure amidst the turmoil. Behind us, the doors to the council hall shut with a resounding thud, silencing the council's protests. I glanced over my shoulder one last time before following the king. As we strolled through the meticulously kept gardens of the council courtyard, the king eventually broke the silence with a soft chuckle. Adam, I have to be honest with you, he started, turning his sharp gaze onto me, there's another reason I want you in the Wizard Saints ranks. Of course there is. Not that I didn't think I didn't have what it took to become one, but I had a feeling that there was more to this than simply acknowledging my skills. Deciding to keep my thoughts to myself, I simply nodded, prompting him to continue. As you probably know, the Wizard Saints operate as a continental organization. They have a considerable amount of influence and power in shaping the magical world. Having someone from our kingdom, especially someone as capable as you, would provide a certain balance. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. His gaze hardened slightly as he continued. And there's another matter that requires our attention. And that is the consequences of Jalal's actions for the kingdom. Ah, I see his angle now. Clever king. He wants someone to fill the stain of Jalal left, and who better to do so than the men that defeated him. Jalal's actions have left a stain on our reputation. We need to restore the kingdom's dignity and ensure that such infiltrations do not occur in the future. That is where you come in, Adam. Well, color me impressed. I didn't see that last part coming. Your primary role would be to safeguard the interests of our kingdom and ensure the same mistakes aren't repeated, the king continued, his gaze steady and unwavering. We cannot afford another Jalal incident. Very well, I replied, my words echoing back at me from the stone walls surrounding us. I will do everything in my power to uphold the trust you've placed in me. A hint of a smile tugged at the corners of the king's lips. As for your salary, well, it will be enough for you to retire if you wish so. He had me at retire. Not that I will, but seeing he sees my taxes and knows how much I spend, he knows I'm not exactly cheap with my stuff. Happy to be of service, I replied. I wonder how much this will affect my future. Chapter 114, Don't be alarmed. I'm not going to be in my house today, medical reason. That being said, I will post the release promise today when I come back. What do I mean? Well, if I take 2 days to come back. That means I owe you 4 chapters, so I would post 3 chapters a day until I don't owe you any more chapters. I hope that's clear enough. My apologies, but I feel like crap and the infection came back. I will be back soon, so don't worry. I will compensate any missing chapters within this week. Chapter 115, Update, from Korn's friend. Hi there. I'm one of Korn's friends. By his request I came here to update on his situation. Right now, Korn is hospitalized. His infection according to the doctors got worse, and they have him in painkillers and antibiotics. The pain he suffers is such that he cries while drinking water. And obviously refuses to eat, so they have him on IVs and shit to keep everything fine. I've never seen the guy cry before, and I have seen him dislocate fingers while playing basket, and all he does during that is a mild groan. He hasn't slept well, because even though the painkillers dull his pain, the pain still remains. He has to muster all his strength just to swallow his saliva, and every time he does shudders in pain. He can't talk, or do anything honestly. That was the update. If you have any questions, feel free to comment, I will answer them if I have the time. Chapter 116, Korn is back. Just a quick post to say, I am back, well, kind of. I won't be updating this coming week, but the next one I will return. I'm still in the hospital, but not in pain anymore. I should be getting off in a few days, so after that it's all a matter of resting before recovering. Thanks for all the support and kind comments, I read through most of them and it really warmed this corn to a popcorn. Again, updates will return the 18th of this month. I'm taking a few days just to rest, the antibiotics have me feeling extremely fatigued, and well, this time I want to make sure I actually recover, to avoid any fallouts. Love you all. And remember, updates return this 18th, hopefully the novel won't be too out of the popularity curve by then, seeing I won't have much votes and stuff. Anyway, love you all. Chapter 117, Out of the Hospital. Hi guys, just wanted to let you guys know today I'm officially getting discharged from the clinic, thank God for that, the food was terrible and the fucking bed it's so hard I'm pretty sure it's used for military grade shit. Anyways, the pain is completely gone by now, and all in all, I'm good. That being said, I'm extremely lethargic. Don't be alarmed, that's normal, just my body recovering from the antibiotics. For those that don't know, antibiotics attack all bacteria, good and bad, and well, the good bacteria in my body took a heavy hit with the treatment. That alongside the fact I haven't slept, like really slept in the hospital because, well, obvious reasons, one of them being the terrible beds they have me in a pretty exhausted state. The doctor said I should go back to normal, energy level-wise soon, that now it's just a matter of my body recharging. So. I know I said I would start posting today, and know I really wanted to. But, I can't, so I will take your words to heart. 99% of the comments were you guys telling me, take more time, so I will. Allow me to elaborate. I'm sleepy most of the time, and I don't know if I will be able to sustain this week's daily update. This is not to say I won't write. I will write during this week, but with my energy as it is, I rather build some backup chapters in the old Patreon before committing to the daily grind that is web novel. If anything, it's for my peace of mind and yours. Once I start updating, I don't want to stop. So thinking on that, and the fact I require some extra time to recharge, I will restart updates next week. 1 week it's more than enough to recover. And this is not me talking without knowing, the doctor said I should be fine in around that time, so, yeah. Thanks for all your support, and sorry for any bad moments guys. Updates restart the 23. By then I'll have a big sum of chapters stocked, and the voting competitions and stuff will be able to start once again. See y'all later. Chapter 118, Chapter 107, A Wizard Saint, not bad. Thanks for waiting. Now Korn is finally back. So to celebrate if we reach top 3, I'll post another chapter, so let the games behind. Will you guys reach top 3? Let's fucking see. Adam C. POV. After my brief talk with the king, I was given the Wizard Saint insignia/medal that came with the title. As far as the medal. Well. The Wizard Saint medal was a dazzling piece, an embodiment of my new responsibility, but it was a weight I bore without concern. The sheen of white gold, embossed with the emblem of the council, gleamed under the sunlight, almost seeming to pulse with a life of its own. I couldn't help but wonder how the old man would react when he learned of this. I guess I will find out soon enough, I chuckled. Upon leaving the council's building, I was greeted by the bustling cityscape. Vendors hawking their wares, families and friends out for a late afternoon stroll, street performers entertaining clusters of spectators, in short the city thrummed with the rhythm of ordinary city life. I might even buy an apartment here. I had more than enough income now for that kind of decision. Chuckling at the thought, I made my way through the winding streets, unhurried, soaking in the city's vibrance. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, my gaze roaming the sights and sounds. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. Having a house for vacation purposes, a Gildart's free home. The setting sun painted a warm glow over the city, making it look like a scene straight out of a canvas. Before long, the docks were in sight. The smell of sea salt mingled with the scent of fresh fish, seagulls caught in the distance, and the lapping of waves against the hulls of ships formed a soothing harmony. I paused for a moment, breathing in the scene. The sight of the endless horizon, the sparkling water reflecting the dying embers of the day, held a strange calming effect. Perhaps I was tired, but who cared? Pushing those thoughts aside, I boarded the ship. "Urza," I called out as I spotted her leaning over the ship's rail, her scarlet hair catching the last rays of the setting sun. She turned to look at me, surprise flickering in her eyes as she took in the insignia in my hands. "Guess what?" I started, the grin on my face growing wider. Holding out the Wizard Saint medal, I watched as her eyes widened in shock and then narrowed in suspicion. "No way," Urza began, shaking her head in disbelief. "You didn't actually become one of the Wizard Saints?" I finished her sentence, my grin never wavering. Yes, I did." The stunned silence was priceless. For a moment, all she did was stare, her mouth opening and closing in a perfect imitation of a fish out of water. Then, finally, she let out a long sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose as she chuckled. "You're unbelievable, Adam," Urza muttered, her voice filled with a strange mix of amazement and pride. "I expected nothing less from you." "I know," I responded, leaning back against the ship's railing, as I tossed the medal into the air, catching it effortlessly as it fell back down. "But that's why you love me, isn't it?" "Love?" Urza stammered, blushing for God knows why. "Urza, are you okay?" I asked, tilting my head. However, before she could reply, a whirlwind of energy burst out from the ship's interior. Kana, with her hair tousled and eyes sparkling with mischief, appeared from one of the rooms. Her eyes immediately zeroed in on the gleaming medal in my hand. She froze for a split second, taking in the sight, and then a grin spread across her face, so wide it seemed to split her face in two. "I fucking knew it." Kana shouted happily before launching herself at me at full speed. Her hug struck me like a super-powered battering ram, nearly knocking me off my feet into the sea. Thankfully, thanks to my years of training, I managed to brace myself just in time. Laughing, I caught her and swung her around, earning a delighted shriek from her. "I knew those old farts would see your potential. I expected nothing less from you, big brother." Kana cheered, pulling back to punch me lightly on the arm. Her eyes were sparkling with pride and excitement, and I couldn't help but return her grin. Urza, who by now had calmed down from whatever had bothered her a few moments ago, was watching our antics with a fond roll of her eyes, before stepping forward to congratulate me as well, placing a hand on my shoulder and giving it a firm squeeze. The joyful atmosphere was suddenly split by a booming voice, a familiar energetic timbre that I could recognize anywhere. Natsu came barreling out of the ship's room, a wide grin on his face. His scarf fluttered behind him as he skidded to a halt, and upon seeing the insignia in my hand, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Hey! So the big guy got even bigger, huh?" Natsu called out, his grin widening. "That's awesome." In a split second, his jovial demeanor shifted, replaced with the fire of challenge as flames erupted around him. Grinning, he raised his fists, his eyes ablaze with eager anticipation, mirroring the flames that had started to dance around him. "I don't care if you're a wizard saint, or a wizard potato now, I'll still take you down. Let's have a match, right here, right now." Natsu challenged, his voice echoing around the docks. He was practically vibrating with energy, his body radiating heat as his magic filled the air. Laughing, I held up my hand in a placating gesture. "Maybe later, flaming gecko, I'm tired." For a moment, Natsu just stared at me, his fiery aura flickering in disbelief. Then, his eyes widened, and he pointed at me, looking scandalized. "Flaming gecko," he squawked, incredulous. "I'm a dragon, not a gecko." At this, the others burst into laughter at Natsu's outrage, in turn making his face turn beet red, an amusing contrast to his flaming hair. That said, the dragon slayer couldn't help but grin despite himself. So with a playful scowl, he crossed his arms and huffed, "Fine, I'll wait. But I'm not going easy on you." I rolled my eyes. As if I needed that. With laughter still ringing in the air, and nothing more to do in the city, we settled in for the journey back to Magnolia. The ship creaked and groaned as it began to move, the sail billowing out as it caught the wind. Yawning, I leaned on the railing, watching as the city shrunk in the distance, while hearing Natsu groaned in unbearable pain. Natsu's suffering aside, it was a beautiful sight, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, its golden rays reflecting off the waters. "Please, make it end." Natsu groaned, but like always, Urza would knock him down when his cries for help got too loud, silencing his pain for the next few hours. Natsu finally silenced, we were allowed to enjoy the sight before us to the fullest extent. The sea was calm, the waves gently lapping against the sides of the ship, their rhythm a soothing melody. Seagulls squawked overhead, their calls carried away by the salty breeze. Then, after putting the out-of-commission dragon slayer in one of the rooms, the others soon joined me at the railing, their faces illuminated by the fading sunlight. I smiled. I can't wait to be back home. Chapter 119, Chapter 108, Back to Town. For all of those saying I owe you chapters, despite the fact I was more than a week in agonizing unable to do anything. I have no words. I don't, just, wow. Anyway, guys, if we reach top 3 I'll post an extra chapter. Note, the chapter didn't post, blame auto-publish. Adam C. POV. By the time we arrived at Magnolia, exhaustion clung to each member of our group, which was understandable considering everything. So, one by one, everyone bid their farewells, each dragging their feet to their homes in an eager yet tired manner to get some much-needed rest. For more than obvious reasons, Urza and I remained, our destination being the guild. We had a report to give. And seeing we were the center of this, it was best to do so as soon as possible. Do you think it is finally over? Urza asked, turning to me with a small, tired smile. I paused for a moment. That was a difficult question, one I really didn't have the answer for. I don't know, but as long as we remain, that place is destined to fail. Urza's lips curved into a small smile as she tipped her head back and stared at the inky night sky sprinkled with stars. Her voice, gentle and warm, filled the stillness of the moment. That's right. I could see the pain in her eyes, her voice, but I didn't know how to soothe it, how to fix this for her. I knew she cared for Jalal, for everyone that tower had ruined, she wanted to help them, to help everybody, and knowing there was nothing she could do, was simply torture for her. Seeing that amount of empathy in her, I couldn't help but wonder if I was a bad person. Unlike her, I didn't care a whole lot about the others. I pitied them, sure, but pity wasn't the same as caring. I knew they had been taken, and other than an afterthought here and there, I never gave them much thought. Perhaps I was just selfish, caring only for those I considered mine in some manner. Silence setting in, we started walking towards the guild. As we walked, the moon bathed the town in a gentle glow, its light guiding our path, in the otherwise sleeping town. The streets were quiet, the nightly hustle and bustle of the city lulled to a soft murmur. The only sounds around to be heard were the echoes of our steps, and the distant ring of a night bird's call. It wasn't before long, before the familiar sight of Fairy Tale's guild building loomed before us, its massive structure casting a stark shadow over us under the moonlight. Pushing open the large wooden doors of the guild, we stepped inside, silence greeting us. Seeing it was quite late, the guild hall was mostly deserted, a stark contrast to the lively/chaotic day-to-day that usually filled the space during normal hours. Mira, what are you still doing here? I asked, waving my hand, noticing the takeover wizard behind the counter of the bar tidying everything up. At this, she looked up, her face breaking into a wide smile at seeing us. Adam, Urza. You're back, she greeted, her voice echoing in the empty room. We've just arrived, Urza replied, giving no signs of her true emotional state. We had a stop in the capital, and you know how things get there, I added, trying to divert Myra's attention away from Urza's fake composure. Mira Jane wasn't dumb by any means. She pretended to be dumb and clueless, but that wasn't the reality behind the mask she wore around others. Despite our short interactions, I knew without a doubt that she was quite possibly the smartest person we had in the guild, as well as one of the most observant ones. Meaning, it was very likely she had already noticed there was something wrong in Urza's demeanor. Which is why I trusted her to read between the lines. Mira nodded sympathetically, that sounds terrible. Would you like anything to drink or eat? I can make you something quick. I smiled at her, a genuine smile. Maybe a drink. I'm fine, thanks, Urza declined, her face adorned with her trademark confident smile. Very well, one drink coming up, Mira nodded, a beaming smile on her face as she headed to the back, to grab the things she needed to fix me a drink. Mira Jane gone, we turned around, and quickly headed upstairs, making our way towards the master's office, with each step making the stairs creak worryingly. Old man, are you busy? I asked, as we approached the door. Almost immediately, Makarov's distinctive, gruff yet warm voice echoed from within, granting us the green lights to enter. Eager to see how he would react to me being a wizard saint, I pushed the doors to his office open, flashing a grin at the old man. As always, his office was crammed to the brim with an unholy amount of paperwork, dusty tomes, and books that bore the collective wisdom of decades. Just how much of this is just Natsu? I asked, gesturing to the towering piles of papers. More than I would like to say out loud, that boy will be the end of me, Makarov muttered, his expression casting a dark shadow on his features, which surprisingly did nothing to diminish the twinkle in his eyes and the warmth behind them. I'll be certain to discipline him for that later. Before that, however, I'm ready to give my report, Urza said, before starting with her report, as methodical and detailed as always. Meaning this would take a while. Throughout her recounting, the old man listened without interrupting, his eyes narrowing slightly at certain points, but beyond that slight change of expression nothing. By the time she was done with her report, she was already offering to make a 40-page version of it, in case it was needed. That won't be necessary, Urza, Makarov finally said with a soft sigh, go home, and rest child, you need it. Urza bowed respectfully before turning to leave the office, and as she left, Makarov turned to me with a troubled expression. How are you doing? Makarov asked in a fatherly tone, his wrinkled forehead furrowed with worry. I'm doing fine, old man, I reassured him with a grin, there's nothing to worry about. Makarov studied me for a moment, his eyes flickering over my face as if searching for something. Do you think Urza will be fine? Yes, I replied without hesitation. Urza was strong in ways I wasn't, at least not as much. I had no doubt she would overcome this in no time. She just needed to rest a bit. Sighing at my answer, the old man crossed his arms, his eyes turning dark. I heard the council detained you, what was the reason those bastards stopped you? Makarov asked, his tone laced with anger. You know how they are, but don't worry, it wasn't anything bad, they just wanted to question me about the events in the tower, I replied, taking a seat on one of the chairs around. It matters not, they still had no reason to detain you, Makarov growled, his fists clenching in anger. If they wanted a report, they could have contacted me. I won't let them get away with this. Deciding it was the perfect moment to reveal the surprise I had been keeping so far. I pulled the Wizard Saint insignia from my pocket, letting it catch the firelight before I placed it on his desk. There was also this, that they wanted to discuss. The silver symbol of the metal gleamed in the dark wood, reflecting on its surface, the dancing light of the room. For a moment, there was absolute silence, then it was broken by the sound of Makarov's chair toppling backwards as he fell onto the floor, gaping at the insignia like a fish out of water. Pushing himself up, his gaze switched from me to the insignia several times before finally settling on me. His eyes were as wide as saucers, as his mouth continued to open and close in repetition. You're a Wizard Saint. Makarov finally managed to sputter out, staring at the insignia like it might disappear any moment. His eyes bore into mine, searching for some sign of jest, which considering the pranks I like to play on guildarts was understandable. Old man, if I didn't know any better, I would think you didn't think I have what it takes, I replied with a smirk, enjoying the shock on his face. I'm hurt. His reaction to this was immediate and very loud. In the blink of an eye, a booming laugh echoed through the room, bouncing off the stone walls as he clapped his hands together, clearly happy by the whole situation. Don't be stupid. I know you have what it takes. It is a father's duty to know such things. What surprises me is that those old bastards actually gave you the title, seeing most of them hate the guild. I chuckled. Well, they didn't have much of a choice, the king was the one to offer me the position, as a representative of the kingdom. Ha! Serves them right. Makarov said, grinning from ear to ear. So, what's your rank? 8, I replied. 2 spots under my rank, huh? Well, it seems you still have a long way to go before surpassing this old man, Makarov said, a shit-eating grin taking place on his face. I rolled my eyes. In due time, old man. Makarov let out a hearty laugh. Now, it's just a matter of time before you are ready to take the mantle of guildmaster, so that I can finally retire. Hell no, I replied, cutting his dream short. Pick someone else to suffer in your stead. Makarov let out a sigh of disappointment, his happy demeanor shattering into a million pieces. First guildarts, and now you. My last hope is Laxus. I snorted. I wasn't even first choice. He might accept but do avoid telling him you offered the position to us first, I chuckled. He might take offense to not being your first option. Makarov let out a chuckle. We'll keep that in mind. But in all seriousness, congratulations on joining the Wizard Saints ranks, son, I'm proud of you. I only did it for the money, I replied with a serious expression. Why else would anyone take extra responsibilities outside their family? Makarov deadpanned. I'm sure there were people that would take the title for selfless reasons. I wasn't one of them though, I wasn't against helping the kingdom without pay, but, if there was the option of getting paid, why not take it? Chapter 120, Chapter 109, Besto Friendo. If we reach top 3 I'll post an extra chapter. Adam C. POV. Yawning, I woke up to the comforting sound of the morning birds singing outside my house. Ready for a day full of adventures? Mavis asked, leaning in like there wasn't a thing such as personal space. It's Sunday, the only adventure waiting for me today, it's the one known as procrastination, I replied, rolling my eyes at my gnome-sized companion, as I gathered the necessary willpower to get off the bed. Eventually, thanks to a Herculean effort on my part, I pushed myself off the bed, signaling the start of a new day for me. Yawning one last time, I glanced around the familiar room, the soft morning light leaking in through the gaps of the old curtain, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air. It had been a month since the events of the tower, and well, not much had happened since that day. Jalal was officially sentenced, and though his sentence had been reduced due to the fact he had been brainwashed the whole time, he would still serve a long time. Not all was bad for Jalal though. Thanks to Yajima, Makarov, and the good word I put for Jalal with the king, in order to alleviate Urza's mind, the respective authorities were giving Jalal the treatment he needed for his condition. Whether or not this would bring back the Jalal Urza knew was left uncertain. As for Urza, she was fine. It hadn't taken her long to recover from the mental strain that shit had brought on us. You should make a pool, or a library, so much space, but little to do, Mavis muttered, snapping me out of my long riviere. A pool was out of the question, seeing it would invite chaos into my space, but a library didn't sound all that bad. But that was a thought for another day. Heading to the kitchen, I flicked the switch, the overhead light sputtering to life. Hungry, I reached into the fridge, pulling out a carton of eggs, some butter, and a half-full jug of orange juice. My eyes flickered over to the stove, before moving to take out the pan from the oven underneath. It wasn't long before the room was filled with the comfortable sound of sizzling butter. Then, just as I was about to crack the first egg onto the pan, I felt something change in the air. A powerful surge of magical energy, pulsating through the air. My hand stilled, the eggshell hovering over the pan. The raw energy was thunderous, loud, and electrifying. I could recognize it anywhere, this power, this presence, there was no doubt, it was Laxus. The corners of my mouth turned upwards in a smile. The errant sun had returned. Chuckling at the unexpected interruption in my boring routine, I continued cooking. Thinking that perhaps, today was going to be interesting, after all. Laxus Dreyer. POV. The town of Magnolia sprawled out before me, the familiar streets and buildings being more than welcoming sight for sore eyes. I could feel the magical signatures of everyone in the town, more specifically those in the guild. Though above all, one stood, swallowing most of the energies around. Adam. I closed my eyes for a moment, focusing on his magical energy. His power resonated from the outskirts of town, rippling out into the town in gentle waves. A faint smile crossed my lips. It seemed the bastard had gotten pretty strong. But he wasn't the only one. Laxus-sama. Is this power we're feeling, Adam? Fried asked, breaking me out of my thoughts, his voice hesitant, as if in disbelief of what he was feeling. Yes, I replied with a nod. Haha. No wonder you left those phantom suckers to him. Bixlow chuckled, his signature grin plastered on his face. Well, he's a monster, that's for sure, Evergreen muttered under her breath. Let's move, I replied, closing my arms. There would be time to chit-chat later, right now, I wanted to get home. Walking down the cobbled streets, I took in the town I'd grown up in. Each brick, each stone seemed to tell a story, reflecting a piece of history. It had been months since I last walked these paths, but nothing seemed to have changed. The same old bakery at the corner, the familiar smell of fresh loaves filling the air, the creaky signboard of the bookstore across the street, still crooked, the echoes of laughter from the children playing in the park, their joyous energy bubbling in the air. There truly was no place like home. Eventually, we arrived at the guild. The doors of guild creaked under my touch, revealing the all-too-familiar sight of chaos within, Natsu fighting Grey, Elfman joining them in. As I walked in, I took the sights around me. Levi's group huddled over a map in a corner, planning out a mission while another guild member dangled upside down from the rafters, juggling what appeared to be live chickens. Somewhere, amidst the ruckus, I could hear the soft strumming of a guitar. The melody broke almost as soon as I heard it by a deafening crash. A table, with two laughing wizards on top, slid past me, knocking over chairs and startling a few members on the back. A hint of nostalgia washed over me, coupled with an overwhelming sense of warmth. An uncontrolled grin tugged at my lips. Nothing had changed. Nothing ever changed here. This was home. My home. Behind the bar, Mira Jane was smiling, her hands expertly juggling bottles and glasses despite the bedlam around her. Seeing me, her eyes lit up and she waved, her cheerfulness contagious. Laxus. Mira Jane exclaimed, welcome back. How was your trip? Uneventful, I replied, making my way to the bar. Want anything? Mira Jane asked, smiling at me. Orange juice, I replied, crossing my arms as I slid onto a stool. Orange juice? Really? Wakaba said, raising an eyebrow at me as he walked towards the bar. You're in a bar and you want orange juice? Not only that, how can a man order that? Don't you have something better to do, like avoiding Kana? I replied, glaring at him in a cold manner. Orange juice was a perfectly fine option for a drink. And I fucking dared anyone to tell me otherwise. I don't like to talk about that, Wakaba muttered, looking away from me. I rolled my eyes and turned my attention back to Mira Jane, who was already pouring me a glass of orange juice. Guess what? Mira Jane said, placing the glass in front of me. I don't like gossip, I replied, taking the glass. But Laxus, this isn't just gossip. It's about your bestest friend, your brother from another mother, your one and only rival, Mira Jane said, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Bestest friend. Fried echoed, as Bixlow snickered in the back. Oh yeah, the bestest. Mira Jane nodded with a beaming smile. I could feel my eyes twitching. She was teasing me, changed my ass, she's still as chaotic as always, just under a different mask. Get to the point, Mira, I replied, taking a sip of my orange juice. Well, Laxus, your bestest friend in the whole wide world, the one you see as a brother, has become one of the wizard saints. Mira Jane exclaimed, clapping her hands together. He what? At that precise moment, the orange juice that I had just taken a sip of decided to go down the wrong pipe. So, I choked and spluttered, coughing uncontrollably, my eyes watering as I tried to catch my breath. Are you okay, Laxus? Mira Jane asked, tilting her head. Do you need your bestest friend? Laxus-sama. Fried cried out, handing me a tissue. I paid them no mind. My mind was simply too busy processing this bit of news. The bastard had joined the wizard saints. If he thinks he will take the lead so easily, he has another thing coming. If he's one of the wizard saints, I just have to become one of the gods of Ishgar. I never really cared for the title, it seemed more like an annoyance than a benefit. That being said, I can't let that fucker climb that obnoxious ladder unchallenged, it might just go to his head. I grinned. Friendly competition, right? He has that face again, Bixlow muttered. Mira, why did you have to do this? You pushed the Adam button. Every time someone does, he trains us to our graves. Evergreen whispered angrily at Mira, eyeing me warily. I have no idea what you mean, Evergreen, Mira Jane replied with a seemingly innocent giggle. Right, Laxus. I chuckled darkly. Let's go, we have training to do. I can't wait to fight him. But first, a little warm-up, to get things moving. Chapter 121, Chapter 110, Fighting Your Family. If we reach top 3 I'll post an extra chapter. Adam C. POV. All right, Adam. Let's fight. Natsu exclaimed, grinning at me as an explosion of fire erupted around him wildly, covering his body in flames as I exited my house, with a deadpan expression. I'll admit, when I decided to go and greet Laxus, and maybe have a stroll around the town, I didn't expect this development. I know I promised you a fight, but can it wait? I replied, feeling as Laxus and Urza arrived at the scene. Don't waste your time, Natsu, you can't beat him, Laxus snorted, his arms crossed. Let him, Urza smiled, crossing her arms over her chest. He can learn a lot. Especially through the crushing defeat he will face. Stop talking like I will lose. Natsu barked at them, but they both ignored him. Just wait and see. After I'm done with him, you two are next. I sighed. I guess I should have seen it coming, seeing I had promised the walking-talking annoyance known as Natsu a fight, one that he hadn't cashed out, until now. Let's make it quick, I muttered. Get ready to be destroyed. Wizard saint or not, my flames will crush you. You will regret calling me a gecko. Natsu laughed before launching himself at me, with the flames that once danced around him now concentrating in his fists. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. I simply watched, waiting for him to come at me, and as he got within arm's reach, I simply raised my hand and gave him a casual slap with the back of my hand. The impact roared like a thunder, sending a shockwave around before propelling Natsu into the air like a comet, sending him flying straight towards a nearby mountain, disappearing into the horizon with an ahhh that echoed for a few moments, followed by a distant thunderous thud and a cloud of dust in the distance. Chuckling, I turned around and found Laxus watching with a cocked eyebrow. Well then, now that the back of my hand is all warmed up, who's next? I knew Laxus and Urza were here for a single reason, to fight me. Urza for her weekly sparring match, and Laxus because that was his way of showing he cared. Humph, sure, why not? Laxus grinned, electricity crackling around him as he accepted the invitation. 3 hours later, and a few sparring matches, in which I remained undefeated, I made my way to the guild to get a job. I had to say though, I was impressed with Laxus and Urza's improvement. The level of power they had displayed was something I hadn't prepared for. Sure, I had defeated them, but that didn't mean their progress was anything short of outstanding. Laxus had mastered his Dragon Force transformation, which had given him a massive increase in his overall power, allowing him to actually damage me during the fight. Granted, the transformation and the increase in power the same had shown had taken me by complete surprise at the moment, and thanks to that I hadn't reacted accordingly at first, but still. His power was such that I doubted Jose and Jalal at the same time could give him a challenge. Then there was Urza. Her techniques with the sword had increased to such a high degree that each move was simply breathtaking. Not only that, but she had somehow managed to emulate my Shuinpa, adding the technique to her arsenal, despite me never having taught her that. Though I'm not sure if I can call what she does Shuinpa, because despite her technique being surprisingly similar to the real thing, it was still fundamentally different. From what I was able to gather during our spar, she was able to induce states of high-speed movement through the concentration of magical power on key points on her body, emulating to a certain degree my Shuinpa. That being said, it was still surprising she had managed to create a movement technique similar to Shuinpa with nothing but visual knowledge to go by. Her speed with this technique was such that if I had fought her as she was today, a few years ago, I would have lost without a doubt. I chuckled. A pair of monsters. True prodigies. They are quite talented, are they not? Mavis asked, snapping me out of my head. They sure are, I replied, a proud-filled smile on my face. Then again, so are you, Mavis replied, smiling at me. I chuckled. Not really. I knew I was strong. Pretty strong. I considered myself as such. But I was by no means a prodigy like them. Not to say I wasn't one. I just was a different kind of prodigy. Prodigies like them were some of those gifted individuals who demonstrated an uncanny aptitude for mastering anything at an astonishing pace, showing the ability to comprehend and synthesize the required information almost effortlessly. In turn, they possess an innate gift for grasping concepts quickly, making connections between seemingly unrelated ideas, and delving into the depths of various disciplines. I wasn't like them in that aspect. Sure, I learned at a considerably fast rate, but it wasn't out of natural intuition, but thanks to the fast my Zanpakuto was there to guide me. One could argue that seeing my Zanpakuto was the one speeding my learning process, and my Zanpakuto was a part of me. I was a prodigy as well. But I considered that a loophole. Perhaps I just didn't like complimenting myself, I don't know. However, that was neither here nor there. The point was that they had a monstrous amount of natural talent. And what I have is different. I had monstrous potential. From birth, I have been gifted with a tremendous amount of Ryoryoku, to the point I really hadn't gotten any stronger in terms of spiritual pressure, because I had yet to actually improve on what I already had. Meaning that my efforts and training so far have been in order for me to be able to use more of the power that's always been there. To summarize, I'm just mastering what was already there to begin with. Well, you are to me, Mavis hummed, crossing her tiny arms. I chuckled. Thanks, but it doesn't really matter. As long as I am strong enough to protect those I love, it doesn't matter whether or not I perceive myself as a prodigy. Mavis sighed, shaking her head. You can't take a compliment, can you? Irene Belzarian. POV. Through the lenses of boredom, I take in my opulent quarters with a glance, feeling the usual sense of detachment that surrounded my existence. Sumptuous tapestries hang from the walls, their intricate designs spinning tales of magic and mystique that only few from this era could truly comprehend. Even so, these luxurious comforts mean little to me. If anything, it was nothing but a pastime to keep me busy, for the time being. Taking a deep breath, I allowed my thoughts to wander away, lingering on strategies and spells, in possibilities that stretch as vast and endless as my own arcane knowledge. If there was one good thing about my cursed existence, it was that I had more than enough time to improve my craft, time to think, to learn. The distant clink of my high heels against stone echoing through the silence of my quarters, until the door to my living quarters swung wide open, a ripple of green hair flashing before my eyes as my visitor kneeled. What brings you here, Lilith? I asked, gazing at my little tool. One of my enchantment pet projects, one that I had improved upon by using His Majesty's knowledge in the creation of artificial demons. The result of this little project of mine has so far been more stable than the results of imprinting a personality onto an inanimate object. Granted, I had yet to put my little Lilith through any sort of test to see how much better she was. Not that I was in any rush, there was still time to experiment. That's all I had. Time. Mistress, I come with news from Ishgar, Lilith breathes, her words filling the air with a distinct vibrancy. The council has appointed Adam as one of the wizard saints. The corners of my lips twitch upwards, a rare display of dark amusement. A fascinating development indeed. Not that becoming one of the wizard saints was a worthy achievement in any way, after all, in my eyes all of them were nothing but a waste of space. That being said, I was glad things were moving forward the way I wanted them. It meant the kid had gotten stronger. And seeing the idiots of Ishgar were not known for recognizing talent, it was safe to assume they weren't giving him the credit he probably deserved. The thought of this being the case was enough to stir a hint of excitement within me. Perhaps it's time to extend a visit to their newly appointed saint. You've done well, I smiled, my voice cutting through the silence that had set in the room. My words, making my little Lilith relax visibly at the praise. Return to your post in Fiori at once, and remain there until I say otherwise. Without a word, Lilith dips her head down in complete obedience, the tips of her green hair brushing against the stone floor for a moment, before taking her leave. And as the silence once again takes place in the room, I can't help but smile under my breath, lost in the thrill of the coming chaos. Adam's ascension to Ishgar's little ladder of power has just made the board more interesting. A wizard saint. How utterly delightful. I can't wait to see how much he has changed. Chapter 122, Chapter 111, A Talking Bird. If we reach top 3 I'll post an extra chapter. Adam C. POV. Do you really think they are around here? Mavis muttered, tilting her head, as we walked through an abandoned town. Possibly, I replied. Today I was on a quest to capture a criminal known as Yelima the Walking Grave, dead or alive. Nothing much, just a regular S-class mission I had taken to waste some time. The town in question was quite a sight. According to the information I had about this place, the once vibrant town had been abandoned over a decade ago due to unknown circumstances. In that time, nature had begun to reclaim what was once hers, as ivy and wild vines snaked their way across dilapidated buildings, holding onto crumbling bricks and decaying wood with a stubborn tenacity. In certain areas, trees had sprouted through the worn-out cobblestones, their branches casting long, haunting shadows in the pale moonlight. The town's main square, which appeared to have been at one point a place where its former residents could engage in their day-to-day lives, was now a carpet of overgrown grass and weeds. The skeletal frame of a rusting fountain stood in the middle, a ghost of its former glory. The stone benches lining the square were chipped and worn, their surfaces stained and faded by countless seasons. "I wonder what made everyone leave," Mavis whispered as we continued our slow trek through the center of the town. "I don't know," I replied. I honestly couldn't find a reason as to why everyone had mysteriously left this place. It didn't look like a monster had attacked the place, nor it looked like they had been raided. In fact, considering no one had been here for a decade, the place seemed in pretty good shape. Empty market stalls lined the edges of the square, their tattered roofs swaying gently in the breeze. Further beyond lay an abandoned church, its once proud steeple now a silhouette against the moonlit sky. The stained glass windows, though cracked and weather-beaten, held onto fragments of their colorful past. From within the church, I could feel something pulse in a very familiar manner. I hadn't been able to feel it until now. Whoever was hiding there was pretty good at hiding their energy. They had managed to keep their presence hidden until I was but a few lengths away. I smiled. "Someone's there." Mavis shot me a glance, curiosity glinting in her eyes. "Do you think it's the target?" That was a hard question. All I knew was that the church, while abandoned, radiated a mysterious energy that pierced the stillness of the night. The energy didn't feel hostile, but that alone didn't say much. After all, not all enemies carry an evil intent. But, if I had to describe what I was feeling, I would have to say that it felt like the echo of a forgotten past that the wind carried from somewhere far away. It didn't feel human. It didn't feel demonic. It didn't feel godly. It felt familiar, but not enough at the same time. "Only one way to find out," I replied. Deciding the best course of action was to check the place to see for myself, I ventured closer, my boots crunching over the carpet of leaves that had accumulated in the silent years. Despite its weather-beaten exterior, the church door stood firm, its wood groaning slightly under the weight of my hands as I pushed it open. Inside, the church was a mix of both decay and preservation. Pews lined up in neat rows, coated in a thick layer of dust, and an old altar at the far end, its golden cross tarnished but still upright. Intricate murals on the walls and ceilings were faded but still held remnants of the message they once boasted. The stained glass windows cast a kaleidoscope of broken colors on the stone floor, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air. "Can we skip the part where we play hide and seek?" I said, the hint of a smile playing on my lips. As soon as those words left my mouth, something changed, and energy within the church started to grow stronger, in a pharaoh-like manner. It almost seemed like the church was now holding its breath, waiting. For what, I wasn't sure, but it made me all the more interested to get to the bottom of this mystery. Taking a deep breath, I focused my senses, scanning the room, following the energy to its source as I moved around the church. It was then when I noticed it. A small, dark form tucked beneath the wooden podium at the front of the church. As I approached, the form moved, revealing itself to be a small bird. Its ebony feathers glistened in the shards of moonlight streaming through the stained glass windows. I blinked in shock, befuddled at the fact that this little critter seemed to be the source of the energy I had been feeling. It cocked its head to the side, regarding me with intelligent, wary eyes before squaring its stance and opening its wings wide in a defensive posture as it began to peck at the air in my direction, a warning for me to keep my distance. "Hi there, little guy," I whispered, as I knelt down to its level, extending a hand. Scared and angry, the little one pecked at my fingers, the tiny stabs doing little more than scratching the surface of my skin. "Adam, you're bleeding," Mavis muttered, pointing at the small droplets of blood on my hand. I could tell from the tone of her voice she was having a hard time processing that such a small critter had been able to hurt me. I'll be honest, I was as surprised as her, maybe even more. Smiling at the little bird, I retrieved a small piece of dried meat I had been saving for a snack and extended it towards the bird with my other hand. "It's all right," I murmured to the raven, hoping to ease its fear. The raven eyed the offering warily but didn't move to accept it. I remained still, allowing the raven to adjust to my presence. Patience was key in situations like this, and fortunately, I had plenty of it. Most of the time. I mean, it wasn't every day you encountered a bird radiating such an intense, unfamiliar energy. The little guy was probably almost as strong as Natsu, and that was a lot, all things considered. Magical creatures with immense magical power. Could this be the reason the town was abandoned? Mavis whispered, more to herself than to me. I didn't answer immediately, my attention still focused on the critter. But the thought lingered in my mind, adding another layer of intrigue to our mission. One of these little guys didn't represent much of a problem. But a flock of them. That was more than enough to destroy some kingdoms. Though if that was the case, where was this little guy's flock? The critter looked to be a crow, and those birds were not known for being alone. More than that. Why was he hiding? Snapping me out of my thoughts, I noticed as the crow edged closer, its sharp gaze never wavering from mine. There was a strange intelligence in its eyes that I found fascinating. It almost seemed like I was staring at the eyes of another human. With a flutter of its glossy feathers, the critter moved its beak towards the piece of dried meat in my hand. Hesitation gave way to trust as it nipped the food, taking it into its beak. The tension in its body seemed to recede slightly, although its eyes still held a flicker of wariness. It tilted its head, studying me as it nibbled on the food. Smiling at the small step in the right direction, I kept my movements slow and measured, careful not to startle it. It was a small victory, but a victory, nonetheless. Well, that's a first, Mavis commented, a smile playing on her lips. Who knew you were a bird whisperer? I chuckled softly, shaking my head. I wouldn't go that far, I said. I just appealed to what most creatures want, food. Before Mavis could reply, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A second later, a lethal-looking blade sliced through the air with pinpoint accuracy, making its way towards a seeming blind spot. Calmly, I moved one of my hands to intercept the incoming threat. Catching the blade with just 2 fingers, keeping the projectile inches away from my face. Well, that's just rude, I said, tilting my head back with a faint smile. At this, the echo of footsteps announced the arrival of the one that had attacked me. A woman strode into the church, wearing nothing but leather and furs. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her piercing green eyes regarded us with an icy stare. Flanking her on either side were 2 massive wolves without fur, their skin flayed leaving nothing but a gory as they moved in sync with the woman as if bound by an unseen force. Apologies for the rude introduction, the woman said, her voice reverberating in the vast emptiness of the church. She held out a hand, a silent request for the return of her weapon. But the beast you're feeding is mine. I wasn't the best at reading the lies of others. But I knew a blatant lie when I saw one. Is he now? I replied, flipping the blade she had thrown at me between my fingers in a playful demeanor. Chapter 123, Chapter 112, The Beastmaster. Adam C. POV. I watched as the woman continued to approach, arrogance on her every step. She simply had no doubts she could win this. Her confidence was such, I couldn't help but wonder if this bordered on naivety or hubris. So, he's yours you say? I replied, flipping her blade around, like a kid with a new toy. The woman chuckled, and the wolves growled, their teeth bared in warning. Yes. That thing is mine. And I suggest you hand it over if you value your life. I raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the threat. Threatening me with a good time. My, how scandalous, what would the community say? We barely know each other, miss. The woman's eyes narrowed, and she took a step forward. Do you think I'm playing, brat? Hand over the beast or suffer the consequences. Brat. She couldn't be more than a few years older than me. I shrugged, still twirling her blade between my fingers. Maybe. Are you sure you want to throw your life away for a beast you just encountered? The woman sighed, a condescending smile dawning on her face. That's a terrible argument for someone who attacked me before trying to negotiate. I deadpanned, shattering her blade with a flick of a finger. Adorable, but no. I'm afraid I can't do that. This little guy here is far too adorable to give away. Besides, we haven't even asked the little guy if he wants to go with you, have we? At this, the crow shook his head and flapped his wings, as if agreeing with my sentiment. I blinked, not expecting that level of understanding from the little guy, but happy with it, nonetheless. Very well, the woman smiled, snapping her fingers. Boys, tear him apart. With their order and a roar, the wolves lunged forward with incredible speed, their jaws snapping. This might be fun. Their assault came in swift and powerful manner, an aggressive showcase of predatory instinct, giving their all to sink their fangs into my flesh. To the untrained eye, their movement might have seemed like a flurry of red, a deadly blur of teeth and claws. But to me, it was a choreographed dance that I knew all too well. With a light-hearted smile, I began to move, sidestepping their lunges and dodging their snapping jaws, booping their snouts with a finger with each movement I made. My actions were fluid, almost lazy, as if I was merely partaking in a friendly game, instead of evading 2 seemingly deadly beasts. The woman watched, her smile turning into a frown as I continuously dodged her wolves. Growing frustrated, the woman raised her hands, and a strange glow began to form around her. I could feel a surge of energy, and it wasn't before long, when more creatures came into the picture, an assortment of beasts that seemed to have materialized from the shadows of the church. Each and every single one of them, flayed off their fur and skin. I have decided to take you as well, you'll make a fine addition to my collection, the woman said, her eyes glowing with a sinister light. Soon, you'll be calling me Mistress Yelama. I couldn't help but chuckle at her statement. This is getting kinky in a perturbing direction, I said, my voice filled with amusement. A question before we continue, are you perhaps the one known as Yelima the Walking Grave? The woman's eyes beamed with delight, clearly happy at the fact I knew of her infamous moniker. Indeed, I am, she said, biting her lower lip. And you will soon know the pain of being one of my thralls. Well, that pretty much seals the deal. I'll pass, I replied. Darling, you don't have a say in the matter, the woman chuckled, ordering her minions to attack, confident in her victory. You never had. Sadly, for her that is, her smug satisfaction wouldn't last much. In a heartbeat, my demeanor changed. One moment, I was standing idly, appearing almost indifferent to the situation. In the next, I was gone, moving so fast that it defied comprehension. In the span of a breath, I closed the distance between us, my form phasing out of sight before reappearing directly behind the woman. It almost seemed as though I had teleported. And before she or her beasts could react to this, a hissing sound sliced through the air. It was a clean, swift strike, one that cleaved the woman and her creatures down the middle, ending their lives in an instant. Well, that was about as disappointing as I expected. The little crow was stronger than her in terms of magical power alone. You defeated the evil witch. I turned on my heel at this, staring at Mavis. But like me she seemed almost as confused as I was. Could it be that there was someone else in the church? No, that couldn't be. If that was the case, I would have felt something, not necessarily magic power, but something. Hey, down here. I looked down to see the little crow I had fed a few moments ago, making its way toward me. It talks. Mavis squealed, her eyes wide with wonder. It. Do I look like an inanimate object? The little crow squawked, clearly offended by Mavis's lack of respect. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting this. I mean, sure, this world is one of magic, but I had yet to encounter any talking animals besides Happy, and he wasn't even an animal, he just looked like one. So, what's your name, little crow? I asked. Crow. Ha. Not even close. I'm something far more magnificent than that. I'm a raven. The little crow, raven squawked in indignation and pride. Adam, how can you make such a terrible mistake? Mavis sighed, shaking her head. Aren't you more concerned about the fact he can see you? I asked, frowning at her teasing behavior. I mean, I was no bird expert, and crows and ravens were pretty similar to me in my eyes, so, yeah. Mavis shrugged. Rolling my eyes at her, I turned my attention back to the raven, who was now pacing around in a circle. He let out a series of sharp caws before pausing, cocking his head, studying me. Curious as to where this was going, I watched, as he began to draw something on the ground with his beak. To my surprise, he sketched a complex pattern of lines and curves, which despite my lack of knowledge in the area, I immediately recognized as a runic circle, an old one at that. Once he finished, he straightened up and turned to me, fluffing his feathers in what I presumed to be a raven's version of a dramatic flourish. I, the superbly magnificent raven, accept you, Adam, as my master, the raven announced, doing a few poses. I blinked. What? At my side, I could hear Mavis, who was trying to stifle her laughter. The raven let out an annoyed caw at Mavis's reaction before turning back to me. You heard me, dry meat-giving savior. I have chosen you to be my master. So, rejoice, for my powers are yours to command. What? I repeated. Indeed, dry meat-giving savior. As the sun's rays kiss these ruins, I find my heart stirring with a hunger not for food nor drink, but for glory and honor in the fiercest of battles at your side. I was not prepared for today. His name is Adam, Mavis giggled. Adam the dry meat-giving savior, what a glorious title. The raven squawked, bobbing his head up and down in excitement. And with me, the magnificent one, by your side, we shall conquer all who stand in our way. I was not prepared for today, at all. The raven swooped down and landed on my shoulder, his talons digging into the fabric of my shirt. Now, let us begin our journey, for glory, for battle, for blood, and for honor. Chapter 124, Chapter 113, A Familiar. Adam C. POV. A familiar. In the magical world, at least in every iteration of it I knew, a familiar is a supernatural entity or creature that forms a special bond with a magical practitioner, such as a wizard. The primary role of a familiar is to assist and support the magical practitioner in their spellcasting and other magical endeavors. How someone gets a familiar differs a lot from one theory to another. Some are said to be born with a familiar, while others must seek them out or perform a ritual to attract one. That in mind, I had done nothing of the sort. Mavis and I had no idea how I had acquired a familiar. As knowledgeable as Mavis was when it came to the magical world, she found my situation to be out of her park. According to her, there were multiple types of magic that revolved around the use of familiars, like celestial spirit magic, angel magic, summoner magic, beast-keeping magic, and more I didn't care to remember. And while those technically fell into the familiar category of the magic world, they weren't really considered true familiar magic, or at least that was what Mavis said. Why? Well, the thing is, true familiars bond with their selected master permanently, serving not only their master, but their entire bloodline once their master dies. To elaborate on that, celestial spirits worked under a strict contract with one universal rule: once their master dies, or relinquishes their key or contract to another, the allegiance of the spirit would switch to whoever holds their key, regardless of their opinion. Now, this didn't apply to my feathery companion. I'm not entirely sure how to call him just yet, but that's beyond the point. My feathery companion was a true familiar. A magical entity that doesn't age, doesn't die, and it's unwavering his resolve to serve me. In short, I accidentally acquired a type of lost magic. Because, according to Mavis, there hasn't been a true familiar recorded in history for more than 500 years. With each step we take, we pave the way to honor and triumph. Our destination is forged by our unwavering resolve and unyielding spirit. The raven squawked, interrupting my thoughts. I was still getting used to that. He went from being afraid to full Viking or something. So, Mr. Raven, why were you hiding at the church? Mavis asked, adjusting her make-believe glasses as she scribbled down notes in her leather-bound make-believe journal. The raven tilted his head, his piercing black eyes locking onto Mavis's before turning to me. Hiding? Nonsense. I was simply waiting for my master to arrive, he said simply. I raised an eyebrow. Really, because it seemed like Yelima was chasing you. The raven let out a hearty laugh, causing his black feathers to ruffle. Ah, right, the woman with concerning hobbies, of course, how could I forget that witch? Well, to answer your question, I could have killed that wench at any time, but I wanted to see what my master was capable of. Well, he was stronger than her in magic power alone. Why did you choose Adam? Mavis interjected, looking up from her totally real, not fake journal. Ah, that's an easy one, the raven replied, puffing out his chest. Because once I saw him fight, I realized my master has the potential to be the strongest being to have ever lived. And I wanted to be a part of that, so it's only natural I pledge my life to him. Is it though? Oh, that's wonderful, Mavis said, scribbling down notes furiously. And what exactly can you do, Mr. Raven, and on that note, are they more like you? The raven looked at Mavis and puffed his chest up even more. What can't I do, my dear? I am the best of the best. I can communicate with my master telepathically, increase my size, summon magical constructs, and more. Well, that's a big skill set, so credit where it is due. Mavis furrowed her brow, processing the information. Fascinating. And what about my other question, are there more like you? The raven nodded, his eyes gleaming with pride. Indeed, thousands, but only 4 stand at the top, including myself, of course. The raven, the bear, the wolf, and the cat. Mavis scribbled down notes eagerly, her pen scratching against the pages of her journal. And do they all have the same abilities as you? The raven shook his head. No, each of us has our own unique abilities and strengths, meaning that each king is formidable in their own right. Each of us possesses a unique set of abilities and strengths. The wolf embodies strength, agility, and raw power. Its ferocity in battle is simply unmatched. Mavis nodded, paying attention to the raven's every word. The bear, on the other hand, is known for his incredible vitality, stamina, and connection to the world. Not only can he use any terrain around as a weapon to fight, but he can also navigate throughout any place almost effortlessly. He's quite a formidable opponent, the raven continued, his feathers ruffling as he spoke. Mavis jotted down more notes. I chuckled. The cat is known for her cunning intellect, wisdom, stealth, and agility. She can move swiftly and silently, and her sharp mind allows her to outsmart even the toughest of opponents. The raven chuckled, shaking his head as if recalling an old memory for the briefest of moments. And then, there is me, but you already know how magnificent I am. Mavis beamed at the bird. Truly remarkable. Is there a reason as to why you guys stopped taking masters? I asked, seeing Mavis wasn't asking that question. No fair. I was about to ask that. Mavis pouted, crossing her arms. The raven let out a deep sigh, his eyes growing somber. Well, for one, our kind is quite picky as to whom we decide to serve, seeing our pledge is one of eternal nature. Other than that, well, there was a point where we had to go away regardless of our selective nature when it came to masters. Why? I asked. Well, master, a few hundred years ago, ether nano concentrations were extremely low in the atmosphere, to the point most creatures could barely use their magic. This change in our world affected multiple creatures, such as the dragons, so to avoid any dangers we went into our dimension, where we waited for the world to heal up, the raven replied. And it wasn't until today that one of our kind finally encountered someone worthy of our service. You guys are quite picky, aren't you? Mavis giggled. The raven nodded. Indeed, we only settle for what we perceive to be the absolute best, and why wouldn't we? We are the epitome of a magical bond. It was funny seeing a small bird praise itself, even if I knew it was familiar. I couldn't help but find the situation hilarious. Master, I feel someone approaching us at a considerable speed, the raven said, his tone low and serious as his feathers stood on end. I await your command. I blinked, focusing on the energy around us. At first, I didn't feel anything, but it wasn't long before a familiar magical signature entered my range. Oh, I know who that is, I replied, recognizing the magical energy approaching as belonging to none other than Lilia herself. I hadn't seen her in a long time. That being said, how did she know where I was? The old man knows not to tell anyone where I am, when on mission. Meaning she somehow managed to figure out where I was without much help. Her ability to find me no matter what, it's very concerning and creepy. Is Lilia, isn't it? Mavis asked, reading my expression like an open book. I nodded. Yeah. She must have tracked me down somehow. Shall I dispose of her, master? The raven asked, his claws flexing in anticipation. No, she's a friend, I replied, petting the raven on the head. Sama. At this, the sky above cleared out of clouds in an instant, as suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the air split open, and a streak of radiant light descended from above. As the light grew closer, the ground beneath trembled, cracks forming like veins across the earth's surface. Then, with an earth-shaking impact, Lilia landed on the ground in front of me, her dramatic arrival, as I had learned to expect from her, accompanied by a resounding explosion of power that shattered the ground beneath her feet. Dust and debris filled the air, momentarily obscuring the scene, most of which was blocked by my raven companion who used his wings in order to protect my face from something that simply had no chance of hurting me. As the dust settled, I found myself gazing at Lilia, kneeling down before me. Adam-sama. Lilia exclaimed, looking up at me with watery eyes. I missed you so much. Pay up, I won, Mavis grinned. I sighed. Mavis and I had a small bet. She said Lilia would cry when I saw her again. I said that instead of that, she would pledge her loyalty to me once again, but this time in a more dramatic way. In short, thanks to Lilia's display of emotion, I lost the bet, and therefore would have to build Mavis a library in my house, and I'm not talking about an average library, I'm talking about Mavis Library. Long time no see, Lilia, I sighed, smiling at my friend as Mavis danced in the background. Chapter 125, Chapter 114, Danger Ahead. If we reach top 3, I will make double release 2 times this week. What days? That's the surprise. Adam C. POV. As the silence of my evening was gently accompanied by the crackling fire and the turning pages of my book, my solitude was suddenly interrupted by a spark of embers that appeared out of nowhere. I can't have a moment, can I? I sighed. Seemingly suspended in the air, the fire swiftly morphed into a tightly rolled scroll, bound by an ornate, emerald ribbon. It floated gently towards me, an echo of the flames from which it had been born still dancing on its surface. Taking a deep breath, I set my book aside, curiosity replacing the calm that had previously occupied my mind. Reaching out, I caught the scroll midair. It was warm to the touch, almost comfortably so, like a nice comfy blanket pulled fresh from the dryer. My fingers traced over the delicate swirls and whorls etched onto the ornate seal. There was no mistake, it was the mark of the royal family. Curiosity piqued, I pulled at the ribbon, unraveling the scroll. The elegantly written script scrawled across the parchment was written in the handwriting of the king. My eyes glided over the ink, as the message began to sink in. A series of murders had been taking place in the east side of the country. According to the king, the victims were nothing more than ordinary citizens, ripped from their mundane lives, their untimely end wrapped in mystery. Apparently, seeing as no one has managed to get to the source of this in years, the king decided to send a wizard saint to investigate the matter. My first mission as a wizard saint, huh? I muttered, as a new sense of anticipation tingled through my veins, replacing the tranquility of my previous solitude. The mission, despite how mundane it sounded, was marked by the council as an SS rank mission, seeing multiple S-class wizards had died without leaving a trace of their killer. None of them had managed to find anything about this mysterious threat, so I was going in blind, like all before me had. I chuckled at the thought, the thrill of the unknown, the possible challenge that lay ahead. It was simply too good to ignore. That and the big amount of coin the crown was offering for this. Well, I guess it's time to travel, I said out loud, jumping to my feet. Wherever you go, I go. For it is my sworn duty, as the most handsome raven, and your familiar to accompany you, great master. At this, the raven who had forced his way into becoming my familiar launched from his hiding spot in the kitchen, and flapped his wings, soaring gracefully until he perched on my shoulder. His coal-black feather shimmered, as he cocked his head to the side and met my gaze with a determined expression. Still getting used to having a familiar, so far it just feels like a talking pet. Well, in that case, we are going to the east, I replied, grabbing the scroll and tucking it safely into one of my pockets. East. The raven tilted his head and stared at the ground for a moment, a small frown on his feathery face. That's not very specific, Master. Fair point. But that's part of the fun of this quest, isn't it? It doesn't matter, I replied, making my way to my room to change my outfit before leaving. Humph. I expected nothing less from my master, such dedication, such desire for adventure. The raven squawked, flapping his wings excitedly. You're right, Master, it matters not, for our enemies will taste our might regardless of their location. So, worry not. For I shall be your eyes in the sky, and your guide through the unknown. Together, we shall conquer all. I chuckled, shaking my head as I changed my clothes. There was something about this raven that made him adorable, at least to me. I exited my house and made my way to the train station down in Magnolia, but before I could reach the station, something barreled into the ground, that something being my friend and admirer Lilia. Deadpanning at her dramatic entrance, I stepped back, wondering if this would be my life, forever. Lilia, what in the world are you doing? I asked her, eyebrows furrowed. Master. I saw you leaving your house from my telescope, and I couldn't let you go on your adventure without your faithful servant, me. Lilia exclaimed, jumping to her feet and dusting off her skirt. Her green hair was disheveled from her overly dramatic entrance, and her cheeks were slightly pink from the impact. Of course, she saw me leaving the house. Wait, did she say? Telescope. I don't close my windows when changing. I sighed, knowing that it was pointless to argue with her. I could knock her out, or just leave her behind by making use of my superior speed. However, she had this uncanny creepy ability to find me, no matter where I was. Besides, we haven't been on a mission in years, so I might as well let her come now, before her levels of deeply concerning adoration for me become worse. Master, shall I dispose of this inferior specimen? The raven asked, eyeing Lilia with a sense of overwhelming confidence. Who are you calling inferior, chicken combo? Lilia snapped back, her eyes twitching. I'll have you know, I'm a powerful mage in my own right. The raven cawed in amusement. Powerful. You. That's adorable. Not only are you inferior, but delirious as well, how amusing. I'm going to eat you, Lilia hissed, glaring at him. Try bitch, the raven retorted. Enough, both of you. I interjected, holding back a laugh at their bickering. She's coming with us, and that's final. As you wish, Adam-sama. Lilia nodded vigorously, a large smile on her face. Such a good heart, to think my master would be this benevolent, to bring such an inferior creature with us, to be used as bait, giving her life a purpose, how kind, the raven beamed at me, a tear of admiration for me, forming in one of his eyes. Indeed, Adam-sama has a wonderful heart, Lilia nodded, beaming at me. He is, after all, bringing a talking piece of emergency food, in case we need something to eat, how truly kind of him. I sighed. Since day one, these two hadn't gotten along. My little familiar disliked Lilia, because her entrances would always dirty my clothes. And Lilia disliked him, because he was very vocal about his dislike for her. Let's move, we have a lot of ground to cover, I said, taking the lead. Chapter 126, Chapter 115, Beware of the Weak Hunter. If we reach top 3, I will post 2 to 3 chapters. On other news, Marvel and DC will restart updates next month. I'm aiming for the 8th, but still working the date out. Adam C. POV. As we arrived at our destination, I walked off the train station and made my way east along the cobbled streets of the old town. Sending Lilia to gather information in the opposite direction I was taking and leaving my familiar to scout the entire town for anything suspicious. As I made my way through the town, a chill descended on the air as the sun started to set on the horizon. The street seemed oddly deserted, and I couldn't help but wonder if this had anything to do with my purpose here. Pushing those thoughts aside, I continued forward, looking for my favorite place to gather information, a bar. It wasn't until I had passed several streets that I finally came across what I was looking for, the local pub. It was an old-fashioned, ramshackle building, with a door that had long ago seen better days, much better days. A lantern hung limply over the entrance, casting its feeble light on the otherwise gloom. With how much people drink in this world, one would think the bars would have enough money to keep everything tidy, I chuckled to myself, pushing the door of the pub open before stepping inside. The noise of conversation and laughter hit me immediately, as well as the smell of booze. Inside the room was full of people gathered around tables, seemingly engaged in merry drinking and conversation. But it was missing something. Violence. It seems my time in the guild has affected me more than I imagined. Smiling at the thought, I looked around at the faces, trying to decide who might be the most informative without drawing undue attention to myself. After all, there was no one more knowledgeable about the events of their town than the local drunks, and the old ladies without anything to do but watch everyone else. Scanning the room for a moment, I found a small group of men sitting in the corner, passing a huge flask between them as they conversed in low tones. There was something about them that made me feel like they could help, so I decided to approach them. As I made my way across the room, I heard snippets of conversation as people mused over various subjects. There were stories of missing persons, of strange creatures lurking in the woods, of mysterious disappearances, and of people cheating on their partners. That last one didn't seem to fit the genre of the others. Quickly, I reached the corner table and greeted the men in a polite but firm voice. "Is there room for someone else?" They seemed to be taken aback by my presence, and for a moment there was an awkward silence as everyone stared at me. The man furthest to my left cleared his throat. "As long as you pay for the next round, sure." I chuckled lightly, already having expected that response. Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way. I took a seat at the table and the man nearest to me handed me the flask. Using magic to clean the flask, without them noticing of course, I took a swig, feeling the fiery liquid burn down my throat. They were drinking some weak shit. But I wasn't about to tell them that. "So, what brings you to our small corner of the world, kid?" One of the men asked, his gaze carrying a friendly level of curiosity. I took a moment to consider my response, knowing that I couldn't reveal my true intentions. "Just passing through," I replied with a small smile. The group nodded understandingly, and the conversation soon continued with them sharing stories of their own travels and adventures. Eventually, as the drinks kept coming, and the men kept getting drunker and drunker, the subject I had been waiting for came out. "Have you guys heard of the disappearances near the mill?" One of them asked, his voice hushed as if afraid of being overheard, his words slurring as one would expect from a drunk person. "What disappearances?" I asked, taking a sip of a whiskey I had ordered a few moments earlier. The men exchanged a look before one of them leaned in closer. "Nobody knows exactly, but people have been going missing near the old mill outside of town," one of the men whispered, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Some say the place has a curse that makes everyone who enters kill themselves, others that there's a beast hidden in the shadows." That's a lot of information, too much if you ask me. The scroll had stated no one had ever managed to get any kind of info of the target. "There's something off about this." "That sounds scary," I said, playing along with their mood. "I think I'll stay away from that place." The men nodded, clearly relieved that I was taking their unspoken warning seriously. That being said, I continued. "Has anyone investigated it yet?" The men shook their heads, all looking slightly uneasy. "Fuck no, the locals avoid the place like the plague," one of them said, a small shiver running down his spine. "No one wants to be the next to go missing. They didn't mention any wizards coming to check the place." "How odd." Nodding at them, I finished my drink and stood up, leaving a pouch full of coins on the table. "Well, fellas, I'm done for the night, thanks for the company." As I made my way out of the tavern, my mind was already working on a plan. If no one had truly investigated the mill, then that was exactly what I needed to do. Based on their words alone, it was likely the place my target was using to hide, that or a very similar killer. Either way, I would find out soon enough. Taking a deep breath, I turned my gaze to the direction of the mill. "Long time no see, kid." I froze in place. That voice was unmistakable, deep and resonant, like the rumble of thunder across a darkened sky. Kami, I turned around to confirm my suspicions, and there he stood, a few feet away, a recurrent figure in my life so far. Odin. The All-Father himself. "It has been a while," I replied, wondering what the motive of his visit was this time. With him, I had learned that it was never just a simple visit. He always had something to say. Odin smiled, a wry grin that hinted at both wisdom and mischief. "Ah, don't be like that. We're friends." "I'm flattered, but we both know you don't just visit," I replied, chuckling. "So, what is the real reason behind this pleasant visit, old friend?" At this, Odin chuckled softly as he leaned casually against a lamppost. "You're very perceptive. So, I'll go straight to the point. There is great danger on the path you are taking right now, detective. The enemy you're hunting, it's not one you can defeat with overwhelming strength alone. Of course, he knows who I'm hunting." "Care to share any details then?" Odin's gaze became indifferent. "That is not for me to reveal, otherwise you wouldn't learn a thing, would you? But know this, even though you're stronger than your prey, you will lose your life if you only rely on your power as you have so far. The threads of fate intertwine, and your choices from now on will shape the outcome of your upcoming battle." That's quite an ominous bit of information. To lose against someone weaker than me. So, I'm stronger than my target, but destined to lose if I approach the situation as I normally do. Odin straightened and took a step back, the distance between us growing. "You're not destined to lose, destiny is ever-changing, only a fool would think otherwise. All I can say is, trust in your wit, your tenacity, and the strength of your convictions. But be swift, for time is not on your side." And with that, as quickly as he had appeared, Odin's form began to fade, his image dissipating like smoke carried away by the wind. Good luck, kid. An enemy weaker than me. But somehow, still being strong enough to defeat me. I guess I'm up for a challenge. Chapter 127, Chapter 116, Dangerous Fate. If we reach top 3, I will post 2 chapters. Trigger warning, cause I know some of you hate the idea of a MC getting injured or showing he's not up in any kind of way. I'm here to ask of patience. The next few chapters will have our boy struggling for a bit. On other news, Marvel and DC will restart updates next month. I'm aiming for the 8th, but still working the date out. Adam C. POV. I walked to the mill after my talk with Odin. His words had told me more than enough about my target, but at the same time too little. I still didn't know what to make of his words. Perhaps that was the point of it. I wasn't sure. Pushing those thoughts aside, I continued on my way. The mill was a few miles away, and the forest around me seemed to stretch on forever. I had sent Lilia and my familiar away to investigate the town at the north, not that there was a need for that, I was simply keeping her safe. If my target was strong enough to represent a threat to me, they would simply stand in the way, making them a liability I simply couldn't afford to have right now. The handle of my Zanpakuto, held firmly in its sheath at my hip, thrummed with an energy that resonated through me. I felt a wave of confidence knowing that with her by my side, there was nothing we couldn't face. I know, I muttered, smiling at what Sanryuzuki was trying to do. The trees towered above me, blocking out the moonlight and casting long, dark shadows. My steps were long and heavy as I walked through the thick underbrush and over craggy rocks. Every now and then, I would pass an old road, or the ruins of a once small cottage, and each time, I felt nothing. And I didn't mean anything like I didn't care, but more like, the entire forest was empty, void of every possible sign of life. It was unnerving. An entire forest, empty of life, with the only thing reminding me of where I was, being thick air with the smell of pine and moss, and the occasional stream of water trickling somewhere in the distance. After a few moments of walking through the forest, I finally came to the famous mill. And as the locals had described in the bar, it was an old, wooden structure, surrounded by a low stone wall that had been overtaken by moss. Beyond the obvious lack of maintenance, there wasn't anything special about the place, no magic power, no killing intent, no presence of any kind. All I could feel, and see, was an empty place. "You're strong." The voice startled me. It was a whisper in my ear, yet it reverberated around me as if his voice was echoing in the nothingness. "And good-looking." How unfair. As I turned around, I found a pale disfigured man staring at me, his face just inches away from mine to the point that if any of us moved even an inch forward, our noses would touch. Wasting no time, I jumped back, my hand reaching instinctively for the hilt of my Zanpakuto. It was very troubling how this guy had managed to approach so silently, so stealthily, without me sensing him at all. "I bet everyone remembers you, they never remember me." The man was quite tall and extremely skinny, his hair hung limp and lifeless, and his eyes were piercingly cold, nearly as white as his skin. He was dressed in a tattered robe that hung loosely around his gaunt frame. "What's your name?" the pale man asked, scratching his arms. I narrowed my eyes at him, a frown tugging at my lips, just now realizing something. I couldn't feel his presence at all. It was almost as if I was staring at the wind passing by, not a person. I couldn't feel his magic power. His intent. Nothing. For all of my senses, spiritual and physical alike, it was as if he didn't exist. "Are you ignoring me?" The pale man trembled, demented tears starting to well up in his eyes. "Everyone does, everyone always does." This guy, no. This thing was dangerous. I don't know how, but my entire being was screaming at me that I had to end this right now. Wasting no time, I lunged forward, my blade raised and ready to strike, as I blurred out of sight, closing the gap between us in one graceful, seemingly instantaneous motion, my blade poised to deliver the first and final blow. However, before I could cut his head off, the pale guy disappeared out of sight. Where my words were cut short, as I felt the familiar sharpness of a blade slicing through my chest, spilling my blood onto the cold ground before me. What? I had been cut. Before I could ponder on that thought, I felt the same sensation on my back, then my knees, then my arms, and so on, cutting me more times than I cared to count. And just like that, in mere moments, I was standing in a pool of my own blood. I hadn't felt anything approach me. Even when the wounds appeared, I hadn't felt a thing. It was almost as if the wounds had always been there, and my body was just now realizing that. "You're still alive." To make matters worse, this monster was somehow managing to cut through my defenses as if they weren't there. No, now that I think about it, it wasn't that. It was more my defenses weren't registering anything until it had already happened. Meaning his power was able to trick not only me, but my power into ignoring him. "Unfair, it's just unfair," the pale man said, hitting his head with his hands, over and over again. Since when had he been there? Never mind that. I need to figure out how his power works, otherwise he will keep cutting me until there's nothing left to cut. I have to say, I'm impressed with your magic, I replied, concluding the best and easiest way to learn about his power was by having him talk about it. How is it that you can do what you do? I can't help but wonder. After all, I had yet to meet someone who is secretive about their powers. Impressed? Lies, lies, lies. The pale man screeched. How can anyone be impressed by my curse? How utterly ridiculous. I remained silent, sensing I had opened a can of worms, for better or for worse. My curse makes everyone ignore me, everyone forgets me, it makes everyone incapable of perceiving my actions, my existence. I can only make them remember me for a bit. But it's just a matter of time before they forget my existence, and any memories of me. The pale man muttered, his voice cracking at the end. So, I make them pay. For trying to deny my existence, I take their lives to give mine a meaning. So that's his power. Imperceptibility. That still doesn't explain how he dodged my first attack. I feel like I only have one part of the puzzle. I started to speak, but as I opened my mouth a sharp pain seared through my right eye. Slowly, my hand flew up to my face and found a shard of glass embedded in my eye, as blood iced down my cheek and onto my chest. Once again, nothing. I didn't feel a thing until it had already happened. No killing intent. No movement in the area. Nothing. Just emptiness followed by pain. If this continues, I will be in trouble. I grinned. Odin wasn't lying when he said this would be a hard endeavor. Perhaps I just had to fight like Natsu. Bringing everything down with me. Deciding to give that a try, I swung my blade down, shattering the entire area around me in a 2-mile radius, sending slashes in every direction. I wonder if that, once again, another cut, this time in my Achilles tendons. I gritted my teeth. I wasn't angry the pale bastard was cutting me, I was angry he was cutting me every time I tried to open my mouth. Anywho, it seems that approach didn't work out as well. I can't hit him, because I can't sense him at all. And for the same reason, I can't block his attacks, at least not completely. That gives me an idea. If I can't hit him, then it's only fair to put him in the same situation. Taking a deep breath, I raised my blade high, and as the pale bastard continued to cut my flesh relentlessly, I muttered. Judge all things in this universe. Zanryuzuki. Chapter 128, Chapter 117, Struggling. If we reach top 3 I'll post another chapter. Adam C. POV. I wasn't concerned. At least not, completely. I knew the guy was dangerous, despite the fact I couldn't feel his power, or presence at all. I knew this bastard was powerful. That being said, I wasn't too worried. And now that I had released my shuriken, things would even themselves out a bit. What is this? What is this power? The pale man shouted, his voice loud and shrill all of a sudden. I could see him, or pinpoint the origin of his voice, but he sounded angry. Your end, I replied, cracking my neck, enveloping my body in an aura of healing Kido, as I used the power of Zanryuzuki to bend the very space around me, creating a safe zone around me. I was basically ripping Gojo right now. You're just like me. The pale man whispered, with a mix of shock and joy in his tone. You're just like me. Just like me. What do you mean? I asked, not really expecting an answer from a crazy person. I. The pale man stuttered, seemingly unable to form a coherent sentence. I've never felt this before, but, no, oh, yes, no, of course. I hate it, hate it, hate it. I hate it, hate it. I hate it. Just once, I would like to fight a mentally stable adversary. I hate it. The pale man shouted, his voice growing deeper as he continued to scream in blind rage. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate you. Paying his demented ravings no heed, I raised my blade high and by channeling a vast quantity of power into a singular point, a singularity of pure darkness began to swirl at the tip of my blade. A black hole. If I couldn't see him, I would simply attack in every possible direction. He might have the power to make himself imperceptible to me, but that was the neat thing about fundamental forces, they don't need to perceive you. Taking a deep breath, I swung my blade down, releasing the singularity at the ground, tearing the space around me, destroying everything in its path. I waited, standing my ground, as the destruction continued, the sudden increase of gravity twisting the sight around me into a translucent vortex. It hurts. It hurts. The pale man's screams were drowned out by the sound of destruction as the singularity continued to rip through the air. Stop. I guess that did the trick. Why am I bleeding? I muttered, looking at the wounds covering my body. Just. When exactly did I get hurt? And on that note, why is my Shirkai released? The fuck is going on? As those thoughts crossed my mind, I felt something pierce my back, causing me to stumble forward. Turning around, I came face to face with my attacker, a pale deformed bastard, missing an arm, his eyes filled with a mad glee. Who the fuck are you? I spat, jumping a few steps back, wondering just where exactly he had come from. On that note, it was very alarming he had managed to get so close to me, without me sensing him at all. I narrowed my eyes at him, just now realizing something. I couldn't feel his presence at all. It was almost as if I was staring at the wind passing by, not a person. I couldn't feel his magic power. His intent. Nothing. For all of my senses, spiritual and physical alike, it was as if he didn't exist. This feels familiar. Never mind that, I need to focus on dealing with this pale bastard first. The Raven, the absolute best familiar in the whole wide world without a doubt. POV. I could feel my master getting hurt at the distance. Meaning he was fighting his foe, alone, without his flock, without his unkindness. Whoever his enemy wasn't stronger than my master, not like there could be, of course, but his magic, felt off, whatever his powers were, he was affecting the mind of my master. I could feel it, through our unbreakable connection. The effects of this power were such that they were affecting me as well to an extent. Not as much as my master, but enough to notice something was wrong. Through our eternal pact, grant me sight. I squawked, my eyes glowing red, connecting my senses to that of my awesome master. He was bleeding. He was being cut, but there was no one attacking him. No. Wait, there was someone in front of him, a pale man, missing an arm. Why am I bleeding? My master asked. I growled, realizing what was happening. A magic of old, one so vile, most consider it a curse, seeing the users can't ever fully control the effects of this magic. Out of sight, out of mind, the mark of the forsaken, the curse of the forgotten. I haven't seen this since the era of dragons. That wretched curse was created by humans in an attempt to fight the dragons. After all, if they can't remember who they were attacking, or what, they can't kill them. Sadly, for every one unfortunate soul involved, this curse worked better than intended. Those marked by this were cursed to be forever forgotten, forever invisible. They couldn't even interact with those who themselves had the mark, because they would simply forget each other. Out of sight, out of mind. Master, hear my words. I shouted, taking flight to his location. You are under the effects of a curse. I can't tell you anything related about the curse, or its user because you will forget, so focus on my voice, and wait for me. The only reason I wasn't affected by the curse, despite being connected to my master on a spiritual level, was thanks to the fact that I didn't just have a single brain, I had a few thousand of them to spare, meaning I had more than a few backups just in case. A group of ravens is called an unkindness of ravens. That was my name. The unkindness, the king, and legion as one. I would prove my worth to my master today. If the enemy was taking his memory, I would be his memory. If the enemy was taking his sight, I would be his eyes. That was my duty. Adam C. POV. I could feel my familiar connecting with me on a deeper level. It felt odd. I could feel as if I was flying, my mind in multiple places at once, but somehow at the same place. You hurt me, so I will hurt you. Before my invisible attacker could honor his word, an unexpected rustle echoed through the forest behind the mill, shaking the foundations around us. Emerging from the forest's dark heart, an enormous flock of ravens exploded into view, their feathers glistening black in the sparse moonlight. Their ominous cries filled the silence, creating a chilling symphony that reverberated in the stagnant air. Thousands of them streamed towards us, their wings fluttering like dark specters against the indigo sky. Their flight patterns chaotic, coalescing into a vortex, swirling around one singular point in a flurry of ink-dark feathers. I don't care that you're cursed, child, a deep voice resonated from the flock. The destiny of those that dare to hurt my master is absolute oblivion. That was my familiar. As quickly as they had come, the ravens converged, and their bodies melded into one. They formed a giant raven, larger than anything I could have ever imagined. Its feathers were darker than the deepest abyss, absorbing all light around it, making the creature seem like a void against the moonlit sky. The aura emanating from my familiar was darker than anything I had expected to feel, filling the air with an oppressive force that threatened to consume everything. His eyes were engulfed in fury, two orbs glowing with an intense red hue, fierce and unyielding, piercing the night with their infernal light. My familiar opened its beak, and from it came a chilling screech that echoed through the dead forest. The eerie noise was a horrifying cacophony that sounded like the cries of lost souls, causing the ground beneath to tremble, and the tree branches to shake as if in terror. You have been wandering these lands for far too long, like a trapped rat in a twisted maze. Are you ready for your finale, worm? The symphony of your screams will be the crescendo. And as your fear tears you apart from the inside, I'll tear you apart from the outside. Your terror will be exquisite. What are you? The Paleman asked, taking a step back, appearing out of nowhere. Your pleas for mercy will be the last sound you hear before the silence takes hold. But fear not, in the realm of shadows, you will never be alone again. I'll be there, waiting, always waiting. Until then, let's enjoy this dance of dread. The curtain for you has not yet fallen, and the night is far from over. I am your worst nightmare, and this is just the beginning. I have no words. I'm honestly at a loss for words. Master, let's tear him apart, so that his eternal suffering truly begins. I have so many questions right now. But now it's not the time. Let's, I replied, ready to end the mindfuck of a fight I had walked myself into. Chapter 129, Chapter 118, Quick End. If we reach top 3 I'll post another chapter. Adam C. POV. His curse has blinded you long enough, Master, so let me be your eyes. As those words left my familiar, I felt a sudden change in his energy colliding with mine in a chaotic display, and then, nothing but the darkness itself embracing me, giving me sight. It was strange. One moment, I was blind to what was happening, and the next, I could see it all, from thousands of perspectives. That's the only way I could describe what I had felt the moment my familiar arrived. Memories I didn't recall having, now felt as if they had always been there. Yet, despite this new feeling of understanding, I still felt incomplete, at least in a sense. My memories felt as if they were constantly changing and vanishing, only for a backup to stop me from forgetting. It was an odd sensation. Forget me. I blinked, with my only working eye at the moment, staring at the pale man, who now simply had a frightened expression on his face. He was afraid of me. No. He was afraid of the change in me. Stay away. He took a step back, his knife trembling in his hands as he tried to will himself to take another step, then another, only for his feet to remain rooted in the same spot. The darkness of my familiar that had enveloped me moments earlier had been replaced with an almost ethereal light, one that seemed to vibrate with my own power. I wasn't any stronger than I was before. I was simply unaffected by his ability now, at least to a degree, and that was more than enough. My smile widened, as I tilted my head to the side, feeling the warmth of my blood draining down my face from the eye he had stabbed with a piece of glass. Leave me alone. The paleman screeched, stumbling back. I snorted, fuck off, and with a single flash step, viciously pulled my blade across his neck in a single movement. Then, as I sheathed my blade behind him, there was an echoing thud as his head rolled off his shoulders and tumbled to the ground, leaving behind a fountain of blood that spilled from his corpse. Good riddance, I sighed, wondering how I would explain my injuries to Kana. It would take me weeks, maybe more, to heal my eye back. Suddenly, a guttural, cacophonous voice echoed throughout the area, bouncing off the trees, a voice that was both simultaneously a whisper and a deafening roar. His death was too quick. Who was? Oh right, I have a seemingly demonic raven as my familiar. Demonic. Ha. They wish they could be as radiant as moi. Oh right, we are still connected. Taking a deep breath, I pushed my familiar out of my body and into the air with a burst of energy. That was uncomfortable. It was an experimental endeavor. My raven coughed awkwardly, puffing his feathers a bit. I sighed. To think I almost lost to someone far weaker than me, because I couldn't remember them or perceive them. This was a glaring weakness I hadn't anticipated. This encounter had shed some light into a few things I never put any thought into. I was ill-prepared to face enemies that countered me in any form of shape. Mostly on a psychic level. If his curse had been but a bit different, he could have altered my memories, making me an enemy of the guild or something far worse. And that was an outcome I could simply not allow. My familiar had helped today, but what if he wasn't there the next time, or he wasn't equipped to deal with the next threat? Find Lilia, and tell her to bring some medical supplies, I said with a tired sigh. There would be time to figure out my predicament later. Right now, I needed to tend to my wounds, meaning it would be a long night. Right away. With that said, my familiar took off into the distance at full speed, his quest to bring Lilia to me. I sighed once again, closing my remaining eye, focusing on using all of my power to fuel my healing keto. I had been lucky the bastard hadn't complete fucked up my eye, a little bit deeper and I would have lost it. It hurt like fucking hell. 10 minutes later, Lilia and my familiar arrived at my location, with Lilia carrying the equivalent of an entire clinic on her back. It didn't occur to you that you could have maybe been exaggerating with all of that? I asked, deadpanning at her with my only working eye. Don't be silly, Adam-sama, I only brought the essentials. Lilia defended with a smile. Why would I need an MRI machine? I retorted. For MRI purposes. Lilia offered with a weak smile. You know what, I don't have time for this shit. Just give me some water, and some soap. If you don't mind me asking, was your opponent strong? Lilia asked, giving me the items I had requested while tilting her head in curiosity. Not exactly, I replied, taking a small pause. He was difficult to deal with, that's all. I didn't feel like elaborating right now. Oh, Lilia muttered. Well, in that case, let me take a look at your wounds. That might actually be of help. Sure, knock yourself out, I nodded. As I settled onto a stool my familiar pushed close to me, Lilia went to the back of her medical supplies and returned with a tray full of various stuff. As she walked towards me, the smell of antiseptic and lavender began to fill the air. Let's see what we're dealing with here, Lilia said in a fully focused tone, though despite that, I could still detect a hint of concern. Nodding, I removed my clothes down to my underwear, revealing the cuts and stab wounds that littered my arms, legs, and torso. Lilia gasped. How in the world are you so calm with wounds like these? I shrugged. You know better than most that I've had worse. I wasn't exaggerating. I had been in my fair share of fights and scraps, but so far, nothing I couldn't handle. These wounds were painful, sure, but they didn't bother as much as others might imagine. Lilia, however, despite having seen me in worse states, looked like she was about to have a heart attack. She carefully began cleaning the wounds with a wet cloth, and every now and then, I'd catch her shaking her head or muttering under a breath. I tried to make light of the situation to ease her concern. Remember Deliora? I asked with a chuckle. How could I not? Lilia replied with a dejected tone, as she continued with her work. I sighed. It will take a hell of a lot more than this to take me down, Lilia, I said, winking at her with my eye. Don't do that, Lilia muttered. Do what? I replied, with a hint of a frown. Pretend this is okay, Lilia said, as she placed a bandage on one of my cuts. Because it's not, no matter how strong you are, it's not. It will never be. I understand your concern, but it's honestly not a big deal, I said, trying to soothe her worries. It is a big deal. Lilia exclaimed, her eyes flashing with anger. You can't be this damn casual and calm about getting stabbed and having your blood all over the place. You're missing an eye. Yeah, I know, I replied. You're too calm about this whole situation, and that scares me. Why? Why are you so calm? Lilia muttered, her eyes piercing mine. Because I have to be, I replied. It wasn't that I didn't care about my wounds. It was that I cared more about avoiding them in the future than whatever it was I was going through at the moment. Perhaps she was right though, and I was simply wrong by not worrying about this kind of stuff, who knows. Chapter 130, Chapter 119, Mission complete, now money. If we reach top 3 I'll post another chapter. Adam C. POV. I returned to the capital, my missing eye bandaged. A single tear of sweat trickled down my cheek as I made my way through the gates, surrounded by the bustling crowds of the city. As I walked, I was greeted with stares of curiosity and wariness, my covered eye and the bandages that wrapped around my body left most with the fear of the unknown. One would think they would be used to such sights. Perhaps I was the weird one in the situation. I made my way through the winding streets, taking in the sights and sounds of the great city. Everywhere I turned, I was met with vibrant scenes of merchants peddling their wares, artisans crafting their works, and children laughing and playing. Yet, I paid the sights no heed, my eyes fixated on one destination, the palace at the top of the hill. I had some money to collect. Making my way up the hill, I was met with a wall of guards. The guards were wary of me, understandably so. I mean, the bandages around my body didn't make me look friendly at a first glance. And seeing the civilians had been agitated with my presence, well, it was understandable they were too. After some small questioning, the guards eventually let me through, granting me access to the palace grounds. Stepping through the gates, I was met with the palace, its golden spires reaching for the sky. As I made my way closer, I was met with palace guards every few yards, the sight of them standing at attention, saluting me as I walked past them, making chuckle. Finally, I made my way to the entrance, where I was met with yet more guards. Where, after giving my name and stating my rank, I was allowed to enter the palace. From top to bottom, right to left, everywhere I looked, there were servants and guards rushing around, conducting their business in a flurry of activity. I blinked. I had forgotten to ask where the king was. Excuse ma'am, could please tell me where the king is? I asked one of the maids. The old maid stared at me for a moment, her eyes briefly flickering to my bandaged eye before focusing back on me. The king is in his chambers. No shit, Sherlock, but where the fuck are they? And that would be, where exactly? I asked, with a friendly smile. The maid's face hardened, and she pointed down the hallway to a set of ornate double doors. Through there, but be respectful. The king is not to be disturbed without good reason. I nodded, smiling at the old maid one last time before pushing forward. True to her instructions, I found myself face to face with the doors leading to the king's throne room. Decorated in gold and other precious gems. Taking a step forward, I knocked at the door. I'm back. Wait, what if he doesn't remember my voice? It's Adam. The doors creaked open, and I was greeted by the sight of the king sitting on a throne, surrounded by papers. His eyes flickered towards me. Ah, Adam. He has a throne in his room. Why would he have a, no, not my place to judge, his castle, his design? By the gods, what happened to you? The king's eyes widened as he took in the state of my bandages and the missing eye. Who did this to you? The target you sent me to deal with, I replied, shrugging. Don't worry, I will be back to my old two-eyed self in about 3 months, maybe more. I had miscalculated, greatly for that matter, when I had thought I could heal my eye in a few weeks. Apparently my level of healing keto was not good enough to do that just yet. Which meant I had to visit Porliusica to help me out. May the universe have mercy on me. The king frowned, concern etched across his face. I'll have my healers tend to you immediately, he said, rising from his throne. But first, tell me, did you complete your mission? I nodded, pulling out a small pouch from my pocket and presenting it to the king. The target's head. Oh God, the king gagged, taking a step back. I did not need to see that, Adam. I couldn't help but chuckle dryly at the king's reaction. I apologize, Your Highness. It's just proof that I completed the mission. The king shook his head. No need to apologize. You've done well. Just don't bring that kind of proof again, please. So, about my payment? I asked, trying to steer the conversation away from the gory subject. The king nodded, composing himself. Of course. You will receive your payment in full, as promised. But first, let us tend to your wounds. Wait, there's no need, she will only get angrier if I let other doctors treat me, I replied. However, before I could add anything else, several healers rushed into the room, taking me away to treat my injuries. The old hag would not like this at all. Porliusica POV. HM. I feel someone I know did something incredibly infuriating and stupid. Adam, I clenched my teeth as I said the brat's name, my fist tight around the worn, wooden handle of my trusty broom, before the end of it snapped with a sharp crack under the pressure of my grip. I will beat him senseless if he did anything stupid that I have to deal with. After escaping the hordes of healers that the king had sent after me, I made my way to the train station, where Lilia had been waiting for me to board the train back to Magnolia. Why do you have 8 thermometers in your mouth, Adam-sama? Lilia asked, blinking in complete bewilderment. Because I didn't want 8 thermometers in my ass. Any more questions? I shot back. Lilia shook her head. That's what I thought, I said, nodding to myself, before calling out to the conductor as I hurled Lilia inside the train like a javelin. Let's get this rolling. Normally I wasn't one to push things, but I had a horde of nurses that were way too interested in taking my temperature. Anything for a wizard saint. The conductor replied, starting the train. Chapter 131, Chapter 120, Porliusica, the Terror of the Forest. If we reach top 3 I'll post another chapter. Adam C. POV. As soon as Porliusica's cottage came into view, nestled amidst the tall whispering trees of East Forest, I felt both relief and apprehension, one more than the other. For more than obvious reasons. There was something about that woman that scared me on a fundamental level. I was almost considering going full pirate with my eye instead of dealing with her. But I would not let such thoughts cloud my head. Pushing the creaky wooden door open, the smell of herbs and potions wafted out. My voice barely above a whisper, I called out, "Long time no see, Porli." Porli. At this, Porliusica emerged from the back. Her piercing red eyes fixed on me with a glare that could curdle milk. You dare to waltz into my abode like a wounded pup. What fool's errand did you engage in this time? Wizard saint business, I replied, smiling at her. Believe me when I say I didn't let this happen just to annoy you. Her eyes softened for a fraction of a second before they narrowed again. I swear, you youngsters are too reckless. Let me see the extent of your foolishness, and be prepared for extra pain. I'm not using any painkillers. Without another word, she dragged me to a chair and began examining my wounds, her touch surprisingly gentle at first, but soon becoming like something akin to hammers on the head. You lost an eye. Not exactly, I replied, removing my bandages. Most of it is damaged, but I know it can be salvaged, with your help, of course. Porliusica growled under her breath, hitting me in the back of the head. Who said you could talk? You'd better shut up and let me work. Ah, the old Sundara, scary but caring. She began rummaging through her shelves, grabbing jars and vials, while muttering curses and threats. I ought to let you go blind, so you'll learn your lesson, you idiotic brat. But if I do, you'll probably just crash into trees and disturb my peace. I love you to Grandma. Her muttering continued as she brewed a potion, the air thickening with the scent of herbs. Finally, she walked over to me and handed me a steaming cup. Drink this. I hesitated, catching the whiff of something putrid. She slapped the back of my head again. Drink or I'll pour it down your throat and add some toadstools in for good measure. Nodding, I gulped down the potion, trying not to gag. My insides felt like they were rearranging, and my eye felt like it was on fire. What was that? I asked, wiping the sweat off my forehead. A little something I whipped up, poor Yusuka replied with a smirk. It will boost your natural healing factor, allowing me to work. I see, I replied, feeling as the feeling of burning up intensified. Now let me see that eye, poor Yusuka commanded, positioning a bright light to shine directly on my face. Humph, it's worse than I thought. But about what I expected from a moron like you. Well, that's just rude. I do many stupid things, but this one wasn't one of them, on purpose. But I can fix it, and the good news are that the process is not going to be pleasant at all for you, poor Yusuka added, moving the light away. How is that good news for me? I asked, feeling a bit uneasy at how delighted she sounded. Because it means you get to feel the pain of being an idiot, poor Yusuka replied with a wicked grin. This woman is evil. I love her, but she's evil, pure unadulterated evil. Hooray! I muttered under my breath, bracing myself for what was to come. After all, when poor Yusuka says it will fucking hurt, and this applied to me as well. She had a good grasp of how my pain tolerance, so she knew what I actually considered painful. Cracking her knuckles, poor Yusuka picked up a long needle from the table and approached me with a glint in her eye. Hold still, she said, jabbing the needle into my eyelid. Fuck. After 8 hours of torturous treatment, where I was subjected to things that would make the slavers in the Tower of Heaven pee their pants, poor Yusuka stopped. Is it over? I asked, as she turned around to one of her cabinets. Not yet, poor Yusuka replied, bringing forth a small box from one of the drawers. What now? I muttered, half dreading what would come out of that box. Grunting, she opened the box, and, to my astonishment, what seemed like an eye patch floated out. This was no ordinary eye patch, though. It was squirming and wriggling, as if alive. Why is that eye patch wriggling like a worm? I asked, pointing at the item. Because it made out of a very special kind of worm, a parasitic one, that from today on, will be your new best friend, poor Yusuka replied, with an uncharacteristic glimmer of pride in her eyes. Its name is Drom, and it's a symbiotic parasite. In nature, it heals its host in exchange for nutrients, in this case, magic power. This little thing has the power to restore your eye, but it won't be a pleasant process, at least for you. It will attach itself to your damaged socket and bite into it with all its might in order to facilitate healing process, of course. The last thing I needed was something biting into my eye socket, but fuck it, she knows what she's doing. Very well. Poor Yusuka raised the wriggling eye patch toward my injured eye. I could feel it pulsating, almost as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Then, as soon as it made contact with my skin, I felt a jolt of pain that made me flinch a bit. It was as if my whole body was being assaulted, with tiny little knives. I gritted my teeth so hard I thought they would shatter, my fists clenched tightly as I tried to remain seated. After what felt like an eternity, the pain started to subside and the worm seemed to calm down, taking the shape of a normal eye patch, unwriggling eye patch on my face. This feels weird, I muttered. It felt as if I had a tiny leak on my magic reserves, not enough to worry about, but still noticeable enough. It should. Now listen well, brat, your eye will take some time to completely heal. You were lucky most of the damage was salvageable, poor Yusuka said, her voice softer now. But you must keep the eye patch on at all times. The parasite generates organic matter at a very slow rate, but is very successful, so all you have to do is keep your little friend on for 2 months, and you'll have your eye back. Am I clear? I nodded. 2 months, keep worm in my eye, got it. Poor Yusuka scowled but then, surprisingly, patted my shoulder. You reckless fool. At least try to make sure you don't lose the other eye. I promise, I replied with a grin. I guess I will have a worm in my eye for the foreseeable future. Chapter 132, Chapter 121, Home, Sweet Home. If we reach top 3 I'll post another chapter. Adam C. POV. By the time I returned to the guild the reactions to the obvious were just as I expected them to be. Which showed just how much I knew them, or how predictable they could be, one of the two. Anywho. Kana scolded me, telling me that I was nothing but a reckless moron, all while making me promise I would make sure to take some backup with me next time, and by that she meant real backup, as in, backup that could actually help me. Like, Guildarts, or Laxus if Guildarts wasn't around. Urza simply took my injuries as a medium for inspiration, so to speak, vowing to become even stronger to help me carry my burdens, and fight by my side. Laxus didn't say a word, instead he took his followers out for a training session. None of them seemed happy about this, for whatever reason. As for the rest of the guild, they were worried. Well, almost all of them, Natsu and Happy didn't even notice the eye patch. On that note, I was still getting used to the eye patch. Every now and then I would feel something moving in my eye socket, and more than not I had to remind myself not to crush it out of reflex. How's my favorite Cyclops? Mavis giggled as she approached me, her eyes glistening with evil only an Oompa Loompa could have in their itty-bitty bodies. "You're not gonna let this one go, are you?" I replied, knowing full well that Mavis was going to milk this for all it was worth. "She was evil, I tell you, evil." "Not in a million years," Mavis chirped, her grin growing wider. "But in all seriousness, how are you feeling?" I shrugged. "Good enough. In just a few months, I would get my eye back and all of this would be over." So, it wasn't that big of a deal, at least not for me. "I can't imagine how hard it must have been to fight an enemy like that," Mavis said, her voice tinged with concern. "I read of that, magic, no. Curse before, I never thought someone would be stupid enough to experiment with it." I sighed. The pale bastard had taken my memories of him, my ability to perceive him, and he wasn't even in control of it, at least not completely. The thing that had driven him to madness was that his magic wasn't something meant to be controlled or used in combat, it was nothing more than a failed experiment in the Age of Dragons. One that humans were trying to use to avoid dragons permanently. And sadly, for them, their experiment was a success, it simply worked a little too well. Nobody would ever remember them, eventually everyone they have met or known would simply forget them, whether they wanted it or not. I had experienced this in person, if it wasn't for my familiar, I would have never retained any memories of him or his accursed magic. It was a terrifying curse, for the user and the victim. "Talking about that, do you know of any way I could train myself against mind-altering magic?" I asked, turning my gaze to her. Mavis nodded thoughtfully. "I might know a thing or two. But more than not, it all comes down to figuring out what magic your enemy is using before it takes effect." "How so?" I asked. "Well, have you heard of the saying that says names give power, but also take it away?" Mavis replied, taking on a seating position in the middle of the air, legs crossed. "It's the same with magic, at least this type. Of course, not as literal as the saying, but, by knowing what's affecting you, your mind can fight it, at least on a better ground." I furrowed my brow in thought. That sounded good and all, but if that was the case, I would have been able to fight the pale man on better terms. I might not remember much about my fight with him before my familiar arrived, but I distinctly remembered that I had managed to figure out what his power did. And I still fell to the effects of his power. Knowledge hadn't helped me there. "I knew what his power did, and it still affected me," I replied. Mavis nodded. "Yes, but sometimes even knowing what magic is used against you isn't enough. Especially if the effects of the magic in question are too complex or powerful for your mind to counteract quickly." That didn't help much. It seems I might need to experiment with keto, perhaps making some sort of mind-protecting barrier or seal. Something to block unwanted visitors or delay them if blocking them out wasn't a possibility. "There's always other options though," Mavis continued, smiling at me. I tilted my head. "Go on." "Order of priority," Mavis replied, beaming at me, leaving me a bit confused. "When it comes to that kind of magic, there's always an order of priority. To summarize, if you try to alter your own memories while someone else is trying to do the same, your attempt takes precedence." If I was catching on, this meant I could delay their own attempts for more than a while. "Meaning you can delay their attempts more than is normally possible," Mavis grinned. "They want you to forget the dog you saw." "But what dog?" "You don't remember a dog, you remember a cat, they try to make you forget the cat." "Too bad, now it's a bird." I chuckled. "That seems like the start of a very annoying loop." Mavis giggled. "That being said, this method is not meant to last forever, eventually whoever or whatever is trying to affect your mind will manage to do so, all this method offers you is a very long stall." A very long stall was better than nothing at all. But it wasn't enough for me. I would figure something out, perhaps something using what Mavis had shared with me, who knows. Inner world, Adam. Stars. A sea of stars around me and beneath me, twinkling in serene beauty. For a second, the beauty around me was such that I couldn't help but wonder if I'd been transported to the cosmos, the great universe outside the planet. The iridescent lights shimmer and dance in a perfect symphony, reflecting off the vast body of water beneath me. However, thanks to my familiarity with the place, I soon realize where I truly am, my inner world. It seems Zanryuzuki wants to have a few words with me. Smiling, I turned my gaze down. I am standing on a surface of water, and there's a mild, soothing ripple under my feet. The coolness doesn't chill me, rather, it feels like a comfort long forgotten. It always feels like that. "Love, we both know being mysterious is not a talent we have," I chuckled, turning around to face her as I felt her presence materialize. "Love." Zanryuzuki replies in a soft whisper, almost like a song. In the blink of an eye, I found myself face to face with a tall woman with hair cascading down to her waist. Her dress seemingly made of what appears to be liquid moonlight, flowing and blending into the water beneath her as one. "So, what can I do for you?" I replied, smiling at her. Zanryuzuki remained stoic for a moment, her eyes meeting mine, until eventually she inclined her head gently. You seek strength, understanding, and control of your mind. I can grant you these, but you must be willing to listen and embrace the depths of your soul. So, this was the reason she had summoned me. Not to sound like an ass, but if you had a way to help me against that situation, why didn't you say anything before? I asked, feeling a bit frustrated. Zanryuzuki's eyes softened as she placed a hand on my cheek. Because to find a solution, you must first find the problem to solve. I couldn't offer you the key to a door you didn't even know existed, you had to find the door. I blinked, taking a deep breath. She's a part of me, how the fuck can a part of me be this cryptic? I'm not cryptic. Sometimes it feels like I have what I imagine Iroha's Zanpakuto would be, if he had one. So you have a solution? I asked, pushing my thoughts aside. Zanryuzuki shook her head. Not exactly. As Mavis said, some attacks can't be countered, and it doesn't matter how strong of mind you are. For example, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, it's an ability that is impossible to counter in most if not all situations. And that wasn't even the reason Aizen was so dangerous to begin with. Even without Kyoka Suigetsu the bastard was broken in terms of power, skill, and intellect. At the time, there were just a few individuals in the entirety of the Soul Society who one could consider capable of dealing with him in their own way. Urahara with his intellect. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto with his blinding power and experience. And Ichigo, and mostly because Aizen was so bored with everything he allowed Ichigo to grow to that point. He literally created the instrument that would bring forth his demise. But that was neither here nor there. Well, I'm not sure what you mean then, but let's get started, I replied, knowing that whatever it was Zanryuzuki wanted to teach me would be helpful. Chapter 133, Chapter 122, Closing a Chapter. If we reach top 3 I'll post another chapter. Third person. POV. Lightning seared across the tumultuous sky, throwing shadows across the gigantic vessel of Grimoire Heart. The airship, wrought in the image of a medieval cathedral, glided effortlessly through the storm. Its menacing structure was enveloped by a thick, swirling mist that was powered by pure magic power, from both the members of the guild and the atmosphere itself. Inside, the dark, cavernous hall was lit by dim candles whose flames flickered against the distant rumbling. Altair stood alone in one of the chambers inside the airship, her figure silhouetted by the intermittent lightning of the storm raging outside. Her gaze was hollow, and her thoughts were a tempest, reflecting the chaos outside. The shadows of her past, her twisted present, her goals and the uncertain future seemed to congregate in the room with her. The darkness seemed to part around her as a deep, reverberating voice echoed off the walls. Altair. The figure stepped out of the shadows, revealing a tall man with broad shoulders and a stern face. It was no other than Master Hades. His visage half concealed by his hood, materialized from the darkness he controlled. Despite all her years in the guild, Altair had to admit that his presence was still foreboding, the power emanating from him was simply oppressive. The Oration Cease have made their move, Hades said, his voice calm but chilling. Altair narrowed her eyes. She was well aware of Oration Cease and their chaotic tendencies, but she hadn't expected them to make their move this soon, especially considering the connection between Zero and Adam. What does their emergence mean for us, Master Hades? Hades' lips twisted into a sinister smile. A diversion, my dear. Their unrelenting chaos will be our cloak. Altair smiled at the idea. Their lives were meaningless to her in any shape or form, so the idea of using them as bait served her well enough. A sacrifice for our cause. Hades gazed at Altair, and then raised his right arm as a dark aura enveloped him. Immediately the room seemed to darken further, more and more, as if Hades' presence was swallowing all light. Indeed, the time has come to hunt for us to hunt the remaining keys. The shadows cast by Oration Cease and their foolish endeavors will shield us from prying eyes. And what of fairy tale? Altair questioned, her voice ice-cold. Though what she really wanted to ask was, what of Adam? Hades' eyes narrowed with malevolence. Let us hope that the Oration Cease will deal with that irksome guild. Their destruction would be an advantageous side effect. Though I doubt they will succeed in that endeavor, seeing as Zero already failed years ago, when he failed to kill that brat. Well, we can always kill him ourselves, Altair replied, with a small smile, as lightning flashed again, casting their elongated shadows against the walls. It was time to bring Zeref back into this world. Adam C. POV. It had been a little over a month since I had returned from my mission for the king, in which I had decided to stay in Magnolia, all in order to experiment with some ideas I had to protect my mind. So far, I haven't made any progress in my endeavors, but I was a firm believer that through hard work and unyielding perseverance everything was possible, so needless to say I would not stop trying. But enough about that. Today, of all days, the old man had summoned me to his office. Which rarely ever happened, so curious as to what he wanted to talk about, I made haste to the guild, reaching his office without any delay. Gramps, I'm here. The heavy oak doors creaked as I pushed them open, revealing the old man's dimly lit office, cluttered with mountains of paperwork. As always, behind the old and big mahogany desk sat Makarov, his back slightly hunched as he went over some papers. "Ah, Adam. Come in," Makarov says, his deep voice echoing in the silence of his office. Smiling at him, I walked towards the desk, noticing that the wrinkles on his face seemed deeper than the last time I saw him, as if the weight of the world was bearing down on his shoulders. "What's wrong, old man?" I asked, a frown on my face. Makarov gazed at me, his eyes fixating on my eye patch for a brief moment before releasing a tired sigh, the kind that holds years of sorrow, anger, and concern. "It's better you see it for yourself," he muttered, as he opened a manila folder that was lying in the middle of his desk, before sliding it across the polished wood toward me. As my eyes landed on the first few words within the file he had given me, an icy chill ran through my veins. The Balam Alliance. Oration cease. After so long, the day I have been waiting for was finally coming. The day I get to kill Brain. A cold smile stretched across my face, a predatory curve that held promises of retribution, and as the lines of the world blurred before me, my power surged forth, rippling out like a storm shaking the very earth beneath me. "Adam, stop. You're going to destroy the entire guild if you keep this up," Makarov scolded, tossing a book at my head. "I will leave immediately," I replied, my voice cold and surprisingly detached, with no signs of the storm of power I had just unleashed by mistake. "No," Makarov said as he shook his head. "I know you want to deal with them as soon as possible, but this is a mission many guilds have decided to take in collaboration, forming an alliance of our own. You're not pretending to keep me out of this, are you?" I asked, gazing at him. "I would go on that mission, one way or another. I might not be as obsessed as I once was about my vengeance a few years ago, but that doesn't mean I would leave such an opportunity to go to waste." "No," Makarov replied without missing a beat. "You're one of the representatives I'm planning to send. But until the other guilds are ready, we have to wait." I nodded. I had waited this long already. I could wait a little more. A few days wouldn't make any difference. "Any other candidates in mind?" I asked, trying to make some conversation. "Laxus and Urza," Makarov replied after a brief moment of thought. Chapter 134, Chapter 123, Counting the Seconds. Unique sexy offer, from Sexy Corn trying to get some rising stones. If we reach top 3, I'll post 3 chapters. No waiting period, nothing. This offer is limited to this week. Corn awaits thy stones. Adam C. POV. As I pushed open the heavy oak doors of Fairy Tale, the noise from the guild washed over me. I took in the scene before me with a hint of amusement. Most of the guild had gathered around the bar, where Mira Jane, with her white hair cascading down her shoulders, was ardently lecturing the guild about the Dark Guild Alliance. The tone of her voice, the expression of her face, and the fact she was being completely serious drew everyone's attention like flies to a fire. I listened intently as I walked through the crowd, hearing the words, Balam Alliance, Grimoire Heart, Oration Cease, and Tardaros. Meaning the time was finally here. Silently, I made my way to the second floor of the guild, my senses keen and my movements deliberate, feeling more tense than usual. The air felt thick with anticipation, and my boots tapped rhythmically against the wooden steps. I had a lot going on in my mind right now. Taking a deep breath, I found an empty table overlooking the guild hall and settled down. From my vantage point, I could observe everything without being in the midst of the tumult, without being close enough for anyone to wonder if I was feeling okay. I didn't need someone telling me I wasn't okay. I knew I wasn't. But that was okay. I wasn't consumed by my hate towards Brain, but it was still there, burning fucking bright. I would be okay when Brain died, I would be okay when I finally saw the light leaving his eyes. Closing my eyes, I continued to listen to Mira Jane's lecture, detailing the potential threat that the Balam Alliance posed, and other details about them. Until the presence of Master Makarov appeared from the back room. His furrowed brow and stern expression contrasted with his usually jovial demeanor. I smiled, a cold, hungry smile. "That's enough, Mira Jane," Makarov began, his voice echoing through the walls of the guild. "Children, we are going to war, the actions of these monsters can no longer be tolerated. We must take action." I grinned, my power fluctuating as my fingers drummed on the table over the excitement I was feeling. Makarov raised his hand. "We won't face them alone," he continued. "To better deal with them, an alliance has been formed between Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, and Kate Shelter. Together, we shall face this threat and protect what we hold dear." As the old man's words sank in, a surge of energy rippled through the guild. "That being said, only a few members of each guild will go on this endeavor," Makarov continued, his voice bringing silence to the guild. "The best of the best, the strongest amongst us. So, Guildarts." One random member murmured. I felt my one working eye twitch at that. I carefully selected the members of our family who will be joining this mission, Makarov continued sternly, his gaze sweeping over the entire guild. Adam Clive, Urza Scarlet, Laxus Dreyer, and Gildarts Clive. I blinked, my head snapping towards the master. The members of this mission had changed, and drastically. The only one that actually remained from the original group was Urza. As the guild hall buzzed with whispers and conversations, and I pondered over the change of members, a singular, fiery voice rose above the noise. What? Natsu's indignant roar echoed throughout the room. His pink hair seemed to mirror the flames of his frustration as he stomped toward the old man. Why am I not going? I can take them down. His fists clenched, and his body set ablaze. Makarov's gaze remained firm as he looked at Natsu. This mission requires a precise set of skills and the combined might of our chosen representatives, he explained in a stern voice. But master, you know I won't back down from a fight. Let me go. Natsu begged with a growl, his voice pleading. Makarov's expression softened for a moment, but he shook his head. Your time will come, Natsu. You have to trust me on this. I'm only sending S-ranked wizards or above, in time, your time will come, be patient. The guild was now watching the exchange closely. The air was tense as Natsu's fiery passion clashed with Makarov's unwavering resolution. My fingers continued their rhythmic dance on the wooden table. Deep within me, I acknowledged Natsu's ardor. The desire to fight, the thirst for victory, they were emotions I knew all too well. However, I have waited long enough for this, and I would not let anyone hinder my goals. How can you know if you don't give me the chance to kick their asses? Natsu shot back, glaring at Makarov. As Natsu continued his fervent protests, I stood up and began to make my way downstairs. My steps were silent, like a whisper carried by the wind. When I reached Natsu, I placed a hand on his shoulder. His fiery gaze turned to me, questioning, before the pressure of my power brought him down to his knees, silencing him. I leaned in, my voice calm and steady. The master was very clear, Natsu, let's not waste his time, shall we? Natsu struggled against the pressure of my power, his face red with exertion. There was a fire in his eyes, a wildfire that had always defined him, but this time, it had a hint of fear added to it. The entire guild watched as I held him with an icy calmness. Perhaps I was being too hard on him, but I couldn't let Natsu, and his childish temper jeopardize the mission that had so much personal significance for me. Suddenly, the guild doors opened with a loud bang. The figure that walked in was unmistakable. It was Gildarts Clive, with his long, scruffy hair and cape billowing behind him. His aura was of power and calm confidence. As he strode into the guild, he surveyed the scene before him, Natsu on his knees, the members whispering, and Master Makarov looking more serious than usual. I was taking a crap, what did I miss? Gildarts said, scratching his head. Not much, I replied, releasing Natsu from my grip. Natsu gasped, inhaling deeply as he stood up, slightly shaking. And now it's my turn. Gildarts turned to Natsu, grinning. You gotta calm down, Natsu, before you crap your pants in front of everyone, he said with a chuckle. Natsu frowned, but after a quick exchange of silent glances between him and Gildarts he simply nodded, before walking back to his table to sit with Happy. It seemed Gildarts was just what Natsu needed to calm down. You should really go easy on the kid, Gildarts muttered. I chuckled. I would, just not today. Today I had more important things to take care of. Natsu and his feelings could wait. Not like he can hold a grudge anyways. Laxus's voice echoed up the stairwell as he leaned against the railing of the second floor. His hands were thrust in his pockets, and his gaze was fixed on the hustle and bustle below. When are we leaving? He asked. Good question. I would like to know that as well, I added. Right now, Makarov replied after a moment. Third person. POV. 10 hours later. Under the cloak of a moonless night, the Worth Woodsea forest lay beneath an ocean of whispers, as if the ancient trees themselves were murmuring secrets to each other. A sickly mist clung to the gnarled boughs and twisted trunks, its paleness illuminated by the eerie bluish light that seemed to emanate from the very soil. Upon a cliff that overlooked the massive forest stood the members of the guild known as Oration Cease, their dark silhouettes outlined against a turbulent sky. The air around them was heavy with magic, an arcane feeling that pulsated through the atmosphere, causing the leaves of the trees below to rustle even though there was no wind. Cobra, with his crimson eyes glowing in the dark, broke the silence. I can hear it, the magic we seek is here. Indeed, answered Brain, his voice as cold and calculated as his expression. He raised a hand and black thorns erupted from the ground, creeping out towards the forest below. Nirvana will destroy this flawed world, to give answer to our prayers. Angel stood, her wings unfurling behind her, casting an even more sinister aura around the group. But at what cost, she whispered, her voice a haunting lullaby. Look at what it does to the land. She gestured toward the forest below, where the trees appeared to be withering, their leaves turning black and crumbling to ash. I mean, I don't know if I want to rule the world, if the world looks like a piece of crap. The air shimmered, and Midnight appeared next to Angel. His voice, a whisper that seemed to echo through the night, said, "The land is a necessary sacrifice. When the light is broken, a new world will be born from the ashes." Racer's figure blurred as he moved to the edge of the cliff, looking down. "The magic, it's too fast even for me to comprehend. It's devouring everything," he muttered. Hotai's usually stoic face contorted in pain. "Brother, this magic, nirvana, is it truly more powerful than money?" He looked at Brain, his eyes pleading for an answer. Brain's face remained unmoved, but his eyes gleamed with a madness that made even the dark night seem bright in comparison. "Nirvana will reshape the world. But for that, the old one must die," he spoke in an ominous tone. Suddenly, Brain raised his staff, and the ground shook violently as a massive pillar of blinding light erupted from the center of the Worthwood Sea. It shot into the sky, consuming the stars, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The Oration Sea stood on the precipice, looking down on the devastation below, as the magic of Nirvana continued to pulse through the air. Knowing that soon, all of their prayers would be answered. Chapter 135, Chapter 124, Mean. Unique sexy offer, from Sexy Corn trying to get some rising stones. If we reach top 3, I'll post 3 chapters. No waiting period, nothing. This offer is limited to this week. Corn awaits thy stones. Adam C. POV. Wasting no time, we made our way to the headquarters of Blue Pegasus, the place the 4 guilds had agreed to set as the meeting point for this mission. "The faster we leave that place, the better," Laxus growled, an air of electric tension surrounding him. It seemed he didn't like Blue Pegasus very much. "Why? Aren't you and Ichiya best friends?" Gildarts asked, holding back a snicker. Urza shuddered. "Say that again, and I will electrocute you," Laxus shot back, glaring at Gildarts. Gildarts snorted, barking out a laugh. "As if you could. Good joke though, 10 out of 10. Chuckling at their exchange, we continued walking, soon arriving at Guild, which was gilded with layers of gold paint, and other, very reflective surfaces that made it hard for me to look. "Is this the place?" Gildarts asked. "No, seriously, is this the place? I can't see shit, the sun reflecting from the walls is blinding me." "It is," Urza and Laxus replied in one, tired, disgusted voice. As soon as we crossed the blinding threshold that was the entrance, an unexpected spectacle greeted us, something that made Gildarts giggle a bit. At the center of a stage were the Trimons, also known as Hibiki Lates, Ren Akatsuki, and Eve Term, sat, each one making a pose right out of a romance novel. "Urza, this is for you," the Trimons said, before breaking out into a musical number. I blinked. "How are they supposed to help us?" "No fucking clue," Laxus replied under his breath. "Comic relief." Gildarts chuckled, slapping one of his legs. "Urza," Hibiki sang, before jumping off the stage, landing in front of her, followed by Ren and Eve. "The most beautiful rose in this world. Our heart belongs to you." "You can have them back," Urza replied, drawing her blade. "Or I will cut them down." However, before they could reply to that, their sad flirting attempts were interrupted by an overly dramatic and very perfumed entrance. "He's here," Laxus muttered. It was none other than Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki, who had arrived fashionably late, ready to shock everyone with his flamboyant mannerisms and ostentatious appearance. "Men." He made a grandiose bow and began to shower Urza with his own breed of compliments. "Sorry I'm late, my sweet honey, but don't cry, I'm here now." I snorted. How can they not like him? This guy is hilarious. He's almost making me forget just how much I want to torture Brain. Almost. "I see," Hibiki nodded. "It's all clear now," Ren agreed. "We apologize, Lord Ichiya, we didn't know she was your girlfriend," Eve nodded. Urza's stoic face turned into one of pure disgust and fear as she visibly recoiled, before quickly taking refuge behind me, using me as a human shield against Ichiya's overbearing presence. I am not his girlfriend. "Don't fight your heart, darling," Ichiya replied, doing a pose. "Let the perfume of our love blossom." "The only way a woman is going to touch you it's with a taser," Laxus replied, his eyes fixed on Ichiya. I chuckled. "Oh, I see," Ichiya chuckled, doing another pose before pointing. "So he's the one that stole your heart from me, darling." Urza blushed brightly as she turned to me, her eyes widening. I gotta go." I blinked, watching as Urza burst through the doors of the guild, like a comet, leaving nothing but smoke and debris. "And you guys said I was going to be the first one to destroy something," Gildarts puffed his chest proudly. "You destroyed a good part of the forest on our way here," Laxus replied, with a small shit-eating grin. "You know that don't count, brat, there's no property damage to pay." Gildarts barked back. As the two continued their little argument over whether or not that counted, a new group entered the guild. The members of Lamia Scale. Lion Vastia, Sherry Blendy, and Jura Nikis. Long time no see, Adam, Lion greeted, grinning at me. Nice to see you again. You look well, I smiled back. The last time I had seen him he was but a kid, one struggling with the idea that someone a few years older than him had defeated Deliora by himself. So. I'll go ahead and ask, why is there a red-headed woman talking to herself behind the garden? Sherry asked, getting a glare from Lion. What? You know you want to know the answer to that as well. That is not something you ask. Lion replied in a hushed tone. Had it really offended Urza that much the idea of us being a couple? Was I really that bad of a match? Maybe I'm as good-looking as I think I am. Jura's deep voice cut through the din. Let's not waste our time in pointless chatter, we have a mission to do, he said, his words carrying weight. Not so fast, we are still incomplete, men, Hibiki replied, doing a pose. Ichiya, not missing a beat, chimed in, indeed my handsome pupil, and I heard Kate Shelter is only sending one representative. Kate Shelter, never heard of them, Gildarts muttered at my side. It's a small guild located in the east, Laxus replied, crossing his arms. As everyone continued talking, I felt something change in the air, and this time it was quite literal. So that's how Wendy's power feels. Like a summer breeze, soft and kind. She's here, I announced, and before anyone could inquire about that a small figure dashed into the room. Wendy Marvel. A young girl, with striking blue hair trailing behind her. Just like in the show, she stumbled on her feet and fell face down, but quickly got up, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry for being late. She exclaimed in a small voice, then straightened up and introduced herself with an air of resolve, my name is W. Wendy M. Marvel. Oh God, she's more adorable than I imagined in real life. Tiny Kana still wins the cake though. Third person. POV. The blue sky, dotted with clouds that seemed to flicker like restless spirits, moved and changed with every passing moment. A heavy mist rolled through the dense forest below, where shadows shifted in silence, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. I can hear them. Cobra, with his serpent-like eyes, was the first to speak. His voice was a low hiss that danced on the wind. Our enemies, they have finally gathered, he grinned. His head tilted slightly as if straining to listen. And it seems Adam it's with them. At Cobra's words, Brain turned slowly to face the group. His usual demeanor shifting, as an unsettling grin began to creep across his face. A grin so sinister and twisted that it chilled the very air around them. Realizing what was happening, the members of Oration Cease took a step back, their eyes widening with a mixture of shock and fear. For the figure that stood before them was no longer Brain, but the one they feared the most, Zero. The air around Zero seemed to tear as a dark, malevolent aura enveloped him. Good, Zero said, his voice like the grinding of stone on stone, his eyes being nothing but empty voids that promised a world of torment. The time has finally come to kill my biggest mistake, isn't that right, Jalal? Yes, Jalal, who had been silent so far, answered, his voice cold and determined. The atmosphere grew heavy with an eerie silence, as if the very fabric of reality trembled in anticipation of the impending battle. As the meeting that was meant to unite the four guilds against a singular enemy now seemed like a gathering of lambs, unaware of the predator lurking in the shadows. After all, the stage was set, and the final act was about to begin. The question now was, were any of them ready for what was to come? Only time would tell. Chapter 136, Chapter 125, Shattered Past. Unique sexy offer, from Sexy Corn trying to get some rising stones. If we reach top 3, I'll post 3 chapters. No waiting period, nothing. This offer is limited to this week. Corn awaits thy stones. Adam C. POV. After a short debriefing with Ichiya, who explained the situation with the help of the Trimans in detail, we embarked on our quest. Destroying Nirvana. Though, if I had to be honest, I wasn't very interested in that. I had a goal of my own to accomplish today. Gildarts alone was more than enough to deal with the Nirvana situation. Laxus was more than enough. I knew the only reason the Master had sent them was to keep me grounded. I appreciated the sentiment. I knew they cared. I knew, because I cared. I just needed to do this, more than anything else right now. It wasn't that hate was consuming me, it was that I needed this closure, I needed Zero to disappear from my life. I needed my vengeance. At one point of my life, all I ever wanted was to have my revenge. That point of my life was behind me now. Now, I wanted vengeance. There was a subtle difference between the two. Revenge is an act of passion, vengeance of justice. Injuries are revenged, crimes are avenged. Kid, are you sure you want to do this alone? Gildarts asked, interrupting my thoughts. I turned to him. I do. Besides, you're here to knock some sense into me if I get too edgy, right? Gildart's face lit up with a warm, full-bodied laugh as his eyes glinted. Of course, kiddo. That's what dads are for. He beamed proudly. I nodded and turned to leave, but Laxus stepped in front of me. I'm coming with you, he said firmly. I looked at him. Laxus, I appreciate the offer, but I want to do this alone. Laxus's face hardened as he crossed his arms, his face breaking into a small grin. I know, I'm just going to make sure nobody tries to intervene with you and Zero. They might need you to destroy Nirvana, I replied. Laxus snorted. Don't fucking patronize me, you know very well that guild arts alone is more than enough, you know very well that Gramps sent us just to make sure you could do what you had to do uninterrupted. Had he sent you alone, the Alliance would have slowed you down. I know, I am awesome, guild arts nodded. I chuckled. He was right on more than one level. If I had come to this mission alone, the Alliance would have become a liability, limiting my range of action. The fact that Urza, Laxus, and guild arts were here made it possible for me to be a little selfish, because I knew everyone would be okay without me. Very well, I replied, finding no reason to deny his request to accompany me. As long as I got to fight Zero alone, I was completely fine with any arrangement. Third person. POV. Mission at hand, Adam raced forward, hurtling across the forest like an unstoppable comet making his towards Oration Cease, leaving the allies who had gathered with the singular purpose of destroying Oration Cease and Nirvana shocked as his power reverberated across the entire place like a force of nature, for miles and miles beyond their reach. At the same time, a few miles away, Zero could be seen, perched atop a massive boulder, sensing the oncoming storm of power that was quickly making its way towards his location. Feeling this, he turned slowly, a glint of recognition sparking in his eyes. So, he finally comes, Zero muttered. The corners of his lips curled upward, revealing a sinister smile. This was the confrontation he had been yearning for, an opportunity to mend his mistake. Suddenly, Adam slams into the ground behind Zero, his landing accompanied by a resounding impact that reverberated through the surroundings, cracking the earth open. The force of his descent leaving a small crater in its wake, as the earth trembled in submission. Adam stood tall, an imposing figure that radiated an aura of controlled fury. It's been a few years, Zero, Adam spoke with a voice laced with the weight of their history. His words hung in the air, charged with memories of his time in the tower, their history. Zero's grin widened. His piercing gaze met Adam's, a challenge unspoken but understood between them. However, before any of the two could make a single move, the members of Oration Cease, Cobra, Midnight, Angel, Racer, and Hotai dropped down on Adam from all angles. With Racer mocking Adam by saying, "You truly think you can take on all of us alone, boy? Your arrogance will be your downfall. You're not fast enough to deal with us." Adam's response was calm, his face showing no concern for their presence. "They are all yours, Laxus." In an instant, the air became charged with an otherworldly energy, as Laxus descended on them from the heavens with a blinding explosion of lightning, engulfing each of them in a maelstrom of raw power before blasting them away. "I'll be your opponent, freaks," Laxus bellowed, between crossed arms. Adam C. POV. The ground beneath my boots feels both solid and fleeting, like the whispered echo of 1,000 memories. Each step resonated with the weight of vengeance that has accumulated over the years. I was finally here. I was finally here. Leaving Laxus to deal with the trash, I made my advance, one step at a time, my eyes on Zero, noticing the smugness in his grin, the same wicked grin I remembered. He had that same vile smirk that had haunted my dreams, that had been the ghost at the back of my eyelids, the embodiment of every nightmare, every tear, every helpless scream. The object of my undying hate. I chuckled dryly. The air felt pregnant with anticipation as a single crow took off in the distance, its wings beating against the deafening silence that had fallen over the room. Taking a deep breath, my right hand reaches out and grips the hilt of my blade. I could feel Zanryuzuki vibrating, barely containing herself. Begging me, demanding me to cut him, over and over again, until there's nothing left to cut, until there's nothing left of him. Smiling at the thought, I draw my Zanpakuto out. The metallic rasp tearing through the air, singing a dirge of retribution. The world just melts away, it's just me, him, and this moment, this single fragment of eternity. It's been a while, slave, but it seems our time apart has led you to believe you are something you're not, so allow me to fix that. Zero spat, his voice dripping with contempt. Ah, the sweet, misguided confidence of an ant believing it can topple a giant. I will enjoy this more than I will ever care to admit, I replied, holding my blade out, pointing its unforgiving edge at him. Zero laughed, his voice echoing in the empty room. Oh, you always did have a way with words. But let's see if you can back it up. With that, he charged at me, releasing a series of energy beams in my direction. I sidestepped his attack with ease, swinging my blade in a wide arc towards his torso. He managed to dodge it, but just barely, and in doing so, left himself open for a split second. I took the opportunity and blasted him with Hado No. 1 show, sending him flying across the room and crashing into a wall. He hadn't gotten any stronger since the last time I saw him. My ability to kill him was never in question, but now it has become painfully evident that I could end him in a single strike if I wanted to, but the thing is, I don't want that, not yet. He needs to suffer a bit before he gets such mercy. Blame only yourself, for what is to come, Zero, I said, walking towards him. I would enjoy every moment of this. Perhaps this was wrong. But I couldn't care less if it was. I had earned this, every moment of this, I had paid in blood. Chapter 137, Chapter 126, 0. Unique sexy offer, from Sexy Corn trying to get some rising stones. If we reach top 3, I'll post 3 chapters. No waiting period, nothing. This offer is limited to this week. Corn awaits thy stones. Third person. POV. The forest was filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the faint flickering of Lax's fighting with Oration Cease in the distance. Adam stood motionless, his eyes colder than the icy air that whistled through the trees. His jaw was set and determined, but deep within his gaze was a quiet storm of revenge brewing in anticipation of finally confronting the Zero. The men who had cruelly tortured and tormented him during his time confined in the dreaded Tower of Heaven. Adam had changed since those days. His body had grown stronger, honed through countless battles and trials. He had faced adversity head-on and emerged victorious more times than he could count, fueled by his unyielding determination to protect those he cared about. Now, the time had come to confront his past, to take what was due and bring justice to the one who had haunted his nightmares. Zero stood tall, a smug grin etched across his face, showing that despite the passing of time, he hadn't changed a bit. His arrogance oozed from every pore as he taunted Adam, reveling in the prospect of killing him. Not bad for my old plaything, he sneered. You've gotten stronger, but do you honestly believe you stand a chance against me now? Adam chuckled softly, a cold smirk playing across his lips. You haven't changed at all, good, he replied, his voice dripping with contempt. Not that changing would have mattered, your life entered the timer the moment you crossed me. Zero's expression twisted into a scowl. But in case you are misinterpreting the situation, allow me to clarify, Adam continued, his tone as frigid as the air around them. This is not a fight, this is an execution. You're not leaving this forest alive. Zero let out a mocking laugh, his voice echoing through the forest. An execution, you say? How amusing. Have you forgotten, my little pet, that I know your weaknesses better than anyone else? I know the depths of your fears, your darkest secrets. Prepare to relive them all over again. Without warning, Zero lunged forward, a blur of motion as he unleashed an unrelenting barrage of magical blasts, each one stronger than the last. Is that all? Adam asked, blocking each attack with ease. Zero grinned at this, opening his mouth, firing a powerful mouth blast directly at Adam, which Adam slapped away with the back of his hand. Impressive, it seems this might be fun after all. I don't think you fully understood your position, Adam said, his eyes narrowing as he stepped forward, his feet sinking into the soft forest earth beneath him. But soon you will. Will I? Zero retorted, again wearing a honeyed look. In a fit of cold rage, Adam grabbed Zero by the hair and smashed his head into the ground with enough force to create a seismic shock that expanded outwards like a wave. Normally, Adam was one to allow his opponent some air to breathe, it made his fights better, but this wasn't a fight for him. So, there was no holding back, there was no calm approach, there was only making Zero suffer until he gave all hope. Coughing, Zero managed to stand, his face bleeding. There's the potential I knew you had all those years ago. He offered a sadistic laugh, brushing some of the blood off his face with his arm. You should have killed me the moment you saw that potential, Adam replied, kicking Zero away into a mountain nearby with enough force to create a small shockwave. Laxus Dreyer POV. Oration Cease had been as much of a disappointment as I had expected. I can hear you. Cobra hissed, struggling to stand up. Good, I replied, crossing my arms. What good does it do to be able to hear your enemy's every move, if you can't react to any of them? Midnight panted. My magic, it's not working on him. It's not that it wasn't working, it was that I was so much stronger than him that it was all a matter of overpowering his magic to nullify its effects. He's too fast, Racer muttered, his voice strained. We can't lose like this. Angel added, gritting her teeth. I scoffed. You don't have a say in the matter. I rarely got involved when it came to my missions, at least, emotionally speaking, my targets were always that, targets, objectives to accomplish to complete the mission, nothing less, nothing more. But them. I utterly despised them. And it wasn't because of their actions as a dark guild, but because of their blatant hypocrisy. They wanted to change the world, because they had suffered, and in order to do that, they had become the very thing that had taken everything from them. It was pathetic. Is that all? I said, cracking my knuckles. Your friend won't win, Angel chuckled dryly, glaring at me. You might defeat us, but by the time you do, Zero will have already killed Adam. It seems the damage they had taken during our little fight was driving them into delusions. Cobra chuckled. Delusions, you say? He paused, his chuckles turning into a full laugh. Zero knows Adam is stronger than him, that's why he made some preparations. No matter how much he prepared for, he's still underprepared, I replied, taking a step forward, as my lightning crackled louder and danced across my frame, ready to end this. I didn't even need my full strength to deal with them. I had humored them long enough, now it was time to swat away these flies. Realizing the change in my aura, Midnight made the first move, trying to twist my body with his magic. But like always, I didn't bother to dodge. The difference between us was so big, his magic fizzled out before it could fully reach me. Lightning Dragon's Nova Strike, I growled, moving forward in the blink of an eye as my body transformed into energy, unleashing a massive burst of lightning that electrocuted them, rendering them immobile. Now, all I had to do was wait for Adam to finish toying with Zero. And considering how Adam's energy felt from afar, well, it shouldn't be long. Third-person POV. Adam versus Zero. After a brief but intense silence between the two, Zero and Adam charged one another. Their auras flaring bright, as their hands interlocked, pushing against one another. However, despite putting his all, Zero felt himself being pushed back as sweat began to run down his face, all while Adam remained stoic, easily keeping up his effort. This realization provoked Zero to channel all his remaining strength, to gain some ground, but rather than pushing Adam, his own legs only sank deeper into the ground. Adam wasn't even using his blade, the medium from which his magic revolved around, and Zero was being overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth and snarled when the pain hit him as Adam tightened his grip, snapping the bones in Zero's fingers. Staggering, he tried a kick to get free, which was easily avoided, as Adam kicked him away, as if he was nothing more than trash. Landing on his feet, Zero shook his hands in the air with an angry sigh, waving away the stinging pain before once again rushing at his foe. This time he tried high-speed burst attacks, using his dark magic to unleash a series of powerful blows from all sides, trying to overwhelm Adam. However, without even looking, Adam managed to block each one with a disconcerting amount of ease. I never imagined he would become this strong. Zero mused inwardly. It doesn't matter, all I have to do is wait, and keep him entertained long enough for Jalal to do his thing. Still standing completely still, and tired of Zero's pathetic efforts, Adam landed a clean backhand slap in his face with enough force to send him flying backwards, going through several trees as if they were made of paper. A trail of blood followed as Zero fell through the air. Stunned and staggered, now on hands and knees, Zero turned back angrily towards Adam. Time to end this, Zero, Adam spat. Is that so? But we haven't even started yet, slave, Zero paused, wiping a stream of blood from the corner of his lip. With those words, Zero suddenly exploded with power as an aura of uncontrollable energy surrounded him. However, in response Adam merely sighed in disdain, releasing his shuriken. Judge all things in this universe, Zanryuzuki. Adam had wanted to savor this moment, but the truth was, he was sick and tired of dealing with this and wanted to finish it quickly. Laughing like a maniac, Zero moved faster than ever before, launching a powerful uppercut at Adam, which was dodged easily, as Adam moved his blade forward, cutting Zero in the chest. Paying his wounds no heed, Zero continued his advance, following up with a series of precise strikes that carried enough magic power to destroy towns with ease. However, Adam continued to block every attack, as if it was nothing. Zero knew he had no chance of winning, so he was relying on a trap he had set, and for that he needed time. Unfortunately for him, Adam had grown tired of him. Taking a step forward, Adam blurred out of Zero's sight, reappearing behind him with his blade raised high and a look of indifference, releasing the full might of his power. Zero's reaction time was so slow in comparison he could barely turn around, paralyzed by the overwhelming power. He knew right there without a doubt that he was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, his vision wavered, splitting into two diverging perspectives, as he realizes, he has failed once more, thinking that Adam was right. He should have killed him when he had the chance. Rot in hell, Zero. Chapter 138, Chapter 127, Dolls. Unique sexy offer, from Sexy Corn trying to get some rising stones. If we reach top 3, I'll post 3 chapters. No waiting period, nothing. This offer is limited to this week. Corn awaits thy stones. Adam C. POV. Blood still warm on my blade, I stand over the lifeless form of Zero, the man who had at one point haunted my days, casting his shadow into the world. His once imposing figure was now nothing more than a crumpled heap, cut in half. I had finally done it. I had finally killed him. His breaths had finally ceased, and the twisted smirk that had adorned his face for as long as I've known him was now frozen in a perpetual mask of shock. The final blow had ended his life, had been swift, just as I had imagined 1,000 times in my dreams. For years, the burden of his existence had weighed heavy on my shoulders, on my mind. But as I stand here, staring at his lifeless form, at my handiwork, my blade dripping with his blood, I felt nothing. There was no triumphant roar in my chest, no relief washing over me like the crashing waves of the sea. There was only a hollow space where I expected something else. I imagined this moment 1,000 times, I said aloud, my voice strangely calm, and devoid of any emotion. But I never imagined that I would feel nothing. What did I expect to feel? Anger. I had been angry for years. Enraged at his very existence. And yet, I feel nothing. Relief. Surely, I would feel relieved to be finally free of his shadow. But there is no relief either. I felt like I should be happy. After all, I had taken his life. But even that emotion eluded me. As I stood there, contemplating my lack of emotions, I became aware of multiple presences behind me. I hope you don't think you've won, a familiar voice declared with a perverse glee. It can't be. I turned around to see the man I had killed, clad leathery garb, his long hair pulled back in a ponytail. He stood in a predatory crouch, his face twisted into a grimace. Zero. But, how? I had killed him. Had I killed a fake? No, that wasn't the case. I knew without a doubt my blade had cut the real deal, so, what in hell was happening? Surprised. Zero sneered, standing tall as he looked down on me. His eyes, once lifeless, now glowed with a malicious glee. But there was something different. An unnatural aura around him, a shimmering haze that was barely visible. It was unsettling. You're dead. I managed to get the words out, still processing the scene in front of me. I am, and at the same time, I'm not, Zero agreed, his smirk widening. Did you really think it would be that easy? His laughter filled the air, the echo bouncing off the surrounding trees. I tightened my grip on my blade, my eyes never leaving his figure. How? I asked, glaring at him as my rage resurfaced once more. He shrugged, an eerie grace in his movements. Magic. Science. The line between them is thin. You maggots are so sure of your own mortality, always so shocked when it's proven otherwise. His words hung heavy in the air. This was something I had not anticipated. But then again, Zero was always one for theatrics. Doesn't matter. I finally found my voice, stern, unwavering. I'll just kill you as many times as it takes. Zero laughed, a humorless sound that did nothing to ease the tension. You've got spirit, I'll give you that, my little slave. However. Suddenly, as if the shadows of the forest themselves were giving birth to more horrors, more figures stepped out of the shadows into the light. All of them, the same person. Zero, clad in the same leathery garb, with the same malicious smirks on their faces. Each one felt exactly like the next, like the Zero I knew. Their power. Their appearance. Everything was the same. Or at least felt the same. Meet my army, the true power behind Oration Cease. The first Zero spoke with a flourish, a legion of one, a legion born for greatness. I clenched my teeth. The army of duplicates sneered at me, their chilling laughter blending into a horrifying symphony. I could feel at least 100 of them, all around me, surrounding me from every angle. I chuckled darkly. It infuriated me he was still alive, but in the end, it didn't change a thing. 1 or 1,000,000, it didn't change a damn fucking thing. After all, it doesn't matter the number of flies that try to crash into the sun, they will all get burned. So, what you're saying is, that I have to kill you a few hundred times to get the job done. I said, staring at them as a dark smile spread across my face. Well, I'll be damned, my birthday came early this year. As cocky as always, Zero scoffed, grinning at me. But I'll admit, I enjoy your bravado. Makes this game of us all the more entertaining. At his words, the army of clones spread out in a semicircle, each maintaining a sneering grin. Caging me inside as I stood in the center. Then, without any warning, they attacked. Using their darkness magic to unleash a barrage of beams in my direction. Calmly, I swung my blade, putting enough power in my swing to shatter their combined attack before blurring out of sight, striking a few of them down, cutting their heads off. I chuckled, realizing what Zero had done as the bodies I had cut down turned into dust, leaving only a string of white hair behind. Dolls. I was fighting hundreds of dolls, all as powerful as the real deal. All created in his image. I had killed the real one. And this was his last resort to torment me, an army of one. I felt the laughter bursting from within me, and I couldn't contain it. As my chuckles echoed through the forest, the clones paused, their confusion written on their faces as they stared at me. He really thought he could kill me alone. I chuckled, taking a moment to recover my breath. He could have had a chance to survive for a bit longer if he had used all of you, but I guess defeat wasn't a possibility in his mind, was it? Going insane so soon? Zero, or at least one of them, chuckled with twisted glee. Or are you too stupid to comprehend? I'm not dead, I am beyond such bindings. I shook with laughter, head thrown back, and and mouth open wide. "Oh, but you are. None of you have a soul," he did, as surprising as that is. Before any of them could reply, I moved forward, cutting through several lines of clones, dismembering each and every single one of them with a single strike in an effortless manner. "Do your best, little dolls," I taunted, cracking my neck to the side. "I'll enjoy killing you all, it will be therapeutic." Gildarts Clive. POV. Somewhere deep in the forest, I sensed the unnerving surge of dark magic, a prickling sensation like an icy hand brushing against the back of my head. "Adam," I muttered, my eyes narrowing in concern. The presences seemed to be converging all around him, surrounding him. A part of me wanted to rush to my son's aid. But at the same time, I knew how strong he was a Clive after all, so I trusted him, trusted his strength, his resolve. He was no longer the little boy who used to hide behind his emotions, behind his hate. He was a man. A powerful mage in his own right. Besides, I had my own problems to handle, like Nirvana and Jalal. "Gildarts Clive," Jalal's voice echoed in my ears. "We finally met." "It seems you want a generational beatdown," I replied, cracking a grin. "First my son, now me, who's next?" "My daughter." Jalal's cold, piercing eyes bore into me. There was a sinister air about him, an aura that screamed, "I need therapy." "Take a picture, it'll last longer," I said, letting out a yawn. "You don't seem to understand, Gildarts," Jalal sneered. "Your brute mind might not comprehend the situation, but allow me to help you. This isn't a simple contest of strength. I can't lose, I am a harbinger of a new era." "Harbinger of a new era?" Fuck, kids nowadays sure are depressing as fuck. "Well said, Jalal," a new voice spoke up from behind Jalal, a voice I didn't recognize at first, but as the person in question came into view, I instantly recognized him. Zero. The man that had tortured my boy. Or a clone of him at the very least. "Are you ready to witness the beginning of a new era?" Zero asked, as more figures stepped out of the shadows into the light. More clones. More zeros. I chuckled. "It seems your imminent demise has made you lose your mind," Jalal said, scowling. "Oh, no, it's not that, I'm sorry, it's just. I'm very glad this happened," I replied, as my power broke free, bending the earth around me under an unfathomable amount of magical pressure. "It means I get to kill the men who tormented my boy, well, the copies of the bastard. But beggars can't be choosers, am I right? I'll admit. I am about to enjoy this shit more than I should. Bring it on." I roared, challenging the army of fakes, and Jalal to do their worst before I crushed them down. Chapter 139, Chapter 128, Fakes. Auto-posting didn't work. If we reach top 5 I'll post another chapter. Adam C. POV. The earth beneath my boots trembled with a silent whisper under my power as I stood alone amidst the once vibrant forest, now nothing more than a charred terrain. The scent of burnt pine and dry earth engulfs me, mingling with the metallic tang of freshly spilled blood that clung to the blade in my hand. I let out a weary sigh as I surveyed the field before me. Hundreds upon hundreds of clones lie scattered on the forest floor. Every face is the same, Zero's face, twisted in rage, eyes aflame, waiting for their bodies to turn into dust, leaving nothing but a single strand of hair from the head of the man I had killed. At first, I had enjoyed the opportunity of tearing Zero apart again. But it soon became boring, nothing more than a mind-numbing task I had to complete. And the reason for that was pretty simple. They weren't Zero, not really, not where it mattered. Killing them felt empty, even more so than it had felt with the original. Pushing my thoughts aside for the moment, I watch as the clones wither away like dying embers, turning into dust that danced through the air in a haunting ballet, leaving just a piece of hair behind. As I stared at them, my eyes were cold and empty, as still as the depths of a frozen lake. "Go on, I'm waiting. You truly are one of my most wonderful creations, Maggot," Zero's voice boomed from behind me. "But do not be so quick to think you have defeated me." Slowly, I turned around, the grip of my blade tightening. "Me? One of your creations? Don't flatter yourself." Zero chuckled, his voice echoing throughout the forest as more fakes appeared. "Oh, but you are. Without me, you wouldn't exist, your hate for me is the reason you stand here today." "That's almost funny," I replied, before taking a step forward, vanishing out of sight, reappearing behind the unsuspecting fake, my blade poised and gleaming. "You should have considered a career in comedy, it would have saved you the trouble." "Foolish mag dash," the fake began, but his words were cut short as his body started breaking apart, multiple cuts appearing all around him. "Let's get this over with," I said, turning around to face the other copies. I would kill them all, putting to an end everything Zero built once and for all. Urza Scarlet. POV. The wind carried echoes of many battles as everyone fought with all their might to defeat the enemy that had dared to get in our path. Bleeding and tired, I brandished my blade against the onslaught of clones that had appeared out of nowhere. My armor, once glistening, was now broken, marred with the ashes of the forest. My senses were being pushed to the limit as these abominations continued with their relentless assault, each strike being more than enough to bring a slight tremor in my arms. A nagging reminder of the endurance needed in this battle. Through the chaotic maelstrom I found myself in, I could feel the power of Adam and Gildarts in the distance. I could feel the earth shattering and quaking under their might, each one fighting a storm of Zero's clones, of fakes. It's an awe-inspiring sensation. The sheer number of clones they were handling made my own skirmish seem like a mere trickle against a tidal wave. I still had a long way to go. Is this all, little Scarlet? Zero asked, his tone mocking me. Suddenly, my heart feels lighter, and my blade steadier. I draw from the reservoir of energy that almost seemed dry moments ago. You think this will make me falter? I roared, as my armor shifted through countless armaments in mere seconds, a kaleidoscope of gleaming steel and resolute purpose, before landing on the armor I wanted. As I cut through the clones, I imagined my comrades beside me, their spirits lending me strength. Adam's unwavering resolve, Natsu's fiery spirit, Lucy's unyielding hope, and Gray's fierce determination. For all who have suffered because of you, I will prevail. I am Urza Scarlet, Titania of Fairy Tale, and for my family, for my friends, and everyone I love, nothing will break my resolve. I will not falter, I will not wane. And if needed, I will be the blazing beacon that pushes back the shadows. Jalal Fernandez. POV. The cool forest air brushed against my face as I raced silently through the dense foliage, following one of Zero's clones. At the distance, the echoes of everyone's battle reached me, more specifically, Urza's battle. I would have liked to deal with her by myself, but right now there's something else I need to attend to. A glimmer of a plan, a whisper of opportunity. My army will keep them occupied long enough for us to activate Nirvana, Zero chuckled, his eyes beaming with twisted delight. I had read about Nirvana during my time at the tower. An ancient, mythical power that was deemed too dangerous to be wielded. A creation of the ancient wizards who possessed magic, the likes of which have not been seen since their time. The kind of power that can either bring light or cast the world into darkness. We have arrived, Zero said, his voice breaking me from my thoughts. I looked up to see a towering mountain in front of us, runes etched into its surface, protecting the place from being detected. It seemed like Zero had planned for every possible scenario but his own demise. Silently, we delved deeper into the mountain, entering a cave hidden behind a concealing spell. Zero, ahead of me, didn't miss a beat. The same confident, twisted grin he always wore was more pronounced than ever, the promise of the imminent realization of his grand scheme making his eyes glint with a vicious excitement. Over here, he motioned me towards a large, dark chamber. We stood in front of a massive, mechanical apparatus that hummed with magical energy. It was monstrous and complex, filled with tubes, switches, and glowing crystal shards. An impressive feat of magical engineering. In the heart of the machine, a glass cylinder pulsed with ominous, cyan light. Within it, I saw what looked like the shadowy form of Zero. The clones. It was here where Zero was producing the dolls. This is the result of my tireless effort, Zero gloated, sweeping an arm to indicate the clones gestating in the machine. Using the materials left by the first, we are able to create an army of around 100,000 soldiers that share our righteous sight. The clones wouldn't stop Fairy Tale for long, but their number advantage would keep them occupied long enough for Zero to do what he had set out to do. He turned to me then, the light from the machine reflecting in his eyes. He looked more menacing than ever. And with your help, Jalal, this will all be possible. I smiled, approaching the machine slowly, my eyes fixated on the dolls being made within the glass cylinder. Their bodies ethereal and insubstantial, waiting for the piece of Zero that would give them life. I reached out to touch the glass, feeling the warmth emanating from the machine. Come Jalal, Zero urged me, his voice laced with excitement. Let's bring Nirvana into this world. My plan had worked. Now, it was time to see it through. My lips curled into a faint tired smile as I raised my arms and focused my energy on the machine, releasing a beam of yellow light that tore through the apparatus, engulfing the entire thing before tearing it apart until nothing remained. What have you done? Zero roared, his eyes widening in anger and disbelief. I have done what I had to, I said calmly, my arms still raised. I cannot let you succeed, Zero. You blind fool. Zero spat, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Do you not understand the magnitude of what you've done? Of what we could have accomplished together? I lowered my arms, preparing myself for the confrontation that was sure to come. I've been blind, Zero, this doesn't feel like that. They healed your mind, Zero growled, his eyes narrowing as he took a step toward me. They did. But that didn't wash away the sins I had committed. Nothing would. Not now, not ever. But this would be a start. I will stop you, Zero, I said firmly, my voice unwavering as my body erupted in the aura of my heavenly body magic. I will do whatever it takes to make sure your plans never come to fruition. Zero rolled his eyes and scoffed at Jalal, the corners of his lips lifting in a sarcastic grin. Playing the hero now, he asked mockingly, gesturing over to me. You should know better by now that your hands can never be clean enough for that role. Chapter 140, Chapter 129, Breaking an Army. If we reach top 4, I'll post another chap. Jalal Fernandez. POV. Nothing would ever clean my hands for my mistakes. Not now, not ever. But this would be a start. I will stop you, Zero, I said firmly, my voice unwavering as my body erupted in the aura of my heavenly body magic. I will do whatever it takes to make sure your plans never come to fruition. Zero rolled his eyes and scoffed at Jalal, the corners of his lips lifting in a sarcastic grin. Playing the hero now, he asked mockingly, gesturing to Jalal's blood-stained hands. You should know better by now that your hands can never be clean enough for that role. Before I could retort, Zero's eyes darkened ominously, and he swiftly raised his arms. The room around us twisted and turned, the darkness growing with each passing second, swallowing everything, replacing every sensation with a chilling nothingness until there was nothing but Zero, at its center, as the only visible entity. Wasting no time, I channeled my magic, forming a cluster of golden meteors around my body. Cassiopeia. With a swift gesture, I sent the golden meteors hurling towards Zero. Zero dodged as my attack collided with the ground, laughing as if this were a mere game. You should have thought this through, Jalal, remember, I am not alone. At this, his figure flickered, and suddenly, he wasn't alone. 5 more clones had emerged from the darkness he had summoned. The clones were weaker than the original, but not enough to make dealing with them an easy endeavor. Alone, they were weak; together, their collective magic was immense, overwhelming. Cygnus! I shouted as I raised my hands, forming a powerful barrier around myself before immediately expanding the barrier outwards. Dark Nightmare, the clones shouted in one voice, unleashing a heavy wave of darkness towards me, their combined magic crackling with an intense energy. The wave hit my barrier with a loud thud, and I struggled to keep it up under the immense pressure of their magic. But as I held on with all my strength, I noticed a small crack starting to form in the barrier. If this continued, I was going to lose. With a fierce cry, I pushed beyond my limits, strengthening my shield, putting everything I had in the barrier. However, it wasn't long before my shield shattered, and the wave of dark magic slammed into me, sending me sprawling backward, blasting me out of the mountain. Groaning, I picked myself up, struggling to keep my balance as my body screamed in protest, blood dripping into the ground. Pain flared through every muscle, every nerve. You should have done what you were told, Jalal, one of the clones said, as the others flanked him, a triumphant smile on each of their faces. Did you really think you had a chance? We taught you everything you know, maggot. He was right. Not only was I nowhere near my full power, but Zero knew my every move. I had no chance of winning. Not that it mattered, I had already accomplished what I had set out to do, I had managed to weaken Zero's plans, now it was my time to die, to atone. So, if I was to die, then I would die helping those I have hurt. Drawing a deep breath, I began channeling my magic. You're right, I said, taking a shaky step forward. Which is why you shouldn't have cornered me. At this, I brought both of my hands to my chest, activating one of the strongest spells Zero had taught me. Square of Self-Destruction. That's your last resort. The clones laughed as they saw the spell sequence form around me, the energy swirling and crackling. I will take everything down with me, I replied, knowing that even if he killed me, the Square of Self-Destruction would still detonate, seeing that without the cancellation code, this was a spell that cannot be stopped. Chuckling at my reply, one of the clones' hands shot out, touching me on the shoulder. And suddenly, my spell halted, before breaking down completely, the energy behind the spell dissipating as if it was never there. I looked up in shock, my eyes wide as I met Zero's menacing gaze. Did you think I didn't know how to counter my own spell? Zero taunted, the clone still touching my shoulder. I had failed. Once more, I had failed. I couldn't even die properly. This was it. The end. Miliana. Simon. Wally. Sho. Adam. Urza. I'm sorry for everything I've done. But before despair could consume me, the air around me rippled and a figure landed in front of me, cracking the earth open, creating a cloud of dust and debris that made it difficult to see. Despite that, however, the clones' eyes widened in horror, each one taking a step back before their heads wobbled, teetering precariously before dropping off with a heavy thud onto the cold, hard ground. You don't get to kill yourself, pal. That voice, this power. I knew them well. Adam, I muttered in shock. He gave me a small smile, his eyes softening at the sight of me. I'm glad to see you're out of your villain phase. There was no anger in his voice. How could he not hate me after all I've done? Without another word, Adam turned to face clones of Zero that had appeared, his expression hardening. And as for you, Zero, this has gone long enough. Adam C. POV. It hadn't taken me long to figure out something or someone was producing the army of clones everyone had been fighting. So, once I figured that out, it was all a matter of finding the source, in order to tear it apart. Unfortunately for me, and everyone dealing with this, locating the source of this infestation wasn't so easy to accomplish. Zero had planned for this, or at least I assumed he had, considering I couldn't feel a thing whenever I focused on sensing magical anomalies around me. Unfortunately for Zero, however, was that he hadn't accounted for one thing. Jalal betraying his sociopathic ass. I'll be honest, I hadn't considered the possibility of Jalal betraying him, or that he would even be here to begin with. In fact, my plan B if locating the source didn't work out, was destroying the entire forest. After all, you can't hide if there's nowhere to hide. Luckily, Jalal had saved me the trouble of evacuating everyone. His presence had narrowed my search down a lot, making it easier to find the source I had been looking for. That being said, Jalal had dealt with the source just as soon as I had located it, confirming my suspicions that he was finally free of the brainwashing they had done on him. Which is why I had gone out of my way to save him when it had become painfully clear that he was about to die. Adam, forget me, you have to stop Nirvana, Jalal urged, coughing up blood as he held onto a nearby tree for support. Gildart's working on that, I replied, having no doubts Gildarts would deal with the situation without any complications. You don't understand if Zero Manig dash, Jalal began, but before he could finish his sentence, I was shushing him down. Leave your martyr agenda for another day, I said, before knocking him out of commission, creating a keto barrier around him to keep him safe. After all, I had a mountain infested with maggots that needed to be burned down. And it just happened I was happy to oblige. Chapter 141, Chapter 130, Unknown Danger. If we reach top 4, I'll post another chap. Third person. POV. Unknown location. In an unknown location, a castle loomed on a craggy mountain, its ancient stones weathered by time and scarred by countless battles. Torches flickered from the walls, casting a gloomy illumination, while the night held its brooding presence around the castle like a shroud of despair. Inside, there were a few individuals. One of them, a woman with many goals. Celine, her figure silhouetted against the moonlit corridors, glided through the maze-like castle, her robes trailing behind her like waves of shadow. Her eyes, aglow with a cold, unyielding fire, stared ahead, her mind seething with thoughts of power and control. A subordinate, dwarfed by her towering stature, scuttled behind her. He shivered, not from the cold stone underfoot but from the chilling aura of his mistress. He had borne witness to the terrible cost of displeasing Celine, the punishments she meted out were brutal, and they left scars that couldn't be seen. At the end of a dim-lit corridor, Celine paused, her icy gaze turning to her subordinate. Her voice, when it came, was a haunting whisper that reverberated in the silence, filling the air with a sense of impending doom. It seems it's finally time to see that man again, she declared. Her lips twisted into a smile, a terrifying spectacle that promised nothing but misery. My sweet enigma, Adam. The subordinate gulped, his breath hitching at the mention of Adam. He bowed low, trying to suppress the tremor in his voice. As you wish, my lady. Celine turned away, her silhouette blending with the darkness, and the light the moon casted on her. He has grown much in the years since I last saw him, she mused, her tone laced with cruel anticipation. I just hope he has grown enough. His power, there's something unique about it. It intrigues me. I know it doesn't belong to this realm of existence, so I must locate the origin, and see what it is that sets him apart. As her words echoed in the cold, stark air of the castle, a sense of foreboding gripped the atmosphere. It was as though the castle itself held its breath, dreading what might happen when Celine finally set out to understand what Adam truly was. After all, some questions were better left unanswered. It's been a few hundred years since I've had this much fun, Celine smiled, as the darkness around them seemed to deepen, swallowing the torchlight until the castle was nothing but a silhouette against the backdrop of the night. Third person. POV. Alvarez Empire. In the depths of the Alvarez Empire, within a room shrouded by shadows and enigmatic energies, the air felt heavy, charged with the essence of ancient and powerful magic. The sunlight that dared to enter the chamber illuminated an eerie gathering. Irene Belzarian, the Scarlet Despair, stood tall and imposing with her scarlet hair cascading down her back, and her cold, calculating eyes fixed on the two figures in front of her. At the center of the room, Zerif Dragneel, the Black Wizard, clad in his enigmatic robe, his jet-black hair hanging loosely around his somber face. His eyes were pools of darkness, reflecting the centuries of solitude and sorrow that to this day burdened his soul. By his side stood August, the Magic King, with his long beard and stoic expression. The waves of wisdom, longing, and melancholy rolled off him like the oceans he had seen rise and fall through the ages. Irene's voice, like a velvet cloak of malice, sliced through the tense silence. Your Majesty, I believe it's time we pay that man a visit. Zerif's eyes widened for a moment before he chuckled softly, an almost inaudible whisper that carried the weight of countless lifetimes. Irene, August muttered. You mean Adam, Zeref murmured, his voice enveloped in amusement. His tired eyes bore into Irene's. Do as you please, but don't kill him. The time I gave him has yet to run out. Irene smiled at that. I would never dream of doing such a thing, Your Majesty. August, who had remained silent, shifted his gaze between the two. His voice, rich with age and power, resonated in the chamber. Every action has its consequences, and every thread in the tapestry is woven for a reason. Every time we had pushed the kid, he had gotten stronger. It might be best to leave him be, before he grows out of our hands. Irene's lips curled into a sinister smile as she turned away, her cape flowing behind her like a sea of blood. Wouldn't that be fun? As the chamber's doors closed behind her, Zeref and August were left in silence and contemplation. The room, dimly illuminated by the pale sunlight, seemed to grow darker, as if swallowing the shadows that danced on the walls. Outside, the winds howled through the ancient land, whispering secrets as old as time, and carrying the echoes of an uncertain future. After all, two dragonesses, paying a visit to the same men at the same time, was an event that could only bring forth utter chaos. Adam C. POV. After half an hour of dealing with clones of the men I hated, I finally stood atop the rubble of his plans, my boots sending small pebbles skittering down the mountain of debris that was once a towering peak in the base of Oration Cease. The dust from the shattered stone hung heavy in the air, as if trying to mute the enormity of what just occurred. Below, an army of clones lay scattered, each one slowly turning into dust, leaving strands of hair behind. At first, their numbers had seemed infinite, but once their production had been cut down, well, it was all a matter of time. Slipping my hand into my pocket, I pulled out my lacrimophone, the blue light illuminating my face as I tapped the screen, navigating through my contacts looking for Gildarts. The lacrimophone began to ring, the soft sound echoing in the emptiness around me until finally, the connection was made. Gildart's gruff voice came through, sounding a little breathless. Your handsome dad speaking, what can I do for you? Handsome no, don't focus on his stupidity, get to the point, Adam. I've finished on my side, how are things on your side? I asked, cutting straight to the chase. There was a short pause on the other end of the line, before Gildart spoke up again. Just wrapping things up here. A bunch of brainless clones appeared, putting up a mediocre fight, so, it wasn't nothing we could handle, you could almost say it took zero effort. Dad puns, great. What happened to Nirvana? I asked. Gildarts let out a low chuckle. It's gone. Once I saw the clones were just buying time to activate the thing, I just destroyed the entire shit. Ah, yes, the old Gildarts method. If something gets complicated, destroy it. He applies this technique to everything, enemies, doors, people, allies. Good, I replied, letting out a chuckle of my own. I will see how Urza and Laxus are doing, before regrouping. At that I hung up the phone, turning back to see Jalal still out cold inside my keto barrier. Smiling at the thought that seeing him back to normal would make Urza happy. I might not care for the guy too much, but I did care for Urza, and seeing her smile, a genuine smile would be worth it. Chapter 142, Chapter 131, The Hunters and the Prey. If we reach top 4, I'll post another chap. Adam C. POV. As the sun began its descent behind the tall trees, casting a golden hue across the forest, or what remained of it, I walked along the worn path, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath my boots echoing in the quiet serenity. The air was crisp, carrying with it the sweet scent of pine and the promise of a cool evening. This was my sanctuary, my escape from the chaos of the world. Finding a secluded spot, I leaned against a majestic oak, its sturdy branches reaching toward the sky. Its presence offered solace and comfort, grounding me in the moment. I let out a sigh, letting the weight of our recent victory sink in. The bastard that had plagued my life for far too long had finally been eliminated, giving window to a new chapter in my life. Just as I settled into the embrace of the tree, the familiar voices of Urza and Laxus reached my ears, accompanied by the soft rustle of leaves. They emerged from the shadows, their faces beaming with a mix of exhaustion and triumph, one more than the other. Urza's long, flowing crimson hair danced in the gentle breeze as she walked towards me, while Laxus' eyes sparkled with the usual fire of determination. There you are, Laxus called out. We've been looking for you. I smiled and patted the ground next to me, inviting them to take a seat. I needed a moment alone, but I'm glad you found me. They settled down, Urza taking a seat beside me, letting her head rest in my shoulder, and Laxus nestling himself in the grass. If I had to describe my relationship with them, I would say they were my only friends, true friends. The old men, Kana, Cornelia, Gildarts, and Mavis were family. Urza and Laxus were my friends, despite how little we interacted, or how much we didn't talk, they were always there for me in their own way. This wasn't to say I didn't consider the rest of the guild my friends, they were, I cared about each of them, after all, like Gramps would say, they were family. It was simply that I cared more about some of them than others. I can't believe it's finally over, Urza said, her voice raw with exhaustion. It felt like an eternity hanging over our shoulders, one that no longer exists. Laxus nodded, crossing his arms. But we did it. We finally put an end to it all, he said, a sense of pride filling his voice. I still felt empty about killing Zero, but like Urza had said, I felt lighter. It was hard to explain, but her words were the most accurate description if I had to say. I guess I just expected to be happy about the entire thing, not that I cared enough to think about it. So, Lax's eyes were fixed on the figure crumpled in the corner, slumped against a shimmering translucent keto barrier that I had summoned. His brows furrowed as he twisted his neck to look at me. Who's the guy? Oh right, Jalal. I had almost forgotten about the guy. That would be Jalal, I replied, gazing at the former wizard saint. Urza lifted her head from my shoulder, her expression softening as she gazed at Jalal with a mixture of sadness and compassion. How is he? I paused, trying to find the right words. Better. Urza smiled, understanding what I had tried to convey with that single word. I'm glad. Laxus grunted, so, what are we going to do with him? That's a good question. The council would probably incarcerate him again, brainwashed or not, he had done a lot of terrible things. That being said, he had assisted us in destroying Oration Cease, so that might cut some time from his sentence. I wasn't entirely sure. The council will pick him up, and put him back in his cell, I replied, letting out a sigh. His actions today saved us a lot of trouble, so they might be lenient with him. Urza's gaze remained fixed on Jalal, hopefully. As the peaceful silence settled around us, a soft rustling of leaves caught our attention. Wendy, the pint-sized dragon slayer, emerged from the foliage, her eyes scanning the area. She seemed hesitant, as if unsure of her every thought. Hey, Wendy, Urza called out, her voice warm and welcoming. We could really use your magic right now. I smiled at that. I knew what Urza was doing, trying to boost Wendy's self-esteem. We weren't that injured to require medical attention. Wendy's face lit up with a shy smile, and she hurried over to us. You can start with me, small fry, Laxus barked, without any bite to it. In fact, I could swear he was trying with all his might not to hug the little dragon slayer. Oh on it, Wendy beamed, her voice soft and caring. However, as Wendy rushed over to Laxus, her eyes locked onto Jalal's figure inside my barrier. Recognition flashed across her face, but there was something else in her eyes, a mixture of confusion, surprise and longing. I noticed Wendy's gaze lingering on Jalal, and a pang of concern shot through me. I knew that Jalal was a complicated figure for some, but especially for Wendy. She had a connection to him, or rather a version of him. Mistogen. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. Eventually coming to the conclusion that the best way to deal with this was by being straightforward. He's not the one you think, he just looks like it. Wendy's eyes widened at my words, and she shook her head as if to clear her thoughts. You understand. I'll be honest, I didn't expect her to react so well to that. It seems that while shy and socially awkward, she's smart enough to understand and read between the lines. What do you mean by that, Adam? Urza asked, her gaze flickering between Wendy and Jalal. I turned to her, giving her a look that said, I'll explain later. Urza nodded, turning her attention back to Wendy. I'll go after Laxus, if you don't mind. Wendy nodded, her gaze still lingering on Jalal before turning to Laxus. I sighed. This would be a complicated thing to explain. Third person. POV. 5 hours after the events of Oration Cease. The night was young, with the moon hanging like a crescent jewel in the sky. A gust of wind rustled through the dark forest that lay below the towering cliff, as shadows seemed to dance with the swaying trees. It was a night of mysteries, waiting to unfold. At the edge of the cliff, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, her silhouette ethereal in the moonlight. Her long flowing blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders, while her pink eyes were locked on something in the distance. Her skin was as pale as the moon, giving her a ghostly, yet alluring aura. This was one of the 5 dragon gods, Selene, the enchanting and enigmatic dragoness whose reputation was woven with tales of terror and the unknown. Below her, there was a small village in a flurry of activity. The villagers were preparing for an annual festival, and there was an air of joy and anticipation, most of it thanks to the visitors that came. Alas, they were oblivious to the predator above who was watching them with an insidious interest. Well, watching one of them, at least. Selene's eyes fixated on one of the village visitors, Adam. Her lips curled into a dark, twisted smile as her eyes narrowed. It's been a while, hasn't it? He has gotten quite strong, Selene whispered to herself, her voice like a soft hiss. How endearing, and how foolish. Selene's delicate fingers traced the air as if drawing invisible patterns that only she could comprehend, pondering whether or not to make her entrance at the village. Meanwhile, down in the village, the atmosphere was becoming livelier. People were laughing, singing, and sharing tales of yore. As Selene continued watching him, her pink eyes glinting, an unexpected rustling in the trees nearby caught her attention. She tilted her head and noticed someone else approaching her. Celine's twisted smile grew wider. Would you look at that? It seems my sweet Adam is quite the charmer, 2 ladies waiting in the night just for him. At this, she rose from her seated position, the air swirling around her as her hair billowed like golden waves. As the shadowy figure grew closer, Celine's ethereal gaze shifted from the lively village to the newcomer. Emerging from the shadows, with a piercing glare and an aura as dark as night, was Irene Belzerian. Irene's eyes narrowed, her crimson irises briefly scanning Celine's form as if trying to size up this mysterious figure. With a graceful but hauntingly silent step, she stood beside Celine, her gaze now looking down at the village. "What is your business here?" Irene asked, her voice a melody wrapped in poison. Celine's twisted smile softened into a sly, knowing grin. Her pink eyes sparkled like twin stars in the moonlight. "Merely watching the night unfold." "And you?" Irene's eyes flickered, barely masking the annoyance in them. "Watching is for the idle." "I am here for something that has been long denied me," she replied cryptically. Celine turned to fully face Irene, her golden locks dancing around her. The air grew heavy as the 2 formidable presences stood so close, both possessing powers that could sway the fate of the world. Unfortunately, for one of them, one outclassed the other by an unimaginable margin. "You seem familiar, yet strange. Who are you?" Irene inquired, her tone tinged with growing curiosity and a hint of caution. "Ah, I am but a humble admirer of the moon," Celine replied enigmatically, her voice now resembling a whispering breeze. "One who weaves dreams through its silver light." As the 2 women exchanged words, the moon seemed to resonate with Celine's aura, casting an even more entrancing glow over the scene. Irene's crimson eyes widened a fraction. "Celine," she murmured, as the realization struck her. Celine's enigmatic smile returned, "And you, Irene Belzerian, the mother of our slayers, the enchanting and sorrowful sorceress. How entangled the threads of fate are tonight." Irene's face remained stoic, she knew that making the wrong move now could end poorly. "What are your intentions here, Celine?" Celine's smile grew wider, revealing a hint of mischief. "Oh, nothing too nefarious, my dear Irene. I simply seek to understand what I cannot, in order to see how the fate of this world will be shaped by it, nothing more, nothing less." Irene's eyes narrowed, sensing that there was more to Celine's words than met the eye. "Belzerian always said you were one for games, Celine." Celine's grin turned into a playful pout. "So Belzerian used to talk bad about me, how mean of him." Chapter 143, Chapter 132, The Moon and the Sword. If we reach top 4, I'll post another chap. Adam C. POV. The crackling energy of the small village festival engulfed me. The air was alive with the scent of roasting meats and fresh-baked bread. Children danced through the streets to the beat of drums and the strum of lyres. I had only intended to pass through this village, but the festivities had drawn me in, that and the fact the mayor had decided to dedicate the festival to me, because he had recognized me as the newest wizard saint. A welcome change from the usual of being attacked, I thought. In one corner, an old woman with wisps of silver hair sold trinkets that she claimed could ward off evil spirits. On the other side, a burly blacksmith was drawing an eager crowd with his display of meticulously crafted swords and shields. So, seeing the rest of the group needed a rest, and Guildarts wanted to exploit my popularity to get some free booze, I decided to enjoy myself, taking a sip of the local brew, letting the lively atmosphere that had been dedicated to sweep me away. Unfortunately, without much of a warning, something changed in the air, something dangerous, something very dangerous. The party continued unabated, but to me, it felt muted, distant. I could sense something. No, someone. Actually, 2 someones. Their presence was faint, like a whisper. The feeling was so subtle that I wouldn't have noticed if it wasn't for the souls of those hiding their presence. They were trying to cloak themselves, but the sheer magnitude of their souls penetrated through their veils. Smiling, I continued bobbing my head to the music, but my thoughts raced. Fighting them wasn't an option. Whoever those 2 were, I had no doubts that together they would simply be too much for me to handle. Perhaps separately, but together, I had very little chance. Confrontation was simply not an option. I needed a plan. One that didn't involve fighting. Guildarts was the only one here that could help me if push came to shove, and even there I wasn't sure of how well we would do. It wasn't often I found myself face to face with these situations. One of them especially felt so fucking strong that I might even have to use my bank eye if I find myself without another option. Now that I think about it, that narrows the list of possible suspects down by a lot. Still, I had no way of knowing who I was dealing with without actually seeing them. "It's everything okay?" Laxus asked, noticing the tense expression on my face. He had an uncanny ability to see through my bullshit, it was honestly scary. I turned to him with a reassuring smile, "Yeah, everything's fine. Just thinking, nothing serious." I knew Laxus wouldn't buy my lie, but he didn't push further, instead choosing to take another sip of his drink, orange juice, before leaving. Taking a deep breath, I continued moving around the town, pretending to socialize as I analyzed the presences and their reactions, eventually confirming they were after me. I could feel their eyes on me, at least for most of the time, so it was safe to assume they were either here for me, or were just keeping an eye on me, deeming me the most dangerous individual, and as such, the one that needed the most monitoring. Either way, I was the center of their attention. That was good. I could work with that. If that was the case, and I was truly their target, it was all a matter of taking them as far away from the rest as possible. After that, well, I don't know. My entire objective right now was avoiding a possible confrontation in the town. This was way about Ursus and Laxus' reach. Brat, what's going on? Gildarts asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. I turned to him. Realizing what had happened, Laxus had told me. That fucking snitch. Unfortunately for me, Gildarts was my best chance of dealing with this. Gildarts, listen well, there's two people watching from above the mountain, and I have reason to believe they're not here for a friendly chat, I said, keeping a beaming smile on my face, pretending I was still partying. Gildarts' expression turned serious as he listened to me. How dangerous are we talking about? Dangerous enough we might die, I replied, my fake smile faltering a bit. Gildarts nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. All right then, let's get moving. If that's the case, we need to move any possible altercation out of the town. Laxus and Urza should be enough to evacuate should things go south. Evacuation. That was risky. Urza wasn't one to back down from a threat, and the same could be said about Laxus. In short, no one in the guild had any common sense. But considering things, this was the best option we had. Besides, if I wanted to go all out, I needed some space, so real space between me and anybody besides Gildarts. Third person. POV. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a dim, ghostly light over the dense forest surrounding the small village of Florencia. The wind whispered through the trees and the rustle of leaves felt like hushed secrets being shared among the age-old spirits. An eerie mist seemed to caress the shadows, and a chill lingered in the air. As Adam ventured deeper into the forest with Gildarts, both keeping their senses on high alert, the sensation of being watched increased as they neared the location. With each step they took, Adam could feel an aura of immense magical energy pulsating. It was a familiar sensation, but one he couldn't put his finger on. Eventually, as they approached a clearing, they saw her. Selene, the moon dragon, sitting gracefully on a simple rock, surrounded by ethereal light. Her blonde hair flowed like a river of silver in the breeze, and her eyes glinted with a mix of malice and amusement. Gildarts, run, Adam ordered, getting into position. He knew the woman well, he had faced her before, and because of that, he knew how dangerous this woman was. Like hell I will, Gildarts responded, standing his ground beside Adam. I ain't leaving you alone, kid. Long time, no see, Adam, Selene sang mockingly, her voice echoing in the woods. Adam's eyes narrowed, and the air grew heavy with tension. His voice was firm, what are you doing here? Selene smiled at his reaction. Just wanted to say hi. You just did, now be on your way, Adam responded, his hand crackling with energy as he prepared for a fight. Selene chuckled, her eyes gleaming with amusement. So rude, is that a way to treat a lady? Who the fuck are you, lady? Gildarts interjected with a growl, his expression stern. And what do you want? Selene turned her attention to Gildarts, a coy smile on her lips. Right, my apologies, it seems I have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Selene. And as for what I want, well, I was hoping to have some fun with your young friend here. Over my dead body, Gildarts growled, his fists clenched at his sides as his power erupted around him. Selene's smile widened. That can be easily arranged. You won't find this fight as easy as the last, Adam warned, his voice deep with power. At this, Selene stood up from the smooth, moss-covered boulder she had been sitting on. Her eyes glinted in the moonlight as her lips curled in a twisted smile. Is that so? She responded, her voice heavy with finality. Good. Chapter 144, Chapter 133, Overwhelming Strength. If we reach top 4, I'll post another chap. Third person. POV. Selene cocked her head to the side before a smirk twitched at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were sharp and condescending, forcing a line to carve itself out between Gildart's eyebrows. Let's have some fun, shall we? At once, the distance between them closed. With incredible speed, right and left palms came flying toward Adam's throat and solar plexus simultaneously. Adam's instincts kicked in as he dodged Selene's attack with a quick step to the side. He felt her energy pass by him like a gust of wind. The smirk on her face widened, and Adam knew he was in for a tough fight. Selene lunged forward with a series of lightning-fast punches and kicks, her movements fluid and precise. Adam barely had time to react, his muscles straining as he blocked and dodged her attacks. Despite the fury of her assault, Selene's movements were measured and controlled. Crush. Gildarts shouted as he charged forward, his body glowing with a faint blue aura. His fists glowed with an eerie blue light as he swung at Celine with all his might. Celine blocked the attack with ease, her hand glowing with a bright light as she countered with a powerful punch of her own. Gildarts was sent flying back, crashing against the hard ground with a loud thud. Taking the window of opportunity, Adam swung his blade in Celine's direction, aiming for her neck. However, before the blade could reach her, she sidestepped out of harm's way with ease, her movements graceful as she smirked at him, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. "Not bad, you have improved since last time," Celine taunted, her voice laced with arrogance. Adam gritted his teeth, blurring out of sight with a single step, as Gildarts, who had just recovered from Celine's attack, was already moving towards her. "All crush!" Gildarts shouted, unleashed a wave of magic that shattered everything on its path. At this, Celine smiled, slapping away the wave of magic, before grinning just as Adam reappeared behind her swinging his sword at her back. Celine quickly pivoted on her heel, blocking Adam's sword with her forearms. "Impressive," Celine began, however, her words were cut the moment she realized something. She was bleeding. Adam had managed to nick her arm with his sword during their exchange. Celine's eyes widened with surprise as she looked at her arm, the blood trickling down her skin. Gildarts grinned widely at the sight of Celine's wound, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Not bad for a start, brat." Celine chuckled, her chuckle turning into a deep and throaty laugh as she looked at Adam with a newfound respect. "I can't remember the last time I was injured, I'm impressed, Adam." With a flick of her wrist, Celine summoned a powerful blast of energy that sent Adam and Gildarts flying back, their bodies crashing against a nearby wall. Celine approached them, her aura growing stronger with each step. "That being said, I don't like being taken for a fool. I know you are holding back, a lot." Adam stood up, blood dripping from his forehead. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and grinned. "I am, but unfortunately for you, that's not for you." Celine's eyes widened as she realized what Adam meant. "I see, so your goal is to kill him." "That hurt," Gildarts said with a chuckle, rubbing his bleeding head as he got up to his feet. "You hit like a fucking mule, lady, but just for the record, it will take a hell of a lot more than that to kill me." Celine smirked, "We'll see about that." Heido number 33. Sakasui, Adam muttered behind Celine, unleashing a massive beam of spiritual energy towards Celine. Taken by surprise, the blast hit her with full force, causing a deafening explosion. As the smoke cleared, Gildarts and Adam were amazed to see Celine still standing, her body coated in a thin layer of golden energy that seemed to diminish the damage caused by the blast. Attacking a lady in the back. Celine chuckled, her voice filled with amusement. "That's not very chivalrous of you, Adam." Gildarts stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Lady. Please, we all know that's bullshit." Celine laughed again, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You're right, Gildarts. I'm not really a lady, am I?" With a flick of her wrist, Celine sent Gildarts hurtling through the air, the force of her attack sending him crashing into a nearby mountain with a loud crash. Adam took advantage of the distraction and launched himself towards Celine, cutting the space between them with a single swing of his blade. However, Celine's reaction was fast and on time, sidestepping his attack and delivering a powerful kick to his side that sent him flying. Adam grunted in pain as he crashed onto the ground, the wind knocked out of him. "You managed to cut me again," Celine said, looking down at the new cut on her arm. "I didn't even see the attack this time, good job." Adam chuckled, slowly getting back on his feet. "I aim to please." Celine raised an eyebrow at that, a cold smile dawning on her face. "You're dying, aren't you?" Adam stood there unmoving. Celine shook her head and sighed, "That's a pity. Your own power is killing you from the inside out, breaking your body apart little by little." Adam simply shrugged in response, "Are you done?" Celine's lip curved in a smirk, and she stepped closer to Adam faster than he could react, her eyes glowing with an inner light. Her hands shimmered as silver scales appeared on them and slowly meandered up her arms until half of her body was transformed into the powerful draconic form she held beneath the surface. With outstretched claws, she pointed at him and declared coldly, "Not quite." And then, before Adam could react, her arm was piercing him right through him, the tips of her silver scales now glinting in the scarlet color of his blood. "If you could use your full power, you could have dodged that," Celine said, pulling her arm out of his stomach. "This should be enough to figure out what you truly are." Adam laughed softly, reaching down to pick up his sword. "You really think this will stop me?" Celine chuckled at that as she took a step closer to Adam, the two of them now standing face to face. "Until next time, Adam." Having said those words, Celine inched forward, her lips meeting Adam's in a soft kiss. "Next time, I will kill you," Adam replied, as Celine stepped back, disappearing into the woods, leaving him standing alone, bleeding. Chapter 145, Chapter 134, Dangerous Curiosity. If we reach top 4, I'll post another chap. Adam C. POV. The dirt beneath me feels cool as I sink onto the ground, feeling as if the world was moving in slow motion. I look down and see my tattered clothes drenched in crimson. My breaths are measured, my eyes focused. There's a gaping hole in my stomach. It was an odd sensation, looking at a part of myself that should never be exposed to the open air. I trace the ragged edges of the wound with my finger. It is surreal, like something out of a dream. I wasn't in pain, not a lot anyways. I had a high tolerance to pain, but it was still bizarre to see this sight. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes and reach deep within myself, to the reservoir of energy that has always been a part of me, my spiritual energy, beckoning it to come forward to begin the process of healing my wounds. Calmly, I weave my spiritual energy through my body, channeling it towards my wounds. The sensation feels warm and inviting as it enveloped me with a comforting embrace. Slowly, my skin starts to knit itself back together. The cells, the tissues, the muscle fibers, each part destroyed by Celine's claw, returning back to their original shape. It would take me a few hours to heal. I was lucky she hadn't destroyed anything out of my healing reach. To think she was a dragon. A true dragon. And not just any dragon, but one almost as strong as Acnologia. No wonder she was so strong. Without my Bankai, I don't stand much of a chance. I chuckled, a wild battle-lusted grin appearing on my face. I can't wait to fight her again. Third-person POV. The night was heavy with an air of enigma as the towering trees of the ancient forest stood like silent guardians, witnesses to an unlikely event. Moonlight bathed the dense foliage in silver, giving the woods an almost mystical appearance. The nocturnal creatures, usually so animated, were eerily silent as if even they feared the power that stirred within the woods. Amidst the trees, two figures moved with a grace that made them almost spectral. One was Irene Belzarian, the fearsome enchantress, the scarlet despair, her red hair cascading behind her like molten lava. The other was Celine, the moonlit beauty, the queen of the moon. Silently, they walked together through the forest, their energy blending with their surroundings. Eventually, they halted by a shadowy clearing, where a moonbeam seemed to caress the ground as if guiding them. Celine's gaze was distant as she raised her arm towards a decrepit, ancient oak. "You got what you wanted?" Irene asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Celine turned to her, her eyes flickering with a hint of something that Irene couldn't quite place. "Yes, I did," Celine said, her voice sultry and smooth, like honey. Irene narrowed her eyes, studying Celine's face for any trace of deceit. But she found none. She sighed, knowing that Celine was too powerful to be controlled or manipulated. If she was going to betray her, Irene knew she wouldn't stand a chance. If there was someone that countered her, it was her. After all, her magic was quite troublesome to deal with. Celine's grin was unsettling, pulling out an orb from her kimono. "This is what I wanted." Irene looked at the orb with wide eyes, feeling a power that even she could barely comprehend. Her voice, usually so commanding, wavered with an unusual sense of shock. "Is that a piece of his soul?" A laugh that could chill the marrow in one's bones escaped Celine's lips. "Indeed. This, dear Irene, is a small piece of his soul, nothing that he will miss." Irene frowned. An incomplete soul can't function, no matter how small a part is, that part is needed. Celine dismissed Irene's apparent concern with a wave of her hand. "For any other person, yes, but for him. Haha, don't worry, he's an exception to the rule, his soul regenerates, in fact, his soul is the source of all his power, isn't that marvelous?" Irene bit her lip, uneasy at the thought of what exactly Celine was doing. "What exactly do you intend to do with that?" Celine smirked, her eyes glowing with a mad excitement that made Irene's blood run cold. "Oh, just a little trip," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want to see where his powers originate from. I know you're not dumb, Irene, so you must have come to the same conclusion I have about dear Adam, and that is that he doesn't belong here." Irene nodded. She had indeed come to that conclusion, but she had never even considered the possibility of visiting the origin behind him. "So that's your goal, finding his origin." Celine chuckled, the sound sending shivers down Irene's spine. "Oh, finding his origin is just the beginning. Once I get there, I'll take what I need to destroy Acnologia once and for all." Irene chuckled, a mirthless sound that held a hint of warning. "You're playing a dangerous game, Celine." Celine shrugged, her eyes alight with an unholy fire. "I've played dangerous games before, my dear. And I always win. Besides, the prize is worth the risk." Irene shook her head, turning to leave. "In that case, I won't be a part of this. Good luck with that, I suppose." Celine's grin widened. "You don't have to be. I have everything I need now. But don't worry, I won't forget our little arrangement. You'll get what you want in the end, as long as you stay out of my way." Irene didn't look back as she strode away, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Celine watched her go, a sense of triumph coursing through her veins. Acnologia, your time is up, Celine whispered, clutching the small orb holding the piece of Adam's soul in her hand. I'm coming for you. Chapter 146, Chapter 135, Concern. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap. Adam C. POV. I crumpled against a tree, my hands clutching at the searing wound in my abdomen. Each ragged breath sent a wave of dizzying pain washing over me, and I watched, as droplets of dark red blood trickled down my side and soaked into the parched ground beneath me. I chuckled. Fucking dragons, I swear. I need a drink, I muttered to myself, as I reached for the flask in my pocket. The one I had for special occasions, like this. Taking a swig of the fiery liquid, I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate on healing my wounds. My mind was a jumbled mess of thoughts, but I knew I had to focus if I wanted to stay alive. The sound of footsteps snapped me back into reality. Adam. Gildarts gasped, his eyes widened in horror as he took in the scene in front of him, my pale face, trembling lips, and the blood oozing from the gaping hole in my abdomen that was pooling around me. Don't worry, I've had worse, I groaned, trying to muster up a weak smile. Needless to say, this was a big lie. Out of all the wounds I had received so far, this was by far the worst. Gildarts shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes. He knelt down beside me, placing a shaky hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. I should have recovered from her attack faster. It wouldn't have changed a thing, I grunted, attempting to sit up straighter. The only thing that could have changed that outcome was using my bank eye. But that was a one-use-only card, one that I was saving for Acnologia. If only I could use my full power, things would have never turned out the way they did. Unfortunately, Shinigami powers are not meant to be used in human guise. I'm weak, Gildarts muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as he bowed his head in shame. I couldn't protect you, I failed you. Great, now he's depressed as well. I guess it is time to snap him out of it, Clive style. Taking a deep breath, my right hand shot forward, slapping him with all my strength. Could you stop talking like I'm going to die? Gildarts winced at the force of the blow, but his eyes widened in surprise as he realized what I was trying to say. Despite the wound, the bleeding had slowed down considerably, and the pain had lessened. I was still alive. Sure, a gaping hole in the abdomen wasn't what anyone could call an ideal situation, but it just happened Celine had missed most of my vital points. I assumed the reason why she hadn't done some serious damage was because she wasn't actually trying to kill me, which I imagine had something to do with the piece of spiritual power she stole from me with that attack. Time would tell what exactly her goals were. In the meantime, I would focus on avoiding this outcome from ever happening again. We need to take you to a hospital, Gildarts said, his voice stern and resolute, trying to hide the trembling underneath it all. I raised an eyebrow at him. What makes you think I need a hospital? Gildarts chuckled weakly. Dumbass, this is not the time to fuck around. You know you need medical attention. You know as well as I do, only the old lady can fix this up, I replied with a chuckle of my own. I know, Gildarts nodded, trying to help me up. But before we can reach her, we need someone to stabilize the situation enough for you to travel. That was actually a very good idea. Fine, I replied. Third person. POV. Under the golden glow of a setting sun, a dense forest whispered secrets as the leaves rustled in the wind. Through the thicket, a pair of anxious figures, Laxus and Lilia, hurried along a narrow trail, following the magic power of Adam, who was weakening by the minute. Their breaths were heavy, their faces etched with worry. Urza's eyes flickered with anguish, her voice choked. Laxus, we need to hurry. Something isn't right, he has never felt this weak, this vulnerable before. Laxus nodded, his face softened by concern as he clenched his jaw. I know. Pushing through, the two came upon a small clearing. The sunlight fought through the canopy of leaves to touch the forest floor, and in the middle of it, there was Adam. Their friend laid prostrated against a gnarly bark of an old oak tree. His shirt clung to his skin, matted with blood, and his eyes were closed as if in sleep. His bleeding abdomen showing a gaping wound that exposed the pink flesh beneath in a terrifying sight. Time seemed to freeze as Laxus and Urza rushed towards him. Adam. Urza cried out, tears blurring her vision. His eyes fluttered open with a yawn, and a faint smile graced his lips. Urza, Laxus, what are you guys doing here? He asked. Laxus, knees hitting the ground, pressed his hands against Adam's wound, trying to stop the blood. His hands were trembling. Hold on, Adam, we'll get you out of here, don't you dare to fucking die on me, his voice broke. Adam raised a shaking hand to touch Laxus' cheek, before slapping him with the force of an ox. Don't fucking shove your dirty hands in my wound. The hell was that bastard? Laxus barked back, for a brief moment forgetting about the situation. What's that? Do you need a hearing aid, double AA? Adam replied with a playful chuckle. Urza's sobs choked the air. She reached out, touching Adam's hand. You're not dying, she whispered, her voice filled with all the pain in the world. Adam shook his head. No, I healed most of the damage already, now I just need to get some medical attention and the rest should come down easy. Laxus blinked away the tears that had formed in his eyes, his expression softening as he realized Adam was going to be okay. You scared the shit out of us, man, he muttered, bringing his blood-soaked hands to his head. Slap me again, and I'll fucking kill you. Bring it on, Pikachu, Adam replied with a smirk. Enough. Urza shouted, her hands clenched into fists. This is not the time for this. Urza, it's okay Adam began, but was cut off as Urza's hand swung through the air and connected with his cheek in a sharp slap. Tears were streaming down her face as she glared at him, her chest heaving with emotion. Do you have any idea what it felt like to feel your magic fading? To think I might have lost you? Her voice was raw, and her eyes burned with unshed tears. You can't joke about this, not now, not ever. For once, Adam was silent. He looked up at Urza, his own eyes tearing up a bit. The familiar cockiness that he was known for faded from his face, replaced by something much more vulnerable. I'm sorry, he whispered. Serves you right, Laxus muttered, turning away to hide anyone seeing a sign of his vulnerability. You should know we care. You're a dumbass, but you're our dumbass. Urza knelt down, taking Adam's face in her hands. Promise me you won't ever scare me like that again, she choked out between sobs. Adam's face softened, and he nodded. I will do my best. Adam, I found some doctors. Gildart's voice broke through the moment, as Gildarts ran toward them, a group of medical professionals, and medical equipment all tied to his back. Adam blinked. Where did you find them? He broke into the hospital and kidnapped us, one of the doctors muttered. He tied us to his back and asked what we needed to treat a gaping hole in someone's abdomen. Once he had everything we told him we would need, and whatever he considered we could need, he rushed here at what I can only assume was supersonic speeds. Adam chuckled. I'm sorry, but could you put aside your discontent with him, and help me up? I made an oath, and your father terrifies us, so yes, we will help, one of the doctors, the oldest one, sighed. Now please untie us scary men, so that we might treat his wounds before an infection takes place. Chapter 147, Chapter 136, Dr. Broom. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap. Third person. POV. In a small, secluded cabin in the East Forest near Magnolia, the air was thick with the aroma of countless herbs and potions. Shelves lined with ancient tomes and various concoctions create an almost maze-like structure within the confines of the room. The cabin, illuminated only by the soft, flickering light of the candles, appeared to be more of an apothecary than a home. It is here that poor Liusica, the terror of the forest, also known as the revered healing mage of fairy tale, was working on her newest patient. A recurrent patient. In the center of the room, on a bed crafted from woven vines and leaves, lies an unconscious young man. His attire was torn and singed, covered in his own blood. His name was Adam, and he had been brought to poor Liusica by his friends and family, seeking help from him. Calmly, poor Liusica peered through her working glasses at the wounded man. Her usually stern expression painted with a hint of shock and concern. Closing her eyes, the old healer slowly takes off her gloves, revealing fingers that have seen countless years of diligent work as she sighed deeply. I'm going to kill this kid, poor Liusica muttered to herself. Her eyes fixated on the hole in Adam's abdomen. The wound seems to have been cauterized, as if inflicted by some incredible magical energy. Her eyes narrowed, as she examined the patterns around the wound. Having seen everything she needed, she swiftly moved towards one of her cabinets, rummaging through various vials and jars, selecting a few with meticulous care. From one shelf, she picked up a jar filled with glowing blue leaves, and from another, a vial containing a dark, viscous liquid. After a few minutes of collecting all the ingredients she needed, she started grinding them without wasting any time, mixing the ingredients until the result was a thick dark paste. That done, she moved back to Adam to clean his wound carefully with water infused with antibacterial herbs. Once the area was clean, she grabbed a few rolls of thick bandages, dipping them into the paste she had just made. The paste, once a dark color, began to emit a faint glow as it came in contact with the bandages. I will fucking kill him, poor Liusica growled under her breath, as she gently applied the bandages to the wound in Adam's abdomen. Taking a deep breath, poor Liusica took off her glasses and rubbed her temples. Because despite being a healer, she really wanted to stab her patient right now. Gildarts, the one who had brought Adam to the old healer, entered the room, holding a cup of tea for poor Liusica. How's the brat? He asked cautiously, for even the mighty Gildarts feared her. He will live long enough for me to kill him, poor Liusica replied, her voice tired but firm as she grabbed the cup of tea Gildarts had brought for her. But it is intriguing though. His injuries were severe, too severed, almost beyond repair. Yet, they were non-lethal. Not for lack of trying, Gildarts growled under his breath, watching Adam on the bed. Poor Liusica scoffed, breaking one of her brooms over his head. Think again, simpleton. Do you have any idea how impossibly hard it is to attack someone with this amount of force in the abdomen without damaging any vital points, unless said individual was trying? I take it the odds of that occurring naturally are very low, Gildarts replied, pulling 3-inch splinters from his head. Polyusica sipped her tea and looked back at Adam, who was still unconscious but now stable. Try 0. The brat was struck with raw ether nano, which aimed to incapacitate but not kill. Whoever did this has a terrifying grasp on magic, and control of the former. The room fell silent, the gravity of her words sinking in. If she didn't want to kill him, then why did she do this? Gildarts replied, trying to find the logic behind Celine's actions. Who knows, Polyusica sighed, putting her cup of tea on the table beside her. Though I suppose it is pretty safe to assume the one behind this needs Adam alive for something, meaning she will most likely return. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gildart's fists tightened and his knuckles turned white. His face darkened and he gritted his teeth. I'll be waiting for her, he growled. Taking a deep breath, the old healer stood up from her chair. The brat will need a few weeks of total rest, monitored rest. So, seeing I'm the only competent healer around, he will stay with me. As for you, leave before I start breaking things on your head. Gildarts nodded. Thanks for everything. As Gildarts left the room, Polyusica turned her attention back to Adam. She knew that he was going to wake up soon, and when he did, she needed to get a few answers from him. Like for example, why he had been hiding his condition from her. Sighing, she walked over to the bed where Adam lay peacefully. Despite what she would say out loud, she couldn't help but feel a sense of protectiveness towards the young mage, or rather young moron. He was just a kid, after all, one of Makarov's brats. She chuckled softly, taking a seat beside him where she would wait patiently for him to wake up. I'm getting too old for this, Polyusica muttered to herself, shaking her head. Always dealing with reckless children and the results of their dangerous adventures. That being said, deep down, she knew that she wouldn't have it any other way. After all, she was part of fairy tale as well, wasn't she? Perhaps she was a moron like all the others as well. At least, she thought as much, seeing only morons join that group of simpletons Makarovs calls a family. Third person, POV. Celine, the moonlit beauty. Inside an ancient tower, a room was dimly lit, the cold stone walls barely visible in the flickering shadows casted by a solitary candle. In the heart of this chamber, Celine, the dragon of the moon, sat in contemplative silence. The atmosphere around her was heavy, charged with magic and the smell of ancient parchment. On the table before her was the piece of soul she had painstakingly extracted from Adam, a smoky, indistinct wisp contained within an intricate magical barrier to avoid its natural dissipation. The soul being nothing more than was a disquieting sight, a tangible reminder of the lengths she was willing to go to accomplish her goals. Smiling, Celine reached out towards the barrier, her fingertips inches away from the ethereal tendrils of the soul fragment. I will find what I seek, one way or another, Celine declared. She had to admit though, the fragment of soul she had stolen was more than stubborn, resisting her every attempt to decipher it, her every attempt to understand how it worked. But that wasn't enough to deter her, nothing was, she was determined to understand the secrets behind Adam's existence, to gain knowledge no one else possessed, the knowledge to end acnologia. That said, Celine knew that knowledge always came with a price. The more you got, the more you had to pay. Celine closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to wander, exploring the countless possibilities that may await her once she managed to fulfill her goal. She knew this was a risky move, a very risky move. After all, for all she knew, the world from whence Adam's powers came from could very well hold individuals beyond her ability to deal with. Oh well, what can you do about it? The benefits outweigh the risks, Celine chuckled. After all, even if she happened to die in this crazy endeavor of hers, she would still win, in a way at least. For she would be denying Acnologia the honor of killing her, and for a consolation prize that was more than enough for Celine. Chapter 148, Chapter 137, The Palace of a King. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap. Third person. POV. Far, far away, within the profound depths of another reality, sat one man, a man feared by most due to his unspeakable power, a man known as the monk who calls the real name, Ichaib Hayasub. The leader of the Zero Squad, a being whose existence was intrinsically woven into the fabric of this spiritual realm, sat in his palace, meditating in complete silence. Around him, a full moon hung low in the sky, casting long, menacing shadows that snaked their way through the desolate landscape of his palace. Wind howled through the walls, creating an eerie symphony that matched the bleakness of the world, as flickering lanterns casted long, undulating shadows on the intricate tapestries adorning the walls of the temple. The eyes of the monk were closed, and his spiritual pressure was focused, both an indication of his mind journeying into realms unseen as the very air around him thrummed with the raw, subdued power that radiated off his form, pulsating with the rhythm of the universe itself. An eerie silence hung heavily around him, broken intermittently by the soft fluttering of an ancient parchment caught in a non-existent breeze. Suddenly, a smile crept upon Ichibe's face, like a serpent slithering out of the dark. It was not a warm, comforting smile. It was dark and cold, hinting at a realization only he was privy to. It held a threat, a promise, and a prophecy all at once. His eyes remained closed, but it was clear that he had seen something. A vision, perhaps, something profound enough to warrant such an uncharacteristic reaction. A chilling wind blew through the open window behind him, whistling eerily, as if acknowledging the shift in the future that only he had witnessed. It seems the future has changed. How interesting, the monk mused, stroking his thick beard as he gazed up at the sky, seeming to take in every detail. How very interesting, indeed. Ichibe's smile lingered in the darkness of the night, his gaze focused, not on the empty landscape of Soul King's palace, but on the unseen, uncharted paths of the future that had just shifted before him. The fabric of fate is such a fascinating thing, Ichibe chuckled heartily, letting out a small sigh. Its threads twist and turn, bend and break, constantly weaving a new tapestry. And now, an unexpected change, a deviation from the pattern I have always seen. How stimulating. As the monk continued to muse about the change in the threads of destiny, the doors to his palace groaned open as the figure of Nemea Uetsu stepped through. Ichibe spun around in delight, a bright smile beginning to form on his face. His greeting was cheerful and warm, and he raised his hands in joy as if looking for a hug. Ho ho Nemea, always glad to have you visiting. Nemea raised a thick eyebrow, stepping forward. Visiting? Are you hallucinating, my brother? I only left my personal paradise because you summoned me, but that's a-okay, because now that I'm here, the real party can begin, the creator of the Zanpakutos replied, doing a dramatic pose for unknown purposes. So, what do you got for your old pal, big guy? Ichibe threw back his head and roared with laughter, slapping his thighs with such force that the material of his pants rippled, as well the floor beneath his feet. You are hilarious, he wheezed in between gasps for air. But now that you're here unannounced, totally not invited by me, I might as well tell you what I saw. Nemea's gaze narrowed at Ichibe's words. The monk who calls the real name. More like the monk who gaslights, am I right? Uninvited, I said. Ichibe replied, beaming at Nemea with a mischievous playful grin. So, as I was saying, I might as well tell you what I saw. That Zanpakuto you made all those years ago, it's coming back. Nemea's playful expression hardened. How is that possible? We concluded a long time ago that the blade was beyond our reach to find. Ichibe heaved a playful tone and gave a dramatic wave of his hand. Yes, but that was then. At this, the monk hummed, stroking his beard. Though, I suppose in a way that's still the case, I mean, I still have no idea where that Zanpakuto is, or could be. What did you see? Nemea asked, rubbing his temples in mild exasperation. You know I hate figuring out what you mean most of the time. Ichibe turned to face him fully, his smile fading into a thoughtful expression, before eventually replying to Nemea's question, his voice revealing no emotion, at least none real. A man, a dragon, and a woman. A dragon. Nemea's eyes widened slightly at that. Now I'm even more confused, not gonna lie. I mean, a dragon, like in the RPGs, or a hollow. Ichibe's smile grew even wider, nodding enthusiastically like an overly hyped child opening his presents. A dragon, and not just that, my friend, he added, chuckling softly. There was a man as well. A man named Adam. Adam. Nemea furrowed his brow in confusion. Never heard of him. Ichibe shrugged nonchalantly. Neither have I, but that brings us to our first point of conversation. Nemea's eyes widened in realization. The Zanpakuto. Ha ha ha, yes. Ichibe replied, his smile turning wry. It seems that this man named Adam is the one in possession of that Zanpakuto. And he's coming back, or, coming for the first time. It's a bit confusing, still working on the fine details of it. Nemea leaned back against the wall, his expression contemplative. This is concerning, yo. It could pose a problem for us, we never had a situation like this before. Ichibe waved his concerns away with an air of nonchalance. Bah, relax Nemea. This is a tale that has yet to be written. The man, the dragon, and their roles in our fate are yet unclear. Nemea crossed his arms, clearly unsatisfied with Ichibe's response. And what if their roles are against us, big guy? If that happens, we just kill them, Ichibe replied simply, his smile never faltering. I mean, it's not that difficult to crush a pair of ants, Nemea, all it takes is a single step, I thought you better than anyone else would understand that. Nemea gave Ichibe a long, hard look before finally pushing himself off the wall. I guess there's not much we can do now, he said with a resigned shrug, his laid-back demeanor returning once more. Exactly. Just relax and enjoy the ride, my friend, Ichibe replied, waving him off with a grin that, for anyone in their right mind, would be more than unsettling. Nemea sighed, shaking his head. Well, I have things to do, so the great Nemea is out. With a chuckle, and a little twist on his heels, Nemea turned to leave. His steps echoed in the vast expanse of the palace as the heavy doors groaned shut behind him. His figure became smaller and smaller, until he was nothing more than a speck in the distance. As the silence of the palace settled in once more, Ichib turned his gaze back to the night sky, the countless stars twinkling overhead. His mind wandered to the realm of possibilities this change brought. Change, Ichib mused, the word rolling off his tongue as he looked at the sky. How very interesting, indeed. With nothing else to do, the monk settled back into his meditative position, his spiritual pressure humming with anticipation. His eyes shut close again, but his mind was wide open, ready to perceive the smallest shift in the tapestry of fate, waiting for the future, the new future to unfold. Things were changing. Whether that was for good, or for worse, time would tell. And the monk had to admit, he couldn't help but feel a thrill run through him at the prospect of what was to come. A sudden change, a deviation from the pattern he had always seen. His world had always been predictable, easy to read, but this change was unpredictable, and that unpredictability made it interesting. At least enough to allow it to unfold. Besides, he had one question he wanted answered more than anything right now. And that was, why had the Soul King, who had remained inactive since his sealing, since the creation of the world as we know it, helped this mysterious man? His first action, in thousands of years. And it had been for someone nobody knew a thing about. It was easy to see why the old monk wanted to know why. Chapter 149, Chapter 138, Answers. There was a problem with the auto-publisher. So, fuck. Read this, before the 139. Adam C. POV. I blinked my eyes open, an endless sheet of sterile cotton tightly wrapped around my midsection. My mind sluggishly registered a throb of pain radiating from my torso. I tried to rise, to sit upright, but my body outright refused to comply, shooting a jolt of discomfort that forced me back to the cold hardness of the bed. Yep, that's about right, I muttered. I honestly don't know what I was expecting in the condition I was in. I sucked in a breath through clenched teeth, trying to will away the pain. It was like trying to ignore a serrated knife buried in my gut. I had a high pain tolerance, but it still hurt. The sound of the door creaking open snapped my attention away from my aching midsection. The room was bathed in a dull, gloomy light. Against this backdrop, the figure that entered looked even more severe than usual, the old lady, Porliusica. Her pink hair was tied up in a messy bun, a few strands stubbornly framing her face. The harsh lines of her face softened momentarily when her gaze met mine, but quickly hardened again. "Hi," I said, preparing myself to deal with the consequences of bothering her. She cleared her throat, a grating sound that echoed in the stillness of the room. "Awake, are we?" she grumbled, the corners of her lips curling downwards into a familiar frown. There was a clipboard in her hand, filled with scribbles that probably held 1,000 curses for me. I nodded, grimacing as another wave of pain washed over me. Her eyes were piercing, they seemed to take in everything, my pain, my discomfort, my vulnerability. She moved closer, her step slow and measured, her gaze never leaving my face. She finally broke the silence that had crept up between us. "You brainless brat. What the devil were you thinking? Didn't I tell you not to get injured like this again? Leave it to Porliusica to skip the pleasantries." That being said, I had to appreciate her frankness. She'd never been one for sugarcoating. That was one of the few comforts I could take when it came to her. "It's not like I wanted this to happen," I replied. "Could this have been prevented?" Sure, if I had used my Bankai, the result would have been much different, however, I couldn't afford to use that on Celine. Tisk, Porliusica clicked her tongue, her frown deepening. "Well, you better try to avoid this kind of shit. It's a hassle to patch you up so often." Despite her words, Porliusica approached me, as she started to peel back the bandages to examine the wound, her hands moving in an uncharacteristically kind way for her. Silently, her fingers probed the tender flesh around the wound, causing a spike of pain. "It seems everything is going as it should," Porliusica grumbled, her eyes never leaving the wound. "At this rate, you should be back to normal in a few weeks." I sighed in relief, trying to ignore the pain of her examination, and the cold air that hit the exposed wound, causing me to shiver. "Well, you are the best after all," I replied, trying to lighten the mood. "I can still hurt you, a lot, you know." Porliusica growled, as she quickly reapplied the bandages, the coolness of the antiseptic cream causing me to flinch. "On that note, you are locked here until you're back to full strength. This time, I'm not letting you ruin my work." Her threat was all too real. She was perfectly capable of making good on it if she thought I wasn't taking care of myself. "You're a fool, you know that." Porliusica continued, tucking the bandages in place. "Don't think your recklessness doesn't affect the others. You've got them worried sick." Sometimes it was easy to forget that underneath her prickly exterior, Porliusica still cared deeply about the guild. "By the time your new wound heals, you should have your eye back as well," Porliusica sighed, putting her clipboard on one side of my bed. I offered a weak thumbs up in response. Thanks for everything, I know it might not mean a lot, but thanks for always being there. Her gaze softened a bit once again, before quickly hardening, this time carrying a colder tone to it. That being said, there's something I would like to review with you. As I worked on your injury, I found something else, she said, her voice low and serious. Something else? I replied in an even tone, hoping she hadn't found out about that. Yes. Poorly Yusuka replied, shifting her weight to the other foot, a sure sign of discomfort. During the surgery, I discovered a strange irregularity in your entire body. Your magic cells. The silence seemed to stretch on endlessly, a chasm of the unknown that threatened to swallow the room. She had figured it out, not that it surprised me, if anyone could do so was her. Still. I would have wanted, just this time to be wrong. Magical cellular deterioration, I finished for her, my voice barely above a whisper. Poorly Yusuka nodded, her mouth forming a thin line. So, I was right, you knew about this. I nodded, forcing a small, unconvincing smile onto my face. Yeah, I figured it out a while ago. And you didn't tell anyone? The accusation hung heavy in the air, her voice echoing in the silent room. Who could I tell? I chuckled silently, gazing at her. It doesn't have a cure, so telling anyone would only bring them unnecessary pain. Poorly Yusuka sighed. I suppose you're right, she admitted, her voice almost inaudible. I still think you should tell them, this isn't a minor thing, kid. It's a time bomb, and we don't know when it might explode. I shrugged, letting out a tired breath. I've been living with this time bomb for a while now, Poorly Yusuka, I said, my voice firm. I know the risks. And I've made my peace with it. Magical cellular deterioration. In short, my body had too much magic power, to the point my own power was slowly, but surely, tearing me apart. That's the thing about getting powers from another universe, it never occurs to anybody that said powers could very well be not compatible. Shinigami powers are not meant to be used as a mortal being. Shinigamis fight with their souls, because they themselves are souls. That wasn't the case for me. I was a human, one who had been given the powers of a god of death. Unfortunately, the human part meant I had to channel and store the immeasurable spiritual power I had been born with my human body. This was something I had learned about after learning my Bankai. The main reason why Zanryuzuki had been so reluctant to teach me was because she knew that the moment I learned my Bankai would be the moment a timer inside of me would start, counting the seconds to my death. Zanryuzuki had been my filter. My barrier against this. But once I had learned her Bankai, that barrier had shattered. Nothing is free. Everything has to be paid for. For every bit of strength someone gains, there has to be a sacrifice of some kind. For every life, a death. This was also the reason why my Bankai was a one-time use only card. Because the moment I used it, I would release all of my spiritual power, no more barriers, no more filters, no more holding back. At the rate your cells are deteriorating, I don't think you'll survive more than a year, Poorly Yusuka sighed, her words causing me to look at her. 1 year. I smiled. I guess luck was on my side. That was more than enough time to kill Acnologia. That will suffice, I replied calmly. You don't care? Poorly Yusuka asked in disbelief, frowning deeply. Don't you want to live? Of course, I fucking do, I shrugged off her question. But seeing this situation has no fix, I've decided to do the only thing I could, accept it. That wasn't entirely true. I hadn't stopped looking for a fix. Unfortunately, for all the knowledge Zanryuzuki had been bestowed upon, I couldn't do a thing. I was no Urahara, Mayuri, or Aizen. I wasn't a super genius that could whip out the cure to a formerly incurable disease in the span of a few minutes like it's nothing. I wasn't capable of understanding what they could. I really wished I could. But you can't become something you're not. I'm smart, at least I like to think I am. But compared to them, I might as well be a chimp pretending to be a man. Who's the person you want to kill? Poorly Yusuka asked, her voice breaking through the silence that had settled in the room. The Dragon of the Apocalypse, Acnologia, I replied without hesitation. Chapter 150, Chapter 139, Mistogen. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap. Adam C. POV. A few weeks later. The sun was sinking behind the tall pines that bordered my humble home, casting long, familiar shadows across the quiet expanse of my yard. I sat on the old wooden steps, one knee pulled up to my chest as I stretched trying to move a little, savoring the rare tranquility that had fallen in Magnolia. My mind was trapped in my own thoughts. Thankfully, however, my thoughts were interrupted by the soft crunch of gravel under hesitant footsteps. My gaze moved from the sunset, my eyes finding the origin of the sound. There, at the edge of my yard, was Wendy Marvel, her small figure bathed in the golden hue of the fading daylight. I watched as she started to weave her way toward me, an unreadable expression on her face, meaning this probably had to do with Jalal, or rather, Mistogen. Wendy. I smiled at her. What are you doing here? Her eyes flicked upward, meeting mine. A faint blush of social awkwardness spreading across her cheeks, making the freckles dotting her nose stand out more. Now that I think about it, did she have freckles in the anime? I guess that's a stupid question. You can't compare a drawing to a real person. Eventually, Wendy mustered a small smile, but her fingers nervously twisted at the hem of her shirt, betraying her calm facade. I wanted to ask you a question, she murmured, her voice barely louder than a whisper, carrying with it an undercurrent of determination that caught me off guard. I watched her for a moment, before nodding, giving her the signal to ask away. She swallowed hard, her eyes fluttering shut for a moment as she gathered her thoughts. When they reopened, there was a flicker of something else, courage, maybe, or hope. You said you knew the person I was looking for, and that you would help me, Wendy said quietly, her blue eyes locking onto mine. Do you still mean that? Miss Dogen, it is. I smiled softly and reached down to tousle her blue hair, giving it a few gentle pats. Of course, I do, I said softly. We can give the guy a visit right now, if you want. Wendy's eyes lit up at my offer, relief evident in her expression. Why yes please. I chuckled softly at her enthusiasm to meet the man who quite possibly was the most boring member of the guild. Sighing at the thought, I gestured for her to follow me as I made my way towards the streets of Magnolia, my destination. Miss Dogen. As we ventured into the town, the once busy streets were now calming down with the setting sun. Vendors were packing up, children were being called home, and people were starting their late-night drinking at the local pubs. I glanced at Wendy, her eyes wide as she took in the sights and sounds of the town. Her earlier nervousness seemed to have given way to a childlike excitement that I found endearing. I quickened my pace, reminding myself why we were here in the first place. Wendy, I started, smiling at the little blue-haired girl, who was doing her best to keep pace with me. Get ready, we are about to reach him. Wendy looked up at me, her eyes wide. What? So soon? As soon as she said those words, we reached an unassuming house tucked away in the corner of Magnolia, hidden from the lively bustle. The house was simple, not much to look at from the outside, but it was the home of Miss Dogen. Miss Dogen's place, I announced. Wendy gulped, the weight of the moment finally sinking in. Wendy gulped silently, hiding behind me. Stepping forward, I knocked on the door, the resulting echo breaking the silence around us. For a moment, there was silence, then the sound of shifting and footsteps approached the door. The knob turned, and the door opened, revealing Miss Dogen standing in the dimly lit entrance, his gaze hiding behind his mask, as aloof and inscrutable as always. Miss Dogen, I greeted, stepping aside to reveal Wendy, who looked like she was holding her breath. You have a guest. His gaze shifted towards Wendy, surprise flickering across his eyes, which was probably the biggest emotion I had ever seen in the guy. Wendy's arrival had disrupted the predictability he so loved. But then, that's what Fairy Tail was about, wasn't it? Shaking up the norm, bringing a bit of chaos into each other's lives. I smirked, leaning against the doorframe. Now, let me summarize the situation, because I have things to do. This little bundle of blue hair has been looking for you, Miss Dogen, or should I say, Jalal. Miss Dogen's eyes narrowed, his mask hiding any other expressions that would have given away his thoughts on the matter. How can you know about that? Time to lie. My powers revolve around the control of space itself, do you really think I wouldn't notice portals opening between one point and another? I replied, keeping my tone even. Miss Dogen seemed to ponder my words for a moment, his eyes flickering between Wendy and myself. Finally, he stepped aside, allowing us entry into his home. Make yourselves at home. The interior of the house was as simplistic as its owner, sparse furniture, no decorations, only a few books, and the occasional picture, beyond that, nothing. We followed him into a room furnished with a simple couch and a coffee table. Miss Dogen gestured for us to sit, his movements a bit too tense, like someone not used to hosting guests, or visits of any kind. Which would explain why he only had a small couch, besides the coffee table in the middle of a decently sized room. He waited for Wendy to make herself comfortable before he took a seat himself, creating a comfortable distance between them. The tension was palpable, even for me, who honestly had started this not really invested, but now I was, to the point the silence felt deafening. I looked from one to the other, wondering who would go next. And much to my surprise, Wendy was the one who finally broke the silence, her voice small but clear. Why did you abandon me? The question hung in the air, heavy and loaded, lingering even as it echoed off the bare walls. Miss Dogen's expression as always was hidden behind his mask, but the tension in his body, his tired eyes, and the silence that stretched after her question, was answer enough. Eventually, however, he replied. It was for your own good, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. It was the only way to make sure you were safe, and the only way I could focus on my mission. Right, his mission. Stopping the king of Idolas, and saving this world from his greed. At this reply, Wendy looked as though she had been slapped. She sat still for a moment, processing his words, her face pale. After losing Grandini, you were all I had. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Miss Dogan shifting uncomfortably, her words and tone catching him off guard. He looked at Wendy for a moment, his gaze softening behind the mask. He sighed, his shoulders dropping slightly as he prepared to explain. I know it was hard for you, Wendy, Miss Dogan replied, taking off his mask slowly, his voice taking on a gentle quality. I had a duty to fulfill, both to you, and to the ones I have left behind. Leaving you in that guild was the best option I could think of to ensure you weren't caught in the crossfire of my task. Wendy's eyes teared up. I see, now that I know that. There's only one thing for me to do. Kick him. At this, Wendy stumbled towards Miss Dogan, her eyes streaming with tears as she threw herself into his arms, burying her face on his robes, her small frame shook with sobs, her face hidden in the folds of his robes. Thank you, for everything you did. I guess she doesn't have in her to hate or hold a grudge with anybody. I smiled. Well, my job here is done, I said, standing up from the couch as I turned around to leave the room, only to be stopped by one of Miss Dogan's staffs. What? Miss Dogan remained silent, his eyes staring into mine. I want the truth this time, how did you know about me? A smirk played on my lips, and I extended my arm, brushing the staff aside with a single motion. The answer I gave you is the only one you'll get, Jalal. The only reason I had disturbed his little castle of lies was to give Wendy what she wanted. Miss Dogan remained quiet for a moment, and I could see he was debating whether or not the answer to that question was worth antagonizing me. In the end, however, it seemed he was one for common sense. Very well, take care, Adam. And good luck. As I stepped out into the cool evening air, a sense of relief washed over me. Sometimes it felt nice doing something good for someone without a reason beyond helping them. In fact, I couldn't help the grin that spread across my face due to that. I had helped Wendy reunite with Miss Dogan before the entire Idola's arc started, meaning I had given them more time that they would have originally had together. Pushing those thoughts aside, I started my way back home, hoping to arrive before Mavis started playing like she was haunting my house. Around me, the night was descending rapidly, stealing away the remnants of the light, as I walked through the town. My boots crunched on the gravel path, the only sound punctuating the stillness that enveloped most of the town. And without realizing it, I found myself lost in thoughts, my mind replaying my talk with poor Liusica, when suddenly, I felt it. A shiver ran down my spine, an instinctual reaction to a sudden, jarring shift in the air. It was as if the atmosphere itself had tensed, holding its breath, a palpable sense of foreboding causing every hair on the back of my neck to stand on end. Something had snapped. My footsteps halted abruptly, my eyes scanning the darkened path ahead of me, searching for the source of this sudden disruption. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but thanks to my powers, my senses in this area were finely tuned to such disturbances. Meaning I knew without a doubt, this had something to do with space as a whole. Fucking damn it, this is what that bastard meant by good luck, I growled, as the air around me began to crackle with an eerie, unnatural energy. My eyes were instinctively drawn upwards, just in time to witness the seemingly placid night sky distort and warp, an impossible spectacle that sent shockwaves through the very fabric of space. It started as a mere ripple, distorting the blanket of stars as if the fabric of reality itself was a pond disturbed by a thrown stone. But soon, it evolved into something far more serious. The once serene night was split by a monstrous vortex that spun open in the sky, its dark maw gaping wide and swallowing everything around. Yeah, I will punch him next time I see him, I said, as the once familiar scenery around me twisted and warped, replacing everything sight by a disorienting kaleidoscope of shifting patterns and colors, transporting me to Idola's. Chapter 151, please read. The auto-publisher fucked the chapter order yesterday, and posted the wrong chapter. Yesterday it was meant to post the chapter 138, instead it skipped from 137 to 139. Today, I posted the chapter that was supposed to be posted yesterday. So for those wondering where's the new chapter? Well, it's 138. Again, 139 was posted yesterday instead of 138. Chapter 152, Chapter 140, Idola's. If we reach top 4 or 5, I'll post another chap. Adam C. POV. A single moment ago, I had been standing in the middle of Magnolia, before the vortex above the city wrenched me from my reality, forcibly thrusting me into another. Now, I found myself in the middle of a vast, featureless desert, with nothing but sand as far as the eye could see. The sand beneath my boots was loose and warm, while the air was thin, crisp, carrying a distinct sense of aridity. Above me, the sky was a vast expanse of cobalt blue, void of clouds, starkly contrasting with the golden expanse below. Closing my eyes, I kneel, feeling the hot sand through the fabric of my pants, as I try to gather my thoughts. I wonder why it dropped me here. I might not remember a lot from the Idola's arc. However, I was pretty sure there weren't any memories which involved anyone being dropped off here. Beyond that, I felt weak. Feeling my power was a struggle. It felt like I was reaching into an abyss, a hollow of vast emptiness. The powerful magic that once swirled within me like an endless torrent was now nothing more than a mere trickle, compared to the roaring river it once was. If I had to give this sensation a number, I would estimate that I had lost somewhere between an 89% and 95% of my strength. Maybe more. I needed to run a few tests before being sure of that. I sighed. So, their spell worked against me. It hadn't managed to seal me in a lacrima, but it had taken a good chunk of my power away, which I suppose was almost as good as sealing me. I needed a plan. As I was right now, it wasn't in my best interest to rush into enemy territory without first assessing the situation, evaluating the risks. Before that, however, it would be best to take advantage of the situation and run a few tests to see what I'm working with. That way, I would have a better understanding of how much I can deal with, and how to proceed. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. I muttered, my right hand aiming at the desert. Heido number 31. Shakkeho. With those words, a wave of heat surged through my body and with a silent burst, a crimson orb of flames exploded from my open hand, flying through the air into the desert. The blast arrived weaker than I had expected, exploding with a feeble impact that had barely caused a ripple in the vast expanse of sand. I stand there, momentarily disheartened. I don't believe I've ever used anything this weak in my life before. I sighed. As disappointing as this experiment was, I now had a solid idea of what I was working with. Meaning that right now, my Shirkai was my trump card, as it would boost my power significantly, though considering the situation I was in, and the amount of power I had lost, I needed to use it wisely. The atmosphere in this place felt pretty much devoid of ether nano, meaning recharging would take a lot more than it would normally take. Thankfully, my body, thanks to the bizarre nature of my existence, was able to recharge on its own to a certain degree, seeing most of my power was Ryatsu being converted into magic power. That being said, this process was not what some would consider fast. Regardless of how fast or slow this was, it meant I had an advantage most didn't. I just had to use it properly. I sighed, looking around at the barren desert landscape before me. First order of business, finding the city. My sensing abilities, which weren't the best to begin with, had also been muted by my current situation, meaning I had no order option but to wing this shit out. Well, I might as well start walking, I muttered, before starting to walk aimlessly, hoping to find any sign of life or civilization in my path. One thing was sure though, I would kick Mistogen in his royal balls whenever I found him. That alone would keep me alive. A few hours later. After several hours, the blistering heat of the sun and the vast monotony of the desert began to wear on me, in more ways than I could have expected. My clothes were soaked in sweat, and my throat was painfully dry. The endless expanse of sand started to feel like a prison, its golden, coarse walls closing in on me. I will start carrying water with me, I muttered to myself as I continued to trudge through the seemingly never-ending desert. Suddenly, my eyes caught a glimpse of something, a small but welcome change. A few meters away from me, the uniform expanse of sand was broken up by tracks. The tracks were still fresh, the edges sharp and unero dead by the wind. I was not alone in this vast desert. Yes. I wasn't an expert in this kind of thing, but seeing the wind hadn't wiped the tracks yet, it meant whoever had come across this place wasn't far. Jumping high into the air to gain a good vantage point, I followed the tracks in a straight lane with my sight, soon spotting something, vague shapes moving in the distance. People, I smiled, hoping it wasn't a heat mirage I was seeing. Eager to escape this hellhole, I quickened my pace, without wasting any power in case something happened, my tiredness and thirst momentarily forgotten. Thankfully, my fears of this being a heat mirage had been unfounded, seeing that I eventually found myself face to face with a line of colorfully adorned camels plodding steadily across the sand. Wooden carts, draped in bright textiles, teetered behind them as men and women, dressed in vibrant robes, laughed and chatted, their voices rising above the desert silence. As I approached, a large burly man at the front of the caravan spotted me, his weathered face turning to me as I approached them. He squinted, shading his eyes from the harsh desert sun. Seeing my apparent state of distress, he signaled the caravan to stop as he dismounted his camel and approached me, curiosity and caution etched on his face. "You lost, stranger," he called out, his voice gruff yet not unkind, as he eyed me warily, taking in my dust-covered appearance and the sheathed weapon at my side. "In more ways than one," I replied, stepping forward to meet him. "Can you point me to the nearest city? And while we are on that, could you spare some water?" The burly man assessed me for a moment longer, then jerked his head in the direction the caravan was heading. "Follow us, it's a day's journey at most. We are going to the capital." I smiled in relief, grateful for this stroke of luck. "Thanks. It's what any decent person would do," the man replied, turning to mount his camel. "I am Jamal, leader of this caravan. You can ride with us, but you'll have to earn your keep." That means no water, I presume, I said, a hint of amusement in my voice. You catch on quick, Jamal chuckled, gesturing for me to climb onto the back of a cart. But we have plenty of work to be done, and if you're willing to lend a hand, I'll make sure you get your fair share of water and food. I know it doesn't sound ideal, but we can't give anything away. Fair enough. Very well, I replied, grabbing onto the cart side and hoisting myself aboard. Just tell me what to do, and I'll be happy to assist. Jamal chuckled again. You have a good spirit, stranger. I like that. He then gestured towards one of his men, a small, burly man, with a stern face. Musa, give our new friend some water, and show him what needs to be done. Musa nodded, handing me a flask of water. Before reaching the capital, we need to sort some merchandise in the carts. Nothing too complicated, just separate the silk by the color. Most of it's already sorted, but the employees that usually work on this task are not here today, so we need to double-check everything just to make sure. I nodded, taking a swig of the water and feeling the cool liquid soothe my parched throat. I can do that. I honestly was expecting them to ask me to serve as their bodyguard or something, but then again, seeing nobody knows me around me, they have no way of knowing whether or not I'm a good fighter, so it makes sense they aren't going on that route. Musa nodded, his eyes stopping at the blade sheath at my waist. You carry a weapon. Are you capable of using it? Then again, I might be coming to conclusions too soon. I know how to defend myself if that's what you're asking. Good, Musa said, nodding in approval. We have unfortunately encountered bandits on our journey here, so it's always better to be prepared. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. I nodded, taking another sip of the water before starting to work on the task given to me.